Verism 2.0x. Heroes can always be relied upon to act in the manner which they believe will achieve the most good. This makes them eminently controllable. You need only create larger problems than yourself, then ensure the blame falls on somebody else. Dread Empress Militia I. Amadeus of the Green Stretch put down the letter, face expressionless. Complications in the Principate were to be expected. It was only possible to string along the civil war for so long before one side or the other won. His plans accounted for that eventuality. The time that the civil war continued to buy Pries was being used to strengthen the legions. Marshal Grem I had long since been tasked with fortifying the Red Flower Vales for the eventual confrontation with the Principate. In terms of skill, Grem was without a doubt the best military strategist on Calurnia. He may have less experience than Klaus Pappenheim, but the Lycaonese as a rule did not concern themselves with the politics of the Lower Principate. They were too busy holding off the chain of hunger or the kingdom of the dead to bother with the happenings down south. Which was why news of Constance's scar came as such an unpleasant surprise. Finding out that a 2-mile-wide city had materialized in the Principate and shortly thereafter been destroyed by the gnomes had upended years of scheming on Militia's part. In order to extend the conflict for as long as possible, they needed at least 3 major contenders. With only 2 major contenders, if one side ever weakened, the other could seize the opportunity and strike. With more crowns in play, each prince would have to concern themselves with the actions of the others in the event that they tried to capitalize. Princess Constance had been one of those 3. She had also been his preferred candidate as well. If she had seized control, her grasp on power would have been the most tenuous. None of the other princes respected her. It was likely the Principate would devolve back into infighting shortly after, if she seized the reins. More importantly, she didn't have the hearts of her peasantry either. Her soldiers pillaged and burned fields, killing the common folk as they went. In the aftermath of her demise, the Principality Ain had turned on itself. It had become a nest of political infighting so venomous it would make even the Prissy High Lords proud. With the death of their leader coming so suddenly and unexpectedly, the knives had slid out, and anyone with even a hint of a claim had risen up at the opportunity. Deft as she was, Militia had adapted. She had extended offers of loans to Prince Amadis Milnan of Isère through the Provis Bank in support of his bid for the seat of First Prince. The man had accepted them, but Black had his concerns. Prince Amadis may be as proud as a peacock and arrogant to a fault, but he was still a shrewd manipulator. He had been deftly arranging events in the background inside the Principate, playing off against all 3 of the forerunners in the race for the seat of First Prince. Prince Amadis was more dangerous than either of the others. Plans needed to be recalibrated to take these events into account. A war that had once seemed decades on the horizon was now possibly looming close, the heat of its breath felt on the back of the neck. Most concerning of all, the rate at which heroes were showing up within Callow had just risen from 1 to 2 a year. The parameters he had set could not reasonably account for intervention from the gnomes. Whilst reading about events like the fall of Kirkhill made for grim research in abstract, seeing the force that they could actually deploy made for a much more pointed lesson. Calurnia was a backwater on the greater stage of creation. That they had interfered in the Principate rather than Pries didn't make it much better. Whilst the massacre of Princess Constance's forces was being correctly blamed on the gnomes, the appearance of the city was not. Teleportation on such a scale was far beyond the ability of even the most talented Prissy practitioners. Wikasa claimed it was not the action of a sorcerer at all. The resulting Keters due from such an event would have left most of Bayou a desolate wasteland. This did not change the fact that in the eyes of the people on Calurnia, the foremost experts on magic and thus the most likely culprits were the sorcerers from Pries. Blame would be placed squarely at their feet. The strategic advantage of having the ability to move objects or people on such a large scale would be considered unacceptable by all the other political entities on the continent. Claims that they did not have such an advantage would not be taken seriously. The word of the dread empire of Pries could not be trusted in the eyes of the heavens. That meant war was a certainty, and with possibly more than just the Principate. Pries needed to be prepared for the calling of a crusade. The cogs in his head slowly started to turn. Forces would need to be redeployed. The 1st, 3rd, and 10th Legion were all garrisoned at the Vales, but with the threat of a crusade looming there was no guarantee this would be enough to stem the tide. New legions would need time to harden before they could be deployed, which meant that old legions would need to be moved. Still, with the threat of an oncoming war, new legions would need to be raised. Something was amiss. It was like a grain of sand had slipped between the cogs of the machine, and Black couldn't tell where it was. There were too many unknowns. Subtle investigations by the eyes of the Empire into the events leading up to Constance's scar had been unable to turn anything up. The city had just appeared in the Bayou heartland, and nobody had been able to determine why. There was another player who had entered the stage, and Black would find out who they were. Amadeus of the Green Stretch stood on one of the balconies at the palace in Summerholm. His green eyes scanned the horizon, watching the sun set. The latest news from the eyes of the Empire had flagged 3 traveling wizards as potential villains. They were fleeing the Principate after allegedly having raised undead. Some of Scribe's helpers had been sent to Beaumarais to verify the story. After arriving, they had learned about the sorcerer named Roland leaving town to chase down a Prissy warlock. Careful investigation of the events rendered that explanation unlikely, and the one provided at the border fortress had been taken as the truth. It spoke to a level of shrewdness that amused Black, villains escaping persecution from the House of Light by spinning a heroic tale. Background checks on the other two proved to be more interesting. Maxime Red Flame was noted to be a formerly retired war wizard who had served with several fantassin companies before settling down after the death of his family. The man had a terrible reputation and was known as both a drunkard and troublemaker. A note was placed to keep watch on him more closely. The third figure was an enigma. Taylor, allegedly from off the continent, had no information to go on at all. It was as if she had appeared out of the void. That was cause for concern. Out of the three, she was earmarked to be watched the closest. Someone with no visible background and no ties to anyone else was almost certainly named. The others had an existing history. Connections to people they could possibly call friends. Taylor did not. The group had been given a medium priority and left for monitoring by the eyes. At first, they continued to exercise caution, keeping their heads down. After months of doing nothing but selling their services in an entirely legal manner, they were downgraded to a lower priority. They didn't ask questions about the calamities or try to raise trouble at all. From all outward appearances, they were proper citizens of the Empire. That made the most recent reports all the more unfortunate. Up until just recently, they had remained within the rules of the Empire, just barely skirting the edges of them. There had been attempts to integrate other villains into the current structure of Pries before, but they always chose to overreach. One of the members of the Eyes had reported some unusual activity in a nameless town out in the middle of nowhere. A scuffle with a painter, which indicated they might have higher ambitions. She had been ordered to link up with other members of the Eyes near Hedges and find out more. Black was reviewing the latest set of reforms he had planned for the guilds in Callow when Eudokia came in. There have been concerning developments near Hedges, she stated. Ink-stained hands placed a letter on the desk beside him. Reaching to his left, he picked up a bottle and silently poured a glass of wine, proffering it her way. Then, he picked up the letter and started to peruse its contents. Complaints had come from senior members of the Eyes in the region, requesting clarification as to why they were so understaffed. Upon further investigation, it appeared they had always been understaffed. The system he had set up in Callow did not allow for a discrepancy this large to occur, without something major as the cause. The cogs in his mind began to turn, slowly grinding away at the problem. Hedges was near the location of one of Triumphant's hell eggs. More specifically, the one used to house a demon of absence. It would not normally be the first explanation he would reach towards, but in this case it seemed the most likely. I'll contact Wikasa and ask him to investigate the area for signs of demonic corruption. Should I prepare the Eyes for a purge? Possibly. An empty glass was placed down beside him, along with another letter. Silently, Eudokia lit another candle and placed it on the desk, then left soon afterwards. Picking the letter up, it was pleasing to note that the potential villain that the Eyes were investigating was continuing to keep her head down. The two men were no longer considered villain candidates as they both showed signs of physically aging. Taylor, however, had been marked down as a certainty. Physically, she had remained the same since she had first entered the Empire. The group had passed through Callow into the Duchy of Dayan and there had been no notable negative reports from them at any step of the way. Black maintained a much more hands-off approach with dealing with Dayan, but in this case that was unlikely to be a problem. This villain hadn't upset the Empire. What she were after was unclear and would take a much more careful line of investigation to determine, but right now she wasn't considered a threat. There was a chance, however unlikely, that she may be able to be integrated into the Empire after all. Wikasa's investigations into the events at Hedges had proved alarming. He had confirmed that the banner was no longer present, and that an encounter with the demon had taken place on site. The largest discrepancy was the presence of what at first glance appeared to be a magical imitation of the tabula rasa effect. It was as if someone had overlapped an extraordinarily close mimicry of creation on top of it, following similar but not entirely identical rules. Wikasa's investigation was still ongoing to determine the exact source of the effect, but it was the other details surrounding the event which were occupying Amadeus's attention. The Eyes had reported an artist displaying unusual behavior. The artist was registered as having appeared intermittently at locations in the Empire separated by such vast distances that it was not physically possible for him to have traveled the intervening space in the time. Furthermore, whenever he left, there were strange deaths that occurred in the area soon afterwards. Direct action would be taken the next time the artist appeared. Loosing a demon within the confines of the Empire was not behavior that would be tolerated. Then there was the other isolated villain in the Empire. Taylor's name had not been determined yet, but the activities of her band had finally started to skirt the edges of the law. It was no surprise that a band of ambitious sorcerers containing a villainous name began investigating lore on how to summon devils. It was still a disappointment. Taylor was both paranoid and cautious, almost to a fault. It appeared she had an aspect similar to Scribe's Fade, she would often disappear from tracking for extended periods of time before eventually resurfacing. At first, this had been a cause for concern, and he had considered taking action. To her misfortune, there was no way for her to obtain the information she appeared to be searching for without risking engaging actively with eyes of the Empire. It had been simple enough to slip a tracking spell onto a purchased tome that completely bypassed her protections. It was unfortunate, but Wikasa had informed Black that an eavesdropping spell would have proven too easy for the wizards to detect. Using an enchanted book to listen in on their conversations would have made observation substantially easier. The engagements that her band were observed participating in were against foes that would have been dealt with by the legions were they on site, never against individuals of value to the Empire. Furthermore, they remained outside Callow proper and inside Dayan instead. Were any issues to arise, Black would anonymously inform the Duchy about their problem. They would eagerly solve it themselves. For now, Taylor would remain under observation. Matters within the Principate were proving to be more optimistic than Amadeus had initially expected. Despite his fears regarding Prince Amatus, another protracted draw had proceeded to develop. Militia had proven her deftness once again, succeeding in tying up the Principate in war. Prince Dagobert of Lang had been trying to strong-arm the Lycaonese into supporting his bid for first prince. Predictably, it was proving unsuccessful. He was currently engaged in a stalemate with Prince Fabian of Lyonese, and it seemed unlikely that progress would be made any time soon. Prince Amatus was trying to talk them into pretending to sign an alliance with Dagobert and then backstab him on the field of battle. Princess Inner of Equitan decried both, arguing that they should remain out of the conflict and stay firm in upholding their duty up north. Piece by piece, the Principate was splintering. Hatreds were becoming more and more entrenched. Less notably, 2 years on and the Principality of Ain was still embroiled in internal conflicts. It amused Black to see them continue to connive, much like Prissy High Lords. The fact that Priest had nothing to do with it made the irony all the more sweet. If the situation there dragged on much longer, it may kill the idea of Ain existing as a part of the Principate at all. This had bought him more time to prepare. A 14th Legion was in the process of being raised. When the news of gnomish activity had reached the High Lords, politicking in Pries had, for about the span of a day, taken the back foot. Ader was quiet while they tried to decide how best to leverage the information, and news of the outcome proved to be enlightening. Spies within Wolof had informed him the Sahelians were trying to find a method to achieve a similar scale of teleportation ritual. This served to once again reinforce his belief that all of them needed to die. The Sahelians, of course, never knew to leave well enough alone. If a new kind of demon was discovered that wiped out half of Calurnia, they would try to leash it instead of exterminate it. That left one more outstanding problem. Cordelia Hassenbach. It had been over a year since she was first crowned Prince of Rhenia, and recently she had been trying to raise awareness about the Provis Bank. The ongoing civil war was key to the Empire's strategy, allowing them to buy the necessary time to prepare before the inevitable crusade. Militia had been funding the civil war indirectly through mercantise. The city of bought and sold allowed the trade of almost anything if you had the gold. Were it not for the ongoing investment of Prissy coin, the princes of Prusser would have long since ran out of the capital required to continue fielding more mercenaries in their bitter feud. Assassin had tried to have her killed, but her cousin, Agnes Hassenbach, had at some point come into an oracular name. Her ability to see the shape of the future had rendered all attempts made thus far unsuccessful. Efforts were being made to learn the extent of the augure's abilities. Sooner or later a weakness would be determined, and they would be able to strike. The only question that remained was whether it would be before or after she had succeeded in bringing the war to an end. Militia was optimistic, Amadeus was not. Taking into account his most pessimistic projections, Amadeus estimated he would need to agitate the chain of hunger within the next 2 to 3 years. It would serve to destabilize Rhenia and shift the focus of Cordelia Hassenbach away from the southern principalities, right as she would begin to involve herself with the civil war. Breaking her momentum at that pivotal moment would crush attempts to reunite the Principate for at least another year, buying Amadeus additional time to prepare. If nothing were done, the cries of Rhenia would be the clarion call that brought the crusade to bear. Amadeus could feel the shape of it in his bones. It had been 12 years since the conquest of Callow. How many more years would he have, he wondered, until the hours told for war. Amadeus finished his final review of the up-and-coming soldiers for the 14th Legion. Whilst the troops themselves were green, it seemed likely they would prove capable once hardened on the field. Unfortunately, it appeared there was a dearth of sufficiently talented officers to man the legion within the Empire itself. The daughter of Istrid of the Red Shields, Juniper, had potential, but she was also years away from being ready to take command. Efforts would have to be made to extend his search and possibly consider recruiting from Callowan stock. Integrating them into the legions would further bind them to Pries, making it harder to untangle the two nations for any would-be heroes down the line. Making his way to one of the nearby offices, he sat down and started perusing the latest reports from the eyes. His eyebrows rose. Reports from Dayan indicated that the villainous band led by Taylor had left the confines of Dayan and re-entered Callow proper. She had kept her head below the waterline for over 2 years now. Amadeus considered it likely that she would remain that way, but he wouldn't settle for possibilities, only certainties. He would need to ask Wikasa to set an appropriate trap. Bait of some sort that would lure her out should she be inclined to overreach. It would be a pointed lesson, with a visit from Assassin at the end of it as a reminder of why she should continue to stay as she was. Black viewed her avoiding the trap being the more likely outcome, in which case a more direct visit was in order. He had considered it unlikely that there were any other villains who were directly compatible with their rule, but it seemed that wasn't necessarily true. Liminal 3.00. When deciding to accompany a hero on their journey, think carefully about which role you wish to take. Princesses have happy endings, mentors and childhood friends do not. A Stranger's Guide to Names in Calurnia, author unknown. The wind travels over a wall, past armies of maddened rats. Plains of tall grass sway from side to side. Lone trees jut out, breaking up the otherwise featureless horizon. A rustle, a crack, the sound of twigs underfoot. The wind continues over mountains and between valleys. Past desolate landscapes, long since abandoned by man. At long last, the breeze reaches its destination, whispering softly among the fallen remnants of a once great race. Ruins, jutting out from otherwise an empty hill. Tall spires that glinted like silver in the moonlight, encased in a bed of stone. The carcass of a once great civilization. Hundreds of mirrors spun around the silver spires, wonders of magic still functioning long past the empire's fall. Grand enchantments traced out in the shape of a city, an arcane working on such a scale that the sheer brilliance could not be truly grasped. I watched my body walk forward slowly. The place was a maze of reflections. Panes of glass, spiraling in dizzying patterns, decorating every street and thoroughfare. Then, I entered one of the buildings. It must have been important, since it looked to be located near the heart of the ruins. The interior was sparse, just a circular room with a raised platform in the middle. Broken fragments littered the floor. My body came to a stop. An urge came to me. A desire to find all the fragments. Find them and piece them back together. I wanted to see this monument restored. I didn't know why or how, but in doing so, I sensed I would discover something significant. Something that I needed to know. It was a quest. The vision repeated. I watched it over and over again, the path burned into my mind. Time seemed to blend. All that mattered was the journey. And then I woke up. I was lying on something warm and fluffy. It was the most comfortable I had felt since leaving Earth. Whatever I was on, I just seemed to float. Vaguely, I heard the echo of footfalls on a wooden floor somewhere close. I slowly opened my eyes. And then everything that had happened crashed back into me. Max's death. Fighting the warlock. Fleeing the warlock. Being transported to Arcadia and killing the artist. I didn't know where I was or if Roland was still alive. I didn't know how long it had been. Memories of having control over my body stripped from me like layers from an onion surfaced. I had to shove down the instinctive panic it evoked. Don't think about that right now. Reaching up slowly, I felt the side of my cheeks. They were slick with teardrops. It took me a moment to realize it, but I had touched my face using my previously missing hand. Right, I had that again. No, you can think about all of this later, Taylor. First you need to find out what's going on. I scanned the room. Aside from a few minor pieces of decoration, it was austere. Stone brick walls, a wooden floor and green curtains on the left. The bed itself was a proper four-poster bed with a fluffy duvet that was likely stuffed with down. Wherever I was, it was somewhere important. Opposite the bed, there was a red-haired girl dressed in a servant's livery. She was busy dusting down a porcelain vase that had been carefully balanced atop a dressing table. Where am I? I asked, clearing my throat. Eeb! The girl exclaimed, jumping almost a foot off the ground. She dropped the feather duster as she did so. The vase teetered, before she caught it and carefully set it back. What? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to wake you, please hold it against me, Chosen, I promise I was just cleaning the room. She turned my way, blue eyes meeting my own as she blabbered on. This was bizarre. I don't know what you're talking about, I admitted. She gulped, then breathed in deeply. The girl took a moment to calm down, then bowed low. I apologize, Chosen, for disturbing your sleep. How may I assist you? Being bowed to while lying in bed was just one part of many that was making this entire conversation feel surreal. I had known in abstract that heroes known as heroes were revered in some parts of the world. Keeping as low-key as Roland, Max, and I had, that hadn't entirely sunk in. From what she had already said, I could infer that I was somewhere aligned with good. Probably the Principate, judging from both her language and accent. Considering she didn't talk like a stage performer, I'd guess I was either in one of the northern or southern principalities. It also appeared that wherever I had woken up, they had somehow determined that I was a hero. Can you tell me where I am? I repeated. You're in Renia, currently resting in one of the guest rooms on offer by Her Grace, Cordelia Hassenbach. The Prince of Renia. That is correct. You've been sleeping here for a long time. Great. I had managed to walk all the way from Lys to Renia. That was half the length of the continent. I felt uneasy. I didn't know where Roland was, or if he was even still alive, or even how long I had been sleeping for. Right now, I needed time to properly collect myself. Pull yourself together, Taylor. You're not fine, but you can cope. What year is it? Right now, it is early summer of the year 804, the girl informed me. I could see the sweat trickling from her brow. I wasn't sure why she was so scared of me. That meant 2 years had passed since my fight. Where is Roland? I apologize, I do not know who that is. The rogue sorcerer, I clarified. A sense of foreboding took me then. Nervously, she repeated her denial. Have there been any letters left for me at all? A third negative. The girl was now visibly distressed. For now, I would assume that Roland was still alive. There was nothing to substantiate that belief, but it felt right. As if I would know if he were dead. I had come to care for him deeply over the years. Then the realization hit me. If he hadn't found me after 2 years, either he wasn't looking for me, he was in trouble in some way, or I was well hidden. I swear, if he's gone gallivanting off on adventures and just left me somewhere without even sparing the time to write me a note, I am going to be so angry at him when I find him. I didn't know where he was, but I needed to find out. Unfortunately, with how much time had passed, he could be anywhere on the continent. Searching for him myself wouldn't be feasible, but there was nothing stopping me from asking people to help out. Why has Cordelia Hassenbach kept me here instead of sending me somewhere else? I changed the topic. She looked at me oddly for a moment, as if she expected me to know the answer myself. Your arrival was anticipated. Why wouldn't you be housed here? Expected how? That was a non-explanation. And it set off alarm bells. I couldn't think of a good reason for why a prince would expect me, or just decide to keep me around. Forgive me, but may I inform someone of a higher station that you are awake so that they may treat with you? They would be better served to answer your questions. Go on ahead, I saw no reason to deny her. She made her exit swiftly, leaving the room. Climbing out of bed, I looked over my clothing. I was dressed in lacy lavender nightclothes. The thought of someone undressing me without my permission unsettled me. I pushed the feeling aside. Considering I had been asleep for over a year, I acknowledged that it was a necessity for whoever took care of me. Why they took care of me was an open question, but I expected to learn that soon. I ran my hands through my hair. To my surprise, it was in much better condition than I expected. I wondered if it was due to my otherworldly nature, or something else. I could feel the faint presence of 7 ghosts hovering behind me. The price I had paid for burning through all of them was far higher than I wanted to pay again. Time, that was the cost of using them. As an imposition, it made sense. That didn't make it hurt any less. I didn't really fully understand what not aging meant. I imagined that I would not until my first friend passed away because of old age, while I remained unchanged. Even if I lived forever, time with the people I cared about was the most valuable resource I had. And I had just lost over a year of it. Suffice to say, I wouldn't be consuming all 7 ghosts again, except in the most severe of circumstances. That didn't mean not using them at all, it just meant being more conservative with the number of ghosts I utilized. Chilly air clung to my skin, and the cool of the wooden floor was uncomfortable underfoot as I searched for a change of clothes. To my annoyance, there wasn't one. I don't want to meet people in pajamas. Unfortunately, there wasn't much in my room to transmute into something I could wear. I was tempted to go ahead with it regardless and damn the consequences, but decided against it. I could sit through a little indignity for now. But there was nothing preventing me from pushing back the cold. A gentle aura of warmth exuded from my skin. It likely made the air cooler for everyone else, but unlike me, they had proper clothes. With nothing else to do, I padded my way over to the curtains and pushed them aside. Unornamented windows were hidden behind them. I peered down at a fortress city. Steep walls and a tense atmosphere seemed to hang around the place. Even in what I guessed to be early pre-dawn, people were on high alert. The dream came back to me, and with it, a muted urge to mend the world's many faults. In my mind's eye, the shattered mosaic dangled. I turned away from it. The dream came back to me. It was significant, I knew that. A story that was tied deeply to my name. I didn't know why that was the case, but if I wanted to progress with my goals, then one day I would need to investigate. I suspected the pull came from deep within the chain of hunger. Despite having been given what seemed like a heroic quest, I did not consider it to be an urgent task. The challenge that I wanted to take on, wasn't one that I could do alone. I wasn't willing to rely entirely on a silver arrow to solve it. I took a moment to look over Renia. The place was grim. Beset by rattling raids during the spring, it had fought a protracted defensive war for hundreds of years. It was hard to make out the figures below in the light, but even this early, the place was a hive of activity. Right now, I had two immediate concerns. The first was figuring out my own circumstances. I needed to determine what Cordelia Hassenbach wanted. The second was starting to search for Roland. Starting work on removing villains was a distant third. In my mind, the first step for the third could include the second. If I wanted to change the world, I would need influence with the people who shaped it. Finding one person across an entire continent wasn't something I could expect to achieve alone, but it was something I could do with the backing of a prince. Convenient how it seemed that there was one of those nearby. At least Cordelia didn't try to kiss me awake. Calornia was the type of place where that story would actually work. Now I just needed to work out how to earn her trust. I heard the clip-clop of boots against hard stone coming from outside the door. The door opened and admitted an armored soldier, accompanied by a man in servant's livery. "Good morning, Chosen," the servant greeted me, bowing subserviently. He looked utterly mortified at the tear tracks marring my face. "Good morning," I replied. "Her Highness, Cordelia Hassenbach wishes to know the correct manner of address when speaking with you." "What? Just Chosen, or Taylor I guess. My name is Aspirant, if she means that." Dazed, I endured an extended series of courtesies from the nauseatingly obsequious man. I was given assurances that the person who woke me wouldn't be bothering me again. After informing him that she hadn't been a bother and that it was in fact a personal matter, he handed me a robe, then directed me to follow the manservant. I put it on and followed behind. What were the chances I was housed in the highest room of the tallest tower as well? Despite not really having the faintest idea where I was, I felt safe. I was in the Principate. Somehow they had discovered that I was a hero, and that was viewed positively here. There weren't any diabolists who would try to chain me down, and I doubted that other heroes or priests would try to kill me. It didn't mean I was perfectly secure or that I could lower my guard entirely, but it was the safest I had been in a long time. For once, I could let my hair down. I was guided down a stairwell and into a dressing room a few corridors away. There, I was asked if I would need assistance in order to make myself presentable. From his choice of words, I felt like I was being called some sort of country bumpkin. It wasn't said offensively, the man was servile to a fault, but that didn't stop it from feeling demeaning. Refusing the assistance, I pushed down the indignation that rose up at the implication and reminded myself that I wasn't an aristocrat. Browsing what was on display, I found to my amusement that every item of clothing was marked with the emblem of a wolf. I had no intention of wearing the livery of the Lycaonese unless I was actually aligned with them. I did take a moment to clear my own face, before thinking over what I wanted to look like. If my appearance mattered, then it followed that I was going to be meeting someone important. The trouble was, I didn't have the right context to interpret the meanings that would be implied from different choices of clothing. The only PROCR politics I knew was what I had learned through arguing with Roland and Max. Among the rest of Calornia, the place had a reputation for being a nest of snakes. I didn't want to start off on the wrong foot, or else the vipers would bite me. If I wanted to play it safe, I needed to go with choices that were obvious. What did I know about my host? They knew I was a hero, and they had been respectful of that. That meant that playing into heroism was a safe decision here. Heroes stereotypically wore whites and golds, right? I would go with that. It was unlikely anything fit me properly, but I would just reshape whatever I settled on to fit regardless. Looking through the available choices, I started to undress, then started to put on an elegant white princess dress. The flared hemline came down to my knees, and the dress itself was decorated with more than the bare minimum in the way of adornment. There was some golden lace ornamenting the sleeves and neckline. Fortunately, there weren't any crystal slippers here. I wasn't prepared to go that far. I'd just suffer with some matching gloves and boots that looked made from the pelt of some white rabbit instead. The fur tickled against my ankles as I put the boots on. In combat, it would be completely impractical, but talking to a prince would be an entirely different kind of fight. Much like everything else, the dress featured the typical Lycaonese crest. Frowning, I considered the wolf. I hadn't actually thought up a symbol for myself. As far as I knew, heroes in Calornia didn't really have much in the way of awareness of their own image. In future, it was something I might need to decide on. For now, I simply had the symbol fade away. It may not be my dress, but if the person I was meeting wanted me to put on airs, then they would have to live with that. Besides, I could always recreate the wolf later. I examined myself in the mirror. In spite of my scarring, the dress did look good on me. I had the appearance of the most stereotypical storybook heroine you could possibly imagine, but it was the angle I was trying to play. Do I remove my imperfections? I could do it. In fact, I knew it would be easy. My mind rebelled at the thought. I liked who I was, and my scars were proof of what I had been through. I wasn't prepared to change myself that way just to impress a prince. It meant that I would probably be viewed as either a hard laborer or soldier. Someone who wasn't properly refined, but that was fine. Being underestimated would not be a bad thing. Let them think that I was hopelessly out of my depth. In some ways it was true, even if in others it was not. So I would play into the naive heroine story. Hero stories worked here, and the more you leaned into them, the more effectively they did work. If I was going to be acting up the heroine angle, I may as well lean into all the existing clichés. I'm going to have to practice making sappy speeches about love and the power of teamwork, aren't I? My heart sunk at the thought. Once I was done changing, I was taken to a walled-in garden. I didn't recognize most of the plants and flowers. Something told me that many of them were out of season and specifically cultivated here. The floral scent was overpowering. In the middle of the room, a girl sat at a table. Short and slim, she wore a conservative blue dress and looked to be about 17 to 18 years of age. She was drinking tea out of a cup, and I noticed that hovering in the background were a series of bodyguards. At a guess, I assumed that she would be the prince. Who has tea outdoors at this hour? Her Most Serene Highness Cordelia Hassenbach, Prince of Renia, the functionary beside me whispered to me. The moment I laid my eyes upon her, I could feel the tug from my name. The urge to mend slowly began to well up within me. I wasn't entirely sure what I was supposed to fix here, but something about her was important, even if I didn't know what it was. This meeting was almost certainly the start of another story. Was it bad that my first thoughts upon seeing her was a pang of jealousy that her golden locks of hair were better taken care of than my hair was? She looked up my way, then raised an eyebrow at me. I didn't know the proper terms of address here, and there certainly would be correct ones. The people of Calurnia cared deeply about their rulers. But, did that actually matter? I was a heroine, and evidently she knew that I was a heroine. If I was aware of how I was supposed to engage with her, I would have, purely because it would help make a good first impression. But I didn't, and I didn't want to offend her. I was more likely to offend by failing at an incorrect greeting than by just admitting ignorance entirely. Your Most Serene Highness, I said, nodding my head slightly. A year and a day after all, just like the owls told her. Cordelia said under her breath. The what told who? Welcome to Renia, chosen. I trust you have found our hospitality agreeable. There was too much I didn't know here. I had been brought here when I was more or less in the dark, and I didn't know any of the rules. How she found out I had a name and what she wanted from me were both very important questions. I didn't like admitting that I wanted help, but I had promised myself I would do so. If she wasn't willing to help me look for Roland, then I would go to the House of Light instead. I would be surprised if they wouldn't offer to assist a hero. It hasn't left anything to be desired so far, but I have been asleep for a long time. I also need help to look for someone, and I don't really know what you want with me. I finished bluntly. Do take a seat, she said in Shantan, inclining her head slightly towards the opposing chair. To my amusement, the chair she pointed at had shorter legs. I sat. One of the servants poured me a cup of tea. It has been so long since I have had a good cup of tea. I couldn't help myself, I sighed in contentment. There has been some debate among the wise regarding your nature. Cordelia mused. My nature. I couldn't help it, I tensed up as I spoke. When you first arrived, the local priests attempted to wake you but were met with little success. They were able to determine that you are under the auspices of compassion, but little else. What happened next? I asked woodenly. I hadn't woken up caged in wards, so I wouldn't panic just yet. If Cordelia had hostile intentions for me, she wouldn't be sitting across from me at a table drinking tea. Obviously, she wasn't bothered by my origins for some reason. Renia's finest wizards were called upon next. The only additional inferences that were made, were to your otherworldly nature. Despite this, they were not able to determine what you actually are. Speculation ranged as far as claiming you are a member of a previously unknown Fey court, given the manner of your arrival. The prince explained. That meant they knew far more about me than I would have liked. What else did they discover? There was some debate about whether you were more or less dangerous than a Fey prince. They suggested containing you, but Agnes advised against it. Whoever Agnes was, it sounded like I owed her. If I had woken up chained down by wards, I wasn't sure what I would have tried to do. Which brings us to the question of what manner of address is correct for one of your station, Cordelia finished. Oh. They thought I was an important figure in an otherworldly court of some kind. That probably explained the stark terror the poor servant had been struck by. It would be funny how much I had completely misread this entire situation, were it not for the fact that now I needed to decide what to make of it. How do I answer this? I could pretend to be somebody of significance, but then I'd actually have to act that way. I didn't believe for one moment I could pull that off for long. It was better for me to just remain sparse on details, but be truthful in what I do disclose. Where I come from, I'm nobody important. I couldn't read her expression, but something told me she didn't believe me. It didn't really matter. Right now, I was more worried about Roland. If anyone knew something about him around here, it would be her. Have there been any letters for me from a man named Roland? He's also known as the Rogue Sorcerer. No attempts to communicate with you have made their way to Renia, she denied. What is the last date that you can recall? That wasn't good news. She could be lying to me, but I doubted it. If she had ill intentions for me, the year I had spent asleep was plenty of time to see them through. I hoped Roland wasn't trapped somewhere. Turning my attention back to her question, I considered what to say. I wasn't sure how much Cordelia knew. Being evasive would be playing it safe, but if I earned her enmity, I wasn't sure how much it would set back my long-term goals. Best to give her the broad details of what happened, but not disclose too much about what I could actually do. It was sometime in the year 1317, and I was fighting with a villain called the Arcadian artist in Lys. Then the warlock, the princess of the high noon and the prince of nightfall arrived. As I was making my escape, I was thrown into Arcadia. After killing the artist, I walked for a long time. And now I have awoken here, I summarized. That confirms you are the fourth figure at the battle in Lys, she mused. I was noticed. Indeed. Your efforts to contain the conflict, direct the evacuation, and modulate the city's emotions made quite the impact. There is a substantial amount of goodwill for you in Callow, you know. Cordelia finished. Why? Were it not for you, most of the people living in Lys would be dead. Your warning was sufficient for many to evacuate. The city is in the process of being reconstructed as a result. I knew I should feel happy about the people I saved, but all I could think of was the sheer scale of the tragedy that had occurred. How many people had died? How an entire city had basically been written off. No, Taylor, focus on the positives here. There weren't really any. But I would treat the people that escaped as a positive. I would focus on the fact that I was able to make a difference, because if I only looked at the negatives, I would drown myself in misery. It likely wasn't a healthy outlook, but in a world like Calurnia, it was one I would need to maintain. I turned my mind back to the conversation. I was about to ask why they would want to live in the aftermath of a disaster zone, when I realized what a stupid question it was. After Leviathan arrived, I hadn't left Brockton Bay. The residents of Lys would have the same attachment to their homes. What's happened since then? I was in Arcadia, so I would have missed anything important. It surprised me that she was doing as much as taking even a moment of time out of her day to talk to me. But I wouldn't pass up the opportunity. You have missed much, then. In the 2 years that have passed. She continued to talk, filling in the details that I had since missed. The artist had visited Renia a few years past and left a portrait tainted with blood behind as a permanent exit. It was safely stored away in a long-abandoned warehouse. A hero called the Augur had informed Cordelia about my arrival, and people she trusted had been dispatched to collect me. The painting had since been burned and the entrance was gone. My escape from Arcadia was frankly ridiculous. It was the kind of utterly implausible bullshit luck that only ever happens to heroes in stories. But just because it seemed silly to me, didn't mean I wasn't willing to rely on it as a last-ditch plan. The war in the Principate had continued. More and more people bled, and Ain had almost fallen apart entirely. There had been 2 failed uprisings in Callow since the catastrophe in Lys. All the princes were calling for a crusade against Pries, but none of them were willing to put aside their own ambitions and allow someone else to lead. One fact bothered me. I had been within Renia for a year. The eyes of the Empire almost certainly knew I was here, and I'd be willing to bet the warlock knew what I was. The fact that it hadn't been used in an attempt to slander me already only meant that they had deeper schemes afoot. Calling me out as a demon was an easy way to see that I was killed. Not to be rude, but I would like to know what you want from me and if you can help me out, I asked bluntly. In the interest of being somewhat transparent, in a few days hence Renia will declare for the throne of First Prince. Having the support of a heroine would help tie the House of Light to my cause. Her face was a mask and I couldn't read it at all, but it didn't really matter here. I was certain there was more to it than what she had asked for. Surely there were better reasons to keep me around than the potential influence with the clergy? Her wizards had allegedly compared me to a fey prince, although I certainly didn't feel that strong. Maybe that was part of the motivation? Either way, I would find out what she wanted me for as the discussion dragged on. Have you asked other heroes before me for their support? There was no way that she wouldn't have. Others among the chosen have all been approached. They have all abjured involving themselves in the squabbling of mortal affairs, she admitted. Why ask me then? The Augur assured me that your assistance will prove pivotal in the coming years. So she was approaching me on the words of an oracle, not only because I was her last option. I had also thrown away my world on the words of a prophet, so it shouldn't surprise me that someone else would do the same. I wasn't sure how capable this Augur was, or how much trust I should put in their words. It was better for me to find out more before I warned Cordelia off them. I didn't want to give offense. The question I found myself asking was why should I support her over anyone else? Actually, what I needed to know is why I should consider involving myself in the civil war at all. Before making a decision, I would need answers, and there were very few people better positioned to give me them than she was. They would likely be presented in a way to appeal to me, but unless she was offering to help me find my friend, there was no pressing reason to accept immediately. There is more you aren't saying, I began. And you believe that, without knowing the finer details, you cannot accept my offer? Yes, I agreed. She eyed me for a moment, saying nothing as she did. How much do you know about the Civil War? She asked eventually. I shrugged, about as much as anyone else who lives as a traveler on the road. Prussia has been at war for itself now for 14 years, she began. It is a war that has become increasingly bitter with time. If the conflict continues for much longer, the Principate will splinter entirely and become a series of unconnected provinces. Are you certain of this? Every summer, the warring princes field armies against each other. They do not give battle at each other's homes directly. It would be considered uncouth. Instead, they burn fields and slaughter peasants, making a mockery of the oaths they claim to uphold. With each year, the hatred grows more entrenched, and soon it will reach a breaking point. I wasn't aware of the specifics involved in funding a war. It wasn't like I had ever had to pay for one. For a brief period of time, though, I had tried to organize disaster relief in a city ravaged by Leviathan. It was a nightmare of a task. Ensuring that the right goods reached the right people was both costly and time-consuming. That was in a world with much better logistics networks. Which left me with a question I wanted to know the answer to. How can the princes keep fighting like this? Surely they can't afford to. They are funded by militia through the Provis Bank in Mercantize. And the princes know this. I took another sip of tea, waiting for her to respond. They are aware of it. Cordelia was caustic in her delivery, their enmity for each other simply trumps their willingness to stop fighting. So the princes of Prussia were willing to take money from their alleged enemy. The enemy that they were claiming they wanted to start a crusade against. Truly, Calornia never failed to surprise me. From the sounds of things, none of them were deserving of a position of leadership at all. Cordelia was right. If the situation was not alleviated, the Principate probably wouldn't survive. I wasn't entirely sure whether its existence was necessary for my goals or not. No matter what she told me, it was unlikely I would be coming to a decision on this anytime soon. Does it matter if they are independent provinces or a unified polity? I challenged. She didn't look particularly pleased at the question. If this happens, she stressed, it means that Levant will likely gobble up Orense and Segovia, and Tenerife will become one of the free cities. Then the Dread Empire will take Bayeux and Orne before a decade has passed. I didn't know where she was going with this. So I kept quiet and waited for her to continue. If the Principate splinters, it means that the next time the dead king rouses his armies and crosses the lakes, Renia will have nobody to come to us in support. It means that when the chain of hunger gathers might for an invasion, there is nobody to bolster our strength and push them back. She finished. So you feel a unified Principate is necessary to drive off the larger evils? I summarized. If the only common thread between the different principalities was a need to band together against enemies, I didn't see why they couldn't simply maintain a defensive pact instead. They acted like completely different countries. Trying to bind them together in the current system clearly wasn't working. Ideally, people would work together, but just forcing them together in an arrangement nobody agreed with wasn't the way to do that. It is, she affirmed. I know that the chosen often consider matters of state like this to be worthy of contempt. But if there isn't a unified Prussia, the next time evil rises up, evil will win. It was a pretty speech, but I wasn't convinced. And what makes you better than any of the others? I am the only one not taking loans. If you don't have the deepest pockets, then how do you think you can win? I pressed. The augur is my cousin, she is a heroine with oracular abilities. She can sift through patterns and make sense of the future. Well then. I had known that there was a prophet involved in this somehow, but not just how closely Cordelia and the oracle were entwined. It changed things, but I wasn't sure if it was for the better. I finally understood where the tugging came from. It was obvious, really. It should have occurred to me much sooner. Calamity did strike. With the theft of the owl. Haunting words came back to me. Words spoken right before I had found the artist. Clarity. It was like being dunked in a frozen lake. The bard had spoken those words. How she learned them, I did not know. I had more than a few questions for her if she was still alive. I wouldn't judge yet, maybe knowing stories was just a part of what made her a bard. There was a chance it was just coincidence. I had relied on Providence to guide me. If she was a hero, perhaps she was doing the same? It would explain why she helped me later on. It all depended on how those questions were answered, and it was a moot point if she was dead. But ultimately, the meaning behind the song were more important than whom sung it. At the back of my mind, the tune continued to play. And in destruction's wake. Declared the beast most feared. A contest held by man. That no animal cheered. They banded together. and then called for a truce, driving terror away. But faith had been cut loose. For lo, the owl hooted. Soon the end, it doth come. At the hands of the man. But keep hope, don't be glum. I turned my attention away from the song. Step by step, creation had been walking me through my own narrative. From the painted dragon all the way to the kraken. It had a different spin on it and didn't hit all the same notes. Almost as if it were telling a heroine's version of my tale. Regardless, the truth remained the same. I already knew how my story ended, and that terrified me. Is something the matter? Cordelia asked. Has the augur predicted the end of the world soon? Everyone called the people from Prisser snakes. If Cordelia was to one day lead them, that would make her the biggest snake of them all. She would be creation's stand-in for Coil. Was I destined to kill her one day? How much could I trust her? It seemed like she already wanted me to help her secure territory. I suppressed the urge to laugh. Is that something to be concerned about? Cordelia replied. She looked surprised at the question. It was the first time her mask had broken. That also meant the augur was creation's stand-in for Dinah Alcott. Should I ask if I could meet with the augur for later? No, no need. If the girl was Cordelia's cousin, it was unlikely she was being mistreated. In the event that Cordelia and I worked together, sooner or later I would meet with her and I could judge then. Learn more before you act, Taylor. Creation's retelling of my story had not matched exactly. If I operated under the impression that I should expect the same chain of events, I would start making dangerous mistakes. This sequence of events. I have seen one like it play out before. It ended badly. Really, really badly. I thought about my story for one moment. About whether I should follow it deliberately to try to force change that way, then I dismissed the thought. No, I wasn't willing to walk the same path once more. Furthermore, forcing events of that magnitude to occur just for the weight of the narrative wouldn't be ethical at all. That was the road a villain would walk. A hero would look for a better one. To date, she has not. Inquiries will be made on the subject, she said perfunctorily, as if she didn't expect it to matter. That didn't really surprise me. If someone who wasn't an oracle told me the world was about to end, I wouldn't believe them, either. Get a grip, Taylor. Shaking myself mentally, I shoved my internal panic aside. I had followed the words of a prophet once and lived to regret it. I wouldn't be following them again. While I was certain creation had world-ending threats, I suspected it wouldn't pull one out unless it were required. Which meant that I needed to do my best to change the nature of the story. The easiest way would be to just break off any relations with Cordelia. But, were there other options? No, think it through. Coil had been exceptional at what he did. If this was supposed to be his heroic counterpart, she would almost certainly be talented as well. But, just because Cordelia Hassenbach was able to fill the role of Coil, did not make her Coil. I shouldn't treat her like Coil. That would be unfair to her. I would give her a chance to prove herself one way or the other. Could I manipulate this story? Twist it into the shape I wanted. If there was any story I could deliberately interfere with, this would be the one. This story belonged to me. Now that I had identified it, I wondered what I could do with the different elements. The 9 would likely come next, or something just like them. Whatever the local version of them was, I wasn't opposed to seeing them gone. To clarify, you want me to help you secure the Principate? I brought the conversation back on track. That is essentially correct. I didn't like the idea of fighting for a ruler. The idea of killing people didn't bother me. I had long since come to terms with that. But there was a difference between killing someone in self-defense or to make the world a better place, and killing people to work out who sat in a fancy chair. With time, I had come to regret almost everything I had done when working for Coil. This wasn't a fight for survival. It wasn't even a fight to determine what's right. It was purely about power and power alone. For me, that was the biggest hole in Cordelia's speech. She had built her argument around her impressions of a hero, she had not built it around me. In most cases, a hero's first concern was fighting against the dead king or the next crusade against Pries. Those were important, I acknowledged as much, but to me, they were only stepping stones. They weren't the battle I was trying to fight. As it stood right now, if the dead king were to disappear, there would always be another one. I wanted to make sure that he stayed gone. I needed to know if Cordelia Hassenbach was the right person for grander tasks. Was she capable of helping me build the landscape of the future? I needed to know if she could help me come up with the right kinds of policies to prevent the birth of new villains. All she had done is tell me why she believed she is the least wrong person to rule the Principate. The easiest way to find out was to simply ask her, and I intended to do so, after I had more time to think over everything else. I wanted time to process my own emotions before I gave this more thought. But having the option to progress my own goals through manipulating my own story was tempting. I would need someone like her for my plans to work. Regulating stories meant shaping cultures. That meant I needed to be involved with the governing of the continent at some level. If I were to spend my time running an empire, I wouldn't have time for anything else. I didn't want to run an empire, either. That meant I would need to come to know whoever I wanted for the role exceedingly well, and that person could possibly be Cordelia. So it was important for me to determine whether she was the kind of person I could trust. Fate seemed to think she was. After all, Renia was the furthest principality I possibly could have ended up in. If I did decide to work with her, it would be markedly different from my relationship with Coil. I didn't know if she truly understood what I could do, but I did know that I had a lot more to offer her than I had to offer Coil. Unlike Coil, Cordelia didn't have much leverage. If there was to be a long-term alliance here, it would be one that was far more equal. And the kind of relationship I would need with someone like Cordelia would have to be based on trust and a tight friendship. It couldn't be based on anything else. I was trusting someone to help me build my dream. That wasn't the kind of role you delegated to someone you didn't consider a close friend. I have my own problems. If I were to assist you with the Civil War, would you be able to help with mine? It was best to find out if there was any room to negotiate with her first, before I started considering the finer details. Ultimately, this wasn't even a big concession for her. I required someone with many connections to help me find Roland, but that could be anyone. I was certain the House of Light would help me out, even if she wouldn't. If she wasn't willing to do this much, then it was best I abandoned any idea of working with her entirely. That depends on the nature of what you seek assistance with, Cordelia stated. Would you be able to help me find someone? I asked. There was another hero with me at the time of my fight. The rogue sorcerer. I want to know where he went. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. What makes you certain that he is not dead? Part of my name. It can be investigated, she acquiesced. She seemed dubious at my explanation, but didn't try to contest it. That was a start. For personal reasons, I need to journey deep into the chain of hunger. To do so, I will need support along the way. I continued to lay down my cards. I suspected that I could journey there alone, but I wasn't willing to risk it. The cost of being wrong wasn't worth it when there was nothing stopping me from simply finding people to help me. Cordelia grimaced, we are already risking too much with the people we will be pulling from the defense of Renia. I cannot afford to help you with this. I don't need you to help me right now, or even any time soon. I can find others who are willing to assist me. I am simply explaining my position. I stated. There was no harm in laying the groundwork for the journey in advance, even if I had no short-term plans for setting out on the quest. After the Civil War is brought to an end, I could possibly spare soldiers for an expedition, she offered. There it was. She was willing to at least budge a little. Enough that I would consider entertaining her offer. Do you mind if I think this over? I would like some time to consider the matter first. If I did decide to help her, my assistance would come with many strings attached. I would need to take time to define exactly what those strings were. This is acceptable. The guards are already aware that you have permission to enter and leave the fortress at your own discretion. It went unsaid that there were areas I couldn't visit, but that was to be expected. How will they identify me? She gestured to an attendant behind her and muttered a few words. Moments later, they brought forward a lapel badge showing a wolf chewing on a rat. Put this on, it marks you as a guest. Thank you. Taking the badge, I pinned it to my dress. We passed a few more courtesies before I left the table. Whatever decision I made here, wouldn't be one made in haste. I would talk to the people around the keep and learn what I could about its ruler. What kind of woman was Cordelia Hassenbach? Could I trust her to help me build the world I wanted? This decision was pivotal, and was not one that I wished to regret. A/N, details on the ghosts. Taylor is aware of how they work, but I cannot find a way to convincingly tell it in the story without it reading as Taylor is explaining this to the reader for some reason. So here is an explanation, for people who want to know. The penalty for using a ghost is paid back after the next time she sleeps. It's paid in the form of spending a variable length of time unable to affect the world upon waking up. The length of time is as follows. 1 hour for 1 ghost. 1 bell, 4 hours, for 2 ghosts. 1 day for 3 ghosts. 1 week for 4 ghosts. 1 month for 5 ghosts. 3 months, a season, for 6 ghosts. 1 year for 7 ghosts. And if she refuses the call of sleep for too long after using all 7, she spends the entire time asleep. Liminal 3.01. I spend plenty of time reflecting already, Warlock. My helmet is polished to a sheen. Dread Empress Sulfurious, the technically correct. Leaving my meeting with Cordelia, I made my way back to the dressing room and changed into something more drab. A part of me wanted to keep wearing the outfit, but it would clash with my current goals. Finalizing my fashion changes, I slowly made my way out of the fortress. I had 3 objectives for the day. The first goal was to take time for myself to grieve. In the past, I had always compartmentalized, shoved my emotions aside to deal with them later. In the time I had spent reflecting on the road, I had come to realize that it wasn't healthy. It wasn't good for me, and doing so pushed me into making decisions that were more and more rash. So I would make the time to mourn, even if it cost me time somewhere else. The second was to learn more about Cordelia Hassenbach. I'd talk to the residents of Renia and see what they thought of her. It was imperative that I learned what kind of person she was, before I chose one way or the other. That was why I took the time to change my outfit. I had no idea how people would interpret, girl walking around dressed like royalty, but the responses I would evoke would certainly be different to looking like I fit in with the working class. My third goal was to start making inroads with the House of Light. I didn't know how much authority I had with them, if any, but they were the faction that I felt I would have the best chance of influencing. After becoming lost in the fortress more than once, I asked a servant to guide me out. The place was like a maze on the inside. I made my way through the building onto the cobbled roads outside. I looked around, taking in the city outside. The sun had not yet risen, and yet the residents were active, carrying out their duties by the light of lit torches. Renia felt grim. As if it was perpetually teetering on a knife's edge, expecting to unbalance and fall one way or the other. The people had an air of weary anticipation about them. They walked firm of purpose, with shoulders hunched and fists balled. It was as if they had been conditioned to expect a fight around every corner. Considering the chain of hunger loomed near, that wasn't entirely inaccurate. I made my way towards the southern outskirts of the city. There was a small grove of trees that clung to the edge of life. Searching, I found an otherwise unremarkable boulder sitting all alone in their shadow. It was perfect for what I wanted. Concentrating, I began to change its shape. It took me a few minutes before I was satisfied. Not because the changes I was making were hard, but because it took me a while to make up my mind. The finished product was a rectangular slab with an empty flask resting on its side atop it. The flask was made out of quartz and was fused into the stone, so it wasn't like anyone would be walking off with it. It was a cenotaph for Max. I didn't know how old he was. He never told us, and it didn't really matter. Maxime Red Flame. He gave us purpose. I could have made something elaborate, but I felt this suited him better. Hey, Max, I began softly. When I first met you, I did everything I could to avoid you. You were rough, crass, drunk, and generally unpleasant to be around. But you were also the only person who saw me as me. I felt tears begin to well at the edges of my eyes. I did nothing to suppress them. Compassion draped itself gently around me, but I wasn't paying it much notice. You saw an aimless, depressed, lonely girl and tried to put life back into her. And you did it. It took you a long, long time, but you did it. Despite all your faults, and there were many, you were a good person. Someone I came to care about far more than I ever expected. Sniffing, I took a moment to compose myself. I feel bad, because I wasn't able to help you overcome your own loss, I said, my voice hoarse. When I arrived, I had no faith and no hope. Now, I definitely have hope, and for you. I think I can find faith. Faith that the world can become better, because I didn't think I could. So I guess what I want to say is thank you, and that I promise I won't let you down. The chatter of insects had died as I talked. The world was still, almost as if it was holding its breath. I already disappointed one dad, I don't want to disappoint another. I felt better for having said it aloud. One of my regrets was never patching things up with my dad. Max wasn't him, but at least I didn't have that regret. I sat there silently for over an hour, pondering if I should say anything else. I decided against it. Eventually, I stood up. A sparrow landed on the lip of the flask as I turned and left. The sun had risen by the time I arrived back at the fortress city. I started to slowly wander down the streets. I found myself gravitating first towards a shabby-looking tavern on my left. Despite the time, I could hear the loud bickering of voices coming from inside. People really did drink at all hours, didn't they? Not that I should really expect otherwise, considering my own adventures with alcohol. I repressed a shudder. Approaching the door, I entered the building. I spent a moment just appreciating what it was like to be able to walk into a building without asking for an invitation. It was striking how something so mundane could feel novel after all this time. Is something the matter, lass? A kindly-looking elderly lady asked me, the wrinkles on her face creasing as she did so. My reverie was broken. No, I'm fine. Just needed a moment to reflect, I explained. Well, you just call if you have a problem, see? I'll do that, I smiled her way, thankfully. I took a moment to survey the room. Up near the bartender was a small group of what I guessed were traveling merchants. They were seated together and talking amiably. Perfect. If there was going to be anyone I could obtain an outside opinion on Cordelia from, it would be people who weren't locals. The opinions of the locals arguably mattered more, but I wanted to cast my net as wide as possible and not just settle for the first fish I caught. I made my way over and sat down beside them. So, as I was saying, the route between Kallo and Bayou is especially profitable right now, a blonde-haired weasel of a man in his early 30s called out. That's only because caravans passing near Constance's scar keep disappearing. It's not worth the extra risk, the dark-haired girl sitting next to him replied. Excuse me, I butted in, my name's Taylor. The three of you look like travelers on the road. I'm interested in a bit of gossip from outside Renia. Care to trade stories? They turned to look at me. The name's Jacqueline, the girl replied, turning her steel-grey gaze my way. You don't sound like you're from Renia either. What's a foreign girl like you doing up here? It's a long story, I evaded. I'm sure it is, she sounded amused. Shouldn't you know about the goings-on from outside, not being local yourself? I've been stuck here for over a year. Hadn't had much in the way of outside news. Tough, the third figure said in a deep, earthy voice. I turned his way. He was broad-shouldered and tall. I felt small seated beside him. His brown eyes roamed over me, examining me closely. Although it wasn't in a way that felt offensive, his focus seemed to linger more on scars than anything else. How about this, Taylor? You help settle our little argument here, and we'll answer your questions. Jacqueline took a sip from a tankard as she finished speaking. Sure. What are you arguing about? Money, she grinned. Ever since the gnomes bombed Princess Constance, travel in the region between Ain and Bayou has been dangerous. Entire convoys disappear during the night, and people claim to see strange visions out of the corners of their eyes. Anyone daring to haul goods through the area makes a killing for it, provided they live. I reckon we should give it a skip, but the other two are feeling more adventurous. Faintly, I could feel the tugging of a story as they spoke. Surprisingly, it didn't seem to be a story involving me. I wasn't new to stories involving others rather than myself. It had been common enough when traveling with Roland. This was the first time I had seen an unfolding story where I had no idea who any of the players involved were. It wasn't even involving the people I was talking to. It shouldn't have surprised me that it was possible to find an ongoing story without having any ties to it at all, but somehow it did. I'd leave it. Money isn't going to buy you your life back. See guys, I knew she'd be sensible, Jacqueline's teeth showed as she smiled broadly. Us girls need to stick together, right? Sure. With scars like those, I'm surprised you're not eager for blood, the third figure said, his hazel eyes meeting my own. I shrugged. I didn't fight because I lead. If you're here, you're paying. Either buy something or get out, a pot-bellied man interjected, glaring my way. I hadn't thought to carry any money with. This would be significantly less awkward if my trousers had any pockets. As it stood, I had no way to hide the act of transmutation. It wouldn't be much of an issue to go out and resolve the problem, but it was still annoying. I'll be back shortly, I don't have any money on me, I said, starting to stand up. No, stay. Rupert will cover for you. Won't you, Rupee? Jacqueline turned towards the broad-shouldered man, raising an eyebrow. Fine. Owner's an ass, but we're in tea. What'll you have? Just some milk. I swore off anything stronger. Sounds like there's a story there, the woman stated. The owner muttered something under his breath, before bringing me the drink in a mug. Taking a sip, I suppressed a grimace. The milk was sour. There is, but it's not one I want to talk about right now. To bring the conversation back to where we started, I'm curious what people outside Renia say about Cordelia Hassenbach. Wantin' to gossip on the prince? Well, can't say I blame you, but there ain't much to tell. Folk on the road will let you know that she's good at keeping the wheels greased. She's been running the place from her 13th summer. She's done a good job of it as well. Folks are happy. If you want to know about her politics, well, none of us pay much attention to that sort of news. Rupert finished. It wasn't as much as I wanted to know, but it was a start. I didn't expect to find out enough from only a single conversation anyway. We talked a little longer before I eventually made to leave. I spent some time wandering around, talking to everyone I could. While I was able to learn little about her as a person, one detail had been firmly lodged in my mind. Much as I expected, Cordelia Hassenbach was an excellent administrator. In addition to that, her people liked her, despite the fact that she wasn't a warrior prince. Considering she ruled Renia, that was an achievement. Their people placed value in strength of arms, simply because come spring each year they needed to contest with the rattling hordes. Earning their respect, despite not fighting on the front herself, spoke volumes about how capable she was. Making my way purposefully down the streets of Renia, I soon found myself outside a chapel representing the local House of Light. Despite knowing the gods were real, I had only ever set foot in one shortly after I first arrived. Back when I asked someone to show me the light. I smiled fondly at the memory as I stepped through the door. There were rows of empty pews inside. The place was peaceful. Nobody was in. I supposed it wasn't the time for worship, but that was fine. I felt a stronger connection to compassion on the inside. It was almost as if they were right here with me, with just a paper-thin wall between us as a divider. Something about them felt different after so long. It was hard to define, and at first I wasn't sure what it was exactly. I almost tripped and fell when I realized what it was. It was an invitation. I had known in abstract that simply swearing yourself to a choir wouldn't be enough to become their chosen hero. If that was the case, then there would be far more heroes. Each choir obviously had their own requirements for their favored representatives. This was them implicitly stating that not only did I meet most of their requirements, they believed if I swore to follow all of them, I would be able to stick to the oath. And that even if I had not yet decided to follow them, they had chosen me. In a way, it was more meaningful, but also more scary. It was them placing their faith in me and not the other way around. It didn't change anything unless I actually went through with it, but it was an added complication. Now, I needed to worry about how what I did would reflect on the choir, because people would assume that I represented them. They would also technically be correct. I wouldn't be accepting the invitation, but it hadn't been revoked. It was still there, waiting for me in case I ever changed my mind. Unless I changed for the worse, or they found someone else, it would likely remain there for a long time. Taking a seat on one of the benches to the right, I elected to wait. It was a wooden log that had been turned on its side and had barely been carved into the semblance of a seat at all. As far as chairs went, it wasn't the most comfortable. Subtly, I reshaped it. I wasn't sure if it counted as blasphemy to make the seating in the House of Light less painful to sit on, but I doubted the gods above minded. It felt like hours had passed before someone else showed up. Do you seek guidance with a matter of faith, my friend? A woman's voice reverberated gently against the walls. I almost responded by reflex that I wasn't religious, when I remembered to hold my tongue. It would be an easy way to start off on the wrong foot, and it was much easier to just avoid the topic entirely. Besides, it wasn't completely true. I didn't worship the gods above right now, but live long enough and one day I probably would. I wasn't opposed to the ideals presented by the gods above. It was their definition of guidance I found fault with. I didn't disagree with the idea that people needed to be guided. In fact, I strongly agreed with it. Everyone needed assistance sometimes, me included. Without the help of Roland and Max, I probably wouldn't have come back to myself. I just didn't believe that guidance necessitated the removal of free will. The type of world I was trying to make likely required the presence of gods I was willing to worship, otherwise it would fall apart. It meant that I needed to convince them to change their minds. To persuade them to adopt a different definition of guidance, and to leave my vision of the world alone once I had put it in place. I knew it wasn't impossible to do that, even if it wouldn't be easy. The definition of good shifted on the subject of slavery, after all. It didn't really matter if it was a hero or a villain who did the shifting, because the truth remained the same. The definitions were allowed to drift. I had no idea what it would take to convince them, it was more or less the final stage of achieving my dream. So long as I didn't find it morally reprehensible, I was willing to go through with it. Even if it was something absurd, like 1,000 years of praying to the gods above in order to change their minds. Being the most persistent spam caller in creation wouldn't be fun, but I'd suffer through it if that was the price. Not aiming low at all, are you, Taylor? Not the type of problem you would usually be faced with, I replied wryly, turning her way. She wore a simple robe and was about my height and age, with fair hair kept in a thick braid. She sat beside me on the bench, folding her arms on her lap. Then I will strive to answer to the best of my abilities. I want to know who all the movers and shakers in the church are and what I'd need to do to contact them. Planning to involve yourself in politics? The hint of a bemused smile graced her lips. Someday, I shrugged. For now, I just want some idea of what the people at the top believe needs to happen for the world to change. She looked over me carefully, her gaze hardening as she did so. I hope you are not trying to solve all the world's difficulties with swords. That way only leads to swords finding you in turn. She sounded almost as if she was trying to fit a sermon into her speech. It was mildly amusing. No, I'm not. Some problems can be killed, but most of the ones that I am interested in solving can't be. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. What is it exactly that you are trying to do? I come from a land far off. We had different customs and beliefs. On the whole, people's lives were much better than they are here. The Principate would be considered dysfunctional, never mind Pries. I stopped. The sister's eyes widened. You are the chosen I was called to look at. The one that was asleep, she stated, her entire demeanor shifting. It was fascinating to watch, as if she had transformed from one person to another. I should have realized she would have seen me before. I am. What is the biggest difference about Calurnia and your home? She asked, sounding intrigued. The stories we had were different. What I want is to know who I should talk to about trying to kill Calurnia's villain stories. It was the simplest way to explain what I wanted. I knew that what I was trying to do was impossible. In a much closer to the literal, than the figurative sense of the word. What I wanted was a world where there are no villains because people are happy with the existing state of affairs. A world where villain stories just won't work. If I had just one lifetime to do it, I'd aim lower. But that was the catch, wasn't it? I wasn't aging, an eternity is a long, long time. I had plenty of time to figure this out. It didn't mean I could act slowly, or spend forever on minute details. If I didn't make a big enough impact, the narrative would just undo itself. But it meant that every time I failed, I still had time to try again. Most people didn't have that luxury. I definitely wasn't sure about all the right steps to reach my destination, but knew some right and some wrong ones. I wouldn't be happy with just controlling everyone and taking away their choices. Either with magic, or through tyrannical government oversight. I knew that to bring the world to where I wanted it to be would take many gradual, small changes. Stories are cultural. If I wanted to change them, I'd need to slowly shift entire cultures. For one chosen by compassion, it surprises me that you would resort to violence, she chided. I was about to tell her I wasn't sworn to compassion when I felt a gentle nudge. Right. I was still representing them, even if I wasn't sworn to them. Killing stories doesn't mean killing people. It's about preventing the circumstances that cause them to happen. I wasn't opposed to violence where it was the only answer. You can't negotiate with a hurricane, and the same is true with many of the villains in creation, or tragedies like the chain of hunger. Creatures there were compelled to keep eating all the time, and would resort to cannibalism if there wasn't another available source of food. You would take on all the world's ills then, she mused. Not even that. I spent the last 2 years in Callow, my gaze hardened. The Black Knight is not a stupid man. He is approaching the same issue, but from the opposite side of the table. He builds orphanages so he can keep watch over the orphans. I bet that he kills any children that have heroic tendencies. He isn't trying to just kill heroes, he's trying to stop them from happening at all. So you would take the same approach then as the monster who burned down the Blessed Isles. Careful that you stray down that path, for using evil to war against evil does not result in good. Copying his methods wouldn't work, good and evil stories aren't the same, I agreed. That doesn't mean that good couldn't use different methods to achieve the same ends. We aren't trying to replicate the method, we're trying to replicate the good version of the same outcome. The children of compassion are ever the saddest of us. They see the world as it should be and not as it is. I hope that you live to see the world that you dream of, she replied diplomatically. What went unsaid is that she believed I wouldn't. Thanks. The clergy in Salia have the kind of influence you need. I can draft a letter of introduction for you, and pass on your thoughts. But until the Principate stops warring with itself, it is unlikely you will be able to enact the kind of change that you seek. It was disappointing, but also expected. It also gave me more incentive to try to find an acceptable solution to the civil war. I would appreciate it if you did so, I replied. Is there anything else you need help with? I'm looking for a friend, another hero. The two of us were separated at least. I want to know what happened to them. That line of inquiry proved to be more promising. After I provided her with details on Roland, the two of us spoke for a little longer. Before I left, she asked if I would join her in prayer. I did. I wasn't sure if it was blasphemous or not, given that I didn't have faith. But after some thought, I decided I may as well get a head start on my 1,000 years of complaining. It didn't take much time out of my day, and if it actually paid off, it was worth the cost. I spent another 3 days alternating between resting, composing my thoughts and talking to people before I was finally ready to speak to Cordelia Hassenbach once more. In that time, I had begun to form an opinion on her as a leader. She was a far better ruler than I would ever be. I wasn't sure how far I was willing to support her until I understood her as a person, but I was not opposed to her being positioned as first prince on the grounds of merit alone. More importantly, I understood the role she filled. Not only was she younger than Coyle, she was also younger than me. Her opinions on what was right wouldn't be set in stone yet, and despite living in an arguably worse world, she had almost certainly had an easier life. It was wrong to call her sheltered, but I felt I could influence her view of the world. If I felt she wasn't a good enough person, I could be her moral compass. Something is wrong with the world if I feel like I can be someone's moral compass. There was a part of me that felt I should take the time to assess all the leaders in the Principate before I chose to side with one of them. It was the safe choice, the smart choice. Then there was the part of me that was squinting at the story I was in. The tale that strongly hinted at Cordelia. I had decided to try to shape this story. That meant extending some trust to Cordelia. What little I had seen of her had shown me that Cordelia was an industrious girl and was never not in the process of doing something. Finding time for a meeting with her was difficult as a result. I hunted her down during her early morning walks on the city ramparts and matched my pace to hers. Have you come to a decision on the matter of the Civil War? She asked. There was a light rain falling down from above. Barely a drizzle, but it still made it just a little harder for me to see. I could have pushed it away, but I chose not to. Keeping in contact with little inconveniences like this were a way of reminding myself that I wanted to still be human at the end of my journey. Before I make up my mind, I want to know more about you. What do you want? She paused in her walking, then turned to me, examining me closely. You wish to understand my motives. That's right. I looked over the ramparts at the mountains in the distance. The speech you gave was compelling, and if you gave it to any other hero, you would have won them over. But that isn't what I care about. I care about building the future. What do you see the Principate looking like once you are in control? What do you believe in, and what do you want? She looked amused at the question. There were more than a few heartbeats of silence before she decided to respond. It is my desire for the people of the Principate to be safe. For our walls to be secure against the evils to the north and the east. I want idiots like Prince Dagobert of Langeniner of Equiden to stop drowning Prussia in blood. I do not wish to rule the Principate for my own sake. There is not a single individual among the other princes prepared to do their duty to their people, and so I will. Cordelia's voice was venomous by the time she finished speaking. I could hear the anger in what she said. It might be a mask, a carefully crafted lie to buy my allegiance. I didn't think that was the case. In my mind, it was the first declaration she had made that wasn't carefully hidden behind at least 5 layers of doublespeak. More tellingly, I felt the faintest strings of a story tie themselves around her at her declaration. And what will you do once you are in charge? The Principate will need to undergo several financial reforms in order to recover from the damage that has accrued over the past 14 years. The influence of the Provis Bank must be excised at the roots. I intend to found an order of sorcerers, in an effort to dismantle Pris's magical supremacy. With sufficient leverage, I intend to repeal the Right of Iron, in an effort to prevent farces like this as well as other historical follies from occurring again. The Right of Iron. I wasn't familiar with the term. It's the prerogative by which the princes of Prussia can wage war as they wish. Were it revoked, princes would require some manner of justification in order to declare war. I had not yet spent enough time with Cordelia to form a solid opinion on her, but I was gaining the impression that she was a reformist of sorts. She wanted change. I did not understand the finer details of the changes she wanted, but I grasped enough to know we at least had some common ground. I'm willing to hear your offer, I stated, but my acceptance depends on what you want me to do. Provided she didn't want me to go against my own principles, there was enough room here for us to negotiate. As time passed, I could pick her brain on the problems I wanted to be solved and see how she would handle them. Even if it turned out she wasn't the person I needed, she was certainly smart enough to help turn my ideas into concrete plans. Cordelia started walking again, I followed slowly behind her. You would be better positioned to answer that. Aside from the confrontation with the warlock, nobody is entirely sure what you can do. What do you think I can do? Admittedly, we do not have much to go on aside from hearsay from Lise and the words of wizards. Klaus Poppenheim has suggested treating you as an exceptionally skilled sorcerer. After all this time, the stereotype that I was a wizard had failed to leave me. It was almost nostalgic. The question was, how much did I want to say? I felt a gentle but insistent tugging from my name. Trust people. It made sense to trust her. It was good to be cautious, paranoid even, but I would bet my enemies knew more about what I could do than I did. If I wanted to beat them, then I would need properly informed allies. Almost anything you can think of, I told her honestly. She said nothing for a moment, but I got the sense she didn't quite believe what I said. I can reshape everything I've encountered so far into objects I am familiar enough with. I can't generate materials out of nothing and I can't make myself smarter, but I can do anything else. If I wanted to, I could probably end any monopolies on goods within Prussia on my own. It would take me a while, but I could do it. I explained. Cordelia didn't look like she believed it, but she didn't question what I said. Then the question becomes more about what you are willing to do. The priest that inspected you claimed that you have the touch of compassion upon you. Does that mean that you are unwilling to kill? Yes and no. I'm not going to kill anyone you want without proper justification, and I'm not willing to massacre entire armies. But if I come face to face with someone who needs to die, I'm not going to hesitate. Killing every last soldier to a man would not be an acceptable outcome were you to do it. Doing so would see me denounced as a tyrant, and that is not an acceptable form of rule. While it was good to know she didn't want to just use me as a siege weapon, it didn't tell me exactly what she did want. The sounds of soldiers going through morning drills below distracted me for a moment, leading to a lull in our talks. What do you want me to do? I asked. The specifics of this discussion should be tabled until later. I was scheduled to meet with my uncle after I had completed my rounds of the walls, and finished reading my letters. This discussion can be put off until then. Klaus Poppenheim's advice on the matter will prove invaluable. Could you give me an example? Would you be willing to assist the army in a supporting capacity? So, logistics then? I hazarded. Defensive workings such as the barriers you deployed over Lys or even motivating allies and demotivating enemies would provide a significant military advantage. Until my position is solidified, it is my primary interest to see you involved with the army for now in some manner or another. Having you do so would help to court the attention of the House of Light in a similar capacity. I felt like she still didn't quite grasp what I could do for her, but that was the smaller issue and I could correct it later. In all of this, I still didn't understand what she wanted out of that alliance. Why do you want their help? Their assistance will be pivotal for restructuring the Principate in the years following the end of the war. It would also be of great benefit if you were prepared to negotiate with the clergy directly, once you have been properly schooled on the correct procedures. That was a non-answer. What other duties do you want from me? As mentioned before, it is my intention to found an order of wizards in the aftermath of the Civil War. The assistance of someone such as yourself in establishing such a center of learning would be invaluable. Right. This misconception about my role as a wizard was actively unhelpful now. I'm not a sorcerer, I stated bluntly. Think of me as being closer to one of the Fae, only aligned with above. I have learned some magical theory, so I can teach it. But you would be better served by finding actual teachers for that. I wondered how much I should trust her with. Being sealed in wards again scared me. But if I trusted Cordelia enough to allow that, and she proved worthy of the trust, we could perform controlled experiments. Deliberately allow wizards that I trusted to seal me off, then see if I could find a way out. The idea left me feeling uncomfortable. But if I ever fought the warlock again, I would need to prepare. It is expected that you are not a magical practitioner. Her lips twitched upwards for a moment, before the mask went back down. Every wizard who was permitted to examine you during your convalescence exhibited a great deal of interest in working alongside you. It is my wish to harness that interest. That was worded politely, but sounded to me like a veiled way of saying people wanted to examine me like some sort of exotic creature. I wasn't going to call her out about it, but the idea of being looked at under a microscope wasn't very appealing. I'll think about it. Then, for now, simply assistance with ending the Civil War. It made me uneasy how everything she planned involving me was intended to play out so far ahead. It meant that I couldn't put together a good picture of what she wanted with only the pieces I had. I had enough of an idea to know that we at least sat on the same side of the board, but that was about it. For now, my guess was that she wanted to pull together many factions and work on social reforms. I wasn't necessarily against anything she had proposed, so I was willing to consider her offer. I have 3 main goals at the moment. Short term, medium term, long term. In the short term, I want to find out what happened to my friend. In the medium term, I want help arranging a journey into the chain of hunger. The hardest goal is the long-term one. I want to make the world a place with no villains. If you are willing to help with the first 2, and at least make inroads on the third, then we can discuss terms. I don't expect the third problem to be solved immediately, but I want to at least see some progress made. I'm also not willing to go against my conscience. So long as you don't ask me to, we have room to negotiate. Then let us continue this discussion indoors later, with the added input of Klaus. I followed behind her as she finished her walks, then waited while she perused her letters. Afterwards, we headed indoors. If I had known exactly what I was involving myself in when it came to scheming with Cordelia, I may have chosen to run away instead. Liminal 3.02. Perspective is to view the world through tinted glass. Power is to call up a demon and make it that way. Dread Emperor Sorceress. So you're the girl that's throwing in her lot with us, a gruff voice said as someone entered the room. I turned towards the polished wooden double door and took in the sight of our new arrival. It was an older man, with white hair and a hard face. His clothing was damp from the rain. Focusing, I cleaned and dried them. It wasn't much effort, and I imagined that Cordelia would not want her expensive chairs ruined by the man's damp rear. Undecided. It depends on what you want from me, sir. I raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Klaus Poppenheim, he replied. The clipping of his boots against the cold stone floor were the only sounds to reverberate throughout the room as he made his way to the third chair around the table we were seated at. They were arranged in a triangle, with Cordelia's back to the fireplace, mine to the windows and Klaus's to the door. I've explained what I want. I just don't know what you want in return. Repeat your requirements to us once more before we delve into the intricacies of your future contributions to the Civil War, Cordelia asked. A noise frown outside the window distracted me for a moment. Turning, I briefly saw a blonde-haired figure through the misted window. She was wearing a blue dress, and wandering around the garden in the rain. I brought my attention back to the discussion. You want me to explain those again? I confirmed. It is best that we confirm our purposes are aligned. Fair enough. My first and second goals are to find the rogue sorcerer and travel into the chain of hunger. Investigation into the fate of the rogue sorcerer has already begun. The matter of the chain of hunger shall be tabled until after the civil war concludes. As nice as the assurance was, I wouldn't just take it at face value. I had done that song and dance with Coil before, and while it might be unfair to compare Cordelia with him, I would be a fool to make the same mistake twice. I want to be able to read the reports. They will be made available to you. You have yet to clarify the nature of your third request. You intend to prevent the formation of villains. That's right. Explain the steps you would take to achieve this. I already told you what I wanted. What you have outlined is not a plan, it is a desired result. I'd need to spend time researching first. Build up a better idea of what I want. I wish for you to try regardless. I frowned. It's complicated. Do we need to cover it right now? If you desire for my assistance, it is imperative that you provide me with a foundation to build upon. I felt exasperated. She wanted me to provide some sort of plan for a goal that I had only just decided on. I was about to refuse again, when I felt Innovate start to whisper to me, providing suggestions. Start with the first step, Taylor. The suggestions probably weren't good. The quality of suggestions offered was based on how much I already knew. It was still a starting point. Cordelia wanted some idea of what I wanted? Fine, I'd give voice to what Innovate told me. Biting my bottom lip, I took a moment to compose my thoughts. Villains exist because people are unhappy. The same is true for heroes, but the reaction is different. For villains, what happens is they see the unfairness in the world, and they decide why not spread it out. For example, a poor man living next to the homes of the rich. He doesn't see any way to end his own suffering, so he asks himself, why should I suffer when they don't? I paused for a moment. That doesn't explain weaseling fucks like high viziers or dukes. They are a minority. A servant came in and placed a tray on the table before us. It contained a teapot and 3 cups, as well as biscuits on a plate. They poured, then set down the cups before each of us. This framework sheds no light on the process by which entire nations such as Prees come to champion evil. I don't know enough to answer, but there must be motivation. There is something they need but don't have, so they try to take it by force. Over time, taking becomes a part of their culture. Eventually, it's idolized. Shed light on how you would proceed with resolving the underlying problems you perceive to exist. First, you need to take away motivation to do evil. To start with, give people less reasons to be unhappy. Invest in social welfare projects, build schools and churches, ensure everyone is educated. Improve the justice system. I don't know the full scope of reforms required. If we can identify the problems and find the right people to deal with them, eventually we will succeed. Words won't turn back the tides of darkness, only hard steel can hold the north. Claw stated. Killing villains won't fix anything, I bit back. You've been doing that for thousands of years and look how well it's turned out. And what of those who stand proud with below? Aside from priests, Calurnia didn't really have an equivalent to psychologists. Unfortunately, I wasn't sure how to explain the concept briefly. Their teachers and parents can watch out for it and try to guide them. And should they fall in spite of guidance? You create institutions. Something like a city guard, but with oversight on named. I picked up my cup and took a light sip. The tea was black, and the bitterness was refreshing. The vapor leaving the cup was pleasant against my skin. A stark contrast to the cold. It is your intent for those chosen by above and below to be subject to laws. Everybody else is. What manner of laws do you believe they should follow? The laws of the land they live in. What else would you change, while you're planning the impossible? You're the first of Compassion's kids I've had the fortune of meeting. You truly are an idealist. The words Claw said were biting, but the tone was almost fond. Terms of engagement. You mean like prisoner exchanges, or not attacking under truce? Soldiers already follow terms of engagement. Limits on what weapons are used. I've fought a demon before, they shouldn't be allowed. The same for devils. Any weapon that results in significant collateral damage or has long-term consequences should be restricted. It felt odd suggesting a ban that would remove me from conflict, but I knew what I could do. It was better that I not be allowed to fight, than other powers like me be unleashed on either side. They would be far less restrained. Besides, there were plenty of ways I could contribute to a fight against evil without killing people. The same wasn't true for other demons. Whilst the nations of good would accede to those limitations, they have no power without the accordance of evil polities. Cordelia stated. I shrugged. Offer concessions elsewhere. Good probably has a weapon just as bad. If you ask me, being good doesn't give you the right to commit atrocities. The ban can go both ways. If that doesn't work, offer favorable trade agreements. How would you ensure these terms are met? Without the consent of villains, the terms have no merit. I don't know. Maybe create a legal body that can serve as oversight and enforcement. Where I came from, we had one. Convince some heroes to join it. It would be difficult, but not impossible. Pries has no incentive to allow such a force to operate within their borders. I know exactly what would fall under this entity's purview. Would they encompass solely the Principate, or the entirety of Calurnia? Ideally, the whole continent. I'd start with a single nation, then expand outwards. Consider only the nations aligned with the gods above. The legal and the cultural expectations deviate substantially in Pris or from Levant. Why would an organization with international authority would ever succeed in garnering approval? Because it's in everyone's best interest. Unless the enforcer has no teeth, the existence of such an entity threatens the sovereignty of every nation they are able to operate within. Lys was not the worst disaster I have seen, just the most recent. Unless something changes, tragedies like it will keep happening. I don't know how to convince rulers to agree, but it is in everyone's best interest. It seems unlikely that these reforms will prevent new villains entirely. I suggest setting your sights on smaller, more manageable tasks rather than those which cannot be achieved, Cordelia added. These ideas won't remove villains. That isn't the point. It's a step in the right direction. We don't need to succeed in a single try. If we move what is considered acceptable further in one direction, then one day villains won't be tolerated anywhere at all. Sure, the final step would likely involve divine intervention, but just because I felt it was needed at the end didn't mean we couldn't also help ourselves along the way. While your broader goal is laudable, if idealistic, those are ultimately international politics. Do you have similar lofty ideas for the Principate that you would care to expound upon? Grimacing, I leaned in to innovate once more. Right. Cordelia cares about the Principate. Does the Principate need to exist at all? The Principate was founded on the flames of dread Empress Triumphant's pyre. Should another like her arise, or should the dead king cross our borders, it would take the combined might of the entirety of Prisr to drive them off. Its existence is a cornerstone in the battle against evil. Wouldn't a mutual defense pact achieve the same result? The southernmost principalities would have no strong motivation to sally forth to our defense, considering the distances involved. Furthermore, should the Principate splinter into a collection of individual polities, the rate of conflict would only escalate. So long as there is a chance for the princes to claim the position of first prince, it is in their interest to participate in the defense of all principalities. You really believe that the southern principalities would just abandon you to fight on your own? The gulf between Rhenia and Equitan is vast. Until the dead king's armies are standing at their gates, they will view the conflicts against evil as a remote concern. So you are saying that people in different principalities don't really care about people in other principalities, because they are unlikely to ever meet? I clarified. That is correct. So the only reason the Principate functioned at all was greed. True, the countries on earth had not been much better, but most of them didn't have the audacity to call themselves good in the religious sense. Establishing a functional democracy on Calurnia would be hard, considering stories. I also wasn't sure if it would fix anything. Well, Cordelia wanted me to voice my ideas, why not suggest it? The system of governance in the Principate could change. Much like the first prince, the other princes could also be elected by the citizens within their principality. 4-year terms only. The system could be designed to allow people from all walks of life to administer the principalities, not just those born into the life of a prince. The system of governance used in Callo has been met with failure ever since the events in Lys. Since then, the Black Knight has taken a much more direct role in the administration of affairs. I hadn't known or expected any of that. It came as an unpleasant surprise. But that wasn't what I was proposing. What I am suggesting only has superficial similarities. Why allow those not bred for statecraft to occupy the halls of power? What did she want me to say here? The only difference between someone born into your family and someone born on the street is luck, not the will of the gods. Klaus looked like he was about to interrupt me. I raised a hand and cut him off. I've seen the choir of compassion and come a lot closer to seeing the gods than most people ever will. They don't weigh in on decisions like that. That is decided by what you do, not who you were born as. Talent is distributed blind to titles and breeding, Cordelia agreed, but your claim is also founded on falsehood. The circumstances of birth are not the only difference separating a peasant and a prince. Princes are well educated, better connected, and have greater autonomy. This confluence of circumstances makes them better suited to rule. The life of a pauper may be tragic, but his poverty does not qualify him for the right to rule. The world doesn't need to be that way. In my homeland, anyone could lead. Most people were educated. What stops you from doing the same? Pries has an education system. Anyone can learn if they are willing to serve in the legions. Why shouldn't the Principate do the same? The system you propose remains founded on a lie. Those born into wealth are afforded greater opportunities, will breed better, will have access to advantages that those under them never will. Thus, they will remain the ones best suited to rule. Is this really what she thinks? I had walked into this discussion hoping this could possibly be a friendly relationship. If this was the way she thought, I doubted it would work. It was as if Cordelia didn't even realize how dismissive she was being to those under her when she spoke. Was this really my best choice for improving the lives of people in the Principate? To my dismay, the subtle threads of the story strongly suggested it. Just because people will never be perfectly equal, doesn't mean we shouldn't try to bridge the gap. The system I am proposing is not perfect, but it is better. If both systems result in the same ruler being selected, then your efforts have borne no fruit. Furthermore, the current system ensures a static selection of leaders within each principality for extended periods of time. This allows for long-term planning and stable governance. Introducing a democratic process to the governance of the individual principalities would introduce the inefficiencies of those processes. You said you don't want to be a tyrant. It's like she's deliberately trying to undercut everything I say. If you wish to alter the shape of Purser's politics, these are but a few of the questions you will need to answer. I know that, I replied, exasperated. I also know that I'm not the person that should be answering them. It should be someone like you. It's why I am listening to your offer and not trying to do this on my own. You would trust someone else with shaping your dreams. It's not about trusting others with my dreams. I'll still do my best to learn and find out what it takes. But even then, it's about finding the right people. I don't think I am the right person to lead, but I can find them and point out the goal. If I can't find the right person to lead, then I will do it, but it isn't my first choice. You proposed that serfs should elect their own rulers. When a patient visits a healer, they have no say in how their injury is remedied, they trust the expertise of the priest. Explain why you believe that individuals who do not understand the highest offices of power should have any say in what occurs there. Why shouldn't they? Your decisions affect them. What gives you the right to decide how people live their lives without their say-so? I retorted. There was a pause for a moment, before discussion resumed. For now, let us proceed under the assumption that your hypothetical model would work. How would you justify the cost of undergoing such large-scale societal reforms? You want to continue arguing about this? If you wish for an agreement between us to be found, then it is imperative you outline what you wish to achieve. I feel like I am being put through a school test that I didn't know I needed to prepare for. To start with, a civil war like the current one wouldn't happen. How did you reach that conclusion? Their people wouldn't re-elect them if they did. Nobody is going to vote the person starting wars they don't want back into power. I picked up one of the biscuits and took a bite. It was overly sweet, but now that I had started eating it, I was committed to finishing. The belief that reforming the system would prevent another civil war is false. It is predicated on the assumption that the elected ruler is incapable of convincing their subjects of the righteousness of war. That's true. But it's harder, there's extra steps. The certainty of power is an illusion. It is already necessary for the princes to have the approval of their subjects, for if they did not, then their rule would be overturned. That isn't true. The people in charge will kill them for speaking out, it's a large motivation to not step out of line. Give people a way to remove their leaders and they will use it. If the princes of each principality are genuinely held in contempt by their subjects would revolt. They are not, they are seen as cultural symbols of pride. Furthermore, it is not difficult to externalize any existing problems. It is easy for one to believe that individuals they have never met before are the cause of their woes, rather than those they are familiar with. The system worked where I came from. I don't believe you can just copy it across exactly as is, but that doesn't mean you can't take parts of it and make it work here. Even assuming that was true, how would you convince the other princes to relinquish their hold on authority and accept these reforms? I don't know, I admitted. I was hoping you could find an answer to that. Regardless, I have heard enough, Cordelia declared. Now that we have established what you want, we can focus our attention on the civil war. Afterwards, we can finalize terms. While she didn't say it, I suspected that my third requirement wasn't an imposition at all for her. She planned to rule the Principate. Even if what I wanted was unrealistic in her mind, she almost certainly planned reforms of her own. She could consider both at the same time, even if she had no intention of implementing my own. This relationship would almost certainly have to be transactional. I didn't think I would like Cordelia as a person, but I didn't need to, provided that I controlled what she wanted. I would trade what she wanted for her finding and implementing solutions to social problems, if that was what it took. It was unlikely she would have an issue with that, especially if I funded them. I wouldn't be seeing a functional democracy anytime soon, but that was fine. Right now, I wasn't aiming for one. I planned to start at the bottom and work my way up. As one sworn to compassion, how much do you know about waging war? Klaus began. Admittedly not much. I know small unit tactics, for an irregular group of soldiers. Prince Dagobert has an iron grip on many of the neighboring principalities. Ever since Princess Constance died, the pressure applied to him from the east has waned. Prince Dagobert demands we raise our armies and support his claim, or suffer brutal taxes under his reign. The tone of ongoing communications has become more pointed as the war progresses, Cordelia added. While the Lycaonese are the most veteran soldiers in the Principate, we have little time to capitalize on that. Parts of our forces are always tied up on the walls, and any we deploy must be pulled back come spring. Which means you want what? I want you to consign enemy generals to the grave and force their surrender. I take it there's no way to resolve the conflict through diplomacy. I doubted there was, otherwise it would have been done before. But there was no harm in asking. The conflict has dragged on for long enough that hatreds have become entrenched. The war will not end until only a single claimant remains. So you're saying that this is going to continue until the people in charge die. That is the shape of it. Are you willing to excise the rot? I think he got the wrong impression from what I had said. I'm not killing everyone. I leaned back in my chair. The comforting press of the green satin against the back of my head almost felt strange after having spent so long in rougher quarters. At least, not so long as I don't have proof they're all awful people. Especially not after Cordelia's earlier argument. It hadn't done much to convince me she was any better than the other princes she complained about. I suspected that if she hadn't been born in Rhenia, she would not have cared about its problems at all. The Principate needs order. Sometimes hard choices must be made. I think you and I will disagree on what it means to make hard choices. Compassions get are the best of us, but your goodness blinds you. Sometimes, someone has to order the torches thrown. Choosing to kill people to make the issue go away is easy. Not on your conscience, but in terms of knowing the outcome. It's final. It brings new complications of its own, but you know that the solution to that one problem is set in stone. Other answers are more messy and the outcomes are uncertain. Making a decision where you don't know if the answer will work is much harder. If killing is the only answer to a problem, then that's fine, but I have a lot of choices. So said the voice of one who has never held a blade. I've killed more than enough. Some I regret, others I don't. You're thinking about this as if you don't have other options here. There is nothing stopping me from imprisoning the claimants somewhere they could never escape from. It would take time to find them all, but I could do it. I could also compel them to fight each other in single combat until only one remained. Violence isn't the only choice I have. Klaus started choking with laughter. He had been drinking while I was talking, and some of it went down the wrong way. He held the cup like a savage, with his hand under the base. Cordelia and I both looked in on the man, unamused. Only the House of Light would tolerate those proposed solutions. All claimants would find those ideas to be abhorrent. Furthermore, you would be in effect declaring that you have the right to decide who rules the Principate. I didn't respond. It wasn't as if those proposals had been serious. They were more an example of what I could do. None of them are doing their duty to the Principate. Klaus's voice had hardened. It's a hard truth, but sometimes blades need to be drawn. I reached onto the table and picked up another biscuit from beside the teapot. Nibbling on it, I composed my thoughts before deciding on how to respond. I know I'm an outsider here. That I have no right to tell you how to resolve this, but you're missing something important. If you want to plan involving me, then my opinion matters. You can't just treat me like a weapon and point me at your problems. I'm not willing to just kill on command. Klaus muttered something under his breath about the folly of Compassion's heroes. I ignored it. Are the soldiers conscripts, or are they hired mercenaries? It mattered to me because it changed how I viewed the fighting. If the soldiers were there voluntarily, then it was their own decision to fight. As stupid as I thought that decision was, I wouldn't take it away from them. So long as they didn't hurt innocents in the process of killing each other, I was fine with them fighting it out. That varies from prince to prince. Most of them are making heavy use of peasant levies, others are hiring foreign soldiers. Klaus responded. Won't there be consequences for that? The wars continued for so long. Surely this is unsustainable. Many years will need to be spent after the culmination of the war, restoring the Principate's economy, Cordelia interjected. I am not saying I won't consider killing people at all, only that it isn't going to be my first choice. How many lives must be spent before you choose to act? I should have just told them I wouldn't kill people at all. While it wouldn't have been entirely true, simply mentioning that it was an option meant that they were going to keep pushing me for it. Think of me like a dragon, only there is no hero here who is going to come save the enemy. If I was fighting, the only person who would matter is me. I think that this war is stupid, but people chose to fight, and I won't take that away from them. The moment I act, the fight ends. It's me saying that nobody else's opinion matters. I would only be a few steps removed from declaring myself queen. I don't want to do that. I knew I was being a hypocrite. But I was not deeply attached towards any of the sides, and I wasn't going to kill because someone who I had only just met was asking me to. If they wanted me to fund their campaign in exchange for meeting my needs, I would do that. The people they would be paying were fine with killing others for money, even if I refused to. Your principles are noble, but won't safeguard our borders. I was about to refuse once more, when I felt a nudge from the choir. What they wanted did not make my life any easier. Am I really going to agree to their request? Yes, yes I was. Because it was the right thing to do, even if it was unlikely to succeed. I didn't believe it would work, but I would at least try. If I didn't try, I was choosing to fail. I'll accompany an army of your choice, and I'll follow the chain of command outside of battle, although I won't involve myself in the fights. I'll support them in almost any way you like. But before battle, I want permission to attempt resolving the conflict through negotiation. That is both irregular and creates openings for enemy action. It is irregular, I agreed. But I'll negotiate for it. It's a request from my choir to find a peaceful resolution. For there to be an agreement, you need to compromise. Right now, you demand much but offer little. Start proposing ideas that don't involve killing people, and we can come to an agreement. Are you able to scry? Long-distance communication would prove advantageous. Klaus asked. I reached onto the table and carefully lifted the fragile porcelain cup. Bringing it to my lips, I inhaled the tea's fragrance before taking a small sip and placing it back down. I could, but it's risky and unreliable. It has a limited range as well. I would rather not. How about defensive emplacements? Strategically placed barriers, like the ones you used at Lys, or raising and lowering enemy morale. I had the sense that he didn't really understand what I could do very well. If that wasn't corrected, the conversation would go on for hours. What do you see me as? Where do I fit in? A highly talented pre-sea sorcerer. That would make you equivalent to some better dwarven siege artillery. My only reference for a highly talented pre-sea sorcerer is the warlock, and I have no idea what dwarven siege artillery can do, I admitted. Then why don't you explain what you can do? I shrugged, then tapped the tablecloth. As I did so, I turned it into aluminium foil. Both of them paused and stared. Cordelia recovered composure first. I would appreciate it if you returned my tablecloth to its former status, she said drily. I did so. How much can you do? Klaus asked. When I said I can do almost anything, I meant it. It does depend on the complexity. The less complicated the outcome is, the easier it is for me to do. I can do large-scale workings anywhere within a mile of me, although eventually I do become exhausted. You've been trying to fit me into an existing framework when it's not helpful. I could just make money out of dirt. There is no amount of money Pries can raise that I can't eventually beat. There is nothing stopping you from just bribing the opposition. Attempting to bribe the other princes is an act of folly. They would reinvest the capital into hiring more mercenaries, then turn them against us. Cordelia replied. How about funding your own campaign? The proposal has merit, provided the material you create is not PROCRN coinage. Why the distinction? You are not the first prince, you do not have the right to mint coins. Even if you were, there are laws in place determining how much currency may be minted by the first prince. It is a minor distinction, but every action I undertake will be scrutinized in the aftermath of the civil war. I thought you would have complained about me devaluing currency. Debasing the value of PROCRN coinage would cost capital far in excess of the price of winning the war. Irrespective of this, the impact of the added coin will only be felt in the later stages of the war. Why? We have until before next spring to win the war. The rattling activity in the north has picked up in recent years, and we cannot afford for the walls to be caught unguarded. Setting aside the finer details, we have little time to strike. Spending coin will still take time. Klaus explained. Would any other goods prove useful? There are some which would be of benefit. Although for now, it is wiser to adopt a more conservative approach. Is there a reason for that? Cordelia finished up her tea, and placed the empty cup down beside the pot. Blatant mass transmutation will indicate to every merchant in the Principate that the only value their wares hold is the value that you permit. Fear and hatred are the expected consequence of this, and that would make an alliance between us untenable. Furthermore, the utility of what you are capable of is constrained by the needs of Renia. Our people are sufficiently armed and armored, war has long been our trade. Why wouldn't an alliance between us work if that happened? It's not you that poses the threat. For a long-term period of stability to exist after the conclusion of the civil war, the prevailing claimant needs to achieve victory in a manner that is deemed acceptable by all princes. Were you to threaten the livelihood of everyone at all levels of society, it would be found intolerable. So aside from gold, which won't pay off for a while, what would you like me to do right now then? I asked. You said you can make almost anything. Is that right? Klaus interjected. That's right. So long as I know what I'm trying to make. Can you make roads? What? Out of all the requests I had expected, that hadn't been one. From blowing up enemy armies to interfering with the economy, it was all more or less something I had already considered. Undertaking civic projects was not on the list of ideas I had. I could, I admitted. How fast would depend on exactly what you want. If you just want me to smooth out land, I could probably do it all day. If you want me to turn dirt into a heavily decorated cobbled brick road, I'd tire myself fast. I don't need something fancy, just flat and traversable by cataphracts. The Principality of Brus is covered in swampland. Roads are forced to follow the terrain. Should you cut a direct route to the city through the deepest parts of the bog, the campaign would be accelerated. Furthermore, we can launch assaults from less defended regions. Floating them across on an island would be faster. Can both be done at once? No. Roads have more long-term utility. Wouldn't that have the same problem as if I mass-produced goods? I asked. It does not, Cordelia replied. Civil engineering in regions which are not currently easily navigable is several steps removed from directly interfering with the economy. It is not interfering with the livelihood of anyone important. Furthermore, it will likely cause a long-term economic uplift by increasing the rate of transit between cities. There are people living along existing roads. Aren't their jobs threatened by this? Should that prove to be the case, there is nothing preventing them from moving somewhere else. You aren't concerned about losing the fight. There are not many enemies I would not trust the swords of the Lycaonese to prevail over. The southern princes aren't one of them. Time is the hole in our gorget, not our strength of arms. I can build roads. Is there anything else? The suggestions proposed from that point onwards became more palatable. From putting enemy soldiers to sleep, unfortunately, I wasn't sure I could do that to crowds safely to trapping them in prisons. There were additional requests for transmutation as well. Better steel for weapons and armor. Requests for crossbows, which I did not know how to make but could learn. However, most of Klaus's attention remained focused on logistics. The conversation dragged on for a long time. It was exhausting. On the whole, the meeting had been disappointing in some ways and promising in others. By the time we were done, the sun had set, and I had agreed to fund Cordelia's war chest, as well as provide her with some specific goods. She kept trying to coerce me into finalizing agreements that would only take place after the war concluded. Those, I put off. They could wait until later, and be traded for actual reforms. Right now, I was bartering for time spent refining my ideas and the continued use of her information network. Maybe I was paying a little too much, but I wanted it to be obvious just how much I could do for her. I would be goods drug dealer if that was the way to change the world, and right now, Cordelia's first hit was cheap. I still didn't know why she felt my assistance was necessary. She was a master at deflection whenever pressed on the subject. Once the campaign truly began, I would be assisting Matilda Siegenberg's forces. They would be leading the charge against Brus. I doubted I would be able to resolve the conflict peacefully, but I would at least try. I wasn't sure how I felt about participating in a war for a country that I had no real allegiance to, but I did know one thing. There was no way for me to reasonably start making changes without choosing to align myself with an existing side, or making a side of my own. A/N, the character's political views are not my own. Liminal 3.03. Note, claims that people are stronger together have yet to be successfully proven. Attempts to stitch multiple soldiers into a single unit have failed to produce anything except a corpse. Extract from the Journal of Dread Emperor Malignant 2. Finishing my evening prayers, my heart sank as I prepared to leave my tent. We had just finished making camp, but I could already hear the familiar footsteps of somebody approaching from outside. The swamp was unbearably humid. Insects were everywhere, the food kept rotting, and it was impossible to keep anything clean. It would have been nice if I could solve everything. Unfortunately, there was only so much of me to go around. Between roadworks, dealing with swamp monsters, weather, and decay, I had to prioritize. I spent most of my time each day reshaping terrain, so that cavalry could be safely marched across the deepest and most direct parts of the bog. In addition to that, I needed to obscure both light and smoke from fires to help hide our position from any potential enemy scouts. It took a ghost a day to keep an entire army's movements hidden, and although I sorely wanted to use them for almost anything else, I understood the need. I also wanted to try to do something about the weather. When I proposed the idea, I was gently informed that nobody wanted a repeat of Dread Empress Sinistra I. They didn't appreciate me suggesting that it would only be a small wasteland at worst. I swear my humor went unappreciated sometimes. The other problems were left to everybody else. Doing nothing but that was dull and exhausting. It left me with little energy for anything else. Klaus had asked me if I was able to expand the watchtower network along the new road. I had given it a genuine try. It had only taken me a couple of failures before realizing that without much more time to work on it, creating wholesale buildings on demand was beyond me. Not if I didn't want them to collapse from all the other related architectural problems that I didn't immediately know how to solve. It was a pity that we were working on such a tight schedule, else I probably could have figured it out. Watchtowers weren't as good for communication as widespread use of scrying would be, but it would have been a good temporary measure. The system was already in use by the Lycaonese, so it didn't surprise me when I was asked if I could add to it. Only one more day in the deeper part of this damn bog. Once we were on drier land again, I'd be able to focus more on my own personal convenience. We were fast approaching Brus. It had been a while since I had agreed to work with Cordelia Hassenbach. Ever since then, I had needed to grow accustomed to my sudden change in circumstances. In my opinion, heroes and villains that were publicly known in Calurnia were revered far too much. They had been a part of Bet's culture, but without the religious connotations they had here. My interactions with people who weren't in a position of authority were off-putting. They treated me as if I was a holy relic rather than a person. The only exception to that were the soldiers. It was difficult to figure out where I stood with them. Some seemed to view me with a low level of contempt. I wasn't sure what they had against me, but clearly there was something. Others viewed me with reverence, and a few with pity. Despite that, all were appreciative of my contributions to the campaign. Their feelings about me were a knot that would take me longer than I cared to untangle, so I just left it alone. Which was how I ended up wet and mostly miserable with not much in the way of friends, just waiting for this journey to end. Before we had set off, reports on the investigation of Roland's whereabouts had started to come in. Or rather, reports on where he wasn't. No news on his location had been found so far, although that didn't surprise me. There had only been time to start gathering information from the northernmost principalities. Not knowing where he was had turned into a constant worry on the edge of my mind. A shadow crossed my tent. I turned around as the covers were opened and came face to face with someone who was growing on me more than I cared to admit. "Taylor, you're needed at command." Yvette squeaked out, her puffed-out rosy cheeks making her look like a chipmunk as she did. "Great." Yvette had been assigned to me as an assistant by Cordelia. She was a kid. I guessed that she was maybe 13 years old, with shoulder-length blonde hair and tan skin. She came up just underneath my chest and wore a leather jerkin and trousers that were dyed an emerald green. Doing my best to hide my foul mood, I climbed to my feet and made my way outside. The air outside was thick enough that I could drink it. We were camped on one of the few bits of land that stuck out of the murky waters. Despite this, I still had to spend over half an hour making the place inhabitable. The croaking of frogs and bird call drowned out all other noise. It made hearing Yvette difficult. "Can I just say again that it's such an honor to be able to work with you and I won't let you down. I promise, I promise, I promise." Her voice rose in pitch as she spoke. By the end of it, she was vibrating in place. She gave the same speech at least 3 times a day. I hadn't managed to curtail it. She had a serious case of hero worship. I was concerned it might be terminal. "So, what have you learned today?" I asked. "Anything to change the topic? You want to know how my reading is going?" "Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. I haven't continued from where I left off last time but I'll do my best to catch up the moment I can. Did I tell you about how I came to be in Renia? You see, we moved to Renia from Brabant 2 years ago, but then my family were killed in a rattling raid. When they tried to kill me I panicked and set everything on fire and that's how I learned I had the gift and I am sorry am I talking too much?" She rattled out, bouncing around on the solace of her feet. Yvette was a bit of an airhead, and her mind seemed to jump from topic to topic like a kitten playing with yarn. Despite that, she was a good kid. Although, the sheer joy she derived from being able to assist me was both flattering and uncomfortable. The girl had the gift for sorcery. I suspected that she had been put in my care as an apprentice of sorts, which made everything more complicated. The people in charge knew that I wasn't actually a wizard, but that hadn't stopped them from assigning her to me. All the actual wizards were allegedly too busy to care for her. I was going to have to be careful that teaching her my second-hand knowledge of magic didn't end up killing her. It was made worse by the fact that I had no excuse to ignore the pull of the story. Creation was once again offering me someone to watch over. Only this time, if I didn't take her on, she would almost certainly be worse off. She was going to be following around someone, and it would be someone in the army. That didn't make for a good childhood at all. She would be better off under my wing. I had grudgingly accepted the role, although I was looking for an out that didn't involve passing responsibility on to someone else. Did I count as alien enough to qualify as something like a fairy godmother or benevolent patron, rather than a mentor? Those were similar enough roles that I should be safe, but I would definitely be looking for other options. "No, it's fine," I replied. She reminded me of a younger, happier version of myself. A version of me before my mother died. I used to chatter like that as well, and I would do my best to ensure she kept that. I continued to engage her in conversation as we made our way through the camp. The smell of horse manure was only barely discernible over the fetid stench of the swamp. It was like an extra special seasoning to add to the offal. The camp was well organized, but it still sprawled over far more space than I would have expected before we departed. Despite knowing that moving an army would be a logistical nightmare, seeing it was another matter entirely. Perhaps the worst part of being in the bog was how many people accrued incidental injuries. The need to heal them was a persistent scratch at the back of my mind. One that had been present ever since I had earned my name. I wasn't compelled to stop and ask them if they wanted healing, but I ended up doing it anyway, simply to soothe the irritation before it started to mount. Finally, we arrived at the command tent. Yvette hid herself behind me as we went inside, making an active effort to disappear into my shadow. In the center of the tent was a desk with maps strewn across it. I made my way in and stood at the base of the table. Matilda Ziegenberg noted my presence, then dismissed it just as quickly. Officers were making their way inside. I guessed that most of them were in their late 30s or early 40s. They all looked as morose as I felt. Princess Matilda Ziegenberg stood to the right, her attendants surrounding her. The varied list of officers spread themselves out on the other side, closest to the entrance. Lastly, there was a small island of empty space around me. I was the odd one out. There was a low level of banter spread throughout the tent. People talked and passed jokes to each other. They were often dark. Despite that, the smiles that the jokes elicited told me that they were appreciated. Waiting, I looked over the map. We were currently in a roughly peanut-shaped basin, with small hills rising to either side of the waistline in the north and south. We had entered from the north. A pin had been placed somewhere below the midway point, marking our position. As the last few officers wandered in, the noise died down and people began to pay closer attention. Prince Amaury Gathel was spotted by scouts. He's leading a force towards the edge of the swamp over here. Matilda pointed to a spot near the southern hills. We can expect to have to give battle sometime in the next 2 days. We have picket lines established, but it's unlikely they will launch an attack. It's in their best interest for us to just rot here. None of them looked happy at that. How did they learn of our approach? This part of Bruss is deserted. Our force had been deliberately avoiding all enemy holdings and fortifications. Despite being deep in hostile territory, we hadn't yet fought even once. It was a planned strike directly at the capital through the unavoidable parts of the swamp. They had bargained for me to vanish the city walls on arrival, although that was all they had managed to get in terms of direct combat support. Klaus Poppenheim was leading the charge against the Principality's actual defenses, so the enemy soldiers should have been drawn away. It hasn't been determined yet. Either way, we have been caught with our pants down. What do we know? Numbers, equipment, experience. One of the officers asked. He was a short, surly man who had a bald pate and looked a bit like an ostrich. Unfortunately, I didn't know his name. I hadn't been around the soldiers for long and hadn't had time to learn their names. I wasn't sure I would be around them for long enough, considering I was technically here on a quest and not out of necessity. Everyone else referred to him as Baldy, though. He didn't seem to mind, so I just went with it. Around 3,000 light infantry and another 1,000 crossbowmen. No cavalry. None of them look hardened. I'll bet they're all levies that have had weapons shoved in their hands and told to fight, Matilda replied, then frowned, tapping the map thoughtfully. He's tasked some of his camp followers with building fortifications. What kinds of fortifications? Someone spoke up. I looked over their way. It was Whiskers. He was a tall man that towered over me, with a long, thin mustache that stuck out like whiskers. Out of all the people in the tent, he was the one I had spoken to most. I wasn't sure what he did, exactly. I suspected he was some kind of engineer. Whenever I was needed for something, I was usually sent his way. Only shallow ditches and walls. There's no time for him to do more, but key positions have been cut off. She pointed to a number of spots on the map, indicating where she meant. We will need to break our forces up into smaller units in order to give battle. Given the engagements Bruss has been involved in this year, Prince Amaury must have scraped together every last soldier and peasant levy around. Prince Amaury may be in an alliance with Dagobert, but past conflicts with Cantal have mauled his forces, Reed mused. Reed was a tall, spindly man. He was so skinny, he looked like he would be blown away in the wind. He stood hunched over the table. I could see him annotating a page with notes. Absently, he pushed a strand of long, black hair out of his eyes again. It had a tendency to do that. Why not circle around the encampment and march on Bruss? Another officer asked. This one, I didn't know. Matilda objected, the water is too deep there for us to cross without the Chosen's help. Help that has not been bargained for. Were we to try unassisted, they could just pin us down with bolts and laugh as we died. Reed took a breath and asked, given the disposition of forces, would it not be wiser to pull out and engage elsewhere? Whilst the engagement will certainly resolve favorably, even untrained men with crossbows will inflict unnecessarily heavy casualties with the supporting structures. Grimacing, Matilda replied, we can't. The path we cut through the swamp isn't easy to miss. If we do, Prince Amaury can use this as an opportunity to strike at Klaus from behind. We need to tie him down here. And hunkering down to prevent him from departing is not an option. Our supplies will run out first, Baldy replied. There were supposedly plenty of edible fish on the marsh, although none of us were skilled fishing. We will need to give battle then, another officer determined. It's going to be ugly, though. No way about that. I tried to follow the discussion that then unfolded, but I had never actually studied military strategy for entire armies. My knowledge was limited towards tactics, and that didn't really apply here. Neither of my graces were helping me. It wasn't like I was trying to innovate new approaches, only follow existing ones. I also didn't know enough about the Principate itself. So I stood there listening, and steadily became more and more lost. Should we expect intervention from Dagobert in his defense? Reed asked. Not likely, Matilda stated. If anything, he will be busy trying to harry Klaus's supply line. His presence should not be expected on this field. At least there is that, someone muttered. I cleared my throat. Silence fell and everyone turned my way. I'll try talking with them, remember. We know. Messengers will soon be dispatched to arrange for a meeting. They will know to expect you when you arrive. We're planning for when that eventually fails. Matilda replied bitingly. Is the Chosen not able to do something, then? One of the officers sneered my way. It was Scarface. The Neustrians were very direct with their nicknames. Out of everyone I had met, he was the most unpleasant. He had a long, jagged scar running down the left side of his face and an embroidered red patch over one eye. I had been told the injury had been caused by a Prissy sorcerer. He didn't have the highest opinion of wizards, and even though I wasn't one, I was close enough to count. Everyone turned to me. I thought it over. How much did I want to involve myself here outside existing agreements? If you decide you want to retreat, I'm willing to facilitate that. I stated. Not that I expected they would. The Lycaonese did not usually retreat. You aren't going to do anything at all. Matilda pressed. This isn't my fight, it's yours. That's true. She looked sour as she said it, but at least she admitted as much. Turning her gaze back to the table, she started to put more pins in the map. Without additional context, I didn't know what they were supposed to represent. How about deflecting crossbow bolts? You mean some kind of barrier? Indeed. Was I willing to just stay out of this? It really was the question, wasn't it? The more I offered, the more they would expect me to do. Fuck it. The enemies were allegedly mostly peasant levies. They weren't mercenaries. They certainly weren't professional soldiers like the Lycaonese. I didn't know how much they wanted to be here, but they definitely weren't the same as hired soldiers. It would probably be a slaughter if I didn't step in. I knew I shouldn't have followed an army. There was no way I was going to be able to sit aside and just let people kill each other. Do they have any sorcerers with them? We don't know. The evidence points to them being stationed elsewhere. This looks to be a reactionary force put together at the last moment to contest our arrival, but there is no certainty. It was exceedingly unlikely that there would be a sorcerer as capable as the warlock on the other side. That didn't mean that I shouldn't be cautious. It only took making a mistake once for me to end up at the end of a leash. If it comes to a fight, I might be willing to help on one condition. Ask, and I'll judge. You need to promise not to execute anyone who surrenders. We had no intention of doing otherwise. Then depending on how the negotiations proceed, I'm willing to do something. I haven't decided what yet, but there will probably be plenty of prisoners. I had suspected I was capable of forcing an army to surrender through sheer weight of emotions alone. Depending on the circumstances, it seemed like I would have the opportunity to test the theory. I hoped it didn't come to that. I'd spend some time thinking on the subject and see what other solutions I could come up with. If it comes to that, we will respect your wishes, Matilda stated. She sounded doubtful that I would be willing to do something that would sway the outcome of the fight. That was fair, I hadn't exactly given the impression that I would help in the fight either. The others turned away from my interruption and continued on as if I had said nothing. The meeting ended not long after. I wasn't certain on the finer details of our plan. My part in it, though, was understood. Making my way out, I followed behind Reed. Yvette bounced along me excitedly. At that point, I was exhausted. Not physically or mentally, but emotionally. I understood that they didn't really relate to my perspective. This war was personal to them. Having an outsider dropped on them, who was given so much additional leeway, was obviously something they weren't happy about. They were appreciative of my help navigating through the swamp, but likely felt that I was an unwelcome burden otherwise. Do you have any commitments tonight, Taylor? Reed asked. No, I answered. The nights I had all to myself. Matilda's commanding staff have a traditional commune on the eve before engagements. Would you care to join? He continued. Sure, I replied, taken by surprise. The invitation was unexpected. While I was technically a part of the command staff, I didn't truly feel like a member. They all knew each other and had fought together before. I was the one who didn't fit in. Not only that, but my presence was making their lives more difficult. I could have chosen to avoid the meeting, but I didn't know how much time I would be spending with these people. I had promised Max I'd try to better myself. A part of that meant making friends. I didn't know whether I could be friends with these people, but there was no harm in trying. He pointed out a spot near the command tent and told me when to show up. Thanking him, I left. Yvette and I retreated to my tent. Can you please teach me magic, she asked, staring up at me like a sad cat. Gradually, the little goblin was wearing me down. I've told you before that it won't be safe, I admonished. Pouting, she kicked at my desk. I'll just have to figure out magic by myself then if you won't teach me, since nobody is willing to teach me anyhow. This is such a bad idea. I can only teach you the theory behind Jacquinite magic, I informed her. Is there something wrong with that? Her eyes narrowed like a vulture who knew that it had caught its prize. I spent some time in Callow. After seeing what Prissy wizards can do, I believe Trismegistan sorcery is better, I answered. Isn't that evil, though? I don't want to be evil. She shook her head vigorously from side to side in denial. It isn't evil. Magic is just a tool. It isn't good or evil. It's what you do with it that counts. Diabolists use Trismegistan sorcery to summon up demons and devils, but I have also seen it used for other things. When I fought the warlock. Can you tell me about the fight with the warlock again? What does he look like? How did you get away? Why didn't you win? Is he coming after you? Will he attack here? She rattled off. I continued to entertain her questions for another half hour, before reaching my limit. Inventing a task for her to carry out, I finally had a moment to myself. I had started keeping a journal again, after the loss of my last one. I hadn't bothered recording my life before creation this time. Instead, I focused only on the time I had spent here. One of the details I had noticed, in retrospect, was how much I had changed. Having a window into the mind of my past self was precious, and I didn't want to give it away. Eventually, I decided to follow up on the invitation. Leaving my tent, I made my way to a pit fire with a loose gathering of people around it. The others took note of my arrival. Seems the princess isn't too good to join us after all, Scarface growled. The tangled knot of a story brushed against me. I stiffened for a moment. An officer I didn't recognize noticed. I looked down at her, and watched as her brown eyes slowly narrowed. The threads were coming from her. That princess comment got a reaction. Who are you related to? She asked curiously, placing her dainty arms on her plate-covered hips. There was a teasing undertone to it. Great. You call yourself a princess once, and suddenly it never leaves you, I muttered under my breath. The corner of her lips tugged up into a smile. That sounds like a story, care to share it? No surprises there. Wasn't it obvious that the girl thinks she's too good for us? Scarface interjected. The woman swirled around aggressively, facing Scarface. Her ponytail of red hair bounced from side to side as she did so. Give it a rest, Scarface, it's not like she did anything to you, she snapped. Looking closer at her, I guessed she was in her mid-20s. He spat, what's it to you, Songbird? Did I want to talk here? The broader details of the fight with the artist were already known. There was little about the other encounters that I wanted to keep silent. My personal nature and a few other considerations. I wasn't sure how much I could manipulate my story by talking about it, but there were good reasons to make the attempt. I stopped and thought about it for a few more heartbeats. If I wanted to truly change the face of creation stories, I'd need to have experience shaping them. Opportunities like this, as small as they were still a chance to practice. The stakes right now were small. If I wanted to one day sell my dream to the gods, then I would need to be convincing. Treat this as a rehearsal, Taylor. It's not much of a story, I interjected. There was this villain, the Arcadian artist. The final confrontation you might have already heard of. It took place in Lys. The first time I ran into him, I didn't even realize he was a villain. Before I knew it, I was trapped in one of his paintings. I escaped into Arcadia, where I ran into one of the Fae. I talked my way out of being killed by pretending to be a princess. The tension drained out of them as I spoke. It's not much of a story when you tell it like that, she encouraged. Be more specific, narrate for us. Go on, you're supposed to be the hero here. I looked around briefly. The others were observing with interest as well. Talking about my life after arriving was mostly harmless, and it seemed like a good way to break the ice. I doubted I'd be with this group long enough to make friends, but I could still be on good terms with them. So I started to narrate. Telling stories in Calurnia was just another form of prayer. But if I wanted creation to listen to me, then I'd need to be persuasive. Liminal 3.04. Finding accord with the people of Prusser is like attempting to negotiate with snakes, except the snakes are less likely to bite. Calawan saying. It had rained during the night. This wasn't surprising. We were in a bog, after all. That didn't change what it did for morale. Everyone was in a foul mood. It didn't help that the dreams of the ruined city plagued me each night. Usually I didn't mind them, but right now I could kick a baby. Scouts had been sent out and were periodically reporting back. Are you sure I can't come with? I'll be quiet, I promise, I just want to follow along. Yvette babbled from down below. I'm sure. I'm sorry Yvette, but you're going to have to stay behind, I told her. But why? I'm safe near you and then I can ask you more questions. You still haven't taught me anything and you promised. When I get back, I'll start teaching you. Fine, she huffed. Sulking, she turned and made her way back to the camp. For once, my clothes were clean. What I was wearing was fancier than usual, a white riding dress with gold trim. No matter how little I might care for this man's opinions, I'd do my best to make a good impression if it helped prevent the fight. My mount trotted forward at a lazy pace before stopping beside Princess Matilda. I had considered flying over to the meeting point, but decided against it. It would be all too easy for an enterprising crossbowman to decide that I was hostile and try to put a bolt through me. It probably wouldn't do much, but starting off with one side trying to kill the other wouldn't be setting the right tone. Biting my lip, I deliberated on whether I should ask Princess Matilda about some of my ideas. I decided it would be the smart thing to do. She would have a better idea of the political consequences than I did. What would happen if I forced them to surrender? I asked. I hoped it wouldn't come to that. In fact, that was the very last option I would reach towards. Depends on how you do it, she answered offhandedly. If you attack them under truce, it will cause a political nightmare for all of us. I'm not doing that, I replied. After combat commences, I could overwhelm their willingness to fight. Throw some powerful emotion at them and force them to surrender. I don't think that would work, she told me dubiously. Assume it does. If it did work, then on a logistics level our problems depend on how badly they are incapacitated. If they are catatonic, we will have thousands of prisoners to care for. That will slow down our movement to a crawl and badly strain our supplies. That was bad, but I was willing to live with it if it saved people. And politically? Hard to say, she mused. Prince Cordelia would be best suited to answer. She is the one with the head for politics. I imagine there would be no shortage of princes baying for your blood down south, but they wouldn't have much in the way of influence. That was less advice on the subject than I hoped for. It didn't seem like she was giving the subject much thought, which was frustrating because it was important. I was trying to find a reason not to go ahead with it. Thanks for the advice. You're ready to ride out? I am, I confirmed. Insects swarmed around me. Irritably, I blew them away once more. Filthy things, how had I ever let them crawl in my hair? Good luck then, she told me firmly. What went unsaid was that none of us had much hope of success. I dug my knees into Sisyphus's flank, giving him the signal to move. He had a dappled coat and a long mane. Despite how big the horse was, he had a placid temperament. He started to trot forward. It had taken the mounts a while to become used to walking towards shifting terrain, but eventually they stopped being spooked. Today, he didn't need to worry about that at all. I held a flag of truce upright in my right hand. Keeping it that way would be taxing, but without it, I was liable to be shot. The rhythmic clip-clop of hooves on the packed dirt I had shaped the day before helped to soothe my irritation. The buzzing of flies around me ran counter to that. In an effort to distract myself, I was absently toying with my temporary aegis in my mind. It was a skin-tight force field on both me and my mount. I didn't expect to be shot under a flag of truce, but there was no reason not to play it safe. Slowly, I made my way across my land bridge. I passed beneath dreary-looking mangrove trees. Sadly, they were liable to die due to the modifications I had made to the environment. It was difficult to see further than 20 feet in any direction, the place was so overgrown. It was a few hours later when I finally guided Sisyphus towards the rising slope of a large hill jutting out the other side of the swamp. There was a hive of activity taking place on it. Walls had been raised above, and people looked my way cautiously as I arrived. That way, chosen, a voice called out from up ahead. I was pointed towards a path on my left, trailing away from the Bruschian camp. It made sense, I suspected that they didn't want me to see whatever preparations they might have made. Following it, I carefully navigated my horse through unsteady terrain. I was tempted to flatten it out and make it easier to traverse, but I had a feeling that neither Prince Amaury nor his men would be happy with that arrangement. So I left the land be. The ground started to even out. Coming up onto a small plateau, there were a few tents set out haphazardly. Despite the distance from their fortifications, I could tell that the place had an air of urgency to it. I could see conscripted peasants working with the fervor of those who knew the hour of their death drew close. Hastily constructed defenses littered the hillside. With only the smallest of efforts on my part, all of them would topple over. Despite their terrain advantage, I suspected that these men expected to lose. That didn't surprise me. They certainly wouldn't have predicted an assault through this part of the bog. I was led towards what I could only call an impromptu stable. There weren't many mounts nearby at all. Dismounting, I handed the reins of my horse to an attendant. So, you're our heroic visitor from up north. Someone spoke from my right. I turned and came face to face with a tall youth. Want to take a turn in the sheets with me? I could always do with a compassionate touch below. He gestured towards his crotch. The boy's face was splotchy, and his eyes glossed over. At just a glance, I could tell that he was thoroughly drunk. I stifled my revulsion. I'm not interested, I replied. I'm here to talk to Prince Amauri. Father can wait, and I wasn't asking. He dragged me along on this farce, I may as well take some satisfaction from it, he laughed, staggering drunkenly inside my personal space. His breath reeked. They say that you wouldn't even hurt a fly. I've never had my way with a heroine before. There's always a first time. He placed his hand on the surface of the force field covering my arm, then tried to pull me in for a kiss. I stiffened furiously, then shoved him back with my right hand. It didn't really matter how non-threatening the boy was, his attitude still nauseated me. How dare you lay your hands on me, wench? He spat out. You should feel honored to serve me. He tried to seize my wrists, but I pulled back. Unbalanced, he leaned against the flank of a horse. It whinnied, then kicked at him. He yelped and moved aside, narrowly missing evading the hoof. Really? As he came in to grab me once more, I knocked him away with the pole of the flag. He sputtered as he collided with the ground. I'll make you regret that, he hissed. This was the son of Prince Amauri? My expectations were low enough without knowing that he had a rapist for an heir. Seizing him with chains of air, I pushed him back once more. His face turned an even angrier shade of red. The boy started to splutter. Filling his mouth was a makeshift gag. I forced him onto his knees. I wasn't prepared to listen to another word he said. If I wasn't under a flag of truce, you would probably be badly injured, if not dead, I told him. What makes you believe you have the right to anyone at all? Keep calm, Taylor. I hoped this wasn't a ploy by Prince Amauri to try to make me break the terms of the truce. The asshole had almost certainly been sent to take me to his father. It was possible Prince Amauri planned to put me in a position where I would attack his son and then claim that it was an unprovoked assault. Unfortunately, I couldn't be sure. I had been warned that the princes were awful people, I just wasn't expecting something like this. I turned to the stable hand. The poor boy's hazel eyes were opened widely. It looked like they were about to fall out. He was doing his best to hide behind my mount. I couldn't blame the kid. If I were in his position, I would want to be almost anywhere else as well. Find someone else to lead me to his father, I ordered. Nodding jerkily, he bolted away. It was not long until somebody else arrived. A figure clad in plate adorned with the symbol of Bruss. A kingfisher. He had his helmet off, and was trailed by 2 guards. It took but a moment for me to spot the similarities in the face of this fair-haired man and my attempted rapist. So Nathaniel, the man said, his voice laced with distaste, once more you overstep. Killing the sons of good merchants to escape from your debts is a grave enough fault, but attempting to lay your hands on one of heaven's chosen is reaching far beyond the pale. Wait, he's done things like this before and just been let off? Confine him to his tent and see to it that he doesn't wander astray. I will handle this incident more carefully after the battle concludes, the man finished talking to one of his guards. He turned my way and spoke. The tone was commanding, even though he had no right, walk with me chosen. By my reckoning, the altercation was far from resolved. I would make sure that something was done about Nathaniel, because I certainly was not willing to allow him to escape unpunished. Following in step beside Prince Amauri Gathel, the 2 of us made our way towards a larger tent. It was close, there weren't many tents set out. There were more than I expected for this meeting. Do I do it? I decided not to, although it was really tempting. There was a plan of sorts which I had considered and then discarded. I was almost certain it would prevent the battle, but I didn't like the potential consequences of the scheme. The idea was simple really, use persevere to fully capture the conversation that occurred within the tent, then broadcast it to everyone within a mile of me. I had heard enough out of the mouth of Cordelia to convince me that doing so would probably be enough to cause a revolt. If this man was any worse than her, simply baiting him into saying the right words would result in one of his soldiers putting a bolt through his brain. But no, I wouldn't do that. I wasn't trying to burn the existing system to the ground and start over, I was trying to reform it piece by piece. Entering the tent, he moved towards a comfortable chair that had no place being on a military campaign. It was on the far end of a mostly empty desk, and another chair just like it was set near the entrance. Take a seat, he ordered, as he proceeded to do so himself. Seeing no reason to negotiate while standing, I set my flag down then did as requested. He reached over to a bottle of wine and uncorked it. Would you care to share a glass with me? He asked, his lips curling up into the hint of a smile. No, thank you. I don't drink. As I started to talk, I felt something. It was almost imperceptible, tugging at the both of us, and guiding the flow of the conversation. Prince Amauri raised his eyebrows in an exaggerated manner. I think it was meant to look cheerful, but to me, it only looked forced. Such a shame. Wine would likely do wonders for your comportment. It doesn't agree with me, I answered diplomatically. He reached to a shelf behind him and pulled off a single wine glass, filling it. Holding it by the stem, he allowed it to breathe for a moment before finally taking a sip. Emissaries from Prince Matilda Greensteel clarified that it is not within your means to offer concessions for the Lycaonese. In spite of this, they urged me to take heed of your words. Would you be so kind as to shed light on why they did so, before blades are bared? I suppressed a wince. I really should have asked for someone who could represent Cordelia to come with, but it had slipped my mind. It's a matter of faith for me. It wasn't strictly true, but the explanation was good enough. I'm not certain if I can solve this peacefully, but I need to at least try. A pretty sentiment. Sentiment, however, does not warm a soldier's belly at night. What concessions can you offer me? For if all you have to offer is not, then no accommodation may be reached. I had spent some time discussing negotiation with Cordelia. Not enough time to become good at it, but enough time to learn a little more about what it was that I needed to do. The first step, rather obviously, was defining what it was that I wanted. I wanted this to be resolved peacefully. The next step was working out what the other person wanted. I didn't know exactly what the prince wanted, but it was easy to guess. He wanted power of some sort. Almost certainly political, because it wasn't like he was short on physical wealth. I had some experience with negotiating before, so this wasn't entirely new to me. It was a skill you needed to de-escalate situations as a member of the wards. But it wasn't one I had been good at, so I was willing to follow Cordelia's advice. What do you want to negotiate for peace? I asked bluntly. Depending on what it is, I might be able to do something. Cordelia Hasenbach's hand in marriage with Frederick would have proven sufficient motivation to consider the alliance, were you capable of offering it, Prince Amaury mused. Once again, I cursed myself for not asking for someone who could represent Cordelia to be present. I'm not able to offer anything on her part. A shame. I tried to negotiate with the girl, but she was unwilling to grant me what I wished. If Cordelia's marriage was as low as he was willing to go, I could see why she might be against it. I can only offer what I can do. You would need to shed light on exactly what that is. This. His wineglass currently rested on the desk. I turned it into steel. He eyed it contemplatively for a moment, then picked it up. You are chosen by compassion? He asked, his tone measured. I turned the wineglass back. That's right. What is it that you strive to achieve? I want to improve the lives of everyone. My plan is to start the process with social reforms. For example. I continued to outline my goals briefly. Unless you were to wed into my household, I see no reason to bargain with you, Prince Amaury stated bluntly. I blinked. Such a frank refusal came as a surprise. Why is that? It does not matter who claims the title of First Prince, you will offer your services regardless. Your faith demands this of you. So the man believed he could have his cake and eat it too. I'm not marrying anyone. Then you have little else to offer. I'm sure there's something else you want. Work with me here. You possess nothing which I cannot claim merely by waiting for the opposition to lose. Why do you think I won't fight? I found it doubtful that one blessed with the virtue of compassion would dare take to the field. I fought against the warlock. Prince Amaury snorted theatrically. You spared the lives of the peasantry at least. There are no records of you ever having harmed another soul. I hold that it is because you will not. Don't throw away this chance. Negotiate. Please. You are so assured of the victory of the Lycaonese. He stated, amused. I wasn't planning on involving myself in this fight, then I found out that you're mostly fielding peasant levies. Before I met the man's son, I was sitting on the fence. Now, I was committed. No matter what happened, this fight wasn't going ahead. And what of it? It is their place to serve us princes, nothing more or less. They didn't choose to be here. They are here because you are forcing them to be. They are my sworn subjects. If I wish for them to die for me on the field of battle, then it is their duty to do so. It is your responsibility to care for them. They aren't objects you can just throw aside. It is a pretty thing that you propose, but like all pretty things, it is a lie. He placed his wineglass down on the desk. His eyes narrowed, then he spoke once more. Do you know what divides the great from the small? Why don't you tell me? Opportunity. Those marked for greatness seize it tightly, whilst those whose candle burns dull let it escape their grasp. And the peasants? Those on the fields? They were set on a path from the moment of their birth, cursed with little opportunity at all. From their first heartbeat, they were destined to serve. Keep calm. It really would have been easy to cause a revolt. Sadly, the long-term consequences of that would probably have been awful. It would count as breaking a truce, and wouldn't reflect well on me in the future. Consequences, I really hated the word. Hated having to think about them. Even if I doubted Cordelia would have any trouble replacing the man, I suspected it would weaken my relationship with her. I leaned deeply into the support of my angelic companions. Their warmth comforted me, and helped me to retain my cool. I'm not alone here. And what would you do if they rebelled? If all of them decided that they have had enough of your rule? Should that come to pass, then I would surely perish, he stated simply. But it will not. For sheep do not bite their shepherd. It would only take a large enough uprising to see you imprisoned, or a single bolt each to put you and your family in the grave. The man smiled grimly and raised his arms theatrically. And yet, no bolt shall find their way to my heart. If I had gone ahead with the plan of starting a revolt, this would be the point where he had sealed his own fate in the story. What of heroes? Where do we fit into the story you tell yourself? Heroes like you are those who see an opportunity and seize it. You are one of the few who can stare beyond the madness of words we use to fill the silence and catch a glimpse of the truth beneath. They do not fit into the games of men, they play in the game of gods. I paused for a moment and gathered my thoughts. It seemed less and less like I could achieve peace here. I had tried being diplomatic, it was time to try a different approach. Your son Nathaniel, I want him punished. He shall have his family name summarily stripped from him. Without it, he shall have no chance to take my place after I one day perish. He is a contemptible boy. With his opportunities stripped from him, he will find no place for himself playing the ebb and flow. That is punishment enough. If you had a daughter and a peasant tried to rape her, what punishment would she face? I asked, angrily. The peasant would be boiled in oil. That was a far worse punishment than I realistically expected here, but it still made my point. Then why do you think this is enough? As contemptible as he is and even without his name, he is still kin to me. I will not see him dead on your whims or anyone else's. Stick him in prison then. Doing so would besmirch my reputation. All you are doing is shielding him from justice. Bruss is mine to rule, it is by my right alone that justice is to be determined. Calm, Taylor, remain calm. It was harder than I liked. I reminded myself once more that reforming the Principate into something better was a marathon that would likely take me centuries of work, and I didn't want to mess it up at the first step. You wanted to know why you should negotiate with the Lycaonese? I asked, doing my level best to keep the tone of my voice steady. My fingernails dug into the palms of my hands. I was close to drawing blood. Indeed. As yet, you have made no compelling arguments. Then let me tell you why, I hissed between my teeth. You aren't fighting them, you're fighting me. Prince Amaury looked dubious at the statement. I pulled their entire army through the swamp, across land that would otherwise have been unavigable. If it comes to a fight, I'll force your entire army to stop fighting. They won't even be able to pick up their crossbows, let alone aim the bolts. Claims with no substance, he dismissed, shaking his head from side to side. Those blessed by the heavens, as you are, do not have the will to raise a sword in a battle such as this one. The clash of princes is in the domain of mortals, not the purview of gods. No matter how you bluster, you will not bear your blade. My forces will give battle to the Lycaonese. Most will die, but it is an acceptable loss. The Lycaonese will be forced to retreat, or not have enough soldiers to face the oncoming tide up north. If you don't negotiate, you will die. It won't be me. I will make your entire army stand down. Cordelia will force you to drink poison, and I will stand aside. I stated bluntly. Even should you force a surrender, I doubt you would allow me to suffer such a demise. I am more than fine with it. A principality is its people. You are consigning Bruss to die here, to suit your ambitions alone. I don't care if you personally fight it out with Matilda in single combat or something along those lines, but I won't stand aside if you order your people to die. I will take that wager, then. Opportunity, remember. Retaining my cool was harder than I expected. Don't fuck this up, Taylor. Taking a moment to think before I responded, I focused my attention on Prince Amaury once more. The man before me had the self-satisfied smirk of someone who felt confident that he had scored a win. Seems I had not hidden my emotions as well as I expected after all. Years later, and it still frustrated me how hard it was to hide my tells without a swarm to push them into. I'm giving you a chance to do the right thing, I stated, doing my best to keep my voice neutral. I'm not doing it because I think you deserve it, but because it means when this is all over, I don't need to ask myself what if. So please, negotiate here. Find a peaceful solution. I would give him every chance to save his own skin. If he chose not to, then he had nobody but himself to blame. Once the Lycaonese have been sent scuttling back up north, Frederick will be married off to one of the soon-to-be first Prince Dagobert's daughters. This war can only end one way. The conversation continued. Despite my efforts, I could not convince the man to budge. Eventually, I picked up the flag and stepped out of the tent. Making my way to the impromptu stables, I climbed on Sisyphus before departing from the meeting place. What would happen if I attacked now? Despite meeting on neutral ground, I was still close enough to the Brushian camp to have the entire thing in range. If I waited until the fight went ahead, people might be injured. It would be more politically expedient, but would weigh more on my conscience. I knew there would likely be consequences for this. Ones that I didn't know. But I would rather do what I believed to be right now, than gamble for a better outcome. It was possible for me to only target the leaders, but there was no guarantee the soldiers would choose not to fight. There was also a benefit to acting on such a large scale. It was a statement. I was tired of people believing that just because I was restrained that I wasn't willing to act. If I didn't take a stand once, then this pattern would keep repeating itself. I did not like having to resort to threats. There was no part of me that wanted to be a tyrant or a warlord. But even if I was not planning to fill that role, people needed to understand that I had teeth. They were not negotiating with someone that they could walk over. They were negotiating with a mostly benevolent dragon. And if they crossed the invisible line, the dragon would bite. I did not want or expect them to just capitulate, but I expected them to at least make an effort to find compromise. I was willing to bend my neck a lot, but not all the way. The princes should not reasonably expect me to give them whatever they desire with no cost to themselves. I would bring my claws down here, once. In doing so, I hope to ensure that I need not bring them down again. I'll deal with the consequences later myself. I felt reassurance from the angels at my decision. Their approval counted for a lot. I wasn't sure if I was making the correct choice, but it was the one I felt the most comfortable with. Sisyphus continued to trot away. The moment I judged myself distant enough, I theatrically dropped the banner on the ground. I raised a golden domed barrier around me, then sent up a flared warning into the sky. It spelled out my intention to fight, writ large. Bolts started to smash uselessly against my shield. They did nothing, it was like the tickling of ants on the hide of an elephant. Which emotion do I want to use here? Any emotion, when concentrated enough, would likely be debilitating. I could settle for grief, depression, or despair, but those all felt wrong to me. They weren't who I was now, and they weren't who I wanted to be. Smiling, I settled on the one which seemed the most appropriate. It was my memory of what I felt the first time I had stared at the choir of compassion. It wouldn't be as concentrated as an actual angelic appearance. I could only achieve the palest of imitations. But something told me that even my facsimile would be strong enough to prevent a battle from occurring at all. A ghost vanished from behind me. I didn't want this to be confused for the real thing, so I was deliberately implanting illusions into the manifestation. Unfortunately, I didn't think I would be able to add anything visually complex. The strain of doing so in addition to everything else made it untenable, so I would have to settle for something small. Like a memory of the night sky. Or not. To my surprise, I felt the attention of the angels bearing down on me. I received a vague impression of admonishment from them. It only took a moment's focus to realize what they were trying to show me. An excess of compassion would have deleterious effects. Paradoxically, it would not be compassionate. Those effects ranged from self-harm to suicide. Either way, without using a measured approach, I wouldn't like what occurred. It unsettled me that I had missed something so obvious. I allowed the angels to guide the emotional component. I didn't have the faintest hope of regulating the effect on a person-by-person basis, but they could. It felt like having my mother leaning over my shoulders, showing me what to do. I watched for a moment. It was almost as if they used my perspective of what was an acceptable outcome to judge how to shape my working. Shouldn't they be able to judge for themselves? It struck me as odd, but I put that thought to the side before turning my attention back towards the illusion. With their assistance, I could go fancy. So I set my goals just a little higher. This was meant to be a statement anyhow, so I may as well make it into one. A midnight black dome manifested around the encampment. Along the inner surface, some of my memories from clairvoyant played out. Not the harsh or horrible memories. Nobody deserved those. The little moments that I had glimpsed at then pushed to the side, because I was otherwise too busy at the time. Auroras near the Arctic. Forests untouched by man. Some of the more awe-inspiring cities constructed on bet. Breathtaking vistas that had only ever been witnessed by me and clairvoyant alone. I wasn't sure how long it would take the soldiers to fully recover, it had taken me weeks. Filtered as it was through my memories, this wasn't anywhere near as strong. That didn't matter when it was so overwhelming that for the next few days they would feel like they had come face to face with an echo of an angelic choir. Shortly after returning to the Neustrians, Prince Amaury sent a written surrender. The orders to mount up and march were given. It took a single sighting of the Brushian camp for a solemn silence to descend. Almost every single person within the camp was in tears. None of them were willing or able to fight at all. I had asked the princes to try resolving the conflict peacefully. Maybe next time, they would actually listen to me. A/N, there will be actual military engagement chapters, this just won't be one of them. Liminal 3.0a. A great person may make their own enemies, but a greater person makes use of them. Dread Empress Militia I. Standing outside his place of employment, Lennox wrung his hands nervously. The narrow two-story building loomed over him like an omen, blocking out the waxing light of the sun. It had been half a bell since the sun had risen, and his master had not yet shown up. He knocked on the door once more, hoping for a response. He was fortunate, for someone from a farmer's background. The local scribe, a well-off elderly man rumored to be well past his 60th summer, had lacked an apprentice. Not only were scribes rumored to be paid well, they did not need to toil in the fields. Lennox had been a sickly child, youngest out of all his siblings, and struggled to toil under the sun. Fearing for his own future, he had searched for an escape from his allotment in life. It had taken much begging to wear down the misanthropic man's patience, but eventually his efforts had borne fruit. The man had taken him on as an apprentice. As a master, he was overbearing and strict, but Lennox had persevered. He had to, for he could not stomach the alternative. Quickly he had learned letters and numbers, how to perform his sums. As he showed a deftness for the work, his master's attitude towards him had slowly thawed. The bond between them had grown and, gradually, he had been entrusted with greater responsibility. To his surprise, Lennox had found himself almost pleased with the fate he had carved for himself. He earned a steady keep, more than enough to satisfy his family. He worked shorter hours and did not need to break his back under the sun. It seemed almost as if the gates of the future stood wide open and one day, he could move from apprentice to scribe. If he were lucky, he might even come to serve under a benevolent lord or lady. There was only one tear he wished he could stitch closed. His family hated him. He glimpsed it in the hardening of their gazes whenever he returned to the hearth. They suffered his presence due to the good fortune he brought with him, but it was not for who he was, but the coin he earned. Many a night he spent trying to water the fields of familial bonds in hope the bruising would fade. To his dismay, time did not but deepen it. Pacing back and forth before the door, he eyed the flower beds guiltily. His master would be most wroth with him were he to ruin the flowers, but the shutters loomed above. Mustering up his resolve, he gingerly stepped over the petunias before peering through the shutters. There was no movement inside. He waited 2 more hours before eventually returning to his family. Maybe his master was out for the day, and hadn't thought to inform him? It took another week before the truth came to light. His master had finally succumbed to the passage of time. With his passing, the local lord had looked past their lands to hire a new scribe. Lennox had once more petitioned to serve as an apprentice, only this time his approach had been snubbed. The new scribe had an apprentice of his own. Worse, he was viewed by the apprentice as a looming threat. The girl had hired thugs to threaten him. When they moved to strike him, he had suffered the injustice in silence. Lennox abhorred violence and would not move to inflict it on others were he given the chance. The ruffians had beaten him and left him bruised in a dirty side alley. The message had been carved into his flesh. Were he to attempt to ply his trade, the well of his life would run out of ink. He tried to protest the mistreatment, but his words had gone unheard. Bitterly, he had returned to his brothers and sisters. It was certain the news would be ill received. The night had grown darker than he feared. Through no fault of his own, his family was most wroth with him. In light of his much diminished circumstances, his father's gambling debts were now baying at their doorstep. None of them had known of the coin he owed, but blood had been shed at the reveal. Much of the good fortune he had showered upon their home had been poured into that hungry abyss. His father had shed thrones like water, and now the tap had run dry. It was then that moneylenders had arrived to collect. Lennox found himself breaking his back in the fields once more. Work that he had long grown unaccustomed to, was expected of him once more. With each day, he grew more and more weary. His coughs had returned to him, and it seemed as if the ledger of his life was soon to close. Then, when he had thought that no further ill fortune could haunt him, a much darker shadow had cast itself over his shoulders. Like a pall on a plague victim, the Lord's recruiters had fallen upon him. War, war, they declared. And so, against the keening cry of his soul, he found himself marching to the fields of blood and steel. Despite his misgivings against violence, he dared not protest the call to war. He sensed that were he to do so, his life would come to a close. A seed of hatred had planted itself within him. It mattered not that he was sickly, nor that his hands had never held a blade. Iron was shoved into his palms, and so iron he learned to wield. He moved from field to field in the service of Arsene, bearing witness to many a tragedy. Year after year, lives were reaped like grain at the harvest. From the borders of Ain, to Cantel, to Isère, to Orne he marched and fought, his soul spilling out of him as he labored on. Seasons passed, and with them, Lennox's hatred only grew. Hatred for the war, hatred for the princes, hatred for the world, hatred for himself. It festered within him, spreading like ink spilled across a page. He came to fear that were he to keep fighting, then one day it would consume him. The abyss yawned before him, calling out. He knew, with but a step, all he would do was fall. So he ran. Deserting with 2 companions, they sought to find employment elsewhere. To their dismay, despite discarding any signs of their former allegiance, they still stood out in a crowd. It was the scars from blades having marked their flesh that identified them for what they were, deserters. Few would dare trade with them, and those that would were of ill repute. None but those with dark intentions would offer them shelter, or the opportunity to ply their trade. He offered to serve as a scribe, but found himself turned down. With time, they grew more and more desperate. It was then that the seed of hatred that had long been planted finally started to germinate. The abyss beckoned, and so Lennox finally fell. They took to banditry on the roadside. Never claiming more than what they required to live, but still enough to damn them. Lennox's heart had grown cold. The world had rejected him, so why should he not return the favor? For a time they lived well enough. It was neither clean nor honest work, but it was purer of purpose than fighting under the command of the prince. They fought not to empower a baseless ruler, but instead for the sole purpose of survival alone. Until that fateful night on an otherwise empty road, when they set themselves upon 2 lone travelers. 2 youths, a boy and a girl. Once, Lennox would have felt sorrow at their misfortune, but the voice of peace within him had long since been trampled out. Events did not come to pass as the ledger of life demanded. An explosion of light, blinding. Disorientated, Lysander had perished with a blade rammed through the throat by the one-armed witch. Moments later, the witch struck out once more. Renault's life was claimed by the workings of an amateur sorcerer. Deciding to cut his losses, Lennox had hightailed it. Alone, he had taken to wandering north. He found himself shaken. Perhaps under Princess Constance rather than Arsene, the madness would finally end? Crossing over to Ain, he found work for a time as a hired guard. However, his reprieve was short-lived. Princess Constance was claimed by the disease that had come to ravage this land, and with her passing, the final embers of his hope had guttered out. For in the aftermath of her demise, the mania simply grew. Slowly, it dawned on Lennox that until someone took a stand against the baseness of the princes, the darkness would only propagate like seeds on the wind. The heart of Ain was the closest Lennox had been to the poison that had taken his land for some time. It was a city where the wound had festered in full. The mask covering the rot that ruled over them had been cast aside, and the hollowed-out visage of want stood starkly visible for all to see. The nobles schemed and backstabbed openly, as their kind were wont to do, and it was the people under them who bore the price. The nobles never suffered the cost of their madness. No, doing so would be uncouth. For their place in the world was not under the tip of the quill, instead it was holding the stem. It was too much. All of it was too much. For too long, the people had played the part of the victim. It could go on no longer. Lennox had reached the end of his rope. From a distance, he watched one of the arrogant youths that dared to claim they had the right to rule. The upstart brat brought down the heel of his boot metaphorically on the neck of one of the local tavern owners. The man had the audacity to offer tribute to one of the opposing lords. It was not that Lennox had not seen before, but the cup of hatred could only hold so much before the rest spilled over. Drawing his blade once more, he planted it between the lordling's ribs and his attendants soon after. As the man let out his final breath, stained as it was with blood, Lennox found that his purpose had finally dawned upon him. The hands that had writ the world had not cast it as fair. The lives of men were not given equal treatment, but there was naught which claimed that the cast of the world could not be changed. Lennox would find the oil and light the torches, then cleanse the rot from Calurnia. His task was not a small undertaking. Much work would be needed to burn out the corruption from root to stem. This did not deter him. For was it not taken as fact that all worthy callings were the works of ages? And could there be a higher purpose than purging the filth that had seated itself up top? When a farmer finds that the crop is rotten, it is not left so that the malaise may spread, but instead burned to the ground. It was a monumental task, but one that Lennox had taken upon himself. He would do unto the world as the world had done to him. He would give birth to the revolution, and see that all those who would claim to rule were cast down among the people they crushed underfoot. From petty tyrants, to kings, to the gods themselves if need be. For only once others saw the world in the same light he did, could the task of shaping it fairly truly begin. Lennox was the revolutionary. All that remained was for him to set off the spark that would ignite the flames. Like all harvests, first he seeded his efforts in the soil. Lennox found the people best suited to fit his purpose and positioned them where they were called for. He may have spent many years plying his blade for Prince Arsene, but not all of that time had been spent learning the art of war. Before his hope had guttered out, he had bartered for time with engineers, scribes, and quartermasters. Gradually, the lay of what he knew had expanded. It would be hubris for him to claim to be an expert at any one task. Fortunately, it was not required for him to be. He could interpret the shape of each craft well enough to judge who would be better suited than himself to carry out the required roles. And unearthing those he needed was not the challenge it could be, when Lennox could see what lay beneath their facade. He delved the earth for those like him. The bitter, the downtrodden, the ones ground down by the heel of a lordling's boot. Once they had been found, he began to scribe his own words into them, fanning the embers of their anger into raging infernos. Lennox took on anyone who had the spark, no matter the measure of their skill. Those with no talents were taught to fight, for with time any could wield a spear. Those who came with learned proficiencies he convinced to take on essential roles. Step by step, in the forgotten corners of Ain, his army began to take shape. A force unlike any other. When their first strike came, their so-called lords were caught completely unaware. This came as no surprise, for how could their rulers tell them apart? They looked no different from the other peasants. Their members wore the same clothes and carried out the same tasks day by day. By all outward appearances, they lived ordinary lives. So it went that the boot came down, indiscriminately striking out at all below. And the revolutionary smiled. For it came to pass that with each of their brethren who were struck, 4 innocents were caught in the carnage. For each innocent that was struck from the ledger of life, one more family tied itself to his cause. And so the revolution continued to grow. He found those with a penchant for violence and stoked the embers of their fire. Those who would stand aside peacefully. Well, there was much to incite. The guards came down on peasants, then the peasants came down on guards. Beatings were repaid by crucifixions, deaths with gradual torture. And as his movement gained momentum, the understanding slowly spread. It was then that in the minds of those like him that the realization finally blossomed. There was nothing special about those above, so why not cast them below? Then one fateful day, the revolutionary let himself into his quarters and came face to face with a faceless man seated beside his desk. He looked, and he looked, but no matter how he tried, he could not determine the mean of the man's visage. See helped him not at all, it was as if there was naught to glean. Frustrated, he focused on the figure's fingers instead. Lennox. Revolutionary, the man stated. Tell me, stranger, by what name would you have yourself be known as? Lennox asked. Something about the man unsettled him, but Lennox tried to push it aside. Do you wish to live? This residence is not your own. Answer my questions or perish, trespasser, Lennox demanded. You are a villain living in a hero's land. Your time grows short. Even now, the vultures circle. With every word that passed through the stranger's lips, Lennox's unease grew. I ask once more, by what name should I call you? Lennox repeated, licking his lips. I am the assassin, the monster said. Before he knew it, Lennox had drawn his blade. The creature remained unmoved. Sheath your blade, it said, its tone flat. I am not here to kill you. What is it that you wish from me, then? Lennox asked, his legs wobbling. Slowly, he sat down on his bed. His blade remained unsheathed, pointed towards his foe. A hero will come to the city of Ain. The aspirant. It could be soon, it could be years. By what means do you glean the lay of fate? When she comes, you will die. You aren't able to face her. She is a demon, calling herself a hero. Your weapons will not hurt her. The assassin continued to talk, speaking as if Lennox was not even truly there. And what purpose would you have me undertake? You are destined to fight her. Without help, you will die. The question is, how much help do you want? The revolutionary made his departure from the city of Ain. He could not judge the true measure of the calamity's words, but he would heed them regardless. Although, he had drawn a different conclusion than the one they wished him to learn. They were merely a different breed of snake, no different from the ones that ruled in the lands he currently walked. He would not cast off the chains of one master merely to accept the chains of another. He did not know how many years his quest would take, but he would cast aside the net of time and see the calamities all torn down, much like he would unseat the princes. The book of the future had not yet been written, but it was his hand that would wield the quill. His role was not one that required him to be there when the kingdom burned down, only when the first spark was struck. The stage was set for the house of cards to collapse. The song of suffering called to him sweetly, and he had set his sights somewhere else. The aspirant and the calamities could trade blows with each other over the ashes of the rotten corpse he had consigned to the pyre. No matter which way the wind blew, the fall of Ain was writ in stone. What had yet to be determined, was where the tread of his solace should take him to. Wandering from principality to principality had potential to bear fruit, but Lennox doubted the wisdom of doing so. For if it were true that he was a hunted man, then better to escape the sights of the predator and begin somewhere else anew. For he was not tied to any land or people, merely a desire to see it all burn down. It came to him then. Mercantise, that was where he would plant the seeds of freedom. The boot was hard on the neck of the people there, which made stoking the fires of rebellion all the easier. One day, all would become dust. Liminal 3.05. The priests claim that saving one soul is to save all of creation. Too bad for them that I would rather be a spendthrift than a miser. Dread Empress Massacre I. Riding through the last segment of swamp towards the city of Brust took longer than I thought it would. We marched at a snail's pace in formation. Our prisoners were escorted in front of our procession. Out of all the Lycaonese forces, ours had taken the longest to arrive. This was despite having been ahead of the other Lycaonese armies. Managing over 4,000 catatonic prisoners turned out to be the kind of logistical nightmare that nobody except me was expecting to have. Yvette sat in front of me. It was uncomfortable, but I was willing to put up with it. The girl was not important enough to rate a mount of her own. I wasn't going to make her just walk around in the mud. Sisyphus would just have to cope. Look over there, can you see those kingfishers sitting on the roof? And over there, look at all those fish. Do you think we will need to eat fish again tonight? I'm getting tired of fish. She leaned forward and pointed as she spoke. My mount turned around and stared balefully at the two of us. Start telling me what I taught you. Do I have to? There is so much to see, I just want to talk about it. You wanted me to teach you magic. Symbolism is an important part of magic, especially when doing more complex workings, which is confusing because it depends on where you are. For example, you trees mean life in northern Callow. Death, I interrupted her. They symbolize death. It's because of the Diorith. Their long bows are made from you. Right, they mean death, she mumbled under her breath. And why is it important? Workings will be weaker or stronger or even possible to start with depending on symbolism. For example, you could probably use you to enchant arrows so they are sharper or something like that, or to curse someone with death from a distance. I don't know, can we talk about something else? Not just yet. You mentioned enchanting. Tell me about different materials. Using the right materials to achieve the right results also plays a vital role. For example, how lead has properties of grounding and cold iron weakens magic. I continued to listen with one ear as we made our way forwards. Every so often, I would prompt her with a question before continuing. Messengers had been sent out in advance of our arrival. They had informed both the Prince of Renia and Klaus Poppenheim about the aftermath of our fight. Having Prince Amaury's formal surrender had made the situation both easier and more complicated to manage. Our procession was looked at fearfully. Marching like this was uncomfortable, but I understood the need for it. All the northern principalities had done the same. It was a statement. They were showing they were united in purpose. They were all working to put Cordelia Hassenbach in the seat of first prince. That didn't make it any less of a chore. We were all expected to wear uniforms. I was not an official part of the army. Sadly, my status as a mercenary didn't mean that there wasn't an official garb I was expected to wear. I had learned that only a few days after I had agreed to help Cordelia. One of her functionaries had delivered a set of elaborate dresses to me. The clothing came complete with frills and ruffles. It was also stamped with the Lycaonese wolf. I swear they stuck the symbol on everything. The dresses were impractical to fight in. I had raised the issue. That wasn't enough to escape from the responsibility of wearing them. I was told they were official court garb for a member of Cordelia's retinue. There was nothing stopping me from protesting the issue further. I had decided not to since I was working alongside her. I would put up with the dresses, so long as she didn't expect me to wear them when I wasn't part of a major procession. Sisyphus carried me on the right-hand side of the procession. I was positioned in a way so that I was not entirely a part of it. The reverent stares of some troops bored holes into my back. Somebody called out. It was a title. I focused on them. It was two people talking from the side of the procession. They weren't asking for me, only talking loudly to a friend. I turned away. Sovereign of the Ardent Dreams. That was what they were calling me. The title was concerning. There were a substantial number of story strings attached to it. I also wasn't entirely pleased with the title itself. It made me sound like some kind of prostitute. The title had caught on after the Bruschians told the Neustrians what I had done. Seeing an entire army incapacitated due to religious bliss was apparently enough to convince them that I was Abuff's answer to the warlock. They had gone ahead and given me a similarly ostentatious title to mirror his own. I had tried to correct the soldier's assumptions. It didn't matter. The name had already caught on. It didn't help that news of my clash with the Sovereign of the Red Skies was well known. Even surviving an encounter with the warlock was considered to be a win by many. I certainly didn't feel that way. I was reasonably sure that with sufficient time to prepare, the man would trounce me with next to no effort at all. He had plenty of time to come up with the perfect box to put me in now that he was aware of my existence. That did nothing to dispel the high I was riding. The smile on my face had probably been there for a few days at this point. I hadn't bothered trying to suppress it. It was nice being appreciated for having done something simply good. I was sure that the people in charge weren't happy about it, but the soldiers certainly were. None of them were looking forward to losing friends or family. I'd even heard a mother from among the camp followers tell her kid not to worry because, the Sovereign of the Ardent Dreams will chase away any nightmares. My actual name was less well known. I was sure that there would be repercussions. There was almost certainly something I could have done better. That didn't make me feel any less happy about it. Being able to go to sleep after doing something momentous and not have to worry about nightmares felt so good. I did my best to ignore the reverent looks and instead focused on the town we were passing through. It was constructed in a shallow region of swampland. There were roads built on long sections of dry land. Most of the houses were made of wood and built on stilts that had been raised out of the bog. They were strewn between different islands. The islands were all connected by narrow bridges. I imagined from above that they looked like stars in the night sky. Groups of raised land masses that had been clustered loosely into constellations. There were patchwork walls that barely counted as a defense. Large blocks of limestone that were stacked haphazardly and then joined together with mortar served as a barrier into the region. There was nothing else built with the material nearby. It was likely to be imported from somewhere else. The makeshift wall blocked off parts of the swamp that were shallow enough to cross. The city's inhabitants hadn't bothered to wall off the deeper sections. It didn't surprise me. Those could only be entered by boat. Armies of small fishing boats made their way out onto the swamp water. I had been told that fishing was a big industry here. My eyes roamed over the teeming fleets of boats. It certainly looked that way. We kept moving closer towards the city of Bruss. Our mounts crossed out of the swampland and onto solid ground. The city finally became visible through the canopies of trees. Cordelia had long since taken it. Prince Amaury truly had stripped away almost all the city's defenders to fight against us. Only the bare skeleton of a garrison had remained behind. Taking the place had been nothing more than a formality. This would have been true even without his surrender. If Cordelia's coalition had been forced into sieging the place, it would have fallen in a matter of hours. There simply wasn't enough manpower around to defend it. We made our way across 2 more islands and arrived at the mainland. Most of the army was pulled away by the arrival of Klaus. Those of us remaining headed towards the city itself. I had been directed towards the palace. It was an easy building to identify. It was one of the few buildings made almost entirely out of painted white stone. I paused in my journey and took a moment to drink in the view. The palace sprawled out and occupied an obscene amount of lateral space. It was contained within a walled-off compound. There were rows of carefully maintained apple trees leading up to the gated entrance. 3 stone towers reached up like fingers towards the sky. Sisyphus started to move forward again after I dug in my knees. We arrived at the gate not long after. A servant let us in. My boots hit the ground. I handed the reins of my mount to a stable attendant not long after. I took a moment to ask for directions. Without them, I was almost certain to end up lost. Leaving the stables, I made my way through extravagant doors into the palace itself. Yvette followed behind. Eventually, she split off from me at what would apparently be our temporary quarters. I was led elsewhere. Moving through corridors of the palace took some time. The structure was a maze of stairways and passages. They were decorated with extravagant tapestries and carpets. A servant guided the way. Not long after entering the building, I reached my destination. The door to the room we stopped at was shut. I could hear the murmuring of voices from inside. Opening it, I stepped in. Seated in the parlor on a comfortable chair was Cordelia Hassenbach. She was hunched over a desk and appeared to be carefully sorting through one of many piles of letters. They were stacked neatly in rows. Each pile was weighted down. Shadowing Cordelia were 2 guards. She looked up as I entered. "Please be seated. Our discussion will commence shortly." There were 2 chairs on the opposite side of the desk. I sat on the one closer to the stained glass window. On it was a depiction of chubby naked sexless sprites putting a crown on someone's head. "They don't look like that," I muttered under my breath. "You have observed the cherubim?" "I have. They don't really look like anything. It's easier to describe them in terms of impressions." I smiled fondly. "They are like family to me. They are always there for you. If I was to describe them physically, I'd say they are like a sea of lights radiating warmth in an ocean of darkness." Their perspective might have been completely inhuman, but that didn't really matter. Family members didn't need to all think the same thoughts, just be there for each other. They had chosen me, and I was happy to stick with them. I'm certain that many of the priests in the House of Light would find the very idea blasphemous. They would be wrong. The Choir of Compassion certainly doesn't mind. They would adopt everyone if they could get away with it. Cordelia said nothing in response. Despite it being just afternoon, the light in the room was still dim. She kept leafing through letters, otherwise ignoring my presence. I squinted at them. It was difficult to see in such poor light. Now that I was closer, I could make out what they were. Most of them appeared to be accounts and bills of sale. As she read over them, she made annotations on another page. The clanging of metal boots on stone disrupted my mental wandering. The door opened again. An unfairly handsome youth was escorted in by some of Cordelia's guards. Despite looking to be about 14 to 15 years old, it was obvious that with time he was only going to become more appealing to look at. He wore extravagant clothing. It was obvious to me that he was someone important. He looked around wildly as he entered the room. His blue eyes roamed over me and dismissed me entirely. The expression on his face gave the impression that he felt he was taking a step onto the gallows. Cordelia looked up again. Do you intend to have your chosen force me to confront the angels as well? The boy said bitterly. He tossed his fair hair from side to side as he spoke. He ignored me entirely. Clearly he didn't realize who I was. The aspirant has already been castigated for her actions, Cordelia informed him. She didn't even look my way. Neither did she make any indication as to my identity. That was news to me. Why is she making me watch this? I didn't know who this boy was. Despite being singled out, I felt that this drama didn't actually concern me at all. My uncle's defeat was foul. It was dealt to him by sorceries from afar. There was no honor in his loss. Would that he have faced your troops on the field of battle instead. Denouncing the chosen does not undo this. The boy declared. Wait, this kid was upset because I prevented a slaughter? And her actions were not sanctioned, neither by me nor by Princess Matilda, Cordelia replied, turning over a page as she did so. That was only technically true. It would be more accurate to say that I hadn't asked for permission. If I had done so, I would likely have been told to go right ahead with my plan. Would you have her face high justice then? The boy challenged. I invite you to petition the House of Light on the matter, Cordelia answered drily. Do you believe they would stand idly by while the attempt is made to execute one of their own? Especially since no harm was done to any of your men. Wait, what? And so justice goes unfulfilled. His tone was flat. The boy sounded as if he expected nothing else. Cordelia changed the topic then. In other matters, she told him in a pleasant tone of voice, Nathaniel Githel was 14,000 thrones in debt to the Privis Bank. Your uncle's debts were even deeper. The picture was starting to piece itself together. I didn't know who the boy was. Actually, maybe I did. Prince Amaury had mentioned a name. Frederick, wasn't it? It was likely the boy was his heir. The prince had been made to drink poison after his defeat. I didn't like killing one's enemies being an accepted part of the Procran succession. In my mind, it encouraged the princes to show no restraint. If they knew they were going to die, then why hold anything back? Despite that, I was willing to make an exception for Prince Amaury. The man had actually earned his death. I didn't know what had happened to Nathaniel. It was likely that he had died as well. I had no proof of that other than suspicion alone. I expected him to be in this room with us. He wasn't. That was enough to convince me that he was probably dead. I owe no debts, the youth replied. You would owe one, Cordelia Hassenbach coolly corrected. I would not swear myself to the woman who orchestrated my uncle's defeat in such an unseemly fashion, the boy snapped back. His muscled arms clenched as spoke. You misunderstand me, Frederick Githel, the Prince of Renia said. She brushed a strand of golden hair out of her eyes in the process. A crown is not a privilege, Cordelia Hassenbach calmly declared, it is a duty. You will owe a debt to your people. A debt to Prussia itself. See that it is paid back in full, Prince Frederick. The two of them continued to verbally spar. I listened with one ear as they did so. Slowly, I was coming to understand what Cordelia was trying to show me. She had lost a potential ally here. It was likely he would have sided with her if I hadn't chosen to fight. The conversation was important, but most of it was lost on me. My attention started to drift. I focused on the stacks of correspondence once more. My gaze eventually settled on two of them. The sheets on top of both were marked with my name. Taylor Communications. Taylor Politics. The first pile was small. It would contain news from her informants about Roland's whereabouts. The second heap was huge. The top of the pile was just below eye level. It teetered on the edge of falling over and somehow remained standing upright. I expected that the stack contained Cordelia's efforts to uphold our agreement. The urge to reach over and grab them both came over me. I suppressed it. There was no need to hurry. I could read over it all later. With some effort, I brought my focus back onto the discussion. It took a while longer before their argument concluded, but eventually Frederick was escorted out. A servant brought in a pot of tea and 2 cups on a tray. It took some effort to make space for both on the desk. Somehow, they managed. They left after pouring both of us cups. Both of us picked up our cups and inhaled the fragrant aroma before taking a sip. There was a moment of tranquility in the room. It didn't last for long before conversation picked up again. I take it that the lesson I am attempting to impart has sunk in? Cordelia asked. Yet. He's upset because of what I did. That is not precisely the case. Prince Frederick has a strong seasoning of naivete to his character. He truly believes in the duty of princes and would find no fault with the purpose you strive for. Then why is he angry? Prince Frederick also values the appearance of honor. Great fights between princes on the field of battle play a part in that. For the outcome of the clash to have been determined at your hand instead has undermined that belief. There is nothing honorable about it. The idea is a lie. Nonetheless, it is what the boy has been taught. Then what should I have done? She paused for only a heartbeat. I still caught it. You should have found a solution that preserved the cultural expectations of the princes of Prussia. This situation can be salvaged, but I would have preferred an outcome where it need not be. Don't let this sour your good mood today. How would I do that? I challenged. She probably wanted me to allow the fight to go ahead. You once used duels as an example of something you would be capable of enforcing. You were fully capable of arranging for a duel between one prince and the other. Once the fight began, you could subtly tip the scales in Prince Matilda's favor. This would have achieved the desired outcome. It amused me how careful she was being in how she worded what she said. She might not have proposed letting the fight go ahead, but there was no way she didn't think it. I didn't need her to agree with my views on politics. Expecting her to would be unreasonable. That didn't mean I needed to leave the situation as is. Perhaps I could help her understand where I was coming from? Can I show you something? She looked up from the papers before her, her eyes narrowing on me in thought. That depends on the nature of what you wish to demonstrate. I want to show you some of my memories. It will only be pictures, sounds, and smells, but it should be enough. Explain to me why I should entertain this request. Perspective. You will have to elaborate what you mean by that. You have a penchant for single-word responses where you assume that much additional context is inferred by the interlocutor. We come from different places. They are different worlds. Knowing that isn't enough to understand. Let me show you the difference. I hoped she didn't refuse. While I doubted she would come to share the same opinions as me, it would at least help properly contextualize our conversations. I was in her world, interacting with cultures, opinions, and beliefs formed in response to its rules. That didn't mean I had a good understanding of Calurnia, but I had a better impression than having no impression at all. What do you hope to achieve in doing so? To make working together easier. There are things neither of the two of us are ever going to agree on. Some you can probably guess, others we will work out. I want to give you a frame of reference. We keep talking past each other, instead of to each other. I'm trying to fix that. You have my permission to show me what you believe I need to see. I started to manipulate the light in the parlor. Slowly, a scene from my memories coalesced. Thousands upon thousands of hexagons, spread across innumerable worlds. I filled in for the other senses next. The blasting of offensive powers. The smell of blood and smoke. It was impossible to truly capture the fight. This was especially true considering how many additional senses I had at the time. I was showing Cordelia at best an approximation of the conflict. But as a demonstration, it would have to do. This was what the end of my world looked like, I began. I can't provide you with the true experience. Even if I could, I wouldn't. This is enough. If every person on Calurnia died right now, it would be only a fraction of the scale of the tragedy you are watching. It wouldn't make the death of everyone here any less awful, but the comparison helps to contextualize. Cordelia said nothing in response. She simply watched as the scene played out. I started a new slideshow as the first came to a close. This time I panned through memories of places on Earth. The sound of cars at rush hour, time spent flying on Atlas, walking on the boardwalk with Lisa. Some select moments from my time in Chicago. Some of those memories had sadly grown hazy. Time really was the greatest devil of them all. It hurt to think about. I could no longer remember what my mom really looked like. I knew that I probably looked like her. But knowing that wasn't the same as being able to see her or hear her voice. How many thousands of people that I would come to love would I forget before my dreams were realized? This was what my home looked like before the end. There were ups and downs to it. It definitely wasn't all perfect. We had endbringers to worry about. You don't, but you have your own problems. Our heroes lost more often than we won. No matter what we did, it felt like we were incapable of stopping the eventual collapse. I let the images fade away. I'm immortal. Old age is not going to kill me. I think you already know that, but I am not sure if you understand what that means. You talked about the benefits of long-term planning for stable governance. I'm not planning for a single lifetime. I'm planning for forever. The question of what the world will look like in 1,000 years isn't academic for me. I'm actually going to be there, and I want people's lives to be better. I want there to be no villains. The policies and ideas I talked about aren't new. They existed in my world. I don't expect them to work perfectly here, but that's okay because that isn't what I am trying to do. That's why I came to you for help. I need a way to achieve the same ends with acceptable means. So tell me, Cordelia, what kind of world do you want to make? Are you the one responsible for Constance's scar? Cordelia asked, her voice taking on a hard edge. Well, my first attempt at a heroic speech failed. It hadn't occurred to me that the gnomes would be the first detail she would take away from what I showed her. I arrived there. The gnomes deciding to bomb it after I left had nothing to do with me. That is a convenient story. It's the truth. I doubt I'd be a hero if I killed a city. I realized how wrong I was the moment the words left my mouth. There were numerous Kalernian heroes who did hurt lots of people. My experience with heroism was vastly unrepresentative. Compared to many of the others I heard about, I was the nice hero. There are numerous cases of heroes having done just that. Think about what you know about me. Would I kill an army? She continued to examine my face. I will consider the subject of Constance's scar further. Can I read those letters? I asked, pointing at the piles. They were set aside for you to peruse. I picked up both of the stacks and carefully moved them to my side of the table. Lifting the first page, I squinted. Why is Cordelia reading in the dark anyhow? Irritably, I created a ball of soft light overhead. My eyes roamed over the text. It took me a while to work my way through it all. Roland had been briefly spotted in the lands of Brus months past, before making his way further south. There wasn't more recent news on his whereabouts. I was positive about my chances of finding him despite that. With Cordelia's information network, it was only a matter of time until he was located. I swear when I find him, I will find a way to make his life difficult. It struck me that he hadn't kept in contact with his girlfriend. The one he had been planning to marry. I couldn't even remember her name properly. It had been a long time. Melisandre, wasn't it? When I found him, I'd drag him all the way back to her so she could give him a piece of her mind. He should know better than to just go off on an adventure without keeping in contact with his friends. I put aside the correspondence and turned to the larger pile. To my surprise, part of what she had put together was a thorough examination of why Cordelia believed that democracy could not work. I hadn't asked that of her. Why did you work on this? I waved it at her. If we are to work together in the long term, it is imperative that you understand why specific reforms are not feasible. Consider this added detail to be a gesture of goodwill. I turned my attention back to what she had written. It started with the obvious. Most of the peasants were uneducated. They wouldn't be able to make informed decisions. That would result in them voting in bad leaders. Her treatise moved on from there. It asserted that even if they were all educated, the logistics of organizing voting just wouldn't work. Wouldn't scrying make this possible? Having wizards that can scry would only alleviate the problem. You would still need to set up a system to both organize and count votes. Adding more chains of authority would sidestep the issue, but it would also introduce more points where the process could be interfered with. I turned back to her written arguments. Other concerns were brought up as well. She considered the issue of individuals who by their very nature were more powerful than others. Wizards, priests, heroes, and villains. I was dubious of those arguments. Neither Bellerophon nor the Principate itself could exist if they were as overblown as she made them out to be. It stood out to me that it didn't seem like she truly understood how names worked. I knew that I had only a half-formed understanding. Being self-taught, I was sure to be making mistakes. Even that was more complete than what Cordelia appeared to know. The subject would be raised when I was done reading. It was important she understood how names fit into the world, or somewhere down the line she would make a dangerous mistake. I continued to skim through her arguments about democracy, then moved on to her proposed alternatives. One model she outlined employed a three-way joint rulership of the Principate between a prince, a member of the clergy and a sorcerer. She didn't give the idea itself much credence, but it was still interesting to look at. I had to suppress an urge to snort at a rant about the dangers of allowing priests near power. It had been neatly crossed out, but it still made her just a bit more relatable. Cordelia's eventual conclusion was disappointing, but understandable. She felt that another system could not function without changing other factors within the Principate first. Setting them aside, I moved on to her proposed ideas on how to improve the lives of the peasantry. There were lots of details. Projected costs, plans that both accounted for my presence and the absence of it. Unfortunately, the documents were mostly written in shorthand. They contained references to page numbers of books, and recommendations of specific advisors I should speak to. Can you explain this? I asked, passing a page across to her. I would be surprised if you were capable of decoding what I wrote, Cordelia mused. She looked up from the leaf and turned my way. These proposals are still in the planning stages. Unlike the arguments I outlined for or against different systems of governance, I believe these can actually be implemented. And those ideas are many proposals relating to urban planning, recommendations on where to locate centers of education, a detailed analysis of the costs and benefits of educating the peasantry. I concluded that the end result can be justified. You say that as if there are good reasons not to. Depending on your long-term objectives, there are excellent reasons not to. In the interest of avoiding another argument, I left that statement alone. It seemed I would be getting what I wanted anyhow. There was no need to fight over it. Why do most of the plans not account for my presence? I am not prepared to undertake civil reforms on this scale with a single point of failure. You are accounted for as an additional asset, not the underpinnings of my reign. That was fair. Most of this is on Rhenia specifically. Not all of Prisser. I would not have the authority to dictate the governance of other principalities. This remains true even as first prince. What I am capable of achieving is demonstrating the merit of the reforms within my own principality, then organizing a vote for wide-scale adoption of the reforms. This is not a guarantee that the vote would pass, merely proof that I will make the attempt. Furthermore, I do not have access to enough information to accurately assess the governance of other principalities. You have a note about migration. What is it referring to? There are some principalities where the farmers migrate seasonally. The farmers will live and toil in the fields during the spring and summer. This changes during the winter months. The Manants will then migrate to the cities themselves and remain there until the turn of the season. The Principality of Salia is an example of where this occurs. The migratory nature of large parts of the peasantry is not significant for the early stages of planning. However, accounting for it is important once the later stages of adoption are reached. That explained it. There would either need to be migratory teachers or seasonal teaching for this to work. I glossed over the list of costs and skipped to a section detailing the difficulty of finding enough teachers. Cordelia proposed rolling out an education system in stages. Start by offering specialized schooling in exchange for various duties performed. Once there was a high enough saturation of people educated on specific subjects, proper public school equivalents could slowly be opened. There were annotations on everything. From what would be a proper syllabus, to the projected benefits of having more skilled workers, to the cost of proper teaching materials. Most of the ideas were nothing more than drafts. That didn't matter to me. This was still more than enough evidence that her side of the bargain was being held. Putting all of this together would not have been easy and looked to have involved the efforts of many people, not just Cordelia herself. The notes on the syllabus fascinated me. There were comparisons between having many specialized trade schools and a more generalized education, listing the costs and benefits of each. It wasn't clear to me which way Cordelia was aiming, but the proposal for trade schools had much more detail filled in. I hadn't even considered the idea that a public education didn't necessarily need to be a general education. It hadn't really sunk in until I started reading through Cordelia's notes that just reforming a single part of a nation would be the work of a lifetime. Even though these proposals were still very clearly in the infant stages, there was enough paper for me to drown in. I really am going to be working on this for thousands of years, aren't I? I placed the notes on education beside another stack of papers and started looking at the other documentation that was present. There were a surprisingly large number of proposals relating solely to civics. The construction and maintenance of sewer systems in places that did not have them. Roadworks to encourage merchant traffic. Walls for security. Most of those suggestions seemed almost cursory. It was as if they had been pulled out of older books. Past ideas that had been considered good, but been dismissed as infeasible for one reason or another. It made sense that there would have been existing plans that became possible simply because I had entered the stage. Which brought me to the final set of propositions. They all related to international relations. Almost all of them were marked in some way or another as being unworkable. Why won't any of these work? There is no reliable method to regulate international warfare over long periods of time. Can you explain? Consider the simplest example of two nations at war who are locked in a perpetual draw with each other. Should one side develop a new weapon capable of overpowering the other, they will deploy it to seize victory. This analysis becomes more complicated if you add in a third nation, however the truth remains the same. In the event that any of the groups acquires the power to enforce their victory through force of arms, they will do so. Couldn't they come to a peaceful resolution? Whilst in some cases that is a possibility, in others there are either cultural or economic factors preventing such from occurring. If you consider the Kingdom of the Dead for example, even if its ruler offered terms of peaceful coexistence, there are no good nations on Calurnia that would accept it. How about an organization? One composed of soldiers from every nation. Wouldn't that work? Then everyone would have a reason to listen. Creating a regulatory body to oversee the situation cannot function unless the organization is strong enough to enforce its principles. Under most circumstances, the nations of Calurnia would never allow for an outside entity to operate within their borders with any degree of autonomy. In the event that a large enough tragedy were to occur, such an organization may form in the aftermath. However, it would remain inherently unstable. The regulator would only remain capable of functioning provided that it is in the interests of the members that comprise it. This would remain true during the lifetimes of those who initially establish it, but would drift with the passage of years. It is almost a certainty that the system would one day collapse. I was about to turn back to the notes, when Cordelia spoke again. Are you opposed to leading a crusade against Pries in the aftermath of the Civil War? My brain ground to a halt. This was not a topic I expected to discuss. You're asking because you're planning one? I asked. I have yet to decide one way or the other. I mentally marked that as a lie, despite the fact that her face was a mask. Something told me she wanted this war badly. It took me a while to formulate a proper response. Making up my mind was about as hard as I thought. I don't know, I replied eventually. There are advantages and disadvantages. I want the calamities dead, but I'm not sure fighting them is worth the cost. It was easy to tally up lives lost on one path and lives lost on another, then simply do the arithmetic. I didn't believe that was the right way to compare tragedies. Despite your role as a hero, you would consider leaving them in place. They aren't just going to roll over and die, I replied bluntly. It will be bloody and tens of thousands will die along the way. I don't know how that compares to just leaving them in charge. The warlock might not have fixed the problem in Lys, but he didn't cause it. Callow existed in a state of apathy before the artist arrived. There was no way I would allow myself in the same room as the warlock again. Not unless I was fighting him. The calamities are immortal, much like yourself. How many would perish unjustly should they remain in place? It struck me then. Something so obvious, that it surprised me that I missed it. They aren't like me. Their immortality comes from their name. If they no longer fit their name, they will lose it. I don't know what a Black Knight is supposed to do, but they aren't supposed to rule. If he keeps doing what he's doing for another 2 decades, he will no longer have a name. If I understand what you are suggesting, you believe that you can merely outlast them. I was about to respond when I had an idea. It took only a moment before Innovate advanced it. I didn't like the suggestions. They reminded me of a speech I had once given long ago in the aftermath of the Echidna fight. Weeping heavens, I'd said some stupid things. It was shortly after the reveal of Cauldron. I had told heroes not to break away from the Protectorate over it, despite my own unwillingness to trust them. I would still share the idea even if I thought it was a bad one. Perhaps Cordelia could make something out of it. That didn't mean I shouldn't preface it with a big warning. It was important that she knew I was only brainstorming. There might be a better option. This is entirely hypothetical. I don't like it. I'm posing it anyway. Please don't implement the idea. I'm only suggesting it to see what you think. The degree to which you are warning me against whatever it is you are about to propose suggests that I am unlikely to approve of it, she stated drily. You could form an unofficial alliance with Dread Empress Militia, I admitted. It couldn't ever be done publicly. Agree not to set foot in Callow if she leaves the Principate alone. Then start trading different concessions. The calamities clearly only tolerate certain kinds of names within their borders. Help remove the villains they dislike. Bargain for favors or goods and services. Have you considered the current state of the Principate, and the part Dread Empress militias played in orchestrating it? That's part of why I said it's a bad idea. I would find myself unseated as First Prince were such an agreement ever to come to light. Furthermore, I fail to see the advantages of doing so. It's rewarding good behavior. Nobody wants the calamities around, but the other types of villains are even worse. The old stories will die with enough time because they no longer worked. We would just need to wait. The new stories would be less awful. What makes you believe they would honor such an agreement? Nothing, I answered truthfully. I don't even like the idea. It feels like letting evil walk free and doing nothing about it. The only reason I proposed it is to see what you would think. So you are not opposed to standing at the forefront of a crusade? I'm undecided. Give me time to think about it. It also depends on how much thought you put into the aftermath. How well will people be treated? What will you do about refugees? What weapons are you planning to use? All of those are important questions to me. There was a lull in the conversation for a few hundred heartbeats. Eventually, it resumed. In other matters, news from Ain suggests that their internal conflict has escalated even further. There is open conflict between the peasants and the princes. The civil war cannot be concluded satisfactorily without a resolution to their internal conflict as well. She had picked up another letter in the process of her speech and had started reading over it. That was a very roundabout way of asking me to go to Ain. With the request, came the pointed tug of a story. You want me to go on my own? Why aren't you stepping in? The politics in Ain are much more delicate than other principalities. They have secluded themselves from the civil war at large and turned their attention entirely inwards. Involving myself in their troubles would likely prove deleterious to my broader goals. I can't promise this ends the way you like. I'm not just going to support a prince or princess unless they seem like the best option. You mistake my intent in making this request. Whilst I have my preferred candidate, the choice of who governs Ain is largely irrelevant in the current political climate. What I consider far more imperative is that there is an individual able to make decisions at all. That is currently not the case in Ain at this present moment in time. That made me far more comfortable helping out. I can make my way to Ain, although I will probably need support. I wasn't about to just start ordering people around. If she expected me to resolve this amiably, I needed proper help. Cordelia retrieved a document beside her and passed it to me. I looked down at it. I was directed to speak with Princess Matilda about an outstanding situation involving me. Apparently, one of her attendants wished to resign her commission and formally join my staff. The description of their skills was somewhat vague, and mentally I catalogued it under communications. Princess Matilda had approved the request. How did this even come about? I don't have a staff. Why was this approved? I imagine that in the aftermath of the fight, Princess Matilda decided it would be wise to court your approval. That made sense. It was more likely there wasn't a request at all. She probably saw how much I wanted to involve myself in politics and how bad I was at it. Deciding to foist someone with those talents onto me was a good way to influence my opinions while also putting me in her debt. I'm going to need to offer her something for this, won't I? That would be the most prudent course of action. What will you be doing? Klaus is organizing the soldiers for the march on the capital of Lang. You don't want me there. Whilst your presence would be appreciated, there are too many currently ongoing conflicts within the Principate at present for us to resolve them without separating before winter sets in. Figuring all of this out was unnecessarily complicated. I'll talk to Princess Matilda, then head to Ain. I hoped that the problem turned out to be something easy to fix, but I doubted it. My understanding of the situation there was that Ain had turned itself into a microcosm of the civil war. Family members all fighting with each other. They were trying to determine who should remain in charge. No matter what I ended up doing there, it wasn't going to be solved over the course of a day. And if there was one thing I knew for certain, it was that things could always get worse. Liminal 3.06. Consider all players when caught in a story, not only the obvious ones. A blade unseen cuts twice as deep as a sword swung from the light. A Stranger's Guide to Names in Calurnia, author unknown. I spent most of the trip towards Ain focusing on only one task. Roadwork maintenance. Turning dirt roads into proper cobbled brick and expanding the size of them. It wasn't fun to do, but it was fulfilling. We moved much faster on the roads with such a small party. Fast enough that I couldn't keep up the work without the use of my grace. I had wanted to put time in and learn how to build watchtowers. Klaus Poppenheim had dissuaded me from that course of action. The people in this part of the Principate didn't make use of them. My efforts would go unappreciated. It was a pity. Watchtowers would arguably be rendered obsolete the moment Prisser developed proper scrying methods, but I suspected they had utility regardless. There were probably not enough wizards to go around the entire of Prisser. Furthermore, scrying could fail. Either as a result of a wizard being unavailable at one of the 2 points of connection, or because of an overabundance of desolation. But building infrastructure that would go unused because nobody could staff it made no sense. I had stopped what I was doing shortly before we reached Ain itself. As for my new traveling companion, well, that turned out to be Songbird. I wasn't entirely certain what she did. That made me wary of her. She was charismatic and good at talking with people. I had some misgivings about her, but not enough to turn her away. That didn't mean I wouldn't be cautious. Despite no longer being formally a part of Princess Matilda's retinue, she still had some degree of authority with the Neustrian Information Network. That meant she was trusted to act in Princess Matilda's best interest despite being cut loose. We would be making use of that resource when we arrived. Repeat that again, Yvette. I stated from the back of my mount. Well, I was wondering if you would let me study what you do, like if you change things and then I see if I can do the same with magic. Jackie Knight Magic is good at copying miracles and this seems kind of the same, right? I mean, you're not an angel but you're the next best thing, aren't you? She bobbed her head from side to side like some sort of excited rodent while talking. Between the harsh glare of the late afternoon sun and her movements, it made it difficult to keep track of the road ahead. Are you asking to dissect me? Her request amused me. No, goodness no, I just wanted to see if I can do what you do. I don't want to cut you up, I promise. I'm not like those wizards to the east. I'll leave it alone if it bothers you. It was far too easy to set her off. It's fine if we can see about setting up controlled experiments later. That sounds. Oh look, there's Ain on the horizon. I wonder what the city is like. We didn't stop here when we traveled north. Do you think the food tastes good? Oh look over there, that cart looks like it's about to break down. Why, sure you don't want to just walk into the palace and start telling people what to do. Songbird rode up next to me on her mount. It was a dappled white and brown mare which looked just as dainty as she was. Absolutely. I don't want to make a mess of things before I find out what's going on. If you waste too much time thinking, the problem will only get worse. I know. I want to be careful. There were rumors. Traveling merchants complained about a villain. I heard them as well. Suppose if the talk about the revolutionary is true, then you're playing it smart. You don't think there are? She let out a dainty snort. There's always talk of new villains. Doesn't mean they're all true. Sides, what are they going to do to you? Talk you to death. Can you find some books for me? I wasn't sure how much she could help me here. I expected she was better at finding different kinds of information. That wouldn't stop me from asking. Suppose I could, pending on what you want. Stories and historical records. About the Crusades. I want to get some idea of what a crusade really is. Cordelia's request had been bothering me for a while now. It made more sense for me to ask for advice on what they were than to keep chewing on it alone. Hopefully I would be able to learn enough. I didn't want to give my seal of approval to a crusade without knowing exactly what one was. I had to know both sides of the story. What a crusade meant in terms of politics and what it meant in terms of the story. I wasn't willing to condemn thousands of people to die without doing my own due diligence on the subject. You worried about a crusade? Not soon. I still want to know more about them. I can try, she grimaced. Suppose when we arrive, I'll ask some people and see what they can dig up. I let the conversation die there. The trip itself had been beautiful. Golden plains of wheat and orchards spread out along the road as far as the eye could see. The fields were worked by farmers living in homesteads that littered the side of the road. The homesteads would apparently be abandoned during the winter. It didn't come as a surprise. Cordelia had mentioned Salia doing something similar. I was told the view was even better along Julien's highway. That wasn't the route we were taking. That road was well maintained enough that it didn't need any help from me. People had looked on but not dared approach as I repaved the roads. It turned out that mass construction work on the scale I could do it was intimidating. We were stopped once or twice by guards patrolling the roads. It hadn't been difficult to convince them that our intentions were pure. That, or they didn't fancy their chances if it came to a fight. I was betting on the latter, but chose to believe the former. I wanted to be more positive. Ain had looked majestic from a distance. A walled island of red brick buildings jutting out amidst a sea of gold. Some buildings rose several stories up into the sky, their sloped slate roofs looking like fingertips reaching for the clouds. Which made the reality all the more tragic. Muttered whispers about the state of Ain caused my stomach to clench. It was more road-weary travelers passing us by. They were leaving rather than arriving. Most of them wore more extravagant clothing. Merchants and nobles, by the looks of things. People that could afford to move. Arriving in Ain was like walking into a room filled to the brim with gunpowder on a dry, sunny day. Even the slightest hint of fire would set the place ablaze. I had veiled the three of us in a perception field. It was a temporary measure. Announcing my arrival was an option. I might have been met with fanfare if I had done it as well. Although after seeing the state of the place, I doubted it. Regardless, I considered that to be unwise. By entering quietly, it was possible for me to assess the situation before settling on what to do. People likely knew that I was here. That was okay. I wasn't trying to prevent them from knowing I was in the city. I was only trying to stop them from knowing exactly where I was. It allowed me to make my mind up about how I wanted to resolve this without every royal asshole shoving their polished posterior in front of my face and asking for a kiss. If I was any other hero, I'd bet they wouldn't even want me to walk on the same street as them. When it was blatantly obvious how much I could do for them though. It was easier to just avoid attention in the first place. Yvette, Songbird, and I passed through the city gates onto an open avenue. Large pines stood to attention on either side as we rode towards a fountain up ahead. Taking a right, we made our way along a dirty paved road towards a nearby stable. After freeing ourselves of our 2 horses, we started making our way to a place called the Fated Connections. Apparently it was an establishment frequented by people like Songbird. I didn't know where it was, but she did. Fear hung in the air. It was cloying, inescapable. There were guards on the corner of every important thoroughfare. They loomed over anyone who dared show their head, alert and watchful. The guards' hands never left their weapons, and they twitched at the slightest hint of movement. The streets were all but deserted. It was unnerving being the only ones visible on the road. A light breeze whispered gently through the path ahead of us. It was the only voice we could hear. The rumors we heard before arriving described a nightmare. It was alleged that nobody would risk going outside if they didn't need to. Ain had been embroiled in a local squabble for years now. Princess Clotilde was the supposed heir-to-be. She hadn't managed to take charge. There had been infighting within the family. She had been warring with the others for control over the place. Then, only weeks ago, she had disappeared from the public eye and one of her brothers by the name of Quinton had seized control of over half of the guard. It was likely that she was dead. There were other members of the family embroiled in the conflict. Lesser players, but still making their voices heard. In addition, a new sort of conflict had started to appear. It had been continuing for a few months now and was brutal in its execution. Armed resistance of a different kind. There were no soldiers in this force. It seemed to be some sort of civilian movement. They hadn't even declared for a ruler. Instead, signs of their actions could be seen through how they acted. 2 members of the nobility had been killed, their corpses left as bloody eagles in their homes. 3 granaries had been burnt down. Guards had been caught and crucified. Nobody knew what the supposed villain actually looked like. They only knew that the villain went by the name of the Revolutionary. And then, there were the messages on the walls. Pictures of a crown stomped under a boot. Beneath them, writing. All becomes dust. I wasn't sure who the writing was aimed at. It certainly wasn't the peasantry. I hadn't seen the darker signs yet. I didn't expect that to last. You sure this is the right way? We were stepping off the main road into a side alley on our left. The place didn't look entirely safe. The space between buildings was so narrow that at best two skinny people could scrape through side by side. It felt like walking between the gaps in rotten teeth. Yet I want to know that as well. I don't like the look of this place. Everything is so grim and you can't see the sky properly with all those clothes hanging between. Yvette cut off, her emerald eyes trailing after something. It took me a moment to work out what it was. A shaggy grey cat with white paws. The animal was darting across the narrow alleyway up ahead. I suspected it was after a rat. Following its movements was hard. It kept moving from shadow to shadow. It didn't help that the light of the sun was slowly petering out as the day drew to a close. No, Ivy. What? She asked, puzzled. Can you check it to see if it's injured? My mother always used to say we should take better care of cats than peasants because they protect granaries from pests and the cats ran away if you didn't care for them, but peasants always came back. This part of the city isn't the nicest, so the cat probably needs a little help. Leave it, Taylor. Now is not the time. Yvette didn't say things like that often. She was usually sweet. Fortunately, she was still young and there was time for me to teach her better. Sure. I thought you wanted a pet. Yvette flicked a strand of golden hair and pouted at me. I'm not stupid. We travel all the time on the road, and even if we can afford it, it would be a lot of work and it would get in the way of my studies, and I certainly wouldn't be able to summarize documents for you while caring for one. She paused for a moment and inhaled, then continued. Why do you have so many books on politics anyhow? It's not like you are going to rule over anything. Faith in crowns was boring to read and on rule was even worse. They were both written by stuffy old people who use long words to sound clever. Ideally, I would have the time to read over them fully myself. Unfortunately, I didn't. Trusting in summarized text wasn't ideal, but I did have to prioritize. I have them because I want to know more about the Principate. I took a moment to stop the cat with a bundle of air. It yowled at me as I did so. After bringing it over and checking it for injuries, I released it back onto the street. Suppose this path does look a little dangerous. Not to worry, it's a shortcut. I promise. Songbird butted in. She chuckled with mirth as she spoke. We started to make our way towards our destination. Ain took on an entirely different atmosphere in the back alleys. People moved around furtively in the shadows. Everyone carried weapons and eyed each other mistrustfully as they moved. Despite not being abandoned, the atmosphere was no less hostile. We were skirting through one of the poorer sections of the city. I had my doubts about the safety of this shortcut. Not for my sake, but for the other two. I chose to trust Songbird. If I wanted to truly put my hand on the pulse of the city, then I needed to take the risk. I couldn't afford to be blind. That didn't mean I hadn't quietly added a layer of protection to the both of them. The roofs here were flat-topped and only a single story high. The walls were unwashed and everything stank like a fish market. Then, I came to a stop. Before me was a sight so gruesome that it forced me to look around. There was nobody else in sight. I turned back to the scene. It was the corpse of a girl who looked only a few summers younger than me. She had been stripped naked. Her innards had been spilled all over the ground. It didn't end there. Her hands had been nailed to the walls and ribs splayed out like open fingers. The look of pure agony on the corpse's face suggested that it had been done to her while she was still alive. I felt bile rise up at the back of my throat. I averted my eyes. Beside her, there was text on the walls. Look away, Ivy. I stopped to examine the writing. Sloppy, broad crimson strokes of text that had been painted in the girl's blood. It looked like it had been copied from somewhere else. The calligraphy lacked confidence. I suspected the person who wrote them couldn't properly read or write. It reminded me of the Nine again. It was horrid and needlessly cruel. Even if the nobles did deserve to die, they didn't deserve something like this. I felt the angels tightening their embrace in response. I stepped in close then touched it. The lettering was still wet. Must have been done recently. What do you think it means? I asked Songbird. It took effort to keep my emotions out of my voice. I dunno, she glibly replied. Don't think it matters. It does. I denied, if there really is a villain inside Ain and this is their work, then it must be a part of their story. She snorted, but drew in closer, eyeing it more critically. I'd guess it's some sort of revolutionary claptrap. Woe is me, everyone dies, so why don't you rise up and stab the people in charge, Songbird emoted, raising the back of her gauntlet dainty hand to her forehead theatrically. Bet she was dying to join up. I swear I've been saddled with 2 kids rather than only one. Wrong time, I told her flatly. Usually I enjoyed a bit of dark humor. It didn't seem appropriate while we were standing over the corpse. Never the wrong time, she replied, unashamedly. Why should see the jokes people tell when some stupid fuck tries to kill a lord and gets boiled alive in oil? I breathed in slowly, then said nothing in response. If she ended up attached to me in the long term, I'd definitely talk to her about this. I doubted I would be able to change her mind. That didn't mean I wouldn't try. It didn't matter if this was the world we lived in. There were limits to what was acceptable. Songbird alternated between several personalities. She frequently acted like a melodramatic teenager that never grew up. However, it was not the only face she wore. Less frequently, she took on a more serious facade. There were others as well, although I hadn't seen enough of them to form a proper impression. I didn't know which one was really her. Probably none of them. She seemed like the kind of person who wore many masks and never showed her true face. I turned back to the poor girl's corpse. Whoever she was, she deserved a better ending. I walked beside her, then gently closed her eyes. I took a moment to say a brief prayer, then turned the corpse into white smoke. Why really praying for her? Songbird sounded incredulous at the idea. Why not? She probably did something real shit. Nobody nice dies this way. It's possible, I admitted. But she could just be a victim. We don't know. Praying only takes a moment of my time, and well. I trailed off. There was some equivalent to heaven in this world. I didn't know if the soul of the corpse deserved to go there or not. I wasn't the one judging. All I knew was that praying definitely served a practical purpose here, and it didn't cost me anything to do it. I wouldn't have the time on a battlefield. But in moments like this, it was the least I could do. "I'm traveling with a fucking saint," she muttered. "You always do the right thing." No. I did a lot of wrong things. Realized I hated it. I'm trying to do the right thing now. Praying costs me nothing. If I had to choose between this and something important, that's when it truly has meaning. Yvette remained quiet during our dialogue. For a moment, I thought she was bothered by the corpse. I turned her way to comfort her. Dressed in green, she was standing still and staring off into the distance. I followed her eyes and saw she was watching a flock of birds on the rooftop. Right. It was like every person I'd met in northern Prussia was a walking tragedy. They were broken so badly, they couldn't even see where the pieces fit together anymore. I knew I was the odd one out, but becoming so used to tragedy that you were inured to it wasn't something to be proud of. I'd been there before, and I didn't want to go back there. I wished Roland was around again. He added a bit of normal to my otherwise not so normal life. The three of us kept moving. The maze of narrow passages was confusing. I didn't have the faintest clue how Songbird was navigating the place. Apparently there was a route out of these dilapidated buildings into the wealthier part of the city. I was dubious. Anyhow. We're almost there. Just a few more turns. Songbird was interrupted by a wail. It sounded like it came from a nearby alley. If I took the state of the city into consideration, it was likely someone was being hurt. Jerking into motion, I sprinted around the corner and ran headfirst into a wiry man who was missing one eye. Both of us tumbled to the ground. Sorry. I didn't see you," the figure stammered out quickly in a squeaky voice as they climbed to their feet. I wasn't paying attention either. I trailed off. The person had climbed to their feet and left before I had finished talking. Odd. Songbird leaned down. Her jerkin rustled as she did so. She reached towards the ground and picked something up. She examined it for a moment, then her eyes narrowed. "Seems we're up for a spot of trouble," Songbird sang, turning my way. Her voice was laced with a hint of mischief, and sparks twinkled in her eyes. I had spent enough time with her on the road by now to know that meant something was about to go wrong. Normally it meant something small. I didn't think that would be the case now. "Great. What did you find?" She raised her hand my way and showed me what she had picked up. It was a letter sealed with wax. A symbol was painted on it near the top. It looked to have been done in a hurry. Despite how rough the work was, I could still make out what it was. The traced outline of a white crown under the heel of a black boot. The sign of the rebellion. It could have meant nothing. It might have only been a coincidence. I doubted it. I had suspected from the moment I stepped into the city that I would be stepping into a story. There would be no coincidences if this was a running narrative. That made this letter our first clue. The person we had stumbled into would be a member of this villain's movement. Probably someone important as well. And there was a villain involved here. I had no evidence to support that, but I was still certain of it. I opened it. "Wait, Taylor, don't do that, it's going to..." The entire thing immediately went up in smoke. As the letter combusted, I realized that it had been laced with a spell. I hadn't even bothered to check. "It's funny how you managed to burn our first clue," Songbird chortled. "Shut up," I mumbled irritably in response. "I guess they have a wizard helping them." Arms pistoning from side to side, I started running again. Panning my gaze around, I looked for the man we had bumped into. I spotted a mother holding a child that was wailing in her arms as we went. That explains the noise. The others followed behind as I ran. I turned another corner. The street suddenly opened out in the distance. There was a wide open circular space at the far end of the alleyway. A crowd was congregating within it. It was difficult to make out what they were looking at. The street we were in was narrow and the walls of the nearby buildings occluded the view of the late afternoon sun. Clotheslines hung overhead between rooftops. Everything was steeped in darkness. I squinted, then closed in some more. Most of the crowd was shorter than me, but not short enough to see over. Eventually, I found an elevated place to look from. I was standing on the front step of a rundown building. It was some way away from the rest of the crowd. We hadn't left the refuge of our alleyway, but we were still close enough to see. I started scanning the crowd, hoping to find our crook. It was probably hopeless. That didn't stop me from making the effort. In the middle of the crowd there was an open space with only a few people within. It was a troupe of street performers that were putting on some kind of show. A temporary stage had been built in the middle of the dusty road. To one side, one of the members had cut holes into a cloth suspended from some poles and placed a lantern behind it. The flickering light of the lantern cast eerie shadows. The figure behind the sheet moved his hands one way and another near the flame, constructing a shadowy scene with their hands. 3 more actors pantomimed fighting the shadows. Considering the fact that putting on an act like this depended a great deal on the environmental circumstances, it was well done. I didn't have the right cultural background to understand what they were displaying. The audience clearly did. They were riveted. I frowned. If this was a story, then what kind of story was it? There was an extremist underground resistance movement fighting against the lawful authority. We had just stumbled into one of their members who had been in a hurry to reach somewhere. Following, we had ended up in front of a crowd featuring some kind of stage performance. Was this a part of it? Possibly. If it was a part of the narrative then. Now was the time for the dramatic reveal. There would be some kind of attack or declaration made here. Tell me if either of you notice anything odd, I stated. Neither of them spoke. It didn't matter. I could sense their agreement. I started to look around. The problem was that I wasn't convinced that the lawful authority didn't deserve to die. I didn't necessarily disagree with the movement itself. Their methods were the issue. And not just the bloody executions. I suspected that the rebels were deliberately inviting attacks onto innocents. They were approaching this with the mindset that other people were expendable. All that mattered was achieving success. Follow that line of philosophy far enough, and you ended up in the same place I had been in the past. It was also exactly the same line of thought espoused by the nobility. I felt Yvette tugging on my arm. I looked down at her. Wordlessly, she pointed towards the troop member managing the shadows. I didn't see what she was pointing at. It struck me a moment later. Magic. There was something enchanted behind the shaded cloth. It didn't take me long to work out what I thought it was. I assessed the working to be non-threatening. This presented a teaching opportunity. Without raising your voice, tell me what you think that does. Yvette frowned, biting her bottom lip. Her nose scrunched up for a moment, then she sneezed. Glaring like an upset rabbit, she began to talk. Well, looking at the components used, it's hard to tell. It feels like something is missing. The line work is a mess. You keep complaining about mine, but if that's a finished spell, then why can't I be more messy? Just because this wizard is bad at magic doesn't mean you can be, I replied. Her pout almost elicited a laugh. You forgot to answer the question. Max would have castigated me for attempting whatever it was they were trying to do. That didn't change the fact that whoever this group was, they had magic. This had the potential to become ugly. I think it's an illusion of some kind. The lantern is used as a catalyst to fuel the effect. It won't do anything big until the flame is snuffed out, but where are most of the components? It seems like half the items required are missing. I think it's set up to be cast remotely, I explained. The components are missing because the wizard isn't here. He or she is somewhere else. Probably somewhere over there, I pointed to a building with a good view of the scene in the distance. Did you notice anything else? Biting her lip, her eyes darted back and forth. Well, I don't think there is any high arcana. What does high arcana look like anyhow? You've mentioned it a few times but never shown it to me, otherwise I can't see anything else. Should I try sabotaging the spell? Don't do anything yet, I declared. And you're right, there isn't any. I haven't shown you any because I can't. I don't know enough to teach about it. It's also very dangerous. I wouldn't show you any even if I could until we're sure you have the basics sorted. We don't know if you can use it at all. Not everyone can. If there was any in use here, we would have a much bigger problem. High arcana was much higher order than regular magic. Allegedly, only a few sorcerers could even read it without forgetting what they saw. We had only seen it once or twice while in Callow. Half-formed images in books about summoning creatures better left alone. I was a part of the lucky few. That didn't make it any easier for me to understand. Parsing it was a nightmare, since it was almost entirely symbolic and personalized. It was just that I could if I wanted to. Roland and Max had both sulked for over a week and called me the biggest waste of a sorcerer when they had found out. They speculated my nature was preventing me from being able to perform any magic. It was likely true. I wasn't about to complain about it. If I had to choose between being able to perform sorcery and being able to rewrite reality as I wished, then I would always choose the latter. That didn't stop me from learning whatever I could about magic in case one day it became relevant. Suppose I should mention that trouble just arrived. Songbird butted in. She pointed past the crowd. I followed the direction of her finger. A city guard patrol was approaching in the distance. There was a moment of tenseness as the guards and the crowd seemed to assess each other. The person making the shadows snuffed out the lantern light. The illusion started to take hold. I debated whether I should intervene. The effect didn't look hostile. I decided against stepping in. I knew enough to judge this spell wouldn't hurt anyone. Seeing what the villain was trying to do in a low-stakes environment would give me a better idea of how he fought. The shadows all around us began to writhe, grasping towards the troop. They looked like the hands of corpses if you didn't try to make out the details. Bloody hands that were crawling forward on their fingertips. The moment you focused on them, it became obvious that it wasn't real. This spell is really messy, there's so much waste and the illusion isn't that believable. I mean, look at the fingers, they smudge together a bit and the crawling is kind of blending into the ground. Whoever taught this wizard didn't do a good job. Maybe you should teach them, Taylor. I think one student is enough for now. If I could actually perform sorcery, I was certain I could do better. But it didn't matter if you weren't paying attention to detail. I took a look around the crowd. They were enraptured. There were understated mutterings. People sounded angry and afraid. They started to back away. The hands started to climb on top of each other as they drew together. Gradually, they reshaped into a face that looked over the crowd. All becomes dust, it hissed. The face dissolved into shadows. A new image was formed from the remaining gloom. It was an image of a crown. There was a boot hovering above it. The tenebrous heel came down and the crown shattered. The shadows faded away. The illusion was awful. I could certainly do a much better approximation of the same effect. But I was willing to admit that this villain did have an understanding of spectacle. The citizens and the guards assessed each other for a tense moment. I subtly dosed everyone with calmness in order to hopefully prevent the situation from escalating. Perhaps we could resolve this peacefully. By the order of the rightful ruler of Ain, Prince Quinton, informal gatherings such as these are a sign of sedition and are punishable by death. Bare your blades, men. A whiny voice called out from the patrol. It was a man wearing an elaborate uniform. Probably a noble of some kind. Fuck. It was at that moment I realized what was going to happen if I didn't step in. The guards were going to attack the crowd. It didn't matter if they were calm. This was calculated, deliberate. I wasn't about to allow a fight like this to occur. It would be bloody and nobody would be happy with the aftermath. I started to reach out. I considered using an emotional attack, but decided against it. For them to be truly effective, they also had to be debilitating for extended periods of time. I would have to stick around for another patrol to show up if I did. There was a chance someone would wander past and take advantage of their vulnerable state if I didn't wait. I didn't want to have to explain my attack against the current lawful authority to anyone. It would complicate everything. The guards drew their short swords while I deliberated. What else could I do? Disarming them might halt the fight. So I heated the handles of their weapons. The wood caught fire. I couldn't see it, but I knew that the metal beneath had turned white. Yelping, the guards dropped the blades. Serves you right. I turned back to the burgeoning conflict. The patrol seemed determined to continue with the attack despite having been disarmed. Members of the crowd had drawn weapons of their own. They were angry, shouting wildly. Even after I had tried to calm them, they were appraising the guards like lambs for the slaughter. How do I stop this? I could try to talk them down. I doubted it would work. Without outright controlling them, the hatred was just too deep. For a moment, I considered co-opting this movement's symbology. Using shadows to trick everyone into thinking this was the work of the rebellion. Put on a scary enough show, and I could just frighten everyone away. I decided against it. Doing so might see me mistaken for them, and I didn't like the way that they fought. It wasn't just that. Image mattered. More than it did on Earth bet. If I played into the wrong stories, they might actually come back to bite me later. I was a heroine and would appear like one. Using dark colors and themes was the first step to falling for every hero in a traditional story. I was committing to doing the opposite. What represents me? I was about doing better. Making the right decisions and not the wrong ones, then helping other people do the same. Redemption. I didn't have a catchy phrase like this rebellion clearly did, but I could come up with a symbol. There was no way I was ever going to be able to hide in a crowd this way without influencing their perception of me. An illusory wall of incandescent light fell between the civilians and the now disarmed guards. It blocked off the alley the patrol was in. The effect was blinding, almost impossible to look at. An image was emblazoned in the middle of either side. A round badge with a silver ring encircling it. Inside the circle was the image of a golden staircase leading up into puffy white clouds. A silver handrail adorned the right-hand side of the staircase. There was nothing on the left. At the bottom was a field of blood and fire. Unfortunately, it made it difficult for me to assess the conflict as well. I needed a bird's eye view. I surrounded myself in a mostly transparent sphere with an opaque base, then levitated it up into the air. It was easier than trying to fly myself. It took some nimble maneuvering to pass between clotheslines without disrupting them. I managed. Eventually, I had a good look over the battlefield. I looked down. Both the civilians and the guards stopped and gawked. Many shaded their eyes and flinched. They were so distracted by the scene that none of them had bothered to look up. A dole of doves cooed softly and started flying off from the roof of one of the buildings. The moment of stillness broke. The crowd charged towards the wall of light. It looked as if they were planning to attack the guards. Were they actually insane? They might have numbers, but that didn't count for much against proper armor. Even with the advantage of weapons, it still wasn't worth the cost. I hardened my construct. They beat against it for a few heartbeats angrily before realizing that their efforts were futile. Utter madness. Once the situation set in, the crowd started to make their escape. It was a disorganized mess. People running and pushing against each other. Grimacing, I hit them with another dose of calmness. The last hadn't been especially strong. It didn't take much longer for the crowd to make themselves scarce. The guards were mulling around on the opposite side of my barrier. Their weapons were still strewn on the floor. I was tempted to melt them down to slag. No, don't do that. It would be satisfying. They would need to explain to their superiors what happened to their equipment on their own. But it would put me on bad terms with the nobility from the outset. This could still be explained away. I lowered myself back to the ground. Suppose that was fun to watch, Songbird sang. It wasn't fun to do. Why should have just blissed all? I was tempted to. Why really shit at this keeping your head low thing? I can be, I replied, frustrated. I'm just not willing to just stand aside. Well, you pretty much announced you're here. It's going to complicate everything. Plan 1 takes an arrow through the heart. Songbird mimed the action of an arrow striking her theatrically. Think you can lie our way out of this? Suppose I could. What do you want me to say? Convince them we only just arrived. I saw they were in danger and moved to help. Can do. Drop the barrier for me, will you? I allowed the wall of light and my sphere to disappear. Then the three of us moved towards the guards. Salutations, Songbird spread her arms wide. The three of us couldn't help but notice why we're in a spot of trouble. Hope you don't mind us helping out. The leader turned our way. The surface of his armor had been painted over with red ornamentation. It stood out and was impractical. Good day to you, the man said. He looked at Songbird quizzically. Would you care to? Why see, Skinny over here is all cozied up with the angels, she pointed my way. Crowd looked like they were about to gut you. Bleeding heart that she is, she couldn't have that. The man turned his attention to me. The aegis that held off the agitators was formed by your hand. Yes. Then you have my thanks. Would that you had restrained them, then they could have faced justice. Taylor here is a gentle soul. She wouldn't hurt anyone. Sworn to compassion, you know. Songbird grinned my way as she spoke. I swear I am going to make her pay for this. Would it trouble you to soothe the burns on our hands? Some foul miscreant from among the rebels' flock set our blades alight. Sure, I replied. I wasn't happy about healing them, but now that Songbird had started talking, I had an act to sell. Killing everyone and putting myself in charge would be so much easier than this. It took only a little while longer of Songbird schmoozing the patrol before they chose to depart. It was amusing watching them gingerly hold their blades by the wrong ends. The remains of the handles were still far too hot. It was only then I realized something important. The street actors were gone. I had been so focused on resolving the conflict that I hadn't even seen them escape. Did either of you see where the actors went? I asked hopefully. No, I was too busy watching what you were doing. I think I can make illusions like that if I try, but not as quickly. Actually, maybe if I... They slipped away with the crowd. Songbird interjected. Well, let's check that building. The building itself was deserted. Our footprints were the first to disturb the dust. It seemed that my guess had been off. It was frustrating. This was an opportunity to find out more about the villain. An opportunity that it seemed we had lost. I sighed, we should continue on then. Songbird grinned. Then, she leaned in close, placing a hand on my shoulder. This way, she whispered, winking at me, and started to walk away. The two of us followed behind. She went down another alley to our left that was shrouded behind a grey cloth. A couple of turns later, and we were back on the main road. We came face to face with an opulent 4-story building that purported to be a rest house. It had white walls and stone tables set out around the tiled front porch. Each floor had balconies extending outwards, with green and gold banners draped from beneath. The soft, lilting notes of a harp could be heard from inside. Come on in, Songbird said cheerfully. She set her palm on the oak door handle and proceeded to throw open the double doors. Her ill-fitting leather tunic swayed from side to side as she sauntered in. Except for the owner, the place was almost entirely empty. It was jarring. Especially considering how well maintained the building was. There were a bunch of empty tables with chairs placed on top of them, legs facing towards the ceiling. The shutters were open, and the place was well lit. On the right-hand side, there was a stage with a musician in a lavender dress on it. She was playing the harp. Were it not for the tension out on the streets, I would call the fated connections welcoming. The Civil War had clearly hit the place hard. Songbird had immediately made her way towards the proprietor. She was a short elderly lady who looked to be in her late 60s, with a face shriveled like a prune. Back again, Song? Didn't I tell you not to darken my door for another year? The proprietor's voice was shrill. Don Cha know it, Songbird said jovially, seizing her in a hug. Get off me, you unruly barbarian. Your jerkin is all dirty and carries the stench of a horse, the old lady groused. Ah, I know you love me, Songbird teased, finally letting her go. They with you? The woman pointed at us accusingly. Her voice sounded as if it was a crime. You bet, beamed Songbird. The woman's face soured at that and her shoulders seemed to slump. Fine, all of you come on in, but don't track any mud in here, you hear me? She declared. How do you manage? This place is huge. I asked. Lots of people used to work here, she grumbled. Then those shits started fighting. Still have a few helpers. Why, looking for work? No, I'm fine. She went back to polishing a table, ignoring us. Shutting the door behind us, we followed behind Songbird. She led us up a varnished wooden staircase on the left-hand side of the room. Songbird moved directly towards a table on a balcony once we had finished ascending to the second floor. We all pulled down the chairs and sat. Is it safe to talk? I whispered to Songbird. Fine, Maud is one of Big MS people. Then she bellowed, isn't that right, Aunt Maud? You're a pest, Song. Maud shouted back from down below. I decided not to question those two's relationship. It seemed wiser than the alternative. Ain looks even worse than I expected. You really made a mess. Everyone probably knows where you are. I messed up, I admitted. We'll work with what we have. Now that we're here, what's the plan? You're allowed to make use of Princess Matilda's spies, right? Hands, she interrupted. What? I inquired, befuddled. They're called hands, not spies. What's the difference? I was genuinely curious. Was it just a meaningless distinction, or did they serve some other function? We're not doing anything shady under the table. Whoever is in charge of this dump would usually know we're here. The situation being what it is right now, we're making a bit of an exception. The hands are a quiet way for Matilda to gab with the other princes, all unofficial. We do look into stuff, but if the person up top here tells us to back off, we leave things alone, she explained. That did sound more like diplomatic ambassadors than spies. Hands, then, I corrected. Ain looks even worse than we were told. It seems there is a villain trying to stage a full-on rebellion. We need to find out more about them. I also need you to look into the nobility. Anyone who can claim the title of prince. I want to know everything about them. Got it, she said cheerfully. We're looking into the boot and the princes. What next? I took a moment to compose my thoughts. I remembered the question I had asked myself before. If this was a story, what kind of story was it? The Principate had been locked in a state of civil war for years. There was no clear winner. A villain rises up. Unhappy with how events are playing out, they stage a rebellion. What do they want to do? I wasn't sure, but I doubted that they planned for a peaceful resolution at the end of it. Either they want to put themselves in charge, or burn it all to the ground. The former was an acceptable outcome if they were more reasonable than every other Calernian villain I had met. But that would be asking too much of them. Painting the walls with people's intestines was not something a reasonable revolutionary did. A villain wanting to set themselves up as in charge needed order. At the end of the story, something would need to remain for them to be able to call it a win. They couldn't just tear everything down because you couldn't rule over ruins. The villains called the revolutionary, right? Right, Songbird replied, tapping her fingernails on the table. All becomes dust. I didn't think the villain wanted to take over. Everything we had seen so far pointed towards burning everything to the ground. Their win condition was to make people so angry that it became impossible to restore order. Kill the reasonable people and then fan the flames between everyone else. We need to do a few things. First, I want you to arrange a talk for me with some people at the bottom levels of authority. Not the peasants, the ones directly above. Still low enough in the hierarchy that they know what people want. You're planning to have them pass on a message. Yeah. It's the best way to talk to the people being hurt. I'll see what I can do. It's not gonna be easy though. I don't exactly have that kind of authority. We'll need to grease the wheels. Fine, I allowed. Second, I want you to find out who people would tolerate leading, I declared. Not the extremists. The voices of reason. Why is that? Songbird asked. Because if they aren't already dead, then the revolutionary will kill them. And third. I frowned. Haven't thought of one yet. You're not trying to kill the villain. I have to find the villain first. Someone who fights like this. Finding them won't be easy. It's easier to try denying them their objectives. Keep the reasonable people alive. Remove the extremists from power. Then force the revolutionary to come to us. How about your books? I almost forgot. If you have the time, please look into them. You know you're going to have to deal with the nobles. I know. They're probably going to send me invites anyhow. I'll talk to them. She hummed to herself for a moment. Don't think your plan's gonna work. Why is that? If she had any advice, I'd take it. People don't gab if they don't want to gab. You want them to negotiate, but that isn't happening. Both sides want blood. They don't need to talk for blood. I need to give them a reason to negotiate. Right. How can I fix that? Give them a bigger threat to worry about. Something they hate more than each other. I'm not doing that. Doesn't need to be a real threat. They just need to think it is. Like what? Fake an attack from Prees. You're scary enough. Make an illusion of the warlock. Tell me something that doesn't involve threatening people, I stated, exasperated. I know how to do that. I'm trying not to. Suppose if you killed the right people, the problem would go away. Not gonna be easy. We've graduated from threats to murder. Any ideas that involve negotiating? Nothing that I think you'll like. Tell me anyway. Conversation continued for a while. I thought about what Songbird said. We passed a few more suggestions back and forth. I didn't like them. I stared out over the city, watching the sun finally set. The revolutionary had me worried. More worried than facing the warlock. The warlock was an enemy I could face. I knew what to prepare for, even if the thought of fighting him was daunting. The revolutionary wasn't an enemy who fought with swords and spells. If I tried to prepare for some major confrontation against them, I would be setting myself up to lose. Actually, I wasn't fighting against people at all. The peasants were being mistreated. They deserved better. It was just the answer they came to was wrong. I needed a way to convince them that there was a better way to get what they wanted. I had to persuade them that tearing down everything wouldn't fix anything in the long term. It bothered me. I wasn't fighting against people. I was fighting against an idea. Liminal 3.0b. For the spider would learn. In the lands it now strode. That the fox was the king. And this was its abode. Extract from the spider that swallowed the sun, 28th stanza. Author unknown. The scorching heat radiated down upon the rooftops and rendered the interior of the scriptorium stifling. The day was only dawning, and already it bore down upon him like the press of a quill against parchment. Percival the master scribe continued his labor. He leaned over the desk carefully and gazed through a magnifying glass. The work was delicate. Percival was most fortunate, for his calling paid him generously. He was rewarded both in material and spiritual coin. His current labor was one that demanded his undivided attention. One of the richer lords had tasked him with transcribing the intricate engravings off of an older manuscript into a new book. Percival took a break from his task for a moment. Climbing off the rickety stool that he sat upon, he stepped back and stretched. The day was truly sweltering. Absently, Percival reached up and wiped the sweat off his brow with a wrinkled hand. His gaze wandered out the open doorway. On most days it would be closed to the elements. He made an exception when the golden tyrant above ruled supreme. His efforts had been rewarded with a breeze today. The streets beyond the interstice were deserted. This was not an unexpected state of affairs. It was doubtful that anyone desired to be up and around in these quarters in the heat. This was twice true due to the feuding lords. Percival turned around and opened the door behind him. He took a moment to glance over the shoulders of his many apprentices as he proceeded towards the far exit. The room was absent of any noise save the echoing of his sandals on the floor and the rise and the trailing of quills on parchment. Once outside, he made his way towards a well, where he took a moment to wash his hands and face. Relieved, he padded his way back to the front of the shop. A dainty woman was peeking through the open doorway. Her appearance was so unusual that Percival was unable to hide his immediate reaction to it. He stared at her. The woman was carrying a satchel under her right arm and was leaning that way as if she could barely manage the weight. Despite that, she vibrated like ink in the well during an earth tremor. The loud clanking of metal came from within the bag as she moved. "Ah!" she exclaimed. "Suppose you're not closed after all. Do you require my assistance?" he asked her. The reaction had been ingrained over the years and by now was almost automatic. That'd be great. Why see, I need lots of copies of something made fast. By the end of the day, preferably. Percival inspected her appearance once more. She wore an ill-fitting leather jerkin and leggings. A red ponytail jutted out to one side, partially concealed by a wide-brimmed floppy hat. The girl did not look well off. He doubted she could afford his rates. Are you certain you are at the correct establishment, miss? Songbird, she replied glibly. Suppose I don't look like I belong here. Fine. The name disturbed the dust on the back shelves of his mind. He could not place a finger on why. She sauntered inside. For a moment, Percival was concerned that she would unbalance and knock over one of the many important documents. His worries were clearly misplaced. Songbird was far more careful than her initial appearance suggested. She made her way past valuable books and manuscripts without even disturbing the dust. Even so, it was evident to Percival that she was struggling under the load she bore. Groaning with effort, she heaved the bag onto the countertop. He could almost hear the wood creak under the strain as she did so. Her right hand reached inside the satchel and withdrew an object. She set the object down beside the bag. Percival could feel his eyebrows climb as he took in what he saw. An entire gold bar sat and glimmered beside his transcription. Have care for an old man. Revealing such a vast sum with no warning was nearly enough to sever the thread of my years. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes briefly before it winked out. Now, why see, this shit here's heavy. I don't want to be carrying it back to my mistress. If I could have trusted someone else to carry it, I would have sent them here myself. Think why can take her commission. Perhaps I misjudged, Percival informed her diplomatically. It was hard to maintain a measured cadence. It was evident to him that there was a fortune of gold stowed away in the bag. That could be determined by the strain she was under while lifting it. Would you care to inform me as to the identity of your mistress and what it is she wishes to have transcribed? Invitations, Songbird replied. She spread her arms theatrically and grinned at him. Invitations? Percival repeated woodenly. Invitations for what? What manner of eccentric lord spends such a fortune on invitations? She's hosting a fancy event in 3 days, Songbird stated animatedly. Needs letters sent to all the lords and ladies in Ain. Not just the big shitters like Quinton and Verrill, also the small shitters. Especially the small shitters. The city is consumed by feuding and the nobles hold balls. I require both the identity of your mistress and an example of her regalia. Fine, her right hand descended into the bag once more. Songbird rustled around for a moment. Percival knew that surely naked avarice must grace his visage as he heard the clinking of metal from within. Finally, Songbird withdrew a metallic badge and gently held it out towards him. Percival's wrinkled fingers reached out and he seized the object. Despite being small enough to fit within the palm of his hands, it was heavy. He brought it up to eye level and examined it critically. The outside of the crest had been traced in pure silver. The interior contained the embossed image of a golden staircase with a silver handrail on the right. The path ascended towards the heavens. The lower portion of the staircase was steeped in darker imagery. A battlefield of carnage. He assessed the image critically. It was overly symbolic. The type of pretentious ornamentation that he had come to expect from the church. Would you care to shed light on the nature of this livery? Songbird looked towards the floor and muttered a few words under her breath. They were inaudible to him. Raising her head once more, she looked up and met his gaze. My boss is a hero. She's not a noble, but she wants to gab with them. Creation must surely be suffering a curse when even the chosen indulge in this madness. Percival's eyebrows rose. I do not recall any of those chosen by above possessing such extreme material wealth. Songbird snorted. She's a bit of an exception. Anyhow, can you do it? That depends on the exact nature of your inquiry. For now, I am satisfied that you can afford my services. Invites distributed to every royal fuck and important functionary currently in Ain. I know not all of them are here. Sent out by the end of the day. It is within my ability to arrange, he admitted. His workers would likely break their quills under the strain of it. The fee for arranging the production and distribution of missives addressed to every present lord without sufficient notice will not come cheaply. I take it this is not beyond your mistress's means. Definitely not. He was uncertain how the woman had learned about him, but there was no use pretending he was unable to meet her demands. It was unlikely she had darkened his door by chance. Even more so given the nature of her mistress. Would you care to provide me with the relevant details? Fated connections, Songbird replied glibly. His eyebrows rose. That was not a noble's estate. It was an expensive establishment, but still one that would be looked down on. Are you certain that your mistress is spending her coins wisely? This does not seem like the most prudent course of action. It is unlikely that any of the nobility will make the effort to attend. Oh, they will, she said, smiling. Am sure of that. The letters are from the aspirant. Hearing that name explained her sense of certainty. There were rumors whispered in dark corners concerning the aspirant. It was alleged that she was coveted among the nobility. She would be courted, he was sure of it. If only for her ability to aid with construction work. Does your mistress wish to have appropriate gifts attached to each missive? Probably. Are there any other particulars you would like included in this commission? Here, Songbird reached into the bag one last time and withdrew a crumpled sheet. She extended it towards him. He seized the parchment gingerly and smoothed out the wrinkles before examining the surface. It only took a glance for him to determine that he held a rough draft of the invitation's contents. The draft provided many pertinent details. Both the time of the event and the location, as well as the intention to discuss a peaceful resolution to the ongoing conflict in the Ain. A note was made that letters to any officials who ruled directly over farmers should be granted special consideration. Percival performed the mental calculations. It would be necessary to obtain a list of the present lords in the city. Determining appropriate gifts for each noble lord would be the harder task. Neither were beyond his means. The true challenge would be completing the commission before the last light of the sun faded away. His apprentices would be hard at work transcribing copies of the invitation and acquiring the correct gifts. This task will not be cheap, he warned. Course it won't. Taylor can afford it. It's time and people she needs. Why she's paying you and not trying to arrange this herself. She could probably make the invites if she cared to. It's getting them to people that's the problem. Percival found himself doubting that Chosen was capable of fulfilling his role, but chose not to offend the eccentric servant. Silence was often wiser. If you are certain that you wish for this task to be undertaken. Definitely. Then let us ink out the finer details before we finalize our agreement. The rhythmic sound of hooves against the cobbled path ceased. Lord Mallory felt the carriage draw to a halt. The lids of his eyes opened. The dying light of the waning sun warmed his old bones from his right. He winced as the rays pierced his eyes. He turned his gaze to the left in order to escape the light. His carriage had at last arrived beside the entrance to his summer estate. One of his servants helped him descend from his carriage. He dismissed the man, who proceeded to draw the carriage away. Mallory's frequent discussions with Verrill had proven successful. While Quinton had seized the guard in an iron grip and Garson had his grubby hands buried within the treasury, Verrill had taken the reins of the peasantry. They merely needed to position the Shatranjay pieces correctly and all would fall into place. It would not take much effort to shepherd the attention of the peasant rebellion towards their opponents. The scheme had already borne fruit. Mallory had organized the bribery of the more zealous guards under Quinton's command. It had been as simple as taking taxes from the peasants to convince the guards to attack the peasantry. They were directed towards parts of the peasantry who he knew harbored deep resentment from those above. It was to his advantage that he understood the people that he ruled. Verrill would allow the resentment to build before he spoke out against Quinton. It would be hard for the man to deny that the supposed actions of his guardsmen were unchivalrous. Stoke the fires of anger in the peasantry far enough, and they would see his purpose fulfilled. The end of Quinton's yarn would slowly become unraveled. It would be easy to cultivate the right image in the aftermath. He would merely need to offer some meager concessions in conciliation. Once the anger of the peasants was sated, Verrill would be crowned as Prince of Ain. As the fortunes of one man rose, Lord Mallory would rise with him. Cane in hand, he hobbled down the paved path past neatly trimmed rose bushes and slowly approached the doorway to his residence. His joints creaked with every step. The red brick three-story building pierced the sky above him triumphantly. A glorious testament to the achievements of his family in years past. A feeling of unease pulled at the edge of his mind as he approached. He was unable to determine the shape of it. Lord Mallory seized the doorknob, opened the door, and hobbled his way inside. The wooden floors creaked underfoot. Thump, thump, thump. He strode on three legs down the hallway, past the tapestries heralding his family's proud history. He ignored the library and his personal study on the right and left, respectively. The events of such a fruitful day called for a celebratory drink. Mallory made his way into the parlor as a result. Fury seized him when his eyes settled upon what waited within. A dagger had been plunged through the surface of his over-a-century-old dining table. It was irreplaceable. Straining his eyes, he examined the scene closer. The dagger was not the only oddity. The blade passed through several parchments, pinning them to the table's surface. An epiphany came to him then. The source of his unease. He had seen neither hide nor hair of his family. His servants were likewise indisposed. The grasping claws of the peasantry climbed their way up his spine. Mallory made his way closer towards the table. He moved almost as if under a spell. His back creaked as he bent over to examine the contents of the parchment. It was detailed documentation providing proof of his attempt to manipulate the rebellion. It explained the part he played in Verrill's schemes and proved his guilt without a doubt. He felt the edge of a blade press against his throat. "Good evening, Lord Mallory," a woman's voice said from behind him. The tone was measured, calculated. "You and I are going to have a talk." He started to crane his neck in order to catch sight of his assailant. The dagger dug in deeper. His heart clenched in fear. None of that, the voice commanded sharply. A hand pressed itself against the base of Mallory's back. It began to guide him firmly towards one of the chairs. Sit down, the voice said neutrally. Mallory did as ordered. The situation could be salvaged. His assailant had yet to cut the thread of his life loose. It was evident that there was room for him to bargain. He sunk into the velvet upholstered seating. The fireplace flickered ominously across from him. The woman walked around him languidly. His eyes were downcast and all they saw was the dress of black and white servant's livery. The knife remained pressed to his neck at all times as she moved. She sat on the table before him. Seizing his head, she tilted it to face her brown eyes. He knew who she was. You know who I am. Songbird, he stated, keeping his voice measured. The woman was known to be one of Princess Matilda's senior ambassadors. Curiously, she was not often observed involving herself in politics. Unlike the others, she was rumored to have a darker past. The woman had a reputation for being a tear of loose ends. Whether it was true was left as a matter of debate. There was little evidence one way or the other. Songbird had been stationed in Ain not even a year past. That was before the rebellion had truly gained momentum. He was surprised that she was present once more, considering that she had been recalled. That's right. What do you want? In 3 days' time, my new boss will be hosting an event, she said in a hard tone. Do you know who she is? I don't, he kept his voice measured as he replied. He started to lean back in an attempt to make some room between himself and the dagger's edge. Songbird's face remained flat. The blade dug deeper into his throat. He winced. Let me weave a story for you, she began conversationally. The cadence of her voice was completely at odds with the expression on her face. It was uncanny to watch. Sometime in the recent past, I found myself out in the swamp near Bruss. It was an entirely unpleasant affair. One day, I was sharing a meal with some of my compatriots when this girl who looked like she carried the weight of the world wandered over to the fire. Benevolent soul that I am, I made the attempt to cheer her up. With just a few words, I started to learn more about her. What I learned inspired me to ask a few questions. That was when I discovered she was a hero. Can you guess who she was? You had encountered the aspirant, Lord Mallory replied. Well, it seems you can be right about something at least. Now, can you guess what happened next? She brought Prince Amaury's army to a halt. So the news did reach down this far south then, she mused. That makes this discussion easier. Right. She stopped an army. Now, here's the part you're missing. Songbird paused for a moment. The only sound in the building was the crackling from the logs in the fire. The look on her face when she came back to the rest of us? Irritation and disappointment. Songbird explained. She was not tired or exhausted. It was like a mother who had looked at a baby doing something she disapproved of and had gently reached out to stop it. Now, do you know what's scary about that? Why don't you tell me? Mallory replied irritably. Could the woman not come to her point instead of narrating? It was evident to him that she did not mean to sever his thread. Once a chord had been reached, he could settle in and enjoy a drink by the fire. The blade against his throat dug in deeper. He felt blood start to run. Mallory paled. It's scary because something happened to the girl in the past. She doesn't talk about what that event is. Whatever it was so utterly terrifying that it scared her into trying to be a hero. Because I'm certain that she thinks that she was a villain before. Every now and again, I like to remind her to be a saint. Just in case she forgets. See, I don't know what it takes to scare a girl who can dismiss an army at a thought into being good. What I do know is that I don't want to see what happens when she stops trying. Why are you bringing all of this to my attention? Lord Mallory croaked. I realized then that somebody has to support her. She needs someone in her corner no matter what, making sure that she doesn't snap. Whether that's a friend, or a lover or simply a shoulder to cry on, I decided I would be that person. It's taken a while of poking and prodding to work out her sore points. I don't know her perfectly yet, but I'm making progress. You know what I decided she requires? Songbird's voice hardened for a moment. It is evident from your narration that she requires a bard, Mallory stated drily. That too, Songbird agreed. But it wasn't what I decided on. She requires a friend willing to get their hands dirty for her. A person prepared to threaten to burn your life to the ground if you don't behave, and then follow that through to the end. She tapped the documents on the table meaningfully. See, if she finds out you did this, she'll kill you herself, Songbird hissed. Then she will hate herself for it. She will tell herself that maybe if she searched, there was a better answer to be found. It's kind of a consequence of who she is. Imagine what it's like when you can do almost anything. She feels she holds all the answers, and it's on her if she's not smart enough to determine the correct one. Songbird leaned in close. Mallory could feel her breath tickle against his mustache. I'm not about to see the best hope we have against the threats in the north fall tumbling into the hells because a few ambitious Alaman's lords decide to push her too far. This is how this is going to work. You're going to attend her little party and listen to everything she says. If you don't do that, your entire family is going to die. Songbird paused, speaking for a moment. A stillness fell over the room. Mallory dared not speak. The only reason I'm letting you live is that Taylor needs people who can prevent the principality from burning to the ground. Unfortunately for her, you're one of them. So you're going to listen to everything she says. Don't even think about being creative in your interpretation of her words. Then you're going to attempt to solve all the problems she raises, in a manner she would approve of. And if you think to talk about this, well, remember. What she doesn't know doesn't hurt her, but what she does know definitely hurts you. Do you understand what I mean? Your message has been received. I'm glad that we could resolve this amicably. Now I only have a few more individuals like you to converse with before the day draws to a close. Liminal 3.07. All it takes to ignite a revolution is a few words in the right ears. Everything else occurs afterwards. Dread Emperor Terribilis 2. I resisted the urge to pick at the dress I was wearing while I stared at my reflection. It was the extravagant one I had worn on the first day I had awoken in Renia. Cordelia had let me keep it, and this event made it feel appropriate. I was coated in far more powders than I would have liked. Songbird had convinced me of the necessity. I took a moment to turn the wall of the room from a mirrored surface back into painted brick. Are you sure they will show up? I asked. Absolutely. Songbird chimed in response from beside me. The real important assholes won't show up. They'd consider it unseemly. But the lesser nobility? They'd jump for the chance. She was right about the influential nobles. Ever since my failed attempt at a quiet entry, they had sent invitations to events they were hosting. Politely worded requests for me to attend balls or soirees. The events apparently went on uninterrupted despite the state of the city. The missives were phrased in a way that made it sound like it was a privilege and I would be giving offense if I refused entirely. They typically contained a list of dates and times for several events that I had been invited to, with a strong recommendation to attend at my earliest convenience. I hadn't accepted any of them yet. I hadn't refused, either. The deadline for the first was still 2 days away. I had yet to make up my mind. Why is that? They're twice as ambitious as the big shits up top. They have to be, else they die out. You're a chance they can't miss. You're sure the people I need will be there? Course. They're the most desperate. I grimaced. Hope I don't mess this up. Relax, you'll manage. Don't know how you arranged this in just 3 days. I turned and looked her way. Songbird was also dressed up for once. She wore an opulent blue dress with dark silk gloves. If someone had told me she could look anything other than a mess, I would have expressed doubt. It was a pleasant surprise. She shrugged. Gabbed with the right people. Some probably won't show up. Don't be too disappointed if this doesn't work. Better for me to try first. I know I'm not good at politicking, but nobody will like the alternative. Especially me. Suppose that's true. I still don't know how you managed to invite every noble in the city. Not like it's that complicated. Only the ones you care for will accept. Sure it isn't. Leaving the room, I made my way down from the 3rd floor. Songbird trailed behind me. Maud was filled with energy. Ever since we had informed her of our intentions, she had come to life. The bottom floor had been cleared out. Tables and chairs had been removed so that there was space for people to dance. It had cost me a little, but staff had been hired on at the place once more. Now it was time to wait. Standing stiffly on the 2nd floor balcony, I watched as the sun set. Yvette sat at the table beside me. She was busy annotating notes of experiments the two of us had performed earlier. The surface of the table itself was a mess. Parchment littered it. The mess was not entirely her fault, either. The notes she had made me were pushed in one corner. I took the chance to read them whenever I had the opportunity. One by one, carriages started to arrive. I stared out at the clear sky as the sun started to set. Songbird greeted the guests below. I wasn't sure how she knew all of their names. I was just glad that somebody did. The gentle strumming of a harp could be heard from downstairs. Finally, Songbird came up to the balcony. Probably best you appear now. It's time for you to mingle. The crescent moon had risen. Stars shone down brightly from above. Despite this, it was still too dark to see properly. I took a moment to suspend a pale blue orb of light above the table so that Yvette could continue with her work. Fine. Exiting the balcony, I started to make my way towards the staircase. Of the Civil War is preposterous. A woman's voice said from near the top of the staircase. I pushed my hair to the side. A couple of black strands had found their way before my eyes and looked in her direction. It was a woman in her mid-20s who was talking to a girl in her late teens. It most certainly is, the girl she was talking to tittered in response. Did you receive word of Amelie's engagement? The first sipped idly from a wineglass as she spoke. The last of the red trickled into her mouth. She signaled for one of the waiters soon after. I did. Such a scandalous affair, her conversation partner tossed her head back theatrically, her auburn hair swaying as she did so. I know. You would think someone of her breeding would set her sights higher. To think, had she played the game better, she could have caught the attention of Lord Verrill. He's still unattached. The first replied. She wore a red dress and stood on the opposite side of a transparent wall of force I had erected to block off the balcony. A man in a formal white and black suit approached them with a tray held up under his left hand. It was one of the establishment's staff. After taking the empty glass, he disappeared from view. She was always one who lacked the sharpness required for the ebb and flow. A chill breeze picked up and blew my hair back into my face. I shivered. Both women turned my way. They looked at me like sharks appraising a fish. My, such a marvelous outfit, the older woman said in an exaggerated tone. When I was first informed about this little gathering, I was uncertain whether I should attend. It is most fortuitous that I did. To think that one of the chosen is so well bred. You would do well to educate your peers. Thanks. Elodie and I were busy contemplating the subject of Amelie's betrothal. Have you any thoughts on the matter? The younger one asked. I haven't been following the situation. I only recently arrived in Ain. Pausing, I gathered my thoughts. Do you have any insights regarding the ongoing rebellion? Try to shift the conversation subtly, Taylor. Elodie sniffed, then your ignorance is understandable. Allow us to alleviate it. You see, Amelie was well positioned to. I engaged the two of them in conversation for a few moments more before eventually excusing myself. The two of them proved far too adept in redirecting the conversation for me to say what I wanted. I descended onto the floor below. People mingled on the sides. Those who wished to dance did so in the middle of the room. A part of me wished to do so as well. On Earth, I had been so focused on worrying about the end of the world that I hadn't really had the time to enjoy things like formal dancing. The idea was tempting. Unfortunately, reputation actually mattered to these people. Making a fool of myself would actually have repercussions, else I might have considered it. I spotted an elderly man in a flamboyant yellow suit who was leaning against the wall with a cane resting beside him. He shook every now and again. The ravages of time hadn't been kind to him. He was one of the few people who was alone. I approached. Good evening, Chosen, he greeted me smoothly. I am Lord Mallory, and it is my pleasure to make your acquaintance. Good evening, I replied. I noticed he had a fresh injury on his neck. Would you like me to heal that? It is a minor injury, there is no need to attend to it. I couldn't help but notice a slight tremor in his voice. Weird. Do you have any insights regarding the ongoing rebellion? Such a tragedy, isn't it? He tugged. I am an ardent supporter of Lord Verrill's faction. He is largely responsible for overseeing the administration of the farmlands. The conflict is unsustainable. I didn't know how much I trusted the man. Right now, that didn't matter. If he was involved with overseeing the field workers, he was definitely someone I needed to talk to. They accounted for the majority of Ain's peasantry. Right. Are you able to help manage the situation? So long as Quinton retains his grasp on power, I consider it unlikely that the rebellion will do anything but escalate, the man mused. You don't think talking to the peasants would help? Explaining why their approach won't work. Maybe suggest better methods to raise their concerns. I find that. The two of us talked for a while before I finally moved on. He hadn't committed to anything, but he was willing to discuss the matter further at a later date. It was a start. I started to approach other people. There were a few who were oddly attentive. They all appeared terrified of me, although I wasn't sure exactly why. I'd need to talk to Songbird about it. The nobility who were desperate were almost eager to discuss the situation with me. The officials whose charges had one day simply disappeared, or the ones whose properties were being burned to the ground. They didn't have the power to do anything, but they were willing to listen. Unfortunately, most discussions were far less productive. It appeared that almost everyone who hadn't had misfortune strike them was categorically incapable of understanding the problem. I was beginning to hate the words ebb and flow. Consider the benefits of wedding yourself into my household. There were so many wedding proposals. Should you be willing to rebuild the? But even more requests for construction work. The historical significance of the. I strongly suggest you take it upon yourself to restore them. The attempts to woo me continued. Gradually my patience wore down. The only person who looked genuinely happy was the owner of the establishment. She was ecstatic. All of her guests had plenty of coins to spare. Everyone else presented a mask. On and on it went. When it wasn't political conniving that I didn't care for, it was requests for me to serve the interests of one lord or the other. Who even wanted a statue of themselves in silver anyhow? It was unreasonably gaudy. Unwilling to tolerate it much longer, I climbed towards the top of the staircase. I looked down on the clamor of discussion from above. Do I make a scene? I decided it was worth the cost of losing whatever reputation I might otherwise accrue. It was obvious that without more practice I was unable to verbally fence with the nobility. It was best that I at least attempt to say my piece. A coruscating beam of light manifested in the middle of the establishment. All conversation ground to a halt. I invited all of you here to discuss the state of Ain, I whispered. My voice reverberated throughout the building. Taking a page out of the Prince of Nightfall's book, I made it echo in the very air itself. It was tempting to float above them all, but I didn't want any of them peering under my dress. Some of you have more authority than others. Most of you directly engage with the peasantry. You should be aware of what's happening. The rebellion. The killings of the peasants needs to stop. Every time one of them dies, another family joins the rebellion. If it continues long enough, they will burn everything to the ground. You might think because they are uneducated and lack resources, they can't fight back. You're wrong. There are more of them than you. It's also easier to destroy than to create. If they were to set the city alight, how long would it take to recover? I paused, watching the reaction of the crowd. They all looked towards me. It goes the other way as well. I expect that some of you are involved with the rebellion. You won't admit who you are. I don't know if you are doing it out of ambition or a genuine desire to do good. It doesn't matter. Think about how long it takes to build up society. How hard it will be to restore what you burn down. Ask yourselves if it's worth it. If you keep heading in this direction, then everyone suffers. I know that things are unfair. That doesn't mean this will fix anything at all. I took in a deep breath before continuing. In the land I came from, mass protests were used to enact change. Everyone that was unhappy would rise up and protest. Many of those protests were mostly peaceful. It might not work here. I might be wrong to suggest it. But consider this, if you fail to try it first and instead send Ain up in flames, you will have caused the worst outcome instead. Think about all the things that you are breaking that you can't easily replace. Stop focusing on the things that don't matter and actually think about what Ain will look like if you aren't properly responsible. I've spoken with some of you already. If you want to discuss this with me further, leave a letter before you depart. I want to come up with an answer that doesn't involve everyone losing. One that all of you are able to accept, even if you aren't happy with it. Finishing my speech, I examined my audience before leaving to the balcony beside Yvette. I erected a barrier that blocked anyone else from approaching. The evening had left me feeling emotionally drained, and it wasn't even done. Taking a seat, I turned my attention back towards Yvette's notes. I glared at the summary of On Rule balefully. It made me wish I had copies of Earth's political discourse. The ideas it proposed were vile. I turned around once more and aimed my gaze below. The festivities had resumed. There was a low level of bustle as people danced to and fro. I watched them idly from above as they continued to scheme and connive while the city burned. I hoped my speech achieved something. Songbird danced across the floor below. She was flirting with everything that moved. I had come to learn that was just the way she was. She started to make her way up the stairs. I dropped the barrier briefly as she approached. Swaggering towards our table, she placed a cup of tea before the both of us. You sure you don't want to have a proper drink? She nagged me. This wasn't the first time she asked. Merely the first time tonight. I've had bad experiences with drinking in the past, I replied. No, I'm fine, I'm busy going over the notes from the experiments Taylor and I did earlier. It's fascinating. I think I can probably start making a working similar to what she does with light, Yvette replied, not looking up from a stack of pages in front of her. Yvette was so absorbed in what she was doing, she didn't realize that the offer hadn't been made to her. Man, you spoil sport, Songbird pouted. You're so moody that if I didn't know better, I'd think Keter was invading. I'm just tired, I admitted. Dealing with this. She waited a while, then sighed when she realized I was done talking. Finally, she sauntered off to fetch her own drink. The hands had done good work since our arrival in the city. Unsurprisingly, they already had some information for us to work with. The situation wasn't pretty. Displays like the one we had witnessed had been happening for weeks now. The guards had been ordered to beat or arrest anyone who attended. The worse guards were creative in their interpretation of that. The nobles didn't seem to mind if lives were lost. None of the peasantry was happy with the situation. I didn't blame them. They were calling the current autocrat Quinton the usurper. He wasn't the only hated noble. Just the one with the most actual authority. Verrill and Garson were also up on the list. I had received invitations from all three of them. Common sentiment couldn't agree on which noble they actually wanted to rule. Only that the current one should hang. It gave me a headache just thinking about it. Songbird came back and flopped down onto the chair to my left. Her fingers trailed along my arm as she did so. She leaned in close. Want to have some fun after the kid goes to sleep? She whispered. It's really not a good idea. You have other loyalties. I don't want to tie myself to Princess Matilda that way. I was in a better headspace than I had been on the road before. The idea of being romantically entangled with somebody was no longer something I was against. I wasn't against casual sex, either. Just. Songbird definitely wasn't a smart person to become involved with. It was unfair to call her a honeypot. I did think she genuinely wanted to follow me around. I just didn't want to commit to something with someone I knew had other loyalties. My relationship with Brian had been enough of an angst-filled mess for me to not want a repeat performance. I'd try to be a little smarter about my love life. At least, that's what I was telling myself. I suspected if I found someone I actually liked that my emotions would be having a much bigger say in the matter. It was easy to say I was being smart about relationships when I wasn't looking at people I wanted to be in one with. Taylor, you need to relax sometime, she huffed, a good fuck would do you wonders. I once visited a place in Levant and there was this girl there who showed me this trick with her. It isn't something I'm going to change my mind on soon, I cut in. Erg. Fine. Songbird whined. It's late and I'm going to sleep, good night, you two, see you in the morning, Yvette yawned while chattering. She left the table soon after. Conversation died there. We sat in silence, listening to the clamor of the people I invited. Songbird departed once more. Slowly, the place emptied out. Songbird ushered them out. I should have been more involved in the process. Unfortunately, I did not know enough not to mess it all up. By the time it was just the two of us, it must have been nearly midnight. Don't think I achieved anything. Give it some time. Maybe some will listen, she encouraged. Hope so. So, we frisked the city properly. Gabbed with everyone willing to listen aside from the three up top. This is what we've found so far. She pulled a crumpled piece of paper out from inside a bag beside her and flattened it on the table. It was a map of the city with territories marked out. I looked over it. You didn't mention this until now. She shrugged, took a while to verify. Sides, you were busy. So, the area around the palace sees no rebel activity at all. No surprises there, Songbird interrupted. It's patrolled in force. There is some rebel activity near the Hall of Records. I'm not sure what they want with a bunch of stuffy old books. Speaking of books. Did you find any for me? I'm working on it. She grinned mockingly. It felt like she was making an active effort to try to elicit a smile. There are active rebel markings in the poorer parts of the city, and fighting often breaks out on the streets. Pfft, get to the good stuff. She snorted. Lastly, another major granary was burned down. I tapped the location of the granary in the southwest part of the city. See, told ya it was good, she smirked. I'm not seeing anything new from this, I replied. Check the times, she pressed. Frowning, I looked at the times noted next to each attack against the granaries. They were always timed at night and always at a similar time to attacks launched against the Hall of Records. Why do they always launch an attack against the Hall of Records at the same time as they launch an attack against another major target? I asked. That's what I want to know too. She quietly exclaimed. See, one of the hands went up to the place and snooped around a bit. The place is guarded tighter than a bank in Mercantise. I wasn't entirely certain how she knew how tightly a bank in Mercantise was guarded. Breaking into the Hall of Records ourselves to find out what was in there was an option. It wasn't my first choice, though. Do we have any leads on the location of a rebel base? They probably don't have one. I'm sure they're decentralized. It's best to be certain. The markings for shows like the one we had seen were in almost every other back alley on the map. The only exceptions were places with strong military presences. Nah. But if one exists, it'll be somewhere in the slums. I'd bet on it. That way, if the guards do find them, they'll need to piss people off in the fight. I examined the map closer. 4 granaries burned down was a big deal. How's Quentin handling the food situation? Suppose you wouldn't know since you've spent the past few days failing to gab with nobles. He's cutting back food among the poor. Hiking up prices as well. What happens to people that can't afford to eat? They starve, Songbird shrugged nonchalantly. People that get caught stealing food have their hand broken. If people were already starving now, I hated to think what winter would be like. Isn't Ain one of the breadbaskets of Purser? Right. They export most of their produce. Shouldn't they have enough to feed people if they cut down on exports? Probably, but then they'd have fewer coins. Quentin wants to hike the exports up. He's making up for lost revenue. I had no idea how the man would justify doing that. There was no way he didn't end up gutted by a crowd. There's no way I'm letting him stay in charge, I muttered darkly. Songbird's eyebrows went all the way up. Going to go all regicide on him. If I have to. I'd hold off on it a bit first. People'll be less likely to listen to you if you start offing royal heads. Nobles, not people. I corrected her. You're saying nobles aren't people. They are. But they're the only ones that would complain. She did have a point, but not for the reason she thought. I doubted Cordelia would be happy if I started killing her peers even if they did earn it. Not because they were dead, but because of the precedent it would set. If I wanted to get rid of Quinton, it would need to be in a way that was acceptable by the princes. And I was definitely removing the man from power. Suppose so, but you're forgetting something. What? Who takes charge after? Right. Consequences. I hadn't been thinking of them, but I had paid attention. The nobles who attended were mostly in favor of Veril. It makes sense. If I want their assistance, I'd probably need to support him. I'm not so sure what I think about him. The stalemate will probably drag out between him and Garson after Quinton is gone. I need to form an opinion on the both of them. I also need to consider nobles outside those three. Despite how draining the event had been, I had mostly paid attention. Not as much as Songbird probably had, but enough to start establishing an idea of what people were willing to say. I doubted it was what they thought inside. At least I knew who they overtly supported. It was important that I established both who could rule and who would be an acceptable ruler. While I didn't want to be the one choosing who ruled, I wasn't above putting my foot down on who wouldn't. It was a small distinction. That didn't mean it wasn't an important one. I had seen enough of Principate's ruling class now to have a very clear picture of just how awful so many of them were. Probably means you're gonna have to accept those invitations. It did. Peasants are still joining the revolution. They are, she confirmed. Doesn't matter if the revolution is responsible for the food shortage. The nobles are the ones pressing down. It scared me how well the revolutionaries' plan was working. The tactics being used were monstrous, but effective. When and where was Princess Clotilde last seen? I inquired. I expected she was dead. There was no harm making sure. In the palace, about a month ago, Songbird replied. On the top right side of the map, I took note of a set of numbers annotated. What are these? Guards that have been moved to defend the remaining granaries. I didn't know how many troops there were in Ain. That didn't mean I wasn't able to render judgments with numbers this large. This was a substantial move in the deployment of guardsmen. Guards that would have to come from somewhere else. What locations are normally heavily guarded? Wanna know where the guards were moved from? She smiled conspiratorially at me across the table. Please. It couldn't be from the streets, considering how heavily patrolled they were. It couldn't be from the affluent parts of the city, because after the deaths there, they were on high alert. I wasn't sure what that left. The Royal Armory, smug satisfaction in her voice. My heart sank. If there was a reduction in the guard on the armory, that meant that was where it was likely they were next to attack. Can we expect them to attack the Royal Armory then? I asked. Probably. Songbird chimed. For now, investigate the Hall of Records and the palace further. I want to know what's going on in both places. Got it. Anything else? I'm out of ideas involving the nobility. Let's see if we can catch some rebels. Suppose you have a plan. Yet. The three of us will covertly watch the Royal Armory. Maybe we can find out more about the revolution there. Sounds good to me. Is there any more news? I asked. She shrugged. They crucified 2 rich fucks who were caught inside a brothel. Suppose you would want to know. Quinton had the place burned to the ground in retaliation. Anyone important? I raised an eyebrow. The man who used to be in charge of Ain's treasury before Garson took over. The other person didn't matter. She replied. Well, that was one way to add more fuel to the flames. See if you can learn anything more about that. I finished. The two of us went to sleep not long after. At least, I tried to. Songbird had evidently decided that if I wouldn't sleep with her, she would find someone else who would. The noises coming from the room next door were loud, to the point that it was difficult to sleep. Eventually, I dozed off. I woke up bleary-eyed the next day. I hadn't slept well. It took only a few moments to wash and then change into more appropriate clothing. Left hand on the railing, I made my way downstairs. They creaked underfoot. Songbird was sitting on a table on the ground floor. Maud was glaring at her frostily from across the room. I couldn't blame the lady. The two of them were arguing over something I couldn't hear what, and every now and again, Maud would punctuate her statements by shoving a filthy cloth towards Songbird. Good morning, I greeted them. Gee morning, Songbird bobbed her head enthusiastically my way. Suppose you want to read all your correspondence. How is she so full of energy? She pointed towards a stack of letters to her right. I'll check it in a bit, I agreed. Finally, you're awake, the surly woman said. Take this mess off my table and put it somewhere else. I'll do my best, I smiled at Maud. Slept well? Songbird asked. No, I glared at her. Now I know why they call you Songbird. Couldn't you make less noise with whoever it was that you took to your bed? She had been in the room next door. It had been difficult to sleep. Not in the slightest, she replied unashamedly. Why should have joined? It would have been fun. The more people, the more fun we could have had. I ordered a dish that looked vaguely like croissants for breakfast. Whatever it was, I couldn't pronounce the local word for it. Yvette patted down the staircase moments later. Good morning Songbird and Taylor, what are the plans for today? I went to sleep before you two discussed them. Briefly, I outlined the situation. I decided Yvette would stay close to me. It was a less efficient use of our time, but I suspected that the people in Ain wouldn't be above using her against me. I wanted to talk about something important, I began. What's this about? Songbird asked. It's about expectations. You both must have heard my speech about the rebellion last night. It's probably obvious I have different thoughts about peasants to you. I'm not expecting you to share them. It would be unreasonable of me to ask the two of you to change your minds. What I am going to ask is for you to at least think about what I said. You should also be careful about what you say as well, If you aren't careful, someone might take offense and decide to do something. Songbird said nothing, but gave a mocking salute. Even if she did listen to me, I would never know. I knew she could put on a convincing enough act that I'd eventually buy it if she wanted to. I don't understand why it's so important for you, but I'll at least listen. I know you're a good person. It matters because any of us could have been peasants. You could say we were born lucky. Imagine if you weren't born lucky. Would you like to have to live like them? It's a pointless question since I wasn't and I never will be, but I know that you won't let the subject go, so I'll at least try to listen to what you say. It wasn't what I wanted to hear, but it was good enough for now. Dismissing the subject, I considered the day ahead. We had a lead on the villain to follow up on. With progress in one direction stalled, it was time to see if we could make any headway elsewhere. The three of us were camped under an illusion on one of the rooftops near the Royal Armory. Near being subjective. There was a wide open space between the building and the rest of the city. Enough space so that a crossbowman could not fire into the place without walking out into the open. It was a walled compound with a large, 3-story warehouse in the center. Guards patrolled outside. I wasn't expecting anything to happen soon. The others were both armored. In Yvette's case, there was a chain shirt beneath a leather jacket, over a cotton shirt. She looked like a nesting doll with all the additional layers. Yvette and Songbird had been teaching me a local game of cards. I squinted at my hand in the moonlight. The magician, the high priestess, the fool, Knight of Cups, Knight of Wands. A thoroughly awful hand. The cards were difficult to make out. I would have liked to have a light to see by. Unfortunately, those were anything but subtle. Banned, Yvette mumbled, her voice barely audible. She proceeded to lay down her hand. She had managed to collect 5 of the major arcana from the tarot deck during the course of the game. So long as it was not the first round of the game, that was an automatic win. Why, sure she's not cheating. Songbird looked at me dubiously. Of course she's not. I kept my face straight. Yvette wasn't, but I was. She enjoyed winning and I enjoyed seeing her win. It wasn't like anyone aside from the two of us could see the illusions on the cards. So long as I could remember which cards I gave to people, everything should be fine. Suppose it's normal for a deck to have 2 wheels of fortune. She held up a card to illustrate, a hint of mirth gracing her voice. Crap. Definitely normal, I lied. I don't think Taylor should shuffle anymore, Songbird said, amused. I had convinced them to let me shuffle the deck with my abilities, telling them it was more convenient. But when Taylor shuffles I win more, so I think she should be the one who shuffles, Yvette pouted. I felt something odd enter my range. Slowly it encroached. We played a few more rounds before it drew close. I turned towards what I sensed. A small group of maybe 24 figures running towards the armory under the cover of an illusion. I held up my hand in warning. Both of them stiffened, going on alert. I've spotted our targets, I whispered. Taking a moment, I reinforced my perception field. It was important that we weren't caught. The wizard might detect it regardless, but he was so bad at magic that I had doubts. They're spelled? Songbird asked. Yeah. The illusion was poor. The only question was how I wanted to handle this. I studied the illusion our enemies were under. It was a subtle effect. A ward that was anchored to each of them and was designed to divert the attention of anyone looking their way. If you were aware the ward existed, then it had no effect. It amused me. If they hadn't used a ward, then I wouldn't have known to look. We're going in. Songbird seemed almost giddy at the idea. She had already drawn her sword. There's 24 of them. Ah, weeping heavens, that's no fun, she pouted. Suppose that means you're doing everything. We weren't going to attack them anyhow, I said. Wait, we weren't. She sheathed her sword and placed her hands on her hips in mock outrage. No, we can use this, I denied. Why is that? It's probably only a small part of the revolution. Catching them won't stop the movement. We need to learn more. What will we do then? Give me a moment. I focused, then created an effect that focused the attention of the patrols on the incoming thieves. Heartbeats later, and I could hear a bell being rung from inside the armory. Guards were mobilized and chasing after the figures. They started running. As expected, they were attempting to make their escape. And now, we follow them home, I smiled. Moving from rooftop to rooftop, we trailed them. Buildings in this part of the city weren't stacked right next to each other. I was forced to create bridges of force between them, giving us room to cross. There was no guarantee that their wizard hadn't detected us. I was being careful though and paying extra attention to making my efforts discreet. The clanking of metal boots from the guards slowly started to fade behind us as the figures made their escape. They had been right on the villains' tails at first, but seemed to be unable to keep up in the narrower side alleys. Our foes started to slow down then. Their route took us into the poorer district of the city. Our enemies were slippery. Unfortunately for them, they did not think to look up. Following remained trivial as a result. Markings appeared on the walls below us more and more frequently. The signs of the revolutionary were everywhere that I looked. All becomes dust. A wave of confusion hit me. Why was I here? I frowned. Something was messing with my senses, but very badly. I could feel the attempt actively trying to turn away my thoughts and convince me to go somewhere else. Ivy, can you do something about this confusion spell? I made her some clear glass. She would likely need it for the spell. Yvette didn't respond verbally to me. Her cheeks were drawn in while she concentrated. After a few words and muttered gestures, the surrounding environment changed. The streets we were in appeared to be almost completely deserted. Our quarry was running ahead, moving towards a building that looked to be important. It was guarded by multiple people. I couldn't make out the details from afar, but it was likely they were all part of the revolutionaries' movement. We slowed, then came to a stop. I was fairly sure they couldn't see us with the perception effect I had up, but I didn't want to risk it. Now what? Songbird whispered. Do we attack now? No. I had a better idea. Can either of you find a way to track everyone who enters this building? I asked. Suppose I can put some hands on it. Yvette looked at me sleepily. Why do you want to track them? Isn't it easier to just stop them all now rather than waiting? This probably isn't all of them. It likely isn't even most of them. The place still looks significant. I expect the revolution is mostly spread out, but they still need to talk to each other. My idea is we track their movements and build up a profile of where everyone is. When we're confident we have most of them, we rip it out by its roots. I'm not allowing people who are as brutal as they are to escape unpunished. A substantial amount of effort had gone into hiding the place. Enough that I almost considered it worth attacking right away. That wasn't the kind of work anyone did if they weren't hiding anything of value. These revolutionaries had done enough damage that I didn't want to allow this chance to go to waste. I could have tried using compulsions to do it. I judged it too risky. There was a good chance someone would work out that something was wrong if I did so. There were more people capable of applying, detecting, and removing such effects here than on Earth bet. Trailing people and preventing carnage without giving away that we had found a part of their organization was a safer move. Songbird could likely arrange for the right people to find out. We could set up a system to deal with this. I didn't need to handle this alone. Handling the situation this way gave me a better chance of a successful clean purge. I had no intention of remaining inane in 10 years' time, still managing the same problem. Setting up a proper ritual for this will take time and components if you want it to be properly sneaky. I'm too tired for it now and I need to think over this carefully, maybe tomorrow. Yvette eventually replied. That sounds good, I agreed. We left soon after, but took note of where we were. It wasn't a win. Not yet, at least. I certainly hadn't made any real progress on the front of the nobility. That didn't mean this wasn't a start. Liminal 3.08. 60. A hero's efforts will bear fruit like the yield of a crop. The more you toil, the greater the harvest. A wise hero plants many seeds in the hopes that one day there is much to reap. 200 Heroic Axioms, author unknown. I took the time to review all the invitations I had received at our customary table. There were many, but for now only 3 mattered. Which should I accept first? I asked. I was assuming I should accept Quentin's invitation. It was better to ask and be sure. Why should accept Quentin's first? You know, you need to learn about the 3 of them before you commit. He has the most direct power. I wasn't entirely sure what would be inferred about my allegiances were I to choose one of the other 2. That didn't mean I couldn't make a guess. Better to go with the obvious choice first, even if none of them had made a good impression on me. It's a private dinner. Scheduled for tonight. Suppose I don't need to tell you not to kill him? Songbird asked rhetorically from my right. You don't. I looked up at the overcast sky and thought. Ominous grey clouds rolled overhead. I suspected a storm was approaching. The rustle of a strong breeze tore green leaves loose from trees and sent them tumbling through the air. I marked the invitation to a private dinner as accepted, then passed it across to Songbird. Make sure Quentin receives it. Not a problem, Songbird mimed a mock salute. Should I approach other nobles in the meantime? Nobles who haven't invited me, or where the date of invitation is some time away? The answer was almost certainly no, but it was best to be sure. Definitely not, Songbird stated firmly. If you do, it puts them in the position of power. Suppose a hero wouldn't care. But that's not what you're trying to do here, is it? That was what the issue came down to. I could try to solve this like a normal hero. I even suspected I knew which story would win. It wasn't one I was willing to accept. The safe option would be leaning into the princess story. There was nothing stopping a hero from ruling over a principality. There were no historical examples I could think of, but that didn't mean it wouldn't work. The issue was that I knew exactly how out of my depth I would be. I was trying to find a different story. A story based around the idea of reformation. Gradually rebuilding the old order into something better, rather than tearing it down. While I agreed with the revolution that something needed to be done, their approach would not fix anything at all. How's progress on the revolution? The question was stupid. I blamed my general exhaustion for the mistake. We had only just woken up. Songbird looked at me mockingly. Taylor, it's not even been a day. I'm not that capable. Give me time to organize. Same goes for Yvette. Can I help in any way? Why can provide us both with some things? Then trust us to do our part. That's why we're here, remember? She was right. That didn't make it any less frustrating. I hated feeling like I was useless. Do you have enough people for this? Songbird grimaced. Barely. We're scraping by. I turned to Yvette. She was seated to my left and still looked tired despite having a night's rest. Do you think you could set up a ritual to amplify my voice if I helped you with it? She would still need to cast it. There was nothing stopping me from assisting with everything else. She looked at me balefully. It was like seeing a cat puff up its fur. I'm already working on one hard project now. You want me to do this? I mean, we probably can, but it's not going to be easy. And why do you even want to talk to everyone at once anyhow? I want to talk with the revolution, I admitted. What went unsaid is that talking to them all at once made for a more impactful story. I wasn't sure if I could de-escalate the situation by talking alone. If I was going to try, I needed to go the distance. Well, it's not a ritual I can set up quickly even with your help, so forget having it happen today. It's going to have to wait until after I'm done with the tracking magic. I could probably ensure one of them gets a message, Songbird interjected. Don't think it will help. They will throw it away. Suppose they will. Doesn't mean it's not worth trying. I thought about it. It wasn't as good as me giving a speech, but it wasn't an attempt at a speech either. That road would still be open to me later on. Please do, I affirmed. See if you can pass on my concerns to some of their leaders. Doubt they'll listen. I know. We should still try. Songbird shoved a blank piece of parchment and a quill across the table. Write what you want to say. I'll make it happen. It'll take some effort, but with last night's lead it should be workable. I started to write. The biggest problem with trying this was that I suspected that I had nothing I could offer them. The more measured parts of the revolution likely wanted to remove the current rulers. I could do that. It was something I was already working on. They probably wanted to do it themselves. Removing the current rulers wouldn't help if they had nobody to put in their place. The food shortage was an issue the revolution had created on its own. The nobility had certainly made the issue worse. Removing Quentin would hopefully mean that the next noble didn't simply try to hike up exports. None of that undercut the elephant in the room. If the granaries hadn't been burnt down, the issue wouldn't be there to begin with. I had no doubt that it was done deliberately. Why not trying to negotiate with them at all? I didn't think the parts of the revolution that wanted to burn everything to the ground could be reasoned with. Taylor, can you look over this? I'm not sure if I should be using ink or wax as the catalyst. It changes the ratios. Just a moment, if I interjected. I'm not, I confirmed. They are in the wrong. Both the nobility and the revolution. Suppose you're looking for some fabled middle ground. She stated dubiously. I gave her a flat look. No. Both are doing the work of below. The middle ground between wrong and wrong is just more wrong. It's like the revolution saw that one problem existed and decided it would be fun to make 20 more. The revolution had understandable reasons for their anger. That did not change the fact that in the long term, their actions were quite literally harming more peasants than the nobility were. They had lost all right to pretend they were the lesser evil when they did more damage than their opposition. I knew I would be bad at leading a rebellion. It was still easy for me to do a better job than burning it all to the ground. It's not what I expected to hear from the girl who talks for the peasants. I doubt most of the peasants want this. Starvation doesn't discriminate between peasants and nobles, I replied. I can't reform an extremist movement if they don't want to reform. All I can do is ask them to consider the long-term consequences and then hope they come to the table. There was no way this letter was not going to be consigned to a fire. But better to try and fail, than not try at all. I took a few minutes to finish scribing my missive. I passed the final message to Songbird. I'll have my people make the wording more appropriate. Now I needed to work out what to do. Everyone else had tasks planned for the day. I was the odd one out. I took a moment to help Yvette with her problem before asking the question. What should I do today? I tapped on the letters beside me meaningfully. I can only attend one tonight. That leaves me with nothing else planned. Why should probably relax? Why need a break? I'm not going to sleep with you. Wasn't suggesting it. Songbird reached across the table and prodded at an unread missive. I reached towards it curiously. It was from the House of Light. Biting my lip, I took a moment to read over the contents. It was something I'd easily be able to fulfill, and would have no issue with doing. I'd definitely help out. What surprised me was that Songbird had suggested it. She didn't seem like the type of person who would propose I set my foot near the clergy. You think I should do this? I asked hesitantly. Definitely. Why? You'd enjoy it, she declared. For anyone else, that'd be a chore. The happiest I've seen you is after you help people. You have this big smile. That letter counts. It's easy to do. I looked down at the letter again. It was a request for me to help out at one of the local chapters of the House of Light. There were many more injured than normal. That was entirely unexpected considering the circumstances. You think I'd enjoy this? I repeated dubiously. Absolutely. You're right. I enjoy helping people. But I don't like seeing people injured. Worse, I certainly don't like knowing that they will likely be back only a day later. That didn't mean I wouldn't do it. It was still the right thing to do. Trust me, Taylor, she said, her voice serious for once. I know that you will enjoy this. Should I ask them to help out? Depends on what you want help with. Peacefully resolving the conflict. Songbird snorted. Suppose it's an idea. I don't think it's a good one. Trouble is, their presence in Ain isn't strong enough to mediate. I could make them strong enough. That's even worse. Every ruler would disapprove. Suppose if you wanted to instate a theocracy then it could work. Leave off thinking about big picture stuff for a day. Treat this as a break. You're not taking a break. Taylor, treat this as an order, Songbird stated. Take a break. Fine, I replied dubiously. I'd promised myself I'd listen to advice. Songbird seemed serious about this. If I's going with you then. Was planning that way anyhow. Conversation stalled for a moment. I was about to stand up and leave when one of Songbird's assistants strolled in. The boy couldn't even be 13 summers. It was depressing how quickly everyone in Calurnia was forced to grow up. He handed her another pile of letters then ran off. She took a moment to read through it before turning my way. Hey. They're real nasty, she said. What? I asked, puzzled. You asked me to look into those 2 killings. The ones in the brothel. They're a bit different from the others. I had forgotten I'd even asked. There was far too much going on within the city for me to reasonably keep track of it all. It was gradually wearing me down. What did you learn? It took some snooping in the prince's palace, but one of my helpers found this. She shoved one of the letters at me. I started to read. Some killings were different from the others. Not different in their brutality. The deaths were just as awful. The discrepancy was far darker. For some killings, the revolution left notes detailing crimes they accused the dead of. The nobility had been doing their best to cover up the presence of the notes, which was why this was the first we were hearing of it. These 2 nobles were a part of the note crowd. So far, that crowd totaled 23 individuals. 6 were nobles. 17 of them were ordinary criminals. I wasn't sure why the nobility were hiding these notes. Songbird hadn't been able to find out what was on the other 21 notes, but just these 2 were bad enough. Are these accusations true? I asked, my voice hard. Dunno, she replied glibly. Probably. Rape is already terrible, but children. Like I said, nasty. It was bad enough to make me seriously consider just blasting the palace myself. Are all the nobles like this? No. Doubt the other ones were that bad either. Songbird paused. I don't think these kills were done by the revolution. You think someone else is doing this? Probably. The handwriting is too good. Think they're just taking advantage of the chaos. Because this wasn't complicated enough already without another player involved. Chances there's another hero in the city. I wouldn't call killing someone with brutal dismemberment and torture heroic. Even if the person subjected to it was awful. My opinion on the subject wasn't held by everyone. Some heroes likely went that far. I would have just killed the monsters quickly and left it at that. Could be. There hasn't been any talk of it. Well, add it to the list. As if we needed something else to keep track of. I was standing beside someone in an infirmary built beside the House of Light many hours later. Official sermons had been held before I had arrived. The chair next to me was rickety and the room itself was run down. I expected the condition of the place came as a direct result of the Civil War. I would offer to repair it all when I was done taking care of people. This was the last injured person present. Can I heal you? The patient gave their assent. It was a work of a few moments to heal them. I could have healed everyone at once with the help of my grace, but saw no reason to. None of them had been at risk of dying if they didn't wait a little. All it would do is leave me with nothing to do with my time. It felt odd being the one waiting for the actions of others. I hated to admit it, but Songbird was right. I knew at the back of my mind that I wasn't resolving the conflict by doing this, but seeing injured people made whole again still made me feel better. Not everyone was appreciative after being healed. That was to be expected. I had spent enough time around injured people to know that not all of them had a good bedside manner. Maybe one day I would grow to resent that. That day wasn't today. It was exactly like scratching an insect bite. It didn't address the cause of the problem, but it still felt good to do. There was no way this was the last injured person in the city. It would only be the last one close enough to find out that I was here. I turned around. Standing by the entrance was the priestess in charge. She and the others had worked to heal people as well before eventually exhausting themselves. Do you want me to repair this place? I asked. Her brown eyebrows raised. If it is no trouble for you, chosen. It isn't, I confirmed. Then this humble refuge accepts what assistance you may offer. You honor the gods above through your service. Taking that as permission, I stood up and began to reshape the structure as I went. Cracks were filled in, dirt erased and a clean coat of white paint set itself on the walls. I worked methodically. Even with the assistance of angels, the process was not quick. I was putting in the effort to catch all the little details. Right now, there was no reason to hurry. I wanted to do this right. I padded my way outside the infirmary and towards the chapel itself. Climbing the stairs, I repaired the baked tiles as I carried out my task. The roof came next. Then the stained glass windows. The pews could be more comfortable. Why not have cushioned seating? I didn't see any quotes in the book of all things declaring a sore ass to be sacred. Slowly, I restored the building. I was completely absorbed in my work. Vaguely, I could hear the rustle of movement behind me. I didn't even realize what else was occurring within the chapel by the time I reached the other end of the House of Light. My efforts ended beside the lectern. Casting one last critical gaze over the stained glass window in front of me, I turned around. The entire building was crammed full. People were packed uncomfortably onto chairs. I hadn't even been aware of them entering. It felt as if the gaze of everyone present was locked onto me. The moment of stillness as I watched them watch me was more awkward than I cared to admit. It should have occurred to me that I was putting on a spectacle for them. Would you care to give voice to compassion's words within this place of worship? The priestess raised her blue eyes to meet mine, breaking the silence as she did so. I should have expected the request. In hindsight, it was an obvious one. That didn't make the situation any less delicate. I didn't want to refuse. It would be letting them down. The people that were watching me were likely to be genuinely faithful. I could see from the looks in their eyes that having me here meant something important to them. More than it meant to me. Accepting this request would place a burden on me. It was almost certain I would disappoint them. I wasn't a great speaker, and I was not a member of their faith. If I spoke, it would be about my own beliefs and not theirs. I definitely wouldn't give a sermon or talk about the state of the world outside. What should I do? I'd try. Even if it ended up being a disappointment for them. I felt they were the kinds of people who would understand and would appreciate that I was making the effort. The presence of the angels intensified. It was encouraging. I can do that. I licked my lips, then walked slowly to the lectern. There is plenty I could share my thoughts about. Fortunately, I've failed enough to know better. So I'll talk about the one virtue I feel I have some insight into. Compassion. Both the human and angelic perspective. I paused, taking a breath. I'll start with the angels. This is what they look like to me. I created an illusion within the House of Light showing my impression of them. A void with dancing lights within. It was entirely visual. While I strongly suspected that everyone present desired more than that, I felt it would detract from my speech. They don't look like those chubby sprites you have in the windows, although the imagery doesn't offend them. I said, smiling. But what they look like is less important than what they feel like. They feel like a perspective. A way of seeing the world. They perceive the world differently to all of us. In a way that is so sincere that your heart aches just to feel it. There is nobody they would turn away from. In their eyes, All living creatures great and small deserve to be cared for. So you can rest assured that no matter what happens, there is always one family that loves you. It's heartbreakingly pure. I wish the world was that way. But it's not. I let the illusion fade away. Which brings me to my own perspective. Compassion to me is about two principles. The first is minimizing suffering. The obvious approach is by listening to people. Find out what troubles them, then do your best to help them. Rarely, that will be done by leaving them alone. Sometimes you are the problem. Then there is what I am trying to do. I'm trying to reform systems. If we can prevent suffering in the first place, then we don't need to alleviate it. I took a moment to phrase my next words in my head. It would have been nice if this wasn't sprung on me at the moment. That way, I could have at least tried to write a proper speech. I was starting to suspect I should write speeches out in advance to memorize. I hadn't expected I would be giving so many of them. The second principle is perspective. It's about trying to empathize with people and understand their views. That doesn't mean you have to agree with them. You can understand why somebody becomes a villain, and think that they're awful at the same time. You should also care for them as well. Feel sadness, or pity. I paused, then hardened my voice. Feeling compassion for someone who does wrong doesn't mean that they should escape justice. It just means that justice should be tempered by perspective. It would have been easier to talk by using innovate. I chose not to. It felt as if it would be inauthentic. This crowd genuinely valued my thoughts. I wouldn't hide behind a mask of competence that I didn't actually have. I'd use it to practice when I next had downtime. It was a skill that it seemed I would need in the future. My principles don't exclude violence. They also don't justify being the lesser evil. If I'm going to kill someone, it is when I feel there are no other choices left. When killing someone is the right decision. Not everyone can be redeemed. That doesn't mean we shouldn't make the attempt when we believe they can be. Is there anything else I want to say? Even the act of killing a person can be compassionate. Death itself isn't good or evil. Everyone dies eventually. If a person genuinely wants to die and cannot be convinced otherwise, then letting them live is prolonging their suffering. Imagine if someone is cursed to live eternally in torment by a villain. If you had the opportunity to alleviate their suffering, wouldn't it be a compassionate thing to do? Panning my gaze across the crowd, I thought on how I would like to finish off. I'll close this speech by talking about something I feel is important to me personally. None of us are perfect, and that's fine. It's expected. What matters is that we all try to do better. We accept help from other people, and try to help them in return when we can. Finally, I stepped back. There was no clapping or cheers in the crowd. But there was a solemn sincerity to it that I felt meant more. The priestess who appeared to be in charge approached me. "Would you be willing to join us in distributing alms to the poor?" she asked, looking up at me as she did so. Sure. It would have been easier if I could transmute objects into food. Unfortunately, that wasn't something the angels helped me with. It was just as difficult for me to do as it was before earning my name. But I could learn to do it on my own. Another task to commit to in my imaginary free time. There was still plenty I could do to help out. So I did what I was able to. Time passed. Eventually, some of us headed back to the church. Small crowds of people talked amongst each other. A few even approached me to banter. Topics ranged from the extraordinary to the mundane. There were some unreasonable requests, but I was expecting those. It was no worse than being a known hero on Earth bet around civilians. In a lot of ways, it was better. People here didn't view me distrustfully. I really was a hero to them. After speaking with the nobility yesterday and the news on the killings, being around ordinary people was like taking an ice-cold shower. It was refreshing. Listening to more grounded discussions made me feel more human. Your attendance was a balm that helped soothe old wounds. I don't think I did much, I admitted. On that, we disagree. Times are dark. This light you have lit for the faithful here is no candle but instead a roaring hearth. Would it trouble you to attend a ceremony like this again? It wasn't a question that I had expected I would be asked. The idea appealed to me. Before today, it wouldn't have. I had an entirely different mental image of what the House of Light would be like. People were more welcoming than I thought they would be. There were no covert attempts to convert me. In retrospect, expecting that they would try was silly. It was also nice being among the priests. It felt like they were genuinely trying to do good. Even if we might not entirely agree on what good was. So long as you don't expect me to speak again. I'll make some time, I promised. And I certainly would. I didn't need to share their beliefs to see the good they were doing. Not every problem needed a systematic solution. Some people's issues were small. That didn't make them any less deserving of help. This had been an important reminder to me. Deciding to fix the big issues didn't mean that I should ignore the small ones. The sun had set an hour ago. I was still in high spirits from my time among the clergy. It was the closest I had come to spending time with people who shared a similar perspective to me. Most of them weren't focused on lands or border disputes. They were only focused on trying to do good. Even without sharing their faith, I felt like I could fit in. My good mood almost certainly would not last. Songbird was fussing over me at the edge of the balcony. I'm going to be late, I told her. You're probably going to make a shit impression. I know. Why sure you want to fly over to this dinner? Lots of people in Prisser don't like wizards. I'm certain, I confirmed. Making me come to him is all about power. If the city was in good shape I'd play along, but I think Quentin needs a reminder. About you. Songbird sounded amused. Yet. The only power he has is the power people give him. You're the boss, Songbird said dubiously. You sent the letter. Made sure someone in the revolution got it, Songbird confirmed. Good. And tracking. Yvette set up the spell. I'm ready. Good luck. I manifested a sphere around me, then took a seat inside. When I arrived, I would make it glow. I planned to flaunt what I could do. Tonight I was making a pointed statement. I was approaching problems politically by choice. If I wanted to, then I could do otherwise. The nobles needed to pretend to care if they wanted me to be nice. My sphere hurtled towards the venue. It weaved between rooftops at speed. The location rapidly drew closer. I had been invited to a large estate at the edge of the city. My first sight of it was a brick wall. I flew over it, then followed a wide paved road leading up to a two-story building. The mansion occupied far more lateral than vertical space. It sprawled out openly. Apple trees lined either side of the path. The grass was perfectly manicured. I frowned. There was a hive of activity below. Guards were running all over the place. They were bustling, both inside and outside the walls. It wasn't in response to me, either. I lowered myself to the ground. What happened? I asked. They already had their weapons in hand. The look they gave me was appraising. It was as if they were assessing me as a threat. Prince Quentin was expected to set foot upon these grounds before the fall of the sun. He has yet to make an appearance. I'll help look. Anywhere you want me to check. They stared at me for a moment, before one of them spoke. You would best be served searching the roads between the palace and this estate. I'll see what I can find. I lifted off once more and scouted the city from above. The road to the palace was much larger and more open. It was far easier to observe from above. My first hint was the corpse of a guard pinned to a wall along a major thoroughfare. His horse was dead beside him. The further I went, the more corpses appeared. At a glance, it looked like 36 guards had been killed. I examined the scene further. How did they find out that Quentin would be heading this way? They looked to have been taken entirely by surprise. It was probably done using illusions. That was a major escalation. They had stuck so far to the back alleys. The fact that neither Songbird nor Yvette had informed me of this only confirmed my fears. Attacking that one location would not have ended the revolution. We would have known about this in advance otherwise. I started to look around more closely. Despite the fact that there were no corpses aside from the guards, I could tell that others had been either injured or killed. There were enough evidence to support it. I suspected the revolutionaries had done their best to hide the evidence in an effort to make the scene more intimidating. If it looked like they weren't losing people, then more people would be likely to join. It didn't take long for me to find the carriage's remains. From what I could tell, they had tried to make a desperate escape. It was just off the main road in one of the side alleys. The broken wreckage was lying on its side. Parts of it were scorched. The horses that were pulling it had been slain. A woman in her late 30s wearing the Hans livery had remnants of her body staged all over the remains of the carriage. One hand was pinned to a wheel spoke. A foot was jammed through a lance. I didn't recognize her, but it was probably one of Songbird's assistants. She had many of them. I didn't even know her name. Quentin was nowhere to be found. I took a moment to return to the guards at the venue and inform them of what I had discovered. Then I started to search. I spent another half-hour looking for clues. I found nothing. Eventually, I gave up and flew back to the faded connections. It made me feel angry. Helpless in a way that I wasn't used to feeling anymore. I saw Songbird seated at a table on the ground floor as I entered. She had a box beside her and was frowning in concentration at the floor. The moment she saw me, her mask went up once more. Suppose that your meeting fell through. Yet. One of your people died. How do you know? She tapped the lid of the box. Revolution sent us a gift. A head in a box. They didn't send the rest of him. They probably planned to use that for a proper spectacle. Why send us the head? I asked, frustrated. Dunno, she replied glibly. Probably in response to your letter. We didn't notice any activity after they received it. Nah. Priest is involved, I stated, I'm certain of it. For them to have pulled this off so quickly after receiving the letter without us being aware, one of a few things needed to be true. The hands could be compromised. That was a possibility. It was also one I doubted. The second possibility I could think of is they had scrying. A method to communicate between cells that did not require direct travel. We knew they had one wizard. Who said that they didn't have another? It would even make sense. Why wouldn't priests support a movement like this? They could inform another cell about our letter, then that group could perform the assault and deliver the head. It's not like they could do this any other way, Songbird agreed. Did you follow the person who sent this? Yes. Didn't really help. Seems they were just an ordinary messenger. They were paid to deliver the box. Went completely green when they saw the head. Can you contact the guard? Probably. They'll be busy at the moment. It's likely they won't listen. Want me to try? I want to attack the base we found tomorrow. I could do it alone, but I think involving them is better. If I is gonna be irritated you made her set up that spell, you know. One day later and it's already useless. I know. That's just how it is sometimes. Why sure you want to do that? Yet. I think waiting was a mistake. I dunno. Songbird sounded skeptical of my idea. I bit the bottom of my lip. Has there been other escalation? Yep. It's not just revolutionaries now. There's general looting as well. Then we definitely pull them out. We can't afford to wait. If you're sure. Why think that everyone will listen if they see how serious you are? Hopefully. I can ensure people are taken prisoner and the prisoners are treated fairly. What the revolutionaries are doing is monstrous. The problem is that if we kill them, the situation compounds. More families will join out of anger. This isn't ideal, but it's what I can do. What about Pries? Remember what you said about giving people a bigger enemy? Her eyebrows rose. You're going to put on a show? No. It's just. There is actually a bigger enemy here. If we can find evidence of their involvement and prove it, then we have a way forward. We show people. Let them know they're doing the enemy's work. You're going to let them live too? No. They aren't local and won't have any ties. There is nothing shielding them from consequences. Taking a seat, I continued to ponder the situation. Was there even a revolutionary at all, or was this all the work of Pries? They certainly had the motive to fake it. There's more, Songbird said abruptly. It cut off my train of thought. What else? We tried to learn more about the Hall of Records. Nobody would gab. Even had some hands try breaking in. Large parts of the place are blocked off. The revolution is still attacking it despite that. Probably something really important in there. Right. Tomorrow you and I look into that while I'm dealing with the revolutionary cell. I don't care if you need to break and enter. It's obviously important. Suppose we can kick up some mischief. Songbird grinned. She seemed eager at the thought. I'm trusting you not to get caught. Not a problem. Good idea anyhow. Need to break in there for your request about the Crusades. All the other leads are shit. Right, that. I rested my head against the table, put my hands on the back of my head and groaned. Tears of frustration were accumulating at the edge of my eyes. How does anyone keep track of all of this? I mumbled onto the hardwood. I also need to consider what Vermin and Garwick will do now that Quinton is dead. Verrill and Garson, Songbird replied, amused. I said nothing in response. The revolution, the brutal killings, the nobility, the peasantry, the Hall of Records, Pries, the questionable existence of the revolutionary, the crusade. There were probably other concerns that were just slipping through my fingers. It was all so much to juggle, and I was sure that I kept missing balls. Hey, Taylor, it's gonna be fine, Songbird said. She came in close and hugged me tightly, then stepped back and let go. It doesn't feel that way. We'll get through this. You'll see. I hoped she was right. We were drowning in difficulties, and right now I couldn't see the surface of the water. Liminal 3.09. Prior to engaging the enemy, ensure that the condition for their victory has been removed from the board. It does not matter how they shuffle the remaining pieces, if the ending is already assured. Dread Emperor Terry Billisai, the Thorough. Dawn had not yet risen. The air was crisp and dew rested upon my brow. Yvette and I sat opposite to each other at a table on the balcony. The two of us were playing a game of cards. Rounds usually ended quicker with only 2 players. It was easier to determine just how good a hand was. Looking at my cards levitating in the air before me, I floated the hanged man head first onto the discard pile. The card almost seemed to wink under the soft blue light of the orb I had suspended over the table. I was aiming to win this game with the minor arcana. I refrained from cheating when it was just the two of us. Yvette became bored if she won every game and could see what I was doing anyhow. Songbird sauntered in and sat down to my left. It was hard to make out, but it looked like she was grinning at us impishly. Considering that as far as I knew she hadn't gone to sleep, I didn't understand how she had so much energy. Ugh, you stink. I commented. She did. Wherever she had been, it smelled like a bucket of fish entrails left in the sun to rot for a week. Pfft, she affected a snooty look. Yvette picked up my hanged man, then dropped the 9 of Pentacles. It seemed she was playing the major arcana this round. It is an unfortunate state of affairs that peasants need toil under the harsh light of the sun, rather than find refulgence under the auspices of invigorating sorceries, but needs must, she spoke theatrically. Refulgence? I spent a moment parsing what she said. I think you meant refuge there, not refulgence, I hazarded a guess, then turned my attention back to the game. I drew a card from the deck and looked at it. King of Wands. Useless for the hand I was building. I was building the suit of cups, not the suit of wands. I discarded it, then turned my attention back to Songbird. Aw fuck, did I mess that up? Her expression cracked. The sun hasn't risen. It's not even hot, I replied drily. So, what are you here to tell us? I focused for a moment and created a stiff breeze, blowing away the stench. So, she dragged the word out, grinning all the while. Yes. Yvette dropped the Queen of Cups. I floated it into my hand immediately and discarded the King of Pentacles. She wasn't using those, so I didn't need to keep it. It was a good idea to hold on to high-value cards from non-opposed suits. I didn't need to. My hand was good enough that I was certain of a win. Count Cups, I called, then placed them down on the table. King, Queen, Knight, and Ace of Cups. I also held Judgment, but that wasn't relevant for my win. Yvette placed her cards down on the table and pouted at me. It only took a glance to see that I had won. My hand totaled 40. At best, hers was less than 20. I floated all the cards together into one big pile, then shuffled them theatrically in the air. Now you're just showing off again, Taylor. Just because I said I wanted to figure out how to do that doesn't mean you need to tease me with it. It's not fair, Yvette attempted to glare my way. I could barely hold back the smile. She looked like a cat that was puffing out its fur to look bigger. You will figure it out eventually, I consoled her. I snooped around a bit. They staked Quentin in the plaza right outside the palace. I turned my attention back to Songbird. Wait. If you were at the plaza, why do you smell like that? I asked, genuinely curious. Songbird averted her eyes and muttered under her breath. Didn't hear you. I said I tried to sneak into the Hall of Records. That, still didn't explain the smell. I couldn't imagine anything around a glorified library smelling like that. Why did you go ahead without support? While she still hadn't answered the original question, this was far more important. We had a plan, and she didn't stick to it. Songbird shrugged. It's a big place. Holds all of Aine's documents going back 500 years. It has a kitchen all of its own and a water supply. Also rooms for people to stay. Some scribes live there permanently, she explained. That was not what I had in mind when I thought of a place named the Hall of Records, but sure. It sounded more like a live-in compound. There was too much for me to keep track of for me to pay attention to the specifics of one building. I would need a massive team to delegate to if I ever found myself in a position like this again. Right, you were saying. I encouraged her to continue. I floated the deck back together into a single pile on the table. So I sneaked past the tin men who stand around and look all menacing. How did you get in? I interjected. Probably not going to believe me, but there was a big punch-up. Peasants and guards all fighting outside. Took a chance. Climbed over the wall. Scaled the side of one of the buildings and peeked into a window. So you didn't actually get in? Songbird pouted. Not like it matters. Anyhow, I had to dash before I got caught. Didn't find out what's in there. All this posturing to tell me she learned nothing. Why do you smell like that? I demanded. There was only so much tomfoolery I was willing to put up with. Someone dumped a chamber pot through a window above me when I was making my escape, her cheeks colored. Yvette burst into a fit of giggles. Right, that settles it. I focused and willed Songbird clean. She yelped and then glared at me. Always off-putting when that happens. I'm not letting you carry that smell around. Songbird's story left me with a few more questions. We still don't know what's in there. I asked. We don't, she admitted. Her cheeks had been drawn inwards. It looked like she had swallowed a lemon. You ignored our plan to look alone. I did. Why? Why not? Songbird shrugged at me carelessly. Reasons. It's important to talk to your team. Even if we ignore that, I'm a hero. Going off on your own is an easy way to be taken captive. Suppose you have a point. Don't really care for it. I'm my own person. Sometimes Songbird frustrated me. It was like talking to Aisha again. I wouldn't be able to convince her not to go off her own. It just wasn't in her nature to be tied down like that. But perhaps I could try something different? I understand you value your independence. Sometimes you need to go off on your own. That's not the problem. It absolutely was in cases like this. Unfortunately, it would take a lot of cat herding to fix it. You're traveling with me, and I care about you. Tell me if you are going somewhere. That way I know where to look. I wouldn't call her a good friend. Not yet. But she was growing on me like a mold or a fungus. Yes, mother, she said mockingly. I'm serious, my voice hardened. I care about my friends. Think about what it would do to me if you died and the only reason I couldn't save you was because you didn't tell me where you were. This wasn't a subject I was prepared to let go. The mocking look on Songbird's face disappeared. I'll try, she answered hesitantly. I wasn't planning to. If I hadn't seen the opportunity, I wouldn't have gone for it. I wasn't sure if I was talking to the real Songbird or only another mask. I accepted it as it stood. For now, it was likely the best I would get. The plan is unchanged, I declared. You and I break into the Hall of Records. Why sure you don't want us with you? Digging through stuffy records sounds dull. I'm sure. I'm just saying, kid. You're boring for someone so young. I'm 23. I muttered exasperated. Shit, really? Surprise flickered across Songbird's face. Doesn't make you old. I'm only 1 year older than you, and I'm still spry. You look real good for 23. I have a lot of scars. They're attractive. Of course. I didn't mind my scars, but in my mind they were more of a caution sign. Stay away, this person is more trouble than they're worth. You know, whoever takes over is probably going to pull the guard back from the Hall of Records. You don't have much time then, I told her meaningfully. I can deal with the revolutionary base. You can't. Suppose that means you're meeting with the guard soon? Songbird asked. Yeah. Tell me where I need to go. I paused. Keep it subtle when you break in there. I don't want to make too big of a fuss. I know how to keep my head down, she muttered. She had been arranging things all night for me. I felt a mild whimsy of guilt. Right, why see you need? You have yet to explain this to my satisfaction, the pale-faced man said in a deep voice. Despite allegedly being someone skilled with a weapon, the knight didn't look like he had spent more than a single day outdoors. There were corpses with more color than him. Look. I'm tired of repeating myself. There's a group of seditionists in the slums. I am going to lead you to them. I'll incapacitate them. All you need to do is take them prisoner. Yes, I agree they should die. No, we aren't doing it anyway. The only reason we aren't is that they are almost certainly related to someone else. If you want to actually end this revolution sometime soon, you need to show that their claims hold no truth and shed light on the vile deeds they perform in the dark for all to see, he interjected, raising his hand as he did so. I wouldn't put it that way. But sure. Whatever works. Exactly. This conversation would have proceeded with the grace of a fine stallion had you communicated your thoughts with sufficient detail. That statement alone almost made me scream with frustration. The knight was in charge of this portion of the guard. I was reasonably certain the entire chain of command had been made a mess of by this point. People were assigned positions of power within the guard based on which portions of the guard were loyal to which noble. Are you willing to support me? I ground out. My men and I will shadow you into the depths of this villain's lair, the man promised. And stick to my rules. What you have requested of us is eminently reasonable. I see no trouble with making those allowances, chosen. Great. Give each of your men one of these then. I reached into the bag at my side and pulled out a stack of ornately made charms at the end of a necklace. They break through the confusion charms around the building. I pointed to my own neck and indicated my own. The man took the necklaces and did as I said. I exited the building onto one of the main roads near the city gate. It took a few more moments before everyone had assembled. Finally, we set off. 36 men followed behind me warily. I shrouded us from other people's perception. There was no reason to give our approach away. The sun rose as I led the way into the city slums. I felt something pass over me. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. Like the niggling suspicion that I had forgotten something. I frowned and stopped, trying to feel out what it was. What is it that troubles you? The man's grey eyes narrowed as he spoke. Not sure, I admitted. Feel something. Don't know what. He immediately called a halt. Good man. It had taken a while to convince him to listen. But the knight was being entirely reasonable while out on the field. I tried pushing against the world. It took no effort. It didn't seem like I was trapped. I performed a few other quick experiments. I couldn't figure out what the problem was. There was a weird nudging sensation at the back of my mind. It was muted but persistent. Where are the angels? I felt lonely for some reason. Empty. As if I had not eaten for over a week. There was a vital piece of me that was missing, and I couldn't tell what it was. Do you believe it would be wiser for us to withdraw? The knight asked. Possibly. I can probably counter it. That doesn't guarantee your safety. It's safer if we pull back and wait for Yvette. It was doubtful there was a talented enough wizard opposing us. That didn't mean we shouldn't play it safe. He examined my face closely. Then we shall withdraw and return soon with sorceress reinforcements. It would not do for us to shirk from our duty. I was really appreciating having someone along who didn't doubt my suggestions for once. 24 guardsmen followed behind me as we proceeded deeper into the slums. Why are we continuing? The passages were narrow, and we were forced to walk 2 by 2. People looked out of the shadows, their gazes passing over us as if we weren't there. It was awkward. They continued to move around furtively in confined spaces without realizing they kept having to avoid us. We closed in on our destination. The streets were deserted. Soon, we neared our destination. I reached out and disintegrated one of the nearby buildings, slamming the area with compassion. There was no need to be selective. Anyone around here would be hostile to us. Something is very wrong. Not wanting to incapacitate the guardsmen, I excluded them from the effect. Move in, I ordered. The knight raised his red gauntlet hand and repeated my order. A dozen armored guardsmen drew their short swords and started to move ahead. I surrounded myself in a transparent spherical shield and flew towards the building. It was a large warehouse. The place stuck out like a sore thumb. All the other structures were small and ran down. This one sprawled out. I could hear the clanking of metal boots against cracked stone outside as I made my way inside. The knight and I entered the warehouse alone. Where is everyone? The knight vanished. I turned around. The doorway leading into the warehouse was gone. I reached out and tried to change the world. The change took, but it felt fake to me. I turned around once more. I was in a narrow hallway inside a building. Everything was grey. The walls, the ceiling, the floor. There was no color to be seen. I slammed my mind outwards and struck against a gossamer illusion blanketing my senses. It shredded in moments. A sense of muted panic came from somewhere nearby. With the breaking of the compulsion, my situation began to make sense. I felt a sense of dread well up within me. It was like there was an implacable force between me and my ability to influence creation. A wall reaching up so high that it was impossible for me to climb, so wide that I couldn't find my way around. Reaching to my side, I drew my dagger. Staggering out of the room, I looked around. Room? What room? I needed to escape from whatever this was. The nudging in my mind became more insistent. Dazed, I came to a narrow intersection of a beige-walled building. I turned left. That was where I came from, right? It wasn't long before I came to another intersection. On one path, there were ebony stairs leading down and on another there were ivory stairs leading up. No, this wasn't where I came from. How were there even stairs leading up? I hadn't fallen through more than a single floor. I didn't fall through the floor to begin with. No matter, I turned back. I would take the other route. Looking behind me, I came face to face with a plastered wall. Frustrated, I slammed my head against the fake wall once more and tried to change the world. The pain hurt, but it helped center me. Something was messing with me. Messing with my senses. It was like the artist, only worse. This had been put together by someone who knew what they were doing. Fuck. There was only one person I knew of who could build a prison like this. The warlock. He wouldn't have come to Prisser. But he wouldn't need to. He would only need to construct the trap and then have it be set up by somebody else. I couldn't see him going to all this effort for me on his own. I reached out with Innovate and tried to feel for boundaries. It took time. I wasn't sure how long. That alone was enough to lead to the onset of panic. I had to distract myself more than once to break out of the mental effect. Something reached back. I grasped the force tightly and felt relief flow through me. The angels, how had I forgotten? I no longer felt so alone. They started to help out. With their assistance, I started making out the shape of the trap. There were two parts to it. First, there was the prison I was contained within. I suspected it had been put together by the warlock. The scene started to shift again. I bashed myself against the barrier in order to shake myself free. The construction was ingenious. It felt like a densely interlocked clockwork. Every time I tried to break out, the gears shifted to counter what I was doing. For some inexplicable reason, there was a flaw grafted deliberately into it. The prison had been designed to fail with time. I found that it was almost as if it had been built to stall me rather than trap me. I wasn't entirely sure what the point of it was. Why go to so much effort only to waste my time? Because they had a plan that involved taking me out of the picture only for a short while. Then there were the mental effects that I was struggling against. These attempts to confuse me were the work of somebody else. A wizard who was far less skilled than the warlock, but still more skilled than most wizards I had seen. I suspected it was whoever had deployed the trap. Incidentally, I could feel out where they were. I reached out to the dagger in my hand with my mind. I could feel it. Feel it in a way that told me it was real. I closed my eyes and felt for the presence of my assailant. There was no guarantee this plan would work, but it was worth a try. If my enemies were trying to delay me, then time was essential. I needed to break out of this trap. Letting fate guide me, I pulled back my arm all of a sudden and threw. The world suddenly felt different. I heard a gurgling sound. That was when I opened my eyes. The illusion had faded. I was greeted by the sight of a short black youth clad in purple robes about 5 feet below me and several feet away. He had his hands wrapped around the hilt of my dagger. The blade was buried in his throat. Complete and utter bullshit. He collapsed to the ground. Throwing my only weapon would usually be a very bad idea. If the attack didn't connect, then I would no longer have a weapon. I wouldn't have even made the attempt in different circumstances, but the situation was possibly desperate. I had read enough stories of heroes throwing weapons while blinded to be willing to give it a chance. Unfortunately, killing him had not freed me from the larger trap. The bubble of densely interlocking wards was still surrounding me. They were like black ink shifting sinuously in the air. A mosaic that hovered before me, visible to the naked eye. I was standing awkwardly on the base of the magical prison, suspended in the air above a table in the middle of a large, open room. There were desks with wizards' paraphernalia to the left-hand side and a door leading somewhere else on the right. Finding the position uncomfortable, I sat down in my airborne cell. On the far side were curtains that had been drawn closed. I looked down at the table directly below me. There was a lot to take in. Open hands facing upwards were pinned to the wood under them by their palms with plain steel daggers. Each of them was surrounded by intricate script that had been traced into the surface. The script was slowly fading away. It was the timer I could feel. I could tell at a glance the working was high arcana. I looked away before the onset of a headache arrived. Great. The warlock was not even here, and he still had me trapped. All it had taken was for somebody else to pull the trigger. I started to count the hands. It wasn't like I had anything else to do. There were 23 of them. I should have expected that. It was at least one of the balls that I had failed to catch. I found it to be obvious in retrospect. There had been 23 killings with the notes. 23 monsters for 23 hours and 23 types of demons. Establishing the length of my imprisonment and the type of monster I was. All the victims were monsters. The notes had simply made sure to solidify the idea in people's minds. That was the symbolic link the warlock was using to fuel this working. One of the stories that made up who I was. I was the good monster. Being the good monster didn't make me any less of a monster. It surprised me that the working had allowed my weapon through it all. The choice seemed deliberate. I didn't know why. Maybe he didn't like the sorcerer who imprisoned me. It was possible the warlock wanted me to kill them. There was also no reason to keep me suspended over the table. It seemed like a stupid decision, and not one that the warlock would not have made. There was nothing requiring me directly above it. I just needed to be within a certain range. It was almost funny. With the right instruments, I could have broken out of the prison simply by sabotaging the working below me. I didn't have the right instruments. Instead, I was stuck staring freedom right in the eye. I felt like I was being mocked. At least I knew how long until I was free. Time for me to wait and find out how much could go wrong over the course of a day. Ahem, a voice called out. Slowly, I lifted my head and looked towards the door. While dark and broody totally suits you just fine, you should probably get out of that ball in the air before the city goes kaboom. A familiar figure in a green outfit was standing at the doorway. It was the bard. It surprised me that she wasn't dead. There wasn't a single part of me that trusted her. She knew more than she should. She had predicted Max's death before it had happened and been in the same room as the artist at the time. Was she a villain? I wasn't in the best of moods. And who are you? I asked, tensing inside my sphere. Isabel of Mercantize, she replied, coming to a stop on the ground beside the table. With a thunk, she rested her lute carefully across the surface of it and took a sip from her flask. Mind removing those hands? It would be easy for her to break the working. The ritual was intricate enough that even small changes to it would have dramatic results. Even a feather-light touch in the wrong place by those fair hands of hers would interrupt the spell. Despite that, the spell remained unbroken. I'd kinda like it if you didn't go and fuck up like this, she declared enthusiastically. In fact, I'd kinda like you out of that ball as soon as possible. Despite her statement, she completely ignored my request. Well, Isabel, how did you know my story? If she wouldn't break me out, maybe she would explain how she learned about my past. How about you spill? Tell me the story of how you got into this mess. Start from when you arrived, she countered. I was about to press her again. A subtle nudge from the angels changed my mind. They wanted me to entertain her request. That, almost certainly made her a hero. It didn't mean she needed to be a nice hero. Mercy preached the lesser evil. I could see a hero of Mercy allowing Max to die if it meant the artist did as well. Was she aligned with Mercy? As far as I knew, their hero was the Grey Pilgrim. I wasn't sure if they could have more than one hero acting in their name, but there was no point dismissing the possibility. If that was what had happened, I would likely never trust or forgive her. Despite that, I would go along with this for now. I trusted the angels, even if I didn't trust her. It wasn't like I had anything to do right now except talk and try to find a way out of this fear. The nobles have been feuding for a long time. Then the revolution started more recently. That was when I arrived. Started looking into how to fix it. My plan was to find which noble would be acceptable to the peasantry and sideline all the others. I grimaced. That hasn't been going so well. Recently I discovered this place and the Prissy involvement. Decided that we needed to put a stop to it. Pfft, she snorted. There are man-eating tapirs that do storytelling better. Trust me, I'd know. Rude. I'm summarizing. Sure, she said dubiously. Better pick it up quickly. Let me spin you a quick tale. Not a good one. I'm trading one shitty story for another. See, Pries usually has a dread emperor or empress and a chancellor. Often what happens is the head evil builds the empire up and the chancellor schemes. Here's a good example of something a bit different. The bard took a pull from her battered flask, then scowled at me. The contents of the flask were steaming hot. I could see the trail of vapor as it rose into the air and occluded her face. Only the red of her hair could be seen. Long time ago in Pries there was this real upright guy called Traitorous. Real barrel of laughs that he was, he played the entire empire for fools. One of the highlights of his reign was putting on a wig and a pair of cantaloupes, then pretending to be his own chancellor. All the high lords and ladies bought the act. Can you guess what he did next? Betrayed himself. I felt the guess had merit. I had nothing to support it, but it would fit with the name Traitorous. Right on the money. Kinda easy to guess, even for you. The chancellor betrayed the dread emperor. Classic story. Real good stuff. What does that story have in common with this one? I thought about what she was saying for a moment. I came into Ain aiming to change the system from right beneath the rulers' noses. I wasn't fighting them directly. See, the fuck up was right at the start. She agreed. Missed the part where you're the real power. Also, where Traitorous could politic, and you can't convince bees to protect honey. Not as important. Heroes don't help the evil monarchs. You walked into this mess and fit yourself into the role of the traitorous second in command. Planning to remove the rulers you don't like from right under them. Pretty shitty traitorous second in command at that. That's a villain's role. Then Priest throws its hat in with the revolution. Kinda a stupid mistake on your part. You let the villains be the heroes. A nest of vipers started writing in the pit of my stomach. I didn't know if the bard was right. It didn't matter. Her argument was plausible enough that it could be true. What should I have done? What you coulda done was make a big noise. Walk around and heal people. Take charge. Then pass it to someone else after you find them. That's what a hero does. Instead, you fucked up and chose to play your enemy's game. Never do that. They're better at it than you. Look where it got you. Now you're stuck in a ball. Going to let me out? Nah. You do the whole heroic escape thing just fine. You gotta be careful when you do it. Don't mess up afterwards. It's kinda hard for me to help you out, the bard said, sounding serious. Why is that? The Black Knight is a clever fucker. Gnomes blow up a city and nobody knows anything else about it. Lys goes up in flames a few years later. He puts the stones together and makes himself a house. Say it happens a third time, she stared at me knowingly with large brown eyes. Fancy being the girl who blows up every city she fights in. That. Surely that wouldn't work. Depends how he plays it. Want to bet on if Prisser will risk keeping you around? Now see, destination you sploded all over the place does nothing for me. Can you finish up with the moping and skip ahead to that escape I talked about? I'm stuck here, in case you haven't noticed. I told her. You aren't doing much to help. It was telling that even though she had said she wanted me out, she hadn't volunteered to break the barrier herself. No, really. She took another sip, then grimaced. This stuff is truly vile. Want a sip? I swore an oath that I wouldn't. I answered. It's nothing fun, I promise. The look she sent my way while saying that was so toxic that it could have poisoned a lake. I doubted that I could die of poison. If it was alcoholic, I'd just decline to drink it. She was probably telling the truth. The drink was definitely hot. I would take a chance. I was feeling thirsty and there was nothing else for me to do in my prison. Fine, I acquiesced, reaching out towards the edge of the egg I was inside. She reached back. The flask passed partway through the barrier. The inky letterwork in the air parted around its battered body. Her fingers never crossed the threshold at all. Grabbing it, I took a sip. I was struck by the bitter flavor of a tea that I had not tasted in an age. A tea from a world that I had long thought lost. Not only was it from Earthbet, but it stirred distant memories that I had long since forgotten. I was certain that it was brewed the way my mother had made it. A pang of longing tore through me. My eyes widened. I dropped the battered flask from shock. It struck the surface of the table with a loud clanging noise. Don't make another mess like this. I dislike being made into a janitor. The bard scolded. I registered the words distantly, but my attention was focused elsewhere. How could it not be? It was as if I had tasted the smallest piece of a part of myself thought beyond the bounds of creation. It took more than a few heartbeats before I composed myself. Sorry, I said guiltily, lowering my gaze to the table below. The bard took several steps back and disappeared out of the corner of my eye. How was there so much tea in the flask? It was as if an ocean of tea had spilled. The beverage had made a mess of the table and many of the finer details were erased. It was continuing to pour out onto the floor. Moments later, the barrier winked out and I fell. I landed with a yelp on the hardwood surface. My clothes were a soggy mess. I took a brief look around the table once more. Where was the flask? I should have landed directly on top of it. It had vanished. I lifted my eyes off the surface of the now ruined artifact and searched the room for the bard. She wasn't there either. Liminal 3.0c. Note, the claim that children are the future requires further investigation. 3 specimens failed to provide any meaningful predictions during vivisection, but the entrails of the 4th do show promising results. Extract from the Journal of Dread Emperor Malignant 2. Yvette followed behind Songbird in one of the back alleys near the front gates of the Hall of Records. Songbird looked odd today. She was dressed in red and blue formal attire and had her red hair hanging loose over her shoulders. It made her appear almost regal. Songbird shouldn't look regal. The cheers of bird call heralded the dawn of a new day. Yvette stopped a moment to watch some of them. The greens and blues of their feathers were pretty. What rituals would use those feathers as components? Sustained flight? No, it wouldn't work. It was a pity the birds were so small. If they were bigger, the plumage would look good in her hair. She felt someone shaking her arm again. Oh, right. Songbird. They had a mission. Yvette flushed and looked away briefly. Come on, kid. Taylor's not here, we can have some fun for once. There's a princess for us to rescue. Yvette's attention narrowed in from a country estate to a city manor at the statement. A princess? You told Taylor that you didn't know what's in the Hall of Records. Did you lie to her? Why did you lie to her? Taylor is good and now you're making trouble for her. Yvette scolded, her cheeks puffing out. Suppose you're her biggest supporter. You even went and got that badge of hers sewn onto your clothes. Songbird sighed and looked down at her with wide brown eyes. Look, kid. We can do this without her. If she knew what was in the stuffy old building, she would insist she helps out. She struggles with sharing work. Think of this as helping her out. Yvette clenched her fists and thought it over. Taylor was always so busy. Taking notes helped a little, but this was a chance to help lots. Besides, it wasn't like they were in any real danger, they just needed to distract a few guards and make their way in. Fine. She huffed, but next time you must be more responsible. This isn't okay. The two of them continued on towards the Hall of Records. They were close. It wasn't long until the walls of the place loomed over them, 15 feet high. The compound was huge and occupied over a mile of city space. Despite Quentin's death, the place remained heavily guarded. Over 50 men stood outside the rusted metal gates. Suppose you can do something about them. What would Taylor have done? Taylor would have simply made the guards forget they were even here. Yvette wasn't Taylor, though, much as she wished she was. If she was Taylor, then maybe her family would still be alive. She missed her friends. Ever since they had moved to Renia she had been so lonely. She tried making new friends here, but everyone was so different to back home. There weren't many other kids her age and they were all so stuffy. It just wasn't the same. Back in Brabant, Alexander and her used to play in the fields outside the manor and chase the sheep around. Although, Alexander was getting annoying now. He teased her about how she chattered all the time. Her ma had never approved and told her not to consort with the peasantry, but she didn't stop Yvette either. Ma and Da had told her not to play outside after dark. That it wasn't safe, especially during spring, and that she should stay inside. It was so boring inside, though. There was nothing to see or do, and Ma always found her and made her do chores. So she had sneaked outside. Da wouldn't punish her, so long as she wasn't caught. Besides, the sun hadn't really set yet. It wasn't really after dark, was it? They were in a large house on the outskirts of Renia, close to the mountains, and although the sun was hidden behind some trees, and it was sort of dark, it wasn't actually night yet. So there. Satisfied with her reasoning, she scampered between the flat-roofed houses that were set apart from their own. Unlike their last home, they were close enough that Yvette could pretend they were in the same neighborhood. Unfortunately, the other children here weren't so fun and always insisted on worrying about the rattlings. It was so lonely. She ran past the other houses towards the stream that was just a little to the east of the town. It was the most interesting feature nearby. Arriving, she let the cool water from the rivulet run over her feet as she made her way deeper in. Leaning down, she started picking up rocks from the riverbed, examining them. Skipping them on the surface of the river wasn't much fun. It was far too narrow, and she only got in 1 or 2 skips, but it gave her something to do. Yvette dismissed the memory, hiding a shudder. She needed to be strong. Ma Inda would have wanted her to be happy. The priests had told her so. So she needed to smile and pretend everything was okay. So long as other people were around, and she kept talking, the gloom was pushed back. It distracted her from the memories that she didn't want to think about. She had tried talking about it with others, but they were dismissive. That's just the way of things, the people of Renia would tell her. She had thought about talking to Taylor. Taylor would definitely care, but the girl was sad enough already. Yvette didn't need to make her any more miserable. The cool light of the moon fell down on them from above. The guards were changing. Frowning, she looked on. The number of guards had been increased and there wasn't a gap that would allow them to move. Lost in your head again? Songbird inquired, the plan, remember? Can you knock them out? Yvette shook her head. Taylor had told her that learning how to mess with other people's bodies was hard, and she would teach her that later. Fire was easy though and was something she already knew how to do. Taylor wouldn't approve of this. She would say it wasn't responsible, but Yvette wasn't a hero like Taylor was, and it was something she could do. I can start fires to distract them, she suggested. Songbird thought it over for a moment, then nodded. Just don't tell Miss Broody about it, Songbird replied. Looking at one of the buildings down the road from the Hall of Records, she started to go through the process of conjuring an inferno. She reached with her good hand into the pouch on her left-hand side and pulled out an amber gemstone, some glass, and a few pieces of straw. She wasn't really performing Jacques night magic anymore, although she had started out that way. Everything she did was patterned on how Taylor changed the world. Unfortunately, that made all of her magic horribly symbolic. Almost every spell had been turned into a ritual. Amber for stasis or duration. She wanted the fire to burn for some time. Glass for clarity. She wanted to create a real effect, not an illusion of one. Straw for fuel. If she had oil, it would work better, but Taylor wouldn't let her carry that around. All the added details were time-consuming compared to regular sorcery, but Yvette had decided it was worth it. The effects were always amplified far beyond what was otherwise considered normal for wizards. How should she handle this? Yvette had been studying what Taylor did for a while now and thought she could copy some of her abilities. She still found herself frustrated. She wanted to be able to recreate Taylor's larger manipulations of the world. No matter how hard she tried, she hadn't managed to succeed. She had taken a peek at some of Cordelia Hasenbach's notes out of curiosity and seen how important Taylor really was. If other people could do what she did, then maybe she would be happier. There definitely wouldn't be so much for her to worry about. More importantly, perhaps then the next time the rattlings came, people would be better prepared. She turned her attention back towards her working. Oops. Without paying attention, she had filled in sections to mimic one of Taylor's effects. Songbird. Yvette whispered hesitantly. Yes, kid. I might have made a mistake and need a few heartbeats to fix it. This can still be salvaged, I'm sure of it. Right, sure, a constipated look crossed Songbird's face. Yvette pulled out some silvered glass. It was for reflections or mimicry. Illusions, not a real effect. Then she added in a few drops of Taylor's blood that she had stored in a vial. Convincing Taylor to donate the blood had taken less effort than Yvette had expected, although asking the older girl for it had been scary. She continued her incantation. The working was reaching its terminus and there were only a few variables left to define. She added an exclusion for Songbird, herself, and the Hall of Records. Being caught in her own spell would be embarrassing. All that was left to define was the intensity of the flames and the size of the affected area. Movement out of the corner of her eye distracted her for a moment. Oh, it was just another cat. It was a pity she couldn't heal it. She hadn't been taught how to. Taylor had thought that she was too distractible, and it wouldn't be a good idea. Yvette turned her attention back to the spell and realized she had finished it while she had been lost in thought. The spell triggered. The lines in the air before her erupted in shades of chartreuse and vermilion. All the components she had set out vanished. Yvette's shoulders slumped as she felt as if she had just been made to run for miles. Phantom emerald flames erupted everywhere the eye could see. Yvette didn't know how large the area she had defined was. The sound of screams started up almost immediately. They were loud and unpleasant. Yvette shrunk in on herself. I asked you to make a distraction, not burn down the city. Songbird let out a strangled moan. The fire isn't real, it's just an illusion, but people will think it's real because it will burn in their mind like real fire even if they aren't actually hurt, so the city should be fine, Yvette replied, averting her eyes. She was going to be in so much trouble for this. Suppose this works, Songbird replied, although it sounded as if she was talking through the neck of a trumpet. At least the guards are sure to leave their posts and deal with the fire. A quarter of an hour had passed and Yvette started to head home. If she stayed by the river any longer, then the sun would actually set. She wiped her muddy feet against the grass as she went, careful to remove proof of her trip. Behind her in the distance, she could vaguely hear the rustle of something in the brush. She dismissed it. It was probably only a bird. The birds here didn't look as nice as the ones down south. She missed their old home. Yvette walked past the trees that lined the path outside their home and eased the door open slowly as she arrived. She didn't want to alert her ma to the fact that she had been outdoors. It didn't matter, her ma was on the other side. Angrily, she glared down at Yvette. Would you care to dust the shelves of my mind by reminding me what the rules were regarding spending time outdoors past the setting of the sun? It wasn't dark yet. Yvette pouted. Renia is not safe. Her ma shouted back, ignoring her protest. Everything's not safe here. If it isn't safe, why did we come? Yvette stomped her foot. Had you kept an open ear rather than allow your thoughts to drift up in the clouds, you would know the answer. The trade of blades down south threatened to consume us. I shall be informing your father about your unscheduled excursion. This behavior of yours is uncouth for a lady. Her ma reprimanded. Oh no, Da would punish her. Yvette looked at the ground, shifting from foot to foot. She let her lip quiver and then started to plead. Please don't tell Da, please. I promise to be good, it was only one time, I promise, please don't let Da know. Her ma looked at her for a moment, then huffed with exasperation. Fine, you little warlock. The guards stared dumbly at the ominous green flames rising all over the city. After a moment, they cursed. Half of them ran off, their steel-plated boots clanking against the pavement. The other half remained behind. Yvette acknowledged that her plan hadn't worked, but it had thinned the numbers enough that maybe they could sneak past. Why, sure the fires aren't real? Songbird asked, sounding concerned. Of course not. Yvette replied, affronted. She was sure Taylor would be disappointed with her for this anyhow. Songbird eyed the remaining guards thoughtfully. It's not like we can fix this if they are, Songbird muttered. Can you anything about them? I'm not sure if we can sneak past them without being noticed. Yvette bit at her lip. This wasn't the way the infiltration was supposed to go. This would be so much easier if she could figure out how to hide them. Why did the stupid effect have to hide itself from her senses when Taylor used it? Taylor had been teaching her a lot of new magics. Unfortunately, the easier spells to learn were all lethal, and they were trying not to kill here. What could she use? There wasn't anything she felt confident enough to cast here, except for maybe. Yes, that would work. People needed air to breathe, right? This would do nicely. She wasn't modifying people's bodies directly, so Taylor couldn't complain. What could symbolize the removal of air? Yvette scratched her nose in contemplation. Coming up with an answer was harder than she thought. Then she realized that she didn't need air, she needed air gone. Emptiness, absence, a vacuum. She didn't need anything here because nothing symbolized nothingness. Satisfied, Yvette began to improvise. Define the region as sphere, modify the duration, center the effect around a target rather than keep it static. There. She made a series of complicated hand gestures and squeaked out an incantation, then released the spell. The air around the soldiers was pulled outwards. Suddenly there was a large void surrounding them. Yvette winced. She knew that this wasn't very nice to do to people. But it would work without hurting them. She was sure of it. They tried to shout, but no sound came out. Next they started reaching towards their necks and their eyeballs did this icky bulging thing, then went pop. She hadn't predicted that. Maybe she had hurt them a little? A couple of hundred heartbeats later, and they were asleep on the ground. Yvette allowed the effect to fade. They had tried to run as well, but seizing their legs with cords of air stopped that. That worked better than Yvette had expected. She turned around to Songbird, who was looking at her in concern. Odd. Does that work? She beamed at Songbird. Please tell me I did good. Please tell me I did good. Sure kid, that works, she replied. Songbird looked like she had swallowed a rotten egg. I'm sure they can be healed, I didn't kill them and I know priests can heal eyes, this is fine, I promise. She stammered out defensively. She'd messed up somewhere, hadn't she? Why did she always mess up? We're not telling Taylor about this, are we? She squeaked. We're definitely not telling Taylor about this, Songbird agreed fervently. That was good. Yvette had never had a sister, but she imagined that Taylor was kind of like one. A big, broody older sister who seemed far too unhappy for a hero. They shouldn't give Taylor more to worry about, she needed to smile more often. And about things that weren't so grim. When Taylor laughed, it was usually about something awful. It was nice being around Taylor. Her chattering didn't seem to annoy her. Instead, it normally made the older girl smile. That wasn't the case for most people. They ran past the now unconscious guards. Yvette felt a small pang of sympathy for them, but well, they shouldn't have been helping the usurper. It was their own fault. Yvette was sure of it. The cries of the townsfolk outside was the first sign that something was wrong. Yvette blinked foolishly, slowly waking up from her rest. Mount the stairs and find our mooncalf of a daughter. The rattlings have raised their paws against the defenders of this town. She heard her shout. Her heart hammered loudly in her chest. Rattlings. They were the monsters to the north, from deep inside the chain of hunger. Hopefully a horned lord wasn't coming to eat her. The other kids here teased her about that. They told her that they would come for her first, because she was soft and juicy and not from Renia at all. She needed to run and hide. Fumbling to her feet, she ran out of the bedroom. That was when she heard the crunch of something from downstairs. Her ma shrieked. Then her da bellowed, roaring with rage. Yvette slid down the banister in her nightclothes, making her way to the ground floor. The servants were in disarray. She turned the corner and saw her mother lying on the wooden floor in a slowly expanding pool of her own blood. She was gasping for air, struggling to breathe. Across her throat was a jagged red smile. Her father roared again. He had drawn a blade and was fighting with a furry creature. It stood hunched at about her height on two legs and slashed wildly back and forth with claws. At its feet lay the broken remnants of a crudely made spear. Her father swung down with a meat cleaver, digging deep into the creature's skull. Then, another jumped over the still thrashing corpse, barreling into her day. Her da tumbled to the ground, losing his grip on the cleaver. Gasping in and out, Yvette looked around to see what she could do. She ran down the hallway towards the kitchen, but in her panic didn't notice another one of the creatures entering through the door at the other end. It pounced on her. She shrieked, falling to the ground as deep scratches were gouged into her arms. She felt hot, hazy, and oh so scared. Everything was going wrong, her own world was going up in flames. She reached out desperately for someone, anyone, to help her and felt something at the edge of her mind. She latched onto it and pushed all her fears into it. The rattling that had fallen on her flew back, and everything surrounding her suddenly caught light. Yvette ran. Fast as she could blink, she was back at the entrance. The inferno spread unnaturally fast, though. The other rattlings were gone. Stopping by her ma and as she tried to get them up. Wake up, please wake up, I'll be good, I promise, she sobbed. They wouldn't move. Come on, come on, come on. The heat continued to build. Someone came through the door, she didn't see who they were. They picked her up and pulled her away. No, what about her ma and day? Thrashing, she tried to break free, but they wouldn't let go. They pulled her out of the room. Slung over the figure's shoulder, Yvette watched the flames consume their home, and the remains of her family with it. They made their way past the now unconscious guards. The inside of the compound was quiet, almost unnaturally so. We're not trying to sneak anymore, Songbird hissed. Can you knock them out? Yvette considered the request. It shouldn't be too difficult. The spell didn't require any components. Nodding her head like an excited fox, she repeated her earlier working. It didn't take long for the guards to collapse on the floor. Without the need to be sneaky, their progress accelerated. They didn't bother to stick to the shadows and dark corners. Instead, Yvette incapacitated the remaining patrols. Soon they arrived at the entrance. Songbird ran up to the door and did something to the lock. It clicked and they made their way inside. They arrived in a large atrium with pillars on either side. There was a desk at the end, with large open double doors on either side of it. Rows of shelves could be seen on the other side. The place was as abandoned as the farmhouse buildings during winter. Shouldn't there be more people? Where are we going now, Songbird? You told me there's a princess to rescue, we haven't seen her yet. Yvette asked. She's in a different building deeper in. Suppose we'll need to knock out a few more guards first. They made their way through the double doors on the right. Songbird led, and Yvette followed behind. Suddenly, Songbird seized her by the shoulders and pulled her behind one of the shelves. Another patrol was moving up ahead. Ignoring the books digging into her sides, Yvette started muttering once more. They weren't even fitted into the shelves properly. Who did that? It didn't take long before the guards slumped to the ground. They reached a doorway on the other side. Opening it, Yvette was surprised to find it led outside. Why did we go into this building? If you planned to go out the other side, surely it would have been easier to just go around. She asked. I don't want to fight every guard in the compound. It's easier to hide from eyes between the shelves, Songbird explained. Am not sure that you could deal with all the guards at once. Why are there so many buildings inside the Hall of Records? It makes no sense. Surely there should only be books. If you were listening when I explained it to Taylor, you would know, Songbird chided. It has live-in scribes and housing for them. The building we really want is over there. Songbird pointed on their right to another heavily guarded building. Yvette bit her lips. Are you sure there's a princess in there? It's very well protected and I don't think we can sneak past them. How did you sneak past them? I didn't, Songbird replied smugly. She puffed out her suit and almost seemed to preen like a bird. Funny how people talk with the right incentive. Suppose you need to know. Princess Clotilde has her personal guard with her. Quentin didn't just attack. The reputation damage would see him lose out to the other two. He's waiting for her to surrender. And she hasn't starved or died of thirst yet. How can she keep on living in there? Songbird just gave her a flat look. It probably meant that it was another detail she had missed. She won't run out of water. There's a supply in there. She'll probably starve if she doesn't escape soon. There's only so much food in the building. Can you take out the guards? Yvette said nothing in response. Instead, she concentrated and repeated her earlier working once more. It didn't take much effort to incapacitate Quentin's loyal guards. The two of them approached openly with nobody barring their way. Songbird tried to open the door, but found that it was locked. Suppose you can blow this up. Frowning, she eyed the door. Taylor had shown her a lot of ways to break things. The door wasn't a person, so breaking it was fine. It didn't take much work to send a wave of force at it. The door went flying off of its hinges. Yvette was excited. She was going to be meeting a real hero. Not much was known about her, other than the fact that she once fought the warlock, but still. The elderly lady she had been living with had been, all right. She was nice to her, but she hadn't been all there. Still, it would be mean to say that. She was just happy she would be meeting a hero, and one that was apparently quite young. The local garrison of soldiers had found her shortly after the fire she started. They had headed towards the manor directly after the attack. Being orphaned due to rattling raids wasn't too uncommon here, so the guards were almost uncaring. However, they showed a great deal of interest when they learned how the fire had started. War wizards were highly prized in Renia for their ability to help keep the rattlings at bay, and so she was promptly sent to be housed with some of them. She was supposed to learn from some of them whenever they had the time, but they were often tired or disgruntled and didn't teach very well at all. That was all going to change now. Cordelia Hassenbach had recruited a hero into her service, and Yvette had been assigned to her as an assistant. It had been a while since she had been so excited about something. This was something to celebrate. How many people could say they actually met a real hero? Smiling, she knocked on the door. Come in, a voice called. She entered the Chosen's room and came face to face with a tall, plain-looking girl with long, curly black hair. The girl was seated on a chair to one side and drinking a cup of tea. The girl was dressed like a servant in white, not wearing extravagant clothing. Perhaps one of the Chosen's servants? This Chosen was said to be sworn to compassion. Maybe she just took care of people who were in a bad place. That would explain why an orphan like Yvette would be assigned to her. Still, it surprised her that the girl would be brazen enough to just sit and drink her mistress's tea like that. Excuse me, I'm looking for your mistress, do you know where she is? The girl started to choke, then turned her way. Her large eyes fixed themselves on Yvette. My what? She asked, sounding scandalized. The Chosen? My name is Yvette and I've been assigned as her assistant, so can you please tell me about her? I don't want to embarrass myself when I meet her. Yvette's babbling trailed off. The girl smiled for some reason and put down the cup. Well, Yvette, what do you want to know about her? On the other side of the door was a group of Clotilde's personal guards, who were already drawn their blades and leveled them towards her. Yvette wasn't willing to take a chance on their safety. One short muttered incantation later, and she had hoisted them up in the air. Songbird let out a choked snort from behind her. The two of them crossed through the doorway and entered the room inside. They strolled down the red carpet laid out across the entrance hall and into a large, open room. There was a small group of people all seated around. They all looked haggard. Their faces withdrawn. It was clear they had not eaten in a long while, and the stench of unwashed bodies wafted her way. All of them were climbing to their feet as the two of them entered. Yvette did not feel it was smart to give them that chance. So it has come to this. Has Quentin truly fallen so far as to hire the assistance of a sorcerer in an effort to see me brought low? A woman called out from further in. Your Royal Highness, Songbird gave an exaggerated bow. While your concerns are prudent, in this case they are misplaced. Would you allow me to shed light on the happenings outside these halls? The two of them started up a highly involved discussion. Songbird asked Yvette to free Clotilde's bodyguards shortly after their talking began. After doing so, her attention began to drift. Princess Clotilde didn't look healthy. She had sunken eyes and the shakes. It was obvious to Yvette that she needed sleep, a good meal, and the help of a healer. Regardless, they started to escort the princess out of the compound only a few moments later. Finally, they made their way out the Hall of Records gates onto the streets outside. At a glance, it was evident just how much chaos the city had been thrown into in the time since they had entered. "You know, kid, I thought you told me those flames weren't real," Songbird asked, pointing into the distance with her index finger. Yvette looked out into the distance. The illusory blaze she had started as a distraction had spread. Across the city, the light of more fires rose up into the night sky. Yvette concentrated for a moment and dismissed her illusion. The ominous green flames vanished, but the blackish-yellow ones in the distance remained. Yvette's fingers twitched nervously as she watched the burgeoning disaster. Hesitantly, she tugged at Songbird's arm. "We didn't do that right." Songbird nodded enthusiastically. "'S right, kid, we definitely didn't do that." Liminal 3.10. I find that an overabundance of cleverness is not needed to rule Pries at all. After all, it remains substantially easier to solve people than problems. Once people have been dealt with, the complications tend to go away. "Sorry, what was that, Chancellor? I couldn't hear your voice over the screams." Dread Emperor Nihilus I, the tenor. Grimacing, I levitated myself off the now damp table and took a look around. The bard was definitely gone. Well then. This was the second time she had appeared out of seemingly nowhere and helped me indirectly. If that were the extent of it, I would probably be feeling grateful. The problem was the circumstances of each event. Not only did she know too much about me, but I strongly suspected that she had a hand in arranging Max's death. Floating myself to the floor, I willed away all the excess mess and quickly cleaned off my own clothing. I walked over to the dead wizard and pulled my knife out of his throat. After cleaning and sheathing it, I made my way towards his desks on the left. There were many books strewn liberally across them. Evidently he had not been an organized sorcerer. I wanted to search them for important information, but I suspected that I didn't have time. Whatever plan the Black Knight would have put into action was executable within 23 hours from the point of my capture. I encased them all in a solid golden dome and levitated it beside me instead. I surrounded myself in a force field and then made my way to the curtains. Opening them, I looked out onto a scene that sent chills down my spine. Orange flames flickered over many of the buildings in the distance. Smoke rose into the sky, and the late afternoon sun could barely be made out through the haze. I didn't have time to dawdle. I willed the window frame away, surrounded myself in a transparent sphere, and then flew outside with the confiscated books trailing in the air behind me. Turning around, I briefly examined the prison I had been holed up in. It was a part of the location in the slums I had been heading to. The guards who had followed me had been impaled on stakes in the front of the building, their faces locked in a rictus of agony. I hadn't wanted that for them. For anyone. I gently imposed my will against them, turning them into clouds of white smoke. Maybe they would have wanted to be returned to their family. I felt it was more likely that their corpses would be desecrated during the ongoing disaster, than their last wishes would have been upheld. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to try to find their families, so, this was the best I could do for them. I looked back at the building I had escaped from. At least I know where I am. The place looked in just as poor a shape as it had when I last saw it. Remembering my former plan, I willed away the building's roof and slammed it down with debilitating amounts of compassion. The angels did not intervene. It surprised me. I had expected them to help me once more. I proceeded to fly overhead and survey the place from above. So that's why they didn't bother. Aside from the corpse of the man I had killed, there was nobody else inside. It had been entirely deserted. There were signs that suggested that the occupants had left recently. Dust hadn't accumulated, and the interior was mostly clean. If there wasn't anyone remaining here, then it was time to work out what else I needed to do. I'd start by surveying the city. I needed to understand exactly how bad the situation was. Looking to the sky, I flew up higher and higher. The wind battered against the surface of my sphere. If I had been exposed to the elements, I imagined it would have been exhilarating. Unfortunately, I had bigger problems on my mind. I came to a stop several hundred feet up and looked down on the city below me. At a glance, almost a third of the city appeared to be on fire. It was the richer parts of the city. What I would term the financial and industrial districts, as well as some larger estates. I had no idea what the locals would call that part of Ain. I hadn't been in the city long enough to find out. It was difficult to make out from up high, but there was fighting on the thoroughfares as well. The conflict had reached its tipping point. What should I do? There was no warlock or fey prince to contest me here. If I succeeded or failed in handling this situation, it would be on me and me alone. The city looked to be in a state of total anarchy. I recalled the bard's advice. I didn't know for sure how right she was about the story I had fallen into. Neither did I know if I could trust her. What I did know was that the larger the story I was within, the harder it was for me to feel. A narrative involving an entire city's worth of people was so broad that it was almost impossible for me to feel the threads of it. I had to work almost entirely off of my knowledge of stories, rather than rely on my sense of them. I might not trust the bard, but that didn't mean her advice wasn't good. It didn't conflict with my existing plans in the current circumstances. For now, I would treat her guidance as well-intentioned. That meant prioritizing. I'd start with the fires. They would kill the most people and do the most damage in the long term. Suffocation, burning to death and the destruction of critical infrastructure were all problems that would be caused by the flames. Meeting up with Songbird and Yvette would be a good idea if I had the faintest idea where they were. I had been trapped in that prison for some time, and even though they knew where I should be, they hadn't broken me out. I hoped they were safe. There was no telling what their situation was like. No, I chose to believe they were safe. I wouldn't let myself consider any alternative. They must have been busy with something else. I didn't bother to descend. Instead, I flew horizontally towards the first of the fires. Smoke rose up into the air. I coughed for a moment. It was difficult for me to breathe. That was easily corrected. The smoke vanished with just a thought, and my sphere started to actively filter the air. I focused my attention back onto the fires below. It took heartbeats to snuff the first inferno out. I shifted my gaze from blaze to blaze and killed them one at a time. It took a while, but eventually there were none left within my range. I began to move. At the height I was operating at, people looked like nothing more than ants down below. Another fire, then another. There were so many of them that my fists started to clench in frustration. No matter how fast I worked, it wouldn't be fast enough. This disaster was still going to claim so many lives. Some movement caught my attention far down below. I narrowed my gaze, squinting. It looked like there were two people locked in conflict at the edge of a building. There was a loud boom as I threw myself towards the fight. I heard a loud scream only a few heartbeats later as I closed in on the scene. I was too late. And one for when I asked for an extension, a nail pierced the corpse's left eye under the force of a hammer. And one for when you told me no. Another nail into the other eye. A man was singing while gleefully driving nails into the decapitated head of a woman in an extravagant dress. I guessed from the gore that the decapitation had taken more than a single blow. Despite this, I suspected she had died quickly. The head had been pinned to the side of a building. Even though she was dead, he continued with his macabre act. What should I do? There was no justice to be found in Ain. Only anarchy. There was no reason for me not to impose my own sense of right and wrong because there was no other justice for me to even consider deferring to. Unfortunately, it wasn't an efficient use of my time to judge people one at a time right now. I seized him with force and dragged him up into the air. The man struggled and snarled for a moment, before turning my way. He stilled. I branded the words, "Singing Nail Man," onto his forehead in white lettering as a reminder of what he did later. It wouldn't surprise me if I ended up with many prisoners before the day came to an end. I created a large golden half-sphere with a flat platform at the bottom and trapped him inside of it. Air was allowed through, but nothing else. It would suffice as a half measure until I had time to evaluate his actions later. I started to move once more with both the books and my prisoner in tow. Flying up into the air once more, I returned my attention to putting out fires. I stopped numerous times. A group of guards that looked to be stringing up revolutionaries. They went into a second dome. A band of revolutionaries that had trapped some screaming women and children wearing expensive clothing in a building and were in the process of setting it alight made me pause. Fuck it. This went beyond what I was willing to defer. If justice was working in Ain, these people would die. I didn't believe they deserved to live. Suspending judgment until later would only result in the same outcome. I firmed my resolve and made a choice. Moments later, the arsonists vanished into a cloud of white smoke. The action was effortless, and it made me want to hurl. Not because I killed a man, but because the conflict in the city had made people into monsters. I was angry, frustrated. The corners of my eyes stung and tears rained from above onto the ground below. I just wanted it all to end. There was nothing good about any of this. Nothing just, or kind, or deserved. Everything was just so pointless. I continued onwards. The number of people in my 2 temporary prisons continued to grow. There were many communities that had been cordoned off, with residents peering through makeshift fortifications that had been cobbled together out of broken debris fearfully. Twice more, I witnessed scenes that I was unwilling to put off. I rendered judgment immediately before continuing to extinguish the flames. A fight only broke out once within my globes before the prisoners realized that tempting fate was not a good idea. I came to a halt outside the House of Light I had visited. There were wooden barricades established outside and a mob trying to break through. Flying down, I added them all to my temporary prison. Your assistance is a soothing balm against the fever plaguing this city, the priestess called out. Are you able to aid with tending to the wounded? Bring out only those that are hard for you to heal, I declared abruptly. There is too much going wrong for me to stay in one place. Fitting inside the building would be impractically hard with the need to manage my prisons. Her face softened as a look of pity crossed the priestess's face. Then we shall endeavor to hasten your departure. A group of people ran inside and brought out those with more nasty wounds. They carried them carefully on makeshift stretchers. I took a moment to fix their wounds. It didn't take me long to reach the final patient. It was a boy who was surely not even 10 years old. He had large parts of the right-hand side of his body burned off. I shoved my grief aside as I finished up. Thank you. I've done what I can here, I interjected. While I'd love to stay, there is still so much I need to do. Farewell for now. I missed anything else that was said as I flew up into the sky. I took a moment to survey the city once more. There were still so many fires. It felt like I was slowly losing one step at a time. This is too slow. I wasn't putting out the fires fast enough. What else could I do? I needed something indiscriminate that wasn't harmful. Like, magical rain. I hadn't been able to perform sorcery, but I was certainly capable of imbuing water with esoteric effects. While I had no idea how to construct this working myself, I knew it was the type of effect that my family would help me with achieving. Grasping onto the idea like a woman drowning at sea, I flew up and up and up into the sky. Higher and higher until I was just below the clouds. My globes orbited me like planets around a star as I rose. I needed to modify both my own orb and my prison's in the process. The air in the sky was just a little too thin for us to breathe, and the temperature too chilly as well. I pictured a scene. A comforting, grey cloud stretching across the sky. Rain would fall from it. Rain that would nurture, heal, and extinguish flames with but a touch. The first of my ghosts vanished. The angels reached out, assisting me with my working. A cloud extended out from one end of my range to the other. Heartbeats later, and glowing silver raindrops began to fall. I descended with them. Gold and crimson light from the west was broken up by the storm I had created. It was almost melancholic to see. The plaza in front of the palace stood out like a sore thumb as I made my way down. People were mulling around on it. Enough of them that their movement was notable even from high above. I adjusted my course towards it. The rain picked up as I continued downwards. It rapidly shifted from a light downpour to a deluge, cascading onto the city beneath. The sound of the droplets falling around me was so loud it almost drowned out the screaming of my soul at the sheer misery around me. I arrived just above the plaza. What do I even do? Should I kill all of them? There was a crowd of thousands outside. Many of them were actively in conflict with the guards. Others were busy dragging people out of their homes towards a line of stakes which had been planted into either side of the road. The loud, agonizing cries of people screaming as they came to horrendous ends called out to me. The sizzling of skin, along with the sense of burning flesh and smoke, could only just be heard and smelled over the pouring of the rain. What was worse were the people alive on the stakes. The people who were being healed by my rain, only to suffer through trauma again and again. I rapidly willed those stakes away. The palace gates had been broken open and part of the crowd mulled inside. Corpses were strewn haphazardly all over the floor, some piled up into mounds. Watered-down blood ran across the tiles. I could taste the salty tang of teardrops as they reached the edge of my lips. Right in front of the gates, two figures had been set apart from the rest. Both had been crucified. The first was on the left-hand side and the other on the right. I didn't recognize either of them, but that didn't mean I couldn't guess. It would be Veril and Garson. They were the only two I could imagine earning that kind of distinction. Are the people of Ain really no better than this? These were the people I was trying to help. It stung me like salt poured over an open wound. What was I even supposed to do? I felt so very lost. Absently, I lowered the two spheres of prisoners beside me down onto the ground and deposited the contents. There was no point in containing them. They were no worse than anyone else. The bard's words came back to me again. What would a heroine do here? A speech. It would almost certainly be a speech. I was so emotionally wrung out that I didn't know if I had one in me, but I'd at least make the attempt. I'd lean fully into theatrics if it ended this horror show. There was a plan I had considered in the depths of the swamp. A scheme involving using my abilities to put on a dramatic display. It was intended for Prince Amauri, but could be used here. This wasn't the same set of circumstances. It didn't mean that if I modified my original idea, I couldn't achieve the result I wanted. What should I say? I only had one chance to do this right. I wouldn't talk about what I felt. They wouldn't care. This was about them and their anger. I wouldn't ask them to empathize with the nobles. Even if both sides were human, I doubted there was much empathy to go around. How about the future? Yes, I'd talk about the future and nothing else. Stick to a single theme and hope that it would work. I was about to consume multiple ghosts to fuel the working when both Innovate and the Angels suggested an improvement. I seized upon it. This was cheaper than trying to create a grey boy bubble and about as effective for what I wanted. My second phantom vanished. The entire palace disappeared along with it. Multiple floors of painted marble tiling, exquisite artwork and priceless historic relics gone in just a second. It was a price I was willing to pay if it brought this conflict to an end. I needed the building as fuel. The working I was envisioning was complex and would only appear once my speech was done. It was exhausting, and I didn't bother to hide it. This was not the time when feigned strength would matter even the slightest. A loud cheer went up from the crowd as I acted. I suspected that they believed I was acting on their behalf. It wouldn't take long to disabuse them of that idea. People started to fall. The stakes along the road all vanished, and gravity was temporarily weakened in the area where the palace once stood. Their descent slowed to a crawl. Once they had all touched the ground, I banished the effect with a thought. Enough, I declared. A wave of brilliant white light rippled outwards from me and crashed against the plaza below. My voice was projected along with it, slamming into the crowd. The effect was harmless but attention-grabbing. It was partly ruined by a small section of the cone that slammed against the sphere of floating books, but I doubted that anyone had noticed. Irritably, I floated them all behind me. I hoped this display would be enough to stall the carnage. Everyone paused and looked up. Does this make you happy? Look around, are you satisfied with this? I gestured broadly, pointing towards the smoldering wreckage of buildings and the fires still burning in the distance. I was modulating my voice in a way that made it possible for everyone to hear me over the downpour. If I had not done so, then I likely would have gone entirely unheard over the crackling of the rain on the tiles. There was a roar from below. A shouted cry that yes, the crowd were satisfied. This was what they wanted. This was the justice that they sought. They wanted their oppressors brought low. This is what the nobles had earned. Some peasants looked like they were about to take up their weapons again. I felt my shoulders begin to sag at the futility of it all. The charred wreckage of another building vanished. I pushed what I felt out towards them. My disappointment, sadness, anger, and disgust. Everything that this farce of a revolution had brought on. Finally, a huge wave of compassion crashed into all of them. The crowd staggered and their voices stilled. I could have blamed this on Pries. In some ways, I likely would have even been partly right to do so. I chose not to. It didn't matter who had stoked the fires of their fury, they were still angry. I needed to snuff the embers of their anger out. Really, this satisfies you? Another ruined structure disappeared. I created a staircase of light descending just past the gates of the now missing palace and began to walk down. The crowd remained silent while I made my descent. I could feel their eyes follow me from the sky to the ground. Eventually I came to a stop. The sound of my boots striking solid ground was muffled by the raindrops. I was standing right before a large elevated bronze statue of a man holding a sword up towards the sky. It was probably one lord or another. I neither knew nor cared about which one it was. The books landed in a weather-shielded pile to my right. I turned around to face the crowd, then mentally shoved away the detritus and sat down on the top step. Start with the present. Drag them into the moment. Look to your left and right. Observe the people around you. See the blood on their faces and hands. The stench of bile in the air. Or how about the flecks of entrails hanging from your hair? Let what has happened here truly sink in. Does the feeling of those weapons in your hands, the knives, or stakes, or even broken pieces of furniture make you happy? Does this feel like a victory to you? My voice reverberated quietly through the air. The crowd looked around at each other uncertainly. I could see the horror of what had happened dawn in the eyes of some. For others, the realization had yet to arrive. Raise your hands if you can read. I whispered. The mob shivered. Less than a tenth of them raised their hands. About half of those looked to be victims that had yet to be killed. Now raise your hands if you can do more than basic arithmetic. If you can solve engineering problems or forecast future crop yields. How many of you know how to calculate how much weight a bridge can hold or estimate how much grain is needed to last everyone through the winter months? Almost every hand remained down. Only a few put their hands up. How about economics, statecraft, and strategy? Were any of you taught those subjects? Only the merchants and nobles raised their hands in the air. Come winter and without proper governance, many of you will starve to death. Consider your friends and family. Are you happy to consign them to that kind of end? I know that I wouldn't be. If it isn't food, then how about plague or disease? Are those more pleasant? If that's not bad enough, how about an invasion by the dead king? What would you do then without proper leadership? I paused for a moment and let them take in what I said. Some nobles and merchants were smiling. A few let out cries of affirmation. I turned my gaze their way and glared. Don't you dare think this makes you any better. You were educated. You did learn. Unlike them, you have no excuse. Many of them didn't know what this would lead to. Instead of bickering among each other, you should have done your duty. This revolution would never have happened if you were half the men and women you claimed to be. My hands were balled into fists in my lap as I spoke. By now I was shouting. My voice was angry and hoarse. The cheers died down. So tell me, what comes next? For a while there was silence. Then I felt the tugging of a story. You were chosen by the gods above. Does this not make you the one best suited to guide us from this point onwards? A voice shouted at me from somewhere within the crowd. At first, I couldn't hear it over the rain. It was only once the cry was taken up by many who were with him that it made its way to my ears. Great. I couldn't deny their claim. I needed the authority, even if it was just to rein in the mob. Worse, I couldn't say yes. What did I say? If I knew how to govern a city, then this wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, I didn't. Which was why I had spent the past few days trying to find someone else. Now that many of the nobles were dead, I had no idea where to start. I said nothing as I continued to think. The silence stretched out awkwardly. The nobles started looking at each other like sharks during a feeding frenzy, as if smelling an opportunity. The peasants looked around wearily. This wasn't bad enough to temper their ambitions. I believe that it is within my means to provide a solution to this quandary, a familiar voice called out. I tilted my head to my left and saw Songbird approaching. I wasn't sure how she made her way onto the palace grounds. She was dressed up in far more regal clothing, although the rain spoiled her appearance. Her red hair was both muddy and plastered against her head. She looked like a bedraggled cat caught out in a storm. Songbird also wasn't alone. I felt relief upon seeing Yvette and confusion as a large contingent of guards clinked their way towards me. They were surrounding an emaciated woman with sunken eyes and pale skin. She was clad in a gorgeous yellow dress. Introducing Her Royal Highness, Princess Clotilde, the rightful ruler of Ain, Songbird declared, bowing towards the woman. My eyes narrowed on her. Are you really her? I demanded sternly, glaring at her. She opened her mouth and then shut it again quickly. I suspected that she was about to say something unwise. Her eyes quickly darted towards the now empty plot of land where the palace had once stood. The woman's throat constricted as she gulped. Eventually, she began to speak. It was difficult to hear her. She had to shout so that she could be heard over the rain. That is indeed both my name and my title. I looked her over more critically. Despite affecting a regal bearing, there was a tremor to her hands. I didn't know what she had suffered through, but I could tell that it was rough. Fine. I had made up my mind. I didn't know if this was the correct decision, but it was better than any easy alternative. All the nobles, their guards, and administrators stand there, I ordered and pointed within the palace grounds to my left. All the merchants stand there, I pointed to my right. And all the peasants remain standing in the thoroughfare. Everyone hastened to follow my orders. None were willing to question what I said. People shuffled around awkwardly under my glare as the rain continued to hammer down. I want a count of how much of the administration was killed. I know that not all of them are present here. We will work with what we have. It didn't take long for the tally to be completed. Even at best, over half of the ruling class was gone. I didn't know exactly how much of a catastrophe that was. Trying to make sense of tragedies on this scale was pointless. Everything just became a wash of meaningless numbers. That remained true even when it was staring me right in the face. Some things were simply beyond quantification. What I did know was that it wasn't good. Now, how to phrase the next part of my speech? I was going to have to propose ideas that made people unhappy. There was no way about it. I'd stick the unpleasant news between two pieces of less unpleasant news for the peasants, and hope packaging the shit sandwich that way was enough to curb their anger. Right. This is what is going to happen. All of you, I pointed to the peasants, will vote for the 20 people you believe will best represent your interests. I suggest selecting some individuals who can read and write. They will list all of your complaints and bring them to Princess Clotilde in 2 days' time. She will look over them and see what she can do. I will be there to ensure that she doesn't play you for fools. I can probably tell if she's not acting in good faith. I looked over the crowd meaningfully. Now, the part that the peasants wouldn't like. She is going to be in charge, I pointed at Princess Clotilde, because nobody else can reasonably be in charge. I do not know how to govern a city, even if I can resolve this conflict. She will not involve herself in continuing the pointless civil war that is occurring outside the borders of this principality. Furthermore, she will not spend time scheming and conniving. I expect her to begin the process of reorganizing the governance and reconstruction of Ain. I turned towards the nobles. You will all do your best to assist her. You will toe the line and do your duty. None of you will have any higher ambitions. If you think to test me on this, then look at the state of the palace. There is nothing preventing me from doing the same to you. Don't believe me? Ask the people with words branded on their foreheads what happened to those who exceeded my level of tolerance. They were there to witness it firsthand. I'm giving you a chance to fix this because you are the only people with the required knowledge to keep Ain from falling apart. Don't make me regret that. It won't end well for any of you. The peasants looked like they were about to mutiny at the very idea. I needed to find a way to placate them. I turned my attention towards the last group. Those I hadn't yet singled out. And you, I pointed to a small crowd of merchants standing gathered to my right, will not price gouge people due to the ongoing crisis. You will price your wares fairly and take the current circumstances into consideration. If you do not, I will personally drop the value of your wares into nothing, and you will spend the rest of your lives living on the streets. I have had enough of blatant greed ruining people's lives to last me until the end of the decade. Any goods that were needed for survival I would manifest regardless. I didn't care how upset that would make the merchants. The last of my energy drained out of me. I looked over the crowd searchingly. Should I talk about guilt? No, it was a bad idea. Everyone was guilty. There were no innocents in this tragedy. The nobles for their unrestrained ambitions, and the merchants for their greed. The peasants were guilty of starting a revolution without asking what happens after it comes to an end. Ignorance may not be a crime, but in these circumstances, acting on it certainly was. They were also guilty of killing people in horrific ways. If I judged this crowd, all of them would be dead. The nobles, the merchants, and the peasants. I considered that to be a tragedy all on its own. The topic of guilt needed to be discussed, but I had to do it without ascribing fault. How do I do it? Talk about it in the context of the future. I'm offering an amnesty for the crimes done today, I whispered. Until midnight, judgment has no place, so long as you put down your weapons and work on rebuilding. If there are specific crimes you want redressed that occur after today, Princess Clotilde will be responsible for reorganizing the justice system as well. Do not think of abusing my goodwill. It is my compassion that you are relying on, and nobody else's. Everyone will have a second chance. We will all work on trying to do better together. So please, don't make me regret this. None of us are satisfied, but let's not make a bad situation worse. Enough has gone wrong already. Let's try to make this right. I paused. There wasn't much time before my working had to be completed. Was there anything else I wanted to say? Every word needed to be considered carefully, because it would be so easy for me to lose the crowd. I felt that there was only one question left for me to voice. It was time for me to bring this back to where it all started. I stood up and raised my arms wide, palms upturned towards the sky above. So here we now stand in the ruins of your once fair city, and I pose these questions to you once more. Do you find yourselves satisfied? Is this the dream that you aspire towards? My voice bellowed out and echoed across the plaza. The crowd was quiet for less than a heartbeat before I had my response. I felt the smallest amount of relief when my audience raised their voices and this time shouted no. I gradually lowered my arms again as the cries of the crowd died down. There was more that could have been said, but I decided it was wiser not to. The working completed. Behind me, above the ruins of what was once the palace, an illusion coalesced into existence. A crystallized moment of time. What I was hoping would be the end of the revolution. I had captured the event in vivid detail. Everyone paused to watch. It started from the first word I spoke before descending from the sky and ended with the final time that the crowd called out in response. That was when the scene faded into white smoke and began all over again. The scents, the smells, the raw emotions of the scene. All of it was captured on repeat. Unlike my first idea, it was not a localized illusion trapped in a time loop, instead it was a recursive illusory display. It was a smarter idea anyhow. This way, people could walk inside the vision and truly feel how horrific it actually was. I did not know how long the illusion would continue for. I suspected that it would last for an exceptionally long time. Hopefully it would be long enough for the message to become ingrained. Let this be a reminder to all of us of what happens when ambition reigns unchecked. I finished. I took a moment to watch one repetition. My speech hadn't been the greatest. Certainly not worth immortalizing. But I felt that it would do after taking into account all the added details. Piles of dead bodies, men and women with washed-out gore staining their clothing. The crazed and frenzied looks in people's eyes. The scene had an intensity to it that I felt was moving enough to hold up on its own. I turned away from it. Princess Clotilde began to organize the response. After taking a moment to talk to her, I did my best to assist. There was just too much for me to do. Between healing wounds, breaking up conflicts and putting out fires, I was at the very end of my wick. The flame at the end of my candle was soon to gutter out. The sun had long since set when Yvette and I made our way back to the faded connections. Somehow, the building had not burned down. I dropped the pile of books in the corner of my room absently. I took off my boots and changed into nightclothes, then said my prayers and collapsed into bed. There wasn't a single part of me that wasn't exhausted. I felt the angels hug me tightly as I slid under the duvet. And as I drifted off into the land of dreams, I curled up into a ball and wept in a way that I had not done for an exceptionally long time. Dawn arrived and I felt drained. After changing into a proper outfit, I padded over to the piles of books and started to drag them to an indoor table on the second floor. Since I was cut off from my abilities for the day, it ended up taking me several trips. I didn't want to sit on the balcony. I didn't want to know if the city was worse off today than it was when I had gone to sleep. After opening the first of the books, I noted that it was written in a cipher and I couldn't make out a word of it. I placed the book carefully in a new pile on my left. A pile for any books that I could not read. I'd ask Songbird if she could make anything of them, although I doubted she could. We would probably need a proper cryptographer to decode them. Gradually, the pile grew. Maud walked by. She took one look at me, then went downstairs. She came up with a steaming pot of tea and a cup and saucer not long afterwards. I accepted them gratefully and rested them carefully on a chair to my right. The table space was fully occupied with books. Eventually I found a book I could read. It looked like a collection of the wizard's notes. It did not surprise me to learn that the Prissy sorcerer was attempting to overreach and wasn't following the plan. Rather than simply leaving the city, he had been attempting to find a way to correct the warlock's working after it had been deployed. It seemed that the idea of having a demon on a leash appealed to him too much. I schemed through his notes further. It turned out he was one of 4 apprentices the warlock had taken on in the aftermath of Lys. Although, it wasn't much of an apprenticeship. He was required to assist the warlock. Providing assistance ended up translating into performing menial chores. In exchange, he was allowed to observe the warlock perform magic. There had been no real teaching involved. The man had rather predictably been unhappy with the arrangement. It made me wonder why the warlock had taken on apprentices in the first place. Surely he didn't need the help? The warlock had also allegedly needed to help rebuild the city of Lys with magic. There weren't many details on that process. The descriptions that were given made it seem as if the task was treated more like a complicated puzzle than a punishment. There you are, Songbird sang in subdued tones. Suppose you don't want bad news. Give me it anyway, I sighed and looked up. Her clothes were unchanged from the night before. However, they did look disheveled after both her time in the rain and going unwashed for so long. In her right hand was a partly eaten pastry. Despite how whimsical she sounded, her eyes were bloodshot. There was a wild look to her. I didn't know how long it had been since she had last slept. Nat, I'm gonna start with something more upbeat. She paused and took a bite out of her snack. Nobody is scheming. Everyone is towing the line. The remains of the guards have been organized and have been doing their best to quell the unrest. Are they killing people? Nat. They're taking prisoners. Good. What's the bad news? Some idiot went and vanished the palace. She grinned at me as she spoke. Now, I'm not naming any names here, but could you think of anyone who could do that? Nobody comes to mind, I answered drily. Why is that a problem? I could guess, but I'd let her say her piece. She'd helped me salvage the situation, and I'd let her indulge her need for theatrics. All this year's documentation was stored there. Population censuses, stock counts, you name it. Older stuff is in the Hall of Records. At least that isn't also torched. But somebody turned everything recent into a fancy light show. Suppose you couldn't tell me who did that. It was a decision that I made in the heat of the moment, I admitted. Where were you two? Isn't it obvious? Songbird raised an eyebrow and took another bite. Suppose it isn't. First, Yvette needed to creatively incapacitate some Prissy fucks who didn't know better than to wander around near the Hall of Records and cause trouble. That was when we were making our escape. They were probably after the princess. Funny thing, she was imprisoned there. Then all of us were hiding from the revolution. I'm not a terrifying force of nature, and neither is Yvette. We came to the palace when we noticed the big display. There was plenty to unpack there. I'd deal with it when we weren't in a crisis. For now, I'd worry about my friends. Where's Yvette? She's sleeping. Yesterday exhausted her. Why should talk to her? She needs to talk to somebody, and it can't be me. That statement alone made me nervous. If Songbird was giving emotional advice, something must be very wrong. I pointed to the pile of encoded books. See if you can make sense of this. She took a brief look over them and shook her head. Why should hand that off to Cordelia? Maybe she has someone who can help. Anything else? Not as bad as it could be, she told me seriously. Plenty of folk stopped fighting when the palace disappeared. Smaller fights occasionally start, but the remaining guard is quick to step in. Most folk who were angry wandered over to the empty space to look at your display. What about casualties? Deaths are still being tallied. There are too many bodies. They're probably gonna be cremating them all soon. That was about as bad as I expected. I was hoping for better news, but it didn't come as a surprise to me. An infrastructure. Much better, but also not good. A few fancy buildings were burnt down, but we don't care about them. Then there were some shops and 2 more granaries. One of the timber stockpiles went up in smoke and a couple of forges were raided. Lots of buildings with partial but not complete damage. Suppose it'll all be an issue later, but the situation is recoverable. It was a disaster, but not as bad of a disaster as I had expected. That didn't stop it from feeling like a loss. Food shortages. Nah. Princess Clotilde will cut back on exports. I gave her your thoughts on the subject. Funny that. She was keen to follow along. Anything else? Lots of stolen weapons from the royal armory. Suppose it will be hard to reclaim them. The palace was the biggest loss. She glared my way again. I averted my gaze. Good. It doesn't make any of this any better, but you're glad it's not a total catastrophe. Yet. Winter'll still be rough. Lots of people will struggle. Hopefully we can soften the blow. Songbird said nothing for a while, then poured me a cup of tea and sat it carefully beside me. I had been so engrossed in reading that I had forgotten it was there. Thanks, I accepted it gratefully. The first sip I took had me wrinkle my brow in distaste. It was lukewarm. I had nobody but myself to blame for that. You know, there's nothing saying we need to stay. The city has its new ruler. Mission complete. We can just leave, Songbird suggested. No. We stay. Not forever, but at least until Ain is more stable. I'm not sure why you want to. The job is done. The job is not done, I snapped at her vehemently. The job was never about putting a princess in charge in the first place. It was about making the situation better. It was about helping people. That is what being a hero means. Not stopping monsters or fighting villains, but helping people. Pulling them out of a dark place and showing them that the world can be better. If you run away at the first sighting of the real problem, then you're not a hero. Songbird reared back as if struck. The reaction only lasted a moment. It wasn't long before the mask was back on. That hadn't stopped me from noticing that it had broken in the first place. Something I said must have rattled her. She might have faked the reaction. I didn't believe that she had. I hoped that whatever it was, she took my message to heart. I'm going to help organize. You stay here for the day. Why should probably know there are guards posted outside. Don't worry about them. They're there so that people won't bother you. Sounds good. Wasn't planning any differently, I answered. But you're going to wash up then head to sleep. She looked like she was about to protest. No. You've done enough. Sleep. I won't have you dying or collapsing on me, I cut her off. Her mouth clamped shut. Songbird wandered up the stairs, and I turned my attention back towards the books. There was a small pile of tomes on Trismegistan sorcery. I would turn that over to Cordelia. Neither Yvette nor I could risk trying to learn it. I turned to another book. Finally, something that I could personally use. It included notes on the revolutionary. Apparently, the man actually existed. Pries had only co-opted his movement after the man had left. There wasn't much about him. He had been a scribe that lived through a series of tragedies before deciding that the whole world needed to burn. I found his method of coping with his losses repulsive. The information was useful, even if it was bare bones. It was better than having nothing at all. Reading them only made me feel even more depressed. It didn't matter that Pries had stuck their fingers into the revolution. The pieces had already been there. Sooner or later it would have ignited, with or without their involvement. People were just like this. Push them far enough and this was what they were willing to do. It shouldn't have come as a surprise. There was plenty that I had done that I had come to regret. It did come as a surprise. In my head, I had been considering myself an exception. I had been thinking that I was just a little worse than other people. Now I knew for certain that it wasn't the case. Push anyone far enough, and we all go too far. Yvette made her way downstairs half an hour later. Her movements were stilted, skittish, as if she was working her way up to something that she didn't want to do. She sat down opposite me and looked weary, drained in a way I had never seen her before. Are you coping? I asked softly. Does it ever get any better? She mumbled back. It wasn't what I had been expecting her to say. She wasn't chattering for once and that, if anything, made my heart clench. Be more specific. I carefully inquired. I killed a lot of people yesterday, she admitted, averting her eyes. Some of them I didn't mean to, others I had to. I told myself I was fine at the time, but how do I deal with this? I hadn't been expecting to have to comfort a 13-year-old who had been forced to kill. It was another open wound, another hurt inflicted by the city. I had swiftly come to hate the time we had spent in Ain. I wasn't sure how to handle this, but I would do the best that I could. But now that later has come, all you can do is think about it and wonder what else you could have done. I told myself that maybe some of them weren't dead. That the priests could heal them. But I knew that it wasn't true. I think that before the plaza I might have managed, but after I saw what happened there I started to understand, she whispered. Keep talking. I won't judge you. I promise. No matter what you did, I've probably done worse. Yvette looked at me as if she doubted what I said. No, really. I've done a lot that I regret, I once killed a child. There were mitigating circumstances and I justified it to myself at the time, but they don't take away from what I did. Yvette scrunched herself up into a tight ball. She looked so small. She took 2 deep breaths and seemed to be working herself up towards continuing. Eventually, she opened her mouth and spoke. So many people there lost somebody important to them. All the people I killed had family as well. Yvette paused for a moment. They're all going to hurt like I hurt. Does the pain ever go away? From when your mom and dad died? She nodded. No. It just scars over. With time, it becomes easier to deal with. But it never goes away. It will always hurt. Always feel like there is something missing. How do you keep going? One day at a time. I stood up and dragged my chair over next to hers, then leaned in close and gave her a one-armed hug. She seemed uncertain for a moment, as if she was unsure whether she should lean into the embrace or shy away from it. A few heartbeats later and she made up her mind, then she clung to me like a limpet. What brought this on? The fighting, the revolution. Everything that happened yesterday was just too much. I tried not to focus on what was happening, but then at the plaza. She shuddered and rocked back and forth slowly, lost in thought. The peasants do really deserve better. They're just like us. They get angry and scared and frightened, and when they're hurt, they hurt us back. A faraway look made its way into her eyes. So many people lost everything yesterday, she whispered. What I didn't understand was why Songbird had allowed all this to happen. It's a tragedy, I agreed. Why did Songbird let this happen? It wasn't her fault. Yvette shouted out defensively. She asked me to distract people, and my distraction didn't go to plan. It sounded like I needed to be much more involved in supervising Yvette's use of magic than I already was. If Yvette was allowing her distractibility to kill people, then it was more than a minor problem. I also was not willing to let Yvette just absolve Songbird of any guilt. I had kept my issues to myself when I was younger. Convinced myself that my dad had too much on his plate. It had been a horrible mistake. I wasn't about to allow Yvette to make the same mistakes I had made. Songbird had been the adult. She should have been the responsible one. When I had a moment, I would take her aside quietly and find out more about the specifics. However, I would not be pressing Yvette further on the subject for now. She seemed fragile, as if she would break. I would give her some room until I felt she was in a better state to talk. I think I'm going to be restricting your use of magic for a while, I told her, keeping my voice soft. Am I a bad person? She asked hesitantly. It was telling that she didn't disagree. You're not a bad person, Yvette, I told her slowly. But, you did something that can never be undone, and you need to recognize that. Accept what it means and then try to do better. Don't let it drag you down, but don't forget about it either. Am I responsible for turning a child into a killer? I wasn't sure what to do about this. Was this my fault, or was this just the way Calornia was? It was a question that I wasn't prepared to answer. How can we make this better? Some things you couldn't make better. They stayed with you forever, always haunting you at the back of your thoughts. Right now, that wasn't what Yvette needed to hear. So I didn't tell her that. I told her a comforting lie instead. Evening came sooner than I expected. I had remained indoors as promised. Songbird had slept for 12 hours straight before stumbling down and heading back out. Once she had eventually returned, she had filled us all in on what we had missed. The situation remained tense, but nobody had dared to test the rules that I had laid down. The 3 of us were clustered around a table on the 2nd floor. We had been playing a game of cards. I felt almost guilty that I was wasting time doing so instead of looking through books or helping deal with the aftermath, but I pushed the feeling aside. Yvette needed something to distract her, and a small part of me admitted that I did as well. You're just a spoilsport who doesn't like losing, you always complain about it no matter what happens. Yvette chattered. Yvette had returned to her previous state of excitability. Her malaise had not lasted very long. That concerned me far more than it would if she had remained subdued. I wasn't able to assess how much support she required. For now, I'd give her as much as I reasonably could. I noticed Yvette staring off into space every so often. I used to think she was just distracted. Now, I suspected that wasn't the case. I wasn't sure how to help. I was not equipped to be the mother to an ordinary 13-year-old. Yvette was not ordinary. She came with a whole host of baggage a normal child would not have. The only positive of this situation was that all her other issues made the idea of explaining sex and relationships to her seem far less daunting in comparison. What was that? Songbird affected an air of outrage. That's not so. I'm perfectly graceful when I lose. How is it you're the only one who ever complains? I asked. I passed the deck over to her regardless. She started shuffling it. Besides, heroines don't cheat. I stared at Songbird solemnly. Both of them looked at me dubiously. For once, it was true. The game continued for a while and my mind drifted. I wasn't truly paying attention to it. The revolution still plagued my thoughts at almost every moment, and with it, the sheer enormity of what I was trying to do. What are you brooding about? Songbird asked. Nothing. That moody look you have tells me you're lying, she pressed. I sighed, just thinking about everything wrong with the world. Everything. She sounded dubious. Yet. Gimme an example. Finally done shuffling, she started handing out cards. The gnomes, I answered. I may not have been thinking about them, but it was easier to talk about them than about my long-term goals. Not that I could really do much about the gnomes. They were a problem that could only theoretically be solved. However, their behavior was easy enough to predict. Try to improve the lives of people through technological advancement and they will kill you. In Kalernian story terms, they were the sword of Damocles. At least, I thought they were. It was odd. The sword of Damocles didn't usually drop, and this one already had. I wondered if that weakened its potency. Either way, they were an issue for the far future. They were not something I had a hope of solving anytime soon. Can't really do much about them. She picked up her hand, then snorted in disgust. I know. How's about the dead king? Thinking about him too? She inquired. He can probably be killed. I wasn't sure if it would be worth killing him, but I believed that it could be done. The losses would likely be catastrophic. I imagined that something like half the people living on Calernia would die in the process. It was a trade that I was almost always going to be unwilling to make. But I was confident that if push came to shove, it wasn't impossible to do. Songbird was taking a sip of wine as I spoke and choked. You planning on starting the 10th crusade, then? She gasped. I gave her a flat look. I think there has been enough disaster here to last us for a while, I answered diplomatically. Suppose you were trying to fight him, how would you do it? She pressed. Where I came from, the traditional story involved in killing the ancient undead monster locked away in the Fortress of Doom is to unite all the living good races into one fighting force and march them against him. So if all the living good races unite, I expect he will die shortly afterwards. I explained. In my mind, the dead king was Sauron taken to the extreme. Far more dangerous and competent, but potentially the same story. Unfortunately, I was more or less convinced that this Sauron would come back if he was put down. Granted, Calernia follows an entirely different set of stories, but he seems close enough to some of the stories I know to feel my old homeland's stereotypical solutions have some merit. I continued. He likely also has his soul bound to something. That also fits the narrative. Traditionally it would be a piece of jewelry like a ring, but I'd bet he's smarter than that if he's lasted so long. It would almost certainly be something outlandish, like an island or the moon. You would need to destroy whatever it is if you wanted him to stay dead. So it's never gonna happen then. Songbird laughed. Not anytime soon, I agreed. It took half an hour before the conversation died down. It was late and shortly afterwards we all said our farewells. After saying my prayers, I made my way to bed. I was already dreading what I knew was to come. Dreams or nightmares. Memories of my failures, or visions of mirrors spiraling up in the sky. They drew me, called to me. One pushing me from beneath, the other pulling me from above. As my eyes closed and my head hit the pillow, I saw pieces of a grand puzzle slowly slotting into place. Soon, the strings called to me, dancing in my mind's eye. The ruined city to the north beckoned to me silently. I didn't know what had changed, but something deep inside me told me that change had come. That sensation warned me that not long remained until I learned why. Soon. Liminal 3.11. Mercantize erected a pyre in reverence to its own greed. Far be it for them to complain when we hoist them to the pole and light the flames. King Jehan the Wise of Callow. Songbird and I arrived at one of the few undamaged estates on the western outskirts of Ain. Yvette had stayed behind. Today was the day we oversaw the negotiations between Princess Clotilde and the peasants. I was filled with trepidation at the very thought. There were so many ways this could go wrong. Rows of carefully tended pines lined a cobbled pathway leading up to a rather modest flat-roofed two-story manor with red brick walls by noble standards. From a distance, it looked like there were tents set out on the rooftop. The place was idyllic, picturesque, cared for in a way that told a story about the person who lived in it. It stood in stark juxtaposition to everything that existed beyond the estate grounds. It was fake. There was nothing real about it. It was a lie that the owner liked to tell themselves to escape from the world outside. Maybe if I hadn't met the nobility, I would have interpreted the story differently. Suppose you can try not to vanish this place while we're here. Songbird teased. Breathing out slowly, I unclenched my fists. Arriving at an unblemished house like this after seeing all the damaged infrastructure had not been good for my mood. The location was so estranged from the city itself that little to no unnatural sounds could be heard at all. Our boots echoed across an otherwise almost silent vista, with only the gentle trills of bird call joining in. It shouldn't be too hard, I lied, turning her way briefly to respond. Like me, she was dressed formally. She carried a tightly bound stack of papers under her right arm. She's probably here because she's had a real shit few weeks. This place makes her comfortable. Helps her to recover. Doesn't make me any happier. You know, you're being too hard on her. I am. Princess Clotilde is pious. She also has a strong sense of morals. Now she's probably absolutely terrified that her soul belongs to the gods below for earning your ire after that speech of yours. She'll toe the line very closely. I wasn't sure how much I believed Songbird's interpretation of Princess Clotilde's actions, but I would take that into account. I'll consider it. Maybe I was being unfair to the woman. I hadn't actually interacted with her much, even if I was working with her to restore the city. Most of my time was spent out in the field. Meeting in the middle of an abattoir during a revolution did not make for a good first impression. Don't be too eager to give her what she wants, even if you intend to. Songbird cautioned, changing the topic. I'll bargain as if I don't plan to stay. If I get a better deal than I want, then I'll just stay a few days more. Songbird and I both suspected that the peasants would ask for requests that the princess was unable to fulfill. The worry was that another revolution would spark if negotiations broke down. That was not an outcome I was willing to risk. I was planning to negotiate for additional concessions on their behalf as a result. Suppose even a bleeding heart like you can do this much, she muttered. Dunno why you're set on negotiating like this. You already made demands at the plaza. I was unhappy with myself. I was frustrated that I had resorted to issuing orders. It set a bad precedent that I needed to amend. An unspoken edict had been proclaimed that power in the Principate was mine to hand out as I wished. That perception needed to change, even if it was partly true. It was another ugly truth. One that I was also guilty of shying away from. I was planning to bargain for my time as a result. I would offer my services for the reconstruction of Ain in exchange for additional concessions for the peasantry. In reality, I would be helping out regardless. My plan was to try to mitigate the political fallout of my actions this way in advance. I would put on the appearance of standing beneath the rules. I couldn't think of a better choice. It was probably a mistake. Our conversation halted as we drew close to the entrance. Servants opened the heavy-set large oak door before we reached it, and we were quickly led indoors. We were directed further in after taking off our boots and leaving them on stand beside the door. I tried to take in the place's decor as we move. It was hard to do so when my mind was preoccupied with the discussion to come. We walked along a light wooden floor past tastefully framed pictures and potted plants without me taking in much detail as a result. Songbird was right about one thing. There was far more religious iconography in the place than I expected from an ambitious princess. I'd try to be more kind to her in future. Perhaps I was being too judgmental. I slowed as we passed a room with a group of peasants in it who seemed to be lost. That's not our stop. The tides of fate have deemed otherwise. Those 19 representatives chose to exclude themselves from the oncoming discussion and nominated only one of their number to speak in their stead. The servant informed me. I stepped into the room briefly to verify what I had been told. After satisfying my need to know, I followed behind. It didn't take long before our guides had ushered us upstairs and onto the rooftop. The doorway leading towards the rooftop closed quietly behind us as we climbed the last set of stairs, and I was met with a strong floral scent as I made the ascent. I came face to face with a scenic view looking out into the open countryside. I turned. The rooftop was decorated with an assorted variety of potted plants. There was a large tent nestled among the cultivated beauty. 4 chairs had been set beneath it. They were roughly facing each other in a square. Princess Clotilde sat on one of them, with an attendant and 2 guards standing beside her. She looked no healthier than when I had seen her last time. Definitely too judgmental. The nominee sat on the chair to her right. There was a side table on his right-hand side. A small pile of documents rested on top of it. Songbird and I made our way across. Both of them stood up as we approached. Your Royal Highness, I greeted her, nodding my head in her direction, then turned towards the man, and fair weather to you. I hope that this does much to pull the curtains of tragedy aside. Princess Clotilde's understated blue dress moved fluidly as she stood and returned the greeting. Her face looked weary and her hands still shook. I suspected it was a tic from the time she had spent imprisoned and that it would not be disappearing any time soon. My name is Alain, the man replied in a firm voice. I had to look up to meet his brown eyes. This was not the kind of place I would have expected to meet and discuss this. She remained silent for a moment. All 4 of us sat down. I remain weary after the time I spent trapped within Quentin's cage. It was within my means to feign strength that I do not have. I decided to show wisdom instead. Only fools strive to pass a veil over the eyes of those chosen by the gods above in an effort to obscure the truth. This place serves to cast the shadow of my thoughts back to fairer times. Do you want me to heal you? There was no reason for me to be petty. While I didn't know what scheming she might have done before I arrived. As far as I could tell, she had done her best to organize the disaster management ever since. Even if I suspected it was only out of fear, I wasn't prepared to leave someone to suffer. It would be needlessly cruel. I would appreciate having my maladies tended to, provided it is no more effort than the turning of a page for you. It was only a few heartbeats before her skin returned to a more healthy coloring. As I expected, her shakes still remained. Let's take our time and resolve this. Alain cleared his throat and picked up the documents from beside him, then squinted at them. The first point of contention to be raised by the temporary council representing the interests of the peasants as elected by the aspirant on the date of. All three of us sat quietly and listened to what Alain had to say. There were many requests. Princess Clotilde was able to accept some of them right away. Most of those were in the forms of payments, restitutions, and promises to fund the reconstruction of outlying farms and hamlets that had been pillaged during the Civil War. They were small mercies that would help people survive in the short term. Unfortunately, they would do little to prevent history from repeating itself. Then there were the requests that could not immediately be granted and would require further investigation. Alain was unhappy, but mollified by Princess Clotilde's response. Those were requests for specific nobles to be punished, along with details of their alleged crimes. I imagined that they would take a long time to be given their due consideration, but investigation would be done. The last group of demands were the ones that needed to be rejected. Almost every amendment relating to peasant conscription had to be turned down. I was surprised that any changes could be made to the laws regarding conscription without a vote in the highest assembly. Regardless of that, I unfortunately agreed with Princess Clotilde's decision not to change them. I had spent enough time looking over Cordelia's notes to understand that the right of conscription remained necessary so long as the threats to the north remained. There could be some smaller changes, but the underlying reason remained one of survival. Alain looked mutinous as Princess Clotilde finished turning down his final demand. Wait a moment, I raised my hand. You might not have got what you set out for, but that doesn't mean I can't negotiate for something else. Would you then barter for restitution in our stead? I would. I cannot speak for everyone else, but provided we all find your suggestions acceptable, then your proposal is agreeable. I turned towards Princess Clotilde. You have some idea of what I can do. I'm going to provide you with a list of concessions. We can try to come to an agreement once you have given them some thought. Should your suggested terms prove to be both well-reasoned and acceptable by all involved participants in this affair, then they may be taken into consideration. I'd like to talk about justice to start with. You have the right to dispense justice. You are also able to determine the punishments for that should be meted out. Many punishments are excessively cruel and inhumane. There is no reason to do something like boil someone alive in oil. I paused to gather my thoughts. Any crime which earns capital punishment and does not require a vote in the highest assembly to modify its sentences to have the method of punishment reviewed, I stated. Choose a method that is quick and merciful for all of them. Something like a painless poison. You don't need to have creative punishments for more excessive crimes if the person guilty will still end up dead. The same is true for cruel punishments for people that don't resort in death. Any sentences that amount to torture should either be revised to death or some form of imprisonment. There isn't a good reason to torture anyone. There was more I wanted. Ideally, I'd like to reform the system itself. Introduce a jury system to attempt to ensure that judgments were handed out more fairly. In theory, salientas graces were a much more primitive version of human rights on earth, bet. In practice, a royal magistrate could overturn them in any principality. I wanted that to change. While the princes and princesses were very leery of ever actually doing so, interfering with them substantially would see a situation similar to Ain occur elsewhere. It did happen from time to time. Those were abuses I wanted to see checked. A jury could help with that. It wasn't a perfect solution, but I considered it better than the existing one. Implementing a jury system would unfortunately involve a vote at the highest assembly. I would be attempting to change the underlying structure of the justice system. It wasn't something that would happen anytime soon. I also wanted to change salientas graces themselves. Make them more comprehensive. More benevolent. It was good that the Principate enshrined the rights of its citizens and in theory made its princes and peasants equal. That didn't mean those rights couldn't be stronger. Both fortunately it was good that it was not easy to change them, and unfortunately, I was a long way away from being able to reform that part of Purser at all. It wouldn't just take convincing the people in power to vote my way in the highest assembly. Salientas graces were a part of the story that made up the Principate. The culture of the Principate would need to shift before people would be willing to accept modifications to them. Is this the full breadth of what you wish to negotiate for? She asked, her voice remaining measured. No. I gestured towards Songbird. She picked up the documents we had brought with and handed them to Princess Clotilde. Here is a copy of a list of reforms Cordelia Hassenbach drafted for Renia. Renia is a much poorer principality than Ain. Once this disaster is mitigated, I'd like you to draft and implement something similar. There are differences between Ain and Renia. They would need to be accounted for. Princess Clotilde looked at the documents briefly before turning back to us, it will take me much time to properly assess this proposal. Fine. The four of us sat in awkward silence for what must have been over a bell of contemplation before Princess Clotilde looked up once more. The late morning sun had risen, past its zenith and just began to dip. It now glared harshly in my eyes. Servants brought us refreshments and left in the interim. The breadth of the proposed reform stretches from one horizon to the other. Princess Clotilde set the papers down beside her. The revelation that they would not be beyond our means, provided Ain had not recently weathered a storm, comes to me like a bolt of lightning out of a cerulean sky. It is to our misfortune that the shadow of evil hangs over this place like a fell omen. Many turns of the hourglass will pass before reforms of this nature can be given their due. I didn't expect that project to truly be undertaken until well after I had left. She could try to play me for the fool, but I doubted she would risk it. She would be risking her very tenuous position by doing so. I can help. She paused and hesitated for a moment, then gestured for a servant to bring me another document. Puzzled, I looked it over. It was a long list of figures. I couldn't immediately make out what they referred to. Eventually, I started to decipher the text. It looked like projected losses due to the expectation of previously desirable land becoming undesirable. What is this about? I asked. This is a tally of the estimated losses due to the ongoing presence of your display. She paused as her shakes exacerbated for a moment. Far be it for one such as myself to question one of heaven's chosen, but it would be in the best interest of the people of the principality were the vision to be dispersed. I realized then what she was talking about. My illusion. Rather predictably, people did not want to live next to it. The scene was macabre and had been constructed in the heat of the moment. I was quickly coming to regret having put it there at all. You want me to remove it? If the matter of its removal does not offend your sensibilities, it would be the smallest of boons. I thought about it. Removing the illusion would weaken the story. I was almost certain of that. But I had been wrong to put it there in the first place. That was something I knew for sure. It was a vision of me issuing declarations over a scene so dark that people shouldn't have to bear witness to it. There were other ways to make my point. I should have done something different. It wasn't a good feeling, admitting I had made a mistake. Removing the illusion after such a short time would be embarrassing. I was sure bards would write mocking stories about it. That didn't mean I would shy away from it. I had made a promise to both Max and myself that I wouldn't stop trying to be a better person. Dismissing the illusion was probably the right thing to do, and it wouldn't be hard for me. I'll do it, I confirmed, but I'm not giving you your palace back. In exchange, you are going to build a school where it once stood. A school that can be attended by anyone. Those who cannot pay the price in thrones can pay the price through alternate means. Either by instituting a similar system to Pries involving a term of service, or some other form of repayment. While the furrow of your thoughts is laudable, many among the nobility will nip at your heels without a palace to call their own. Many of those born to the house of Grosiller will take umbrage at this slight. Let them, I replied. I'm not negotiating on this if they want that illusion gone. A palace would usually be a symbol of national or cultural pride, or as an administration center. I don't think Ain has much to be proud of now. There are plenty of other buildings the city can be ruled from. They want to build a palace? That's fine. They can do it somewhere else. That piece of land was the site of a tragedy, and it's being used for something fitting instead. Many moons will pass before work on such a project could begin, she warned. I can accept that. Is there anything else you want? The revolution has created a dearth of those with the requisite skills to coordinate Ain. There isn't much I can do about that. It wasn't as if I could create skilled workers out of thin air. If that is all you wish to bargain for, then we should draw the curtains of this discussion to a close and negotiate terms. What services are you willing to provide in order to even the scales? 1 week, I began. During that time I will remain in Ain. I will transmute whatever goods are needed for reconstruction. I will help with the rebuilding of the city and heal everyone I can. You will agree to my requests in exchange. I am not prepared to help you fight in the civil war or with any other political conflicts. I am only willing to help you stabilize the principality. Would you care to divulge the canvas of your thoughts on the matter of? Negotiations started in earnest. Songbird stepped in and became more involved. Alain appeared to lose track of the conversation almost immediately. I pitied the poor man. We eventually settled on terms that both parties were willing to agree on. Is this fine with you? I turned to Alain. The stipulations made by Alain and I had remained largely unchanged throughout negotiations. It was only the exact details of what Princess Clotilde extracted from me that was bartered over. I ended up agreeing to spend 3 weeks in Ain performing tasks that I had already intended to do. It should have felt like a victory. It didn't. While I find these terms acceptable, it remains to be seen whether the others find them amenable as well. Alain informed us. That's the best I can ask for. We talked for a little while longer before eventually the 3 of us were dismissed. Alain went downstairs and took the modified agreement to the other representatives. They quibbled over it for some time. They wanted some terms to be reviewed further. To my relief, it was nothing I needed to be involved with. I was expecting them to be unhappy. So long as they understood the reasoning behind why some of their requests were rejected, I was willing to live with the outcome. "I'm surprised you're not happy." Songbird took up conversation on the way out of the estate. "Why should I be? You won. The revolution is over. You even got the princess to accept your demands." "It's not a win," I replied tiredly. "Think of how many people died. A win would have prevented this. Achieving better ends with different means. I consider this a loss. It might not have been catastrophic, but that doesn't mean it isn't a loss." It felt like I had taken a step back, as if I was regressing. That was far worse to me than anything else. I had resorted to threats to achieve a temporary truce. I counted it as a loss. It didn't matter if I had managed to successfully negotiate afterwards. "Taylor, you aim too high," Songbird admonished. "Maybe. Someone has to. If everyone is aiming for the ground, then we'll never reach the clouds. Why do you want to be up there? Ground's nice. Why can walk on it? It's not just a loss in Ain. Think about the other principalities. They weren't just importing food because they liked the color of Ain's grain. Princess Clotilde needed to cut back a lot on exports. There will probably be shortages elsewhere. I don't know enough about the Principate to say how bad this is, but there is no way this counts as a win. Suppose it tracks that a hero wants to be up there. I have a question about Yvette. What happened 2 days ago? Why did she need to kill people? There were too many guards around the Hall of Records when we arrived. I asked her to make a distraction. She got distracted. Knowing her, she probably spotted a cat. The spell went wrong. Some guards went to investigate. The rest stayed behind. I wasn't sure how to sneak past. I asked her to help again. She didn't know how to incapacitate people. She improvised. Her idea killed them. Songbird was obviously not a responsible caretaker. And you didn't suggest alternatives? There was nothing stopping you from making another distraction. If that didn't work, you could have just threatened them. It's not ideal, but if they were staring down a sorcerer, there is no way they wouldn't back down. You also could have just retreated. I tried to retreat when it looked like I was dealing with something I wasn't suited for, and I'm much better equipped than Yvette. Most of the problems would have been avoided if we had all been together. If we hadn't been there, then Prissy instigators would have killed Princess Clotilde. Why can't he keep aiming for perfect answers? Eventually, someone will make a mistake. Making a mistake because you missed something and just being careless aren't the same thing, I disagreed. This was avoidable. You're too reckless. Both with your own life and with the lives of others. You're going to die at some point if you don't change the way you behave. Songbird looked like she was about to make a quip. I raised a hand and forestalled her. I know nobody lives forever. This isn't about that. What you are doing isn't acceptable to me at all. If you want to keep traveling with me, then you need to accept that and make an effort to do better. I like you, Songbird. I even consider you a friend. That doesn't mean I'm willing to just overlook your faults. I don't expect you to be perfect. Nobody is. I expect you to try to be someone I would approve of even when I'm not around. What you do reflects on me. I don't know if you are doing anything behind my back. You can't hide the truth forever, even if you are. Eventually, secrets come out. Suppose you don't respond to this immediately. I cut her off. Think about what I said for a while first. I want to know that you have considered my words when you eventually reply. But don't think this means that you can leave it off forever. I am expecting a reply. As requested, Songbird said nothing in response. I didn't think I would be trusting her to take care of Yvette again anytime soon. We made our way over to the plaza. I looked past the stairs and observed my mistake. I studied it for a few heartbeats. The threads of a story pulled strongly at me from up close. I expected they would weaken or fade away if I broke the illusion. Nothing for it. I needed to decide what to do with the illusion before I broke it. It was still a large amount of material and I would be turning it into something else. How about something more fitting? Now that I was no longer in a crisis, I had time to think. I started to toss ideas back and forth within my head. A memorial for the lives lost was an easy choice. A safe choice. What else could I aim for? The land itself would be used for a school. Princess Clotilde had agreed to that. What did I want every student who passed through it to look at? No, that was the wrong way to think about this. The victims of this tragedy would build their own memorial. They would choose to handle this in whatever way they could. It wasn't up to me to decide for them. I may have helped to bring the conflict to an end, but I had never truly been a part of it. I had been an outsider sticking my nose in. Eventually, I made up my mind. One of my phantoms vanished from behind me. The illusion disappeared with the ghost. An impossibly dense white stone rectangular block appeared. It was positioned on the right-hand side at the top of the stairs and was nestled against the ruined face of the palace wall. The block stood at waist height and was as long as I was tall. It was almost entirely undecorated. There was a single exception. 3 phrases scribed neatly into the top face as if by my hand. Everyone falls. Staying down is a choice. Some choose to stand back up. The writing wasn't perfect. I hadn't wanted it to be. Part of the message would be lost if it were flawless. We all make mistakes. I certainly made plenty. None of us are perfect. We only become better people if we take the time to reflect, consider our actions, and then admit that we were wrong. One day somebody may try to move, break, or deface the block. They would find it harder than they might expect. To my surprise, the threads of a story tightened around me. It was almost immediate. I stiffened when I realized what had happened. Rather than weakening, the strength of the story I was within had intensified. Time passed quickly. There was much work to be done. Healing, reconstruction and material substitutes were the easy requests. Songbird assisted with delegation. Gradually, my list of duties expanded to more complex civil problems. Roadworks, aqueducts, and defenses for outlying farms. Learning to mend specific buildings took time. I didn't bother with anything non-essential. The nobles could employ people to fix their own houses. The money they spent paying people for repairs could be the smallest of restitutions for the issues they caused. If they hadn't schemed, then the situation would not have gone so far. Princess Clotilde had started sending out inquiries looking for experts who could fill missing advisory positions. The requests had to be sent to other principalities, and it was unlikely I would still be around by the time she received a response. There was nothing I could really do to help with that. It took a while before I warmed up to her. Songbird was right. She was one of the few members of the nobility who appeared to actually care, and she definitely held to the faith. I doubted that she would go back on her agreement. I did eventually apologize for how unfairly I had treated her. She was doing her best with the tools she had to put the principality right. I did not envy her for her position. It was when I was asked to help arbitrate disputes that I struggled the most. I may not have been a magistrate within the Principate, but I was certainly being treated like one. Small fights kept breaking out. They were not organized and were much less destructive, but simply declaring the revolution was over unsurprisingly did not make it true. I kept having to very politely send people away. It was entirely my fault. The issue would not be plaguing me if I hadn't asserted authority over the nobility. It left me feeling drained at the end of each day. It became a habit of mine to visit the House of Light at the dawn of each day. I received stares at first. That didn't last long once people became accustomed to my presence. Fortunately, I was not asked to speak again. The place was like a refuge to me. It was the closest I could come to being around people who shared my perspective. That didn't mean that I valued my friends less. I still missed Roland and was coming to care for Songbird and Yvette. It was just that. It was nice to talk to people who shared even a vaguely similar outlook to me. Songbird had her people scour the Hall of Records and dig up every historical record on the Crusades that she could. Yvette helped to summarize those for me. Piecing together an accurate picture of what defined the Crusades kept me occupied during the evenings. I spent a long time thinking before I eventually made up my mind. I was not prepared to support a crusade. Cordelia was probably one of the most skilled politicians alive. I still thought that calling for a crusade would be a mistake. The crusade was a story. A story of driving back the very darkest of evils. The current prise was certainly evil. I doubted it was evil enough. Good would need to feel the rancid breath of darkness tickle down the back of its neck before a crusade would end in anything except tragedy. Worse, a crusade was an implicit allowance for both sides to escalate. To exercise powers far beyond what was usually brought to bear. The first crusade was fought to unseat Dread Empress Triumphant. The second crusade was waged to prevent Prise from overthrowing the Crusader kingdoms. Those were the only 2 truly successful crusades that had been fought. The rest had all been varying degrees of failures. The records of the atrocities that had been let loose spoke for themselves. Demons and devils unleashed. Angels summoned into creation. Everyone from one side of the continent to the other would suffer if a crusade was called. Disasters like these would become commonplace. A crusade wasn't something anyone should call for if they had any other choice. It wasn't an answer to problems. It was a plea to the gods above for deliverance. I would need to put together an argument to convince Cordelia. I knew by now that emotion would not sway her. An appeal to what was moral was also unlikely to succeed. My reasoning would need to be based on logic alone and grounded in the context of Calurnia. I was not certain why she wanted to start one. I spent a long time speculating on the subject. Cordelia's motive could be revenge. I doubted it. I also didn't think it was out of a sense of righteousness. It was when I stumbled on references to PROCRN laws relating to crusades that I found what I suspected might be my first lead. The first prince did not normally have the right to commandeer the armies of other principalities. The expectation existed that other princes cede some level of control to the first prince during the time of a crusade. There were many exceptions to laws that only applied during a crusade. Exceptions that would make it substantially easier for her to solidify her hold over Prussia. I suspected that was where her true motives lay. Using a crusade for political leverage would be a costly mistake for her to make. I paid scribes to copy as many texts as I could. Even if I was unable to persuade Cordelia with words, I hoped that a sufficient body of historical evidence would convince her to see my way. This was not an argument that I was prepared to lose. I had wanted to spend more time talking with Yvette. There was just never enough time to go around. There was simply too much that needed to be done. I had gradually allowed her to start practicing magic again after adding a much more comprehensive set of restrictions to what I didn't want her trying to do. I never would have thought I would be telling children that vacuums are off limits 5 years ago. 3 weeks passed in a blink of an eye, and soon we were ready to depart. Ain was in a better shape, but I still wouldn't call it good. I had done what I could, but the city was undeniably still limping its way towards recovery. Songbird pranced ahead and seized Maud in a hug as we were making our way down. There was plenty of complaining to be heard. I moved to open the door. To my surprise, there was someone waiting for me on the other side. It was the priestess from the House of Light. Yesterday I had told her that it would be my final visit. I hadn't expected her to show up. She had a youth beside her. A boy who looked no older than 10. He kept shifting from foot to foot and playing with a bundle under his right arm. Those of us among the faith valued the many hours you spent among us. She paused. We felt that it was fitting for us to return one gift with another. This is a small token of our appreciation that we commissioned in preparation for your departure. I was about to tell her it wasn't necessary when I realized how nervous the boy was. This was obviously important to him. I chose to hold my tongue instead. She gestured towards the boy. He pulled the bundle out from beneath his arms and handed it to me. Thank you, he sniffed. You healed my burns on the bad day. I felt a lump at the back of my throat. I reached forward carefully and accepted the bundle. It was an item of clothing. I opened it out. Something warm and wet slid down the side of my face. But I didn't prevent a bloodbath, I whispered, tracing my hand over the third symbol on the item. The life of a fire is not measured solely by the moment it burns brightest. Even the dying embers still bring warmth on a cold winter night. The priestess smiled as she spoke. This means a lot to me. You are a chosen sister of the faith. It is nothing more than an acknowledgement of a place you may already call home, I heard the voice of the priestess distantly. I wasn't paying attention to it. My focus was fully absorbed on the gift. Wait for me, I told them all abruptly. Turning around, I sprinted back into the building. Maud squawked as I made my way past her back into the room that I had just left. I rapidly changed the outfit that I wore. The gift was a newly sewn austere white robe. The material was scratchy, and it didn't quite fit me perfectly. It was a bit too large and hung a little loose. I didn't care. My badge had been sewn over the heart. There were 3 other symbols which had been sewn onto the right-hand side. A swan with the sun over it, a rainbow-colored kingfisher and an ear of wheat that was aflame. I pulled impulsively on my abilities. I focused on the idea of impenetrability, resilience, the ability to withstand any blow. 2 looming specters vanished from behind me. The effect took. I did not usually bother to enhance clothing. That was because I had to make it a part of me to do so. Anything that could contain me could contain it as well. Most clothes were easily replaceable and so it wasn't worth my time. I would make an exception for this. This was mine and it was precious to me. I did not want it to break. Receiving it had sparked the smallest of embers within me. A yearning. It was a memory of an echo of a dream thought lost so very long ago. A part of me that wanted to belong. I didn't have faith. Not yet, at least. But the smallest of fires had been ignited and slowly started to burn away at my distrust. Flames that had yet to be snuffed out. Liminal 3.12. Holding to virtue 9 choices out of 10 does not make the 10th any less of a sin. Tarek is Billy of the Dominion of Levant. I laid my palm against the oaken door handle and pushed. The door slowly creaked open, and I was greeted by a somewhat familiar scene as I made my way inside. There were 3 people seated around a table. Klaus Poppenheim and Cordelia Hassenbach I recognized easily. Klaus stood hunched over a heavily annotated map of the Principate set atop the desk on the far right-hand side. His grizzled face turned towards me as I entered. Evening girl, he greeted me roughly, then turned his attention back to the pages below. Lang had fallen a week ago. Prince Dagobert was dead. I suspected that Cordelia was in the process of consolidating her forces before she prepared to march once more. Good evening, I greeted all 3 of them. Cordelia was seated on the far left of the table and was carefully nursing a cup of tea beside the fireplace. Books were stacked neatly before her. It looked as if she was taking a break from whatever it was she had been working on. She looked up as I spoke. I must congratulate you for your surgical handling of the revolution in Ain. I was not expecting you to have such a ruthless temperament. Her gaze lingered judgmentally on what I wore for more than a few heartbeats. I pushed down the sense of self-consciousness. It didn't matter if they weren't proper court dress. They meant something to me. What are you talking about? I asked. Her declaration confused me. After discovering that Princess Clotilde was kept away under lock and key, you accepted the invitation of all 3 feuding members of the nobility, and then leaked the locations of the venues and the travel routes to the revolution. It was then that your attaché rescued Princess Clotilde. Once she arrived at the scene of rebellion, you successfully sold the appearance of scolding her to the angry mob. It was a much defter manipulation of the crowd than I had expected. She examined my face as she spoke, then her eyebrows rose. It appears that you were not aware of this scheme. So that was what Songbird had done. The pieces of the puzzle slotted together. Songbird had known Princess Clotilde was in the Hall of Records. She had known for some time. Instead of trusting me to handle the situation, she had manipulated everything I had known to achieve her own ends. Cold. I felt cold. I had known she was lying to me about a lot, but I had not expected it to be about things that mattered. It was a failure on my part to not consider she would lie about something as significant as this. Everything that happened in Ain after our arrival had been orchestrated by her. I had trusted her, considered her a friend, and she had violated my trust. It felt like a betrayal. Acid burned at the back of my throat. No, put this aside, you can deal with it the moment you're done here. I breathed in and out, taking a moment to center myself. There was an empty chair beside the final figure. A silent young girl wearing a blue dress and skin as pale as porcelain. She turned my way as I strode towards her, the tread of my bare feet dampened by the cool of the stone. It was Agnes Hassenbach. I had seen her before, but always from a distance. This was my first time meeting her in person. I slipped the satchel under my arms loose, placed it on the desk with a heavy thunk, then sank down into the cushioned upholstery of the chair. Are you okay? I asked. Ah, she murmured and smiled at me. The expression was pitying. The lighthouse is vacant. The sparrows don't like you. Neither do the hawks. An absent look came to her eyes. Crows roost to the north. Vacant, lighthouse. I replied. Her words confused me. You will have to explain this to us, Cordelia interjected. Ah, yes. I forget, sometimes, Agnes blinked in surprise. The rattlings march on Renia. One of their horned lords has awoken. She rested her hand on top of my own. You need to head north, light the fires. The Empress wins on all paths if you don't. Everyone around the table stiffened and looked at her. The silence was deafening. Agnes's hand withdrew. We should withdraw, Klaus said immediately, straightening. Our duty is to the north. No, stay. The lighthouse can protect the north. Doom comes from the east if you go. While your assistance in the upcoming campaign would have proven invaluable, I believe this to be more urgent, Cordelia told me. I hold that this is a mistake, Klaus rumbled. We should retreat to the north and defend the wall. We cannot afford to allow the civil war in the Principate to continue for much longer, Cordelia disagreed. An argument broke out between Klaus and Cordelia. It lasted for a while. Klaus wanted to leave and Cordelia argued they should stay. Eventually it came to a stop. Cordelia had managed to have her way. There was no need to ask whether Cordelia trusted the augur. Not after she had spent over half an hour arguing on the girl's behalf. That wasn't the extent of it. Agnes often looked at Cordelia with the kind of fervor that bordered on religious. This isn't Dinah. I needed to keep telling myself that this would not end the same way. This wasn't the end of the world, and Agnes was different from Dinah. She wasn't entirely put together. Even at only a glance, it was evident that her mind wasn't completely there. It was almost as if she was completely lost in a sea of possible futures. Agnes barely existed in the present at all. I considered what I knew. My long-term goals likely required a reformed Prisser. I wanted to remain with Cordelia and ensure that the plans I had put into motion did not fall apart. I couldn't do that if I traveled north. The only issue was, if I didn't head north, Cordelia would almost certainly withdraw on her own. It would apparently end in doom as well. I'll go north, I confirmed. This wasn't how I expected this journey to start. I didn't believe this was a quest to stop the chain of hunger. The vision spoke to me in a way that felt more personal. Then let us return our attention to the ongoing war, Klaus declared. But I wanted to talk about something else. I opened the satchel and pulled out the pile of books I brought with me. Remember the bard's advice. If I wanted any hope of convincing Cordelia, then I would need to stick to what I was good at. I was not good at politicking. Cordelia was a master at it. That meant I could not afford to engage her on her own terms. I would present my arguments, tell her to investigate further, then leave. I would not allow her a word edgewise. She could continue the argument in her own head. She could debate my own side better than I could. I will see to it that your own correspondence is delivered to your quarters later. Cordelia stated. These are for you. I pushed the books across to her. I was careful not to upset any of her existing paperwork. My answer is no. A crusade is a mistake. It's a mistake politically, economically, ethically, and in terms of story. I paused, licking my lips. I assume you know how the Third through Ninth Crusade went. The Third and Fourth Crusade failed disastrously and brought about the end of all attempts to claim Pries. The Fifth through Eighth Crusades were all waged against the dead king, and the Seventh Crusade came the closest to defeating him. All crusades fought against the dead king ended in defeat. I am not intending to wage a war against the kingdom of the dead, but rather to wage a war against the calamities. Furthermore, I do not intend for Pries to stand alone against the oncoming storm. Pries has fought crusades alone before, but every one was a disaster. I will not repeat that mistake. It is still a mistake. You think of a crusade in terms of a traditional war. As if the outcome will be determined in a clash between armies. That isn't what will happen. It's only true at the start. I don't know which of the other good nations you would be able to convince. On some level, it doesn't matter. Klaus looked up from his maps once more and turned his gaze my way. I felt his eyes bore into me. I'm not a general. Would you mind narrating for me, Klaus? I turned towards him. How will the crusade progress? It will be many years before we are ready for a war with Pries, he mused thoughtfully. They have Black and Grem one eye on their side. The face of warfare has changed, while the Principate claws itself bloody. If Pries fails to change with it, then an assault on the Empire will only end in defeat. Furthermore, if we were to send a host through the Red Flower Vales too early, they'll savage it and set the border principalities on fire. Pretend you've prepared. You have supply lines set up and armies ready to march. New strategies and tactics have been drafted to fight the Empire. Pick whatever allies you like. What happens next? Ashur attacks by sea. They target. I don't know anything about naval combat, I admitted. Stick to the land engagements. Not that I know much about land engagements. I felt confident when it came to tactics, but knew that I was bad at strategy. The man who was considered to be one of the foremost strategists on the continent certainly outclassed me in every way. I hoped I could convince them not to start a crusade by having them plan one out. They would both realize that there was nothing to be gained if they looked far enough ahead. I also knew I was being unfair here. If I gave Klaus enough time to think, he would find solutions to all the problems I threw up. I needed to lead the conversation in the direction I wanted, without letting him truly shine at what he did. The thought made me feel slimy. I need to spend less time around politicians. We don't ever want to get into a siege with the Pries, but we'd have no other choice. The first engagements between armies begin when we besiege the old Procieran fortifications in the Vales. The war would also need to be fought on multiple fronts at once. I disagree, I stated. The first deaths will start long before that. The Vales are narrow and treacherous. Navigating them isn't easy. It's easy to strategically place explosives. Your soldiers will die in avalanches or to buried munitions. They won't encounter enemy soldiers. Pries won't fight at all. There is no reason to think they wouldn't plant bombs in the mountainside. It's easy to drown you in snow. I assumed that sharpers and other forms of goblin munitions were a more recent development in Calurnia. One that hadn't been used prolifically until more recently. Klaus would have accounted for them otherwise. There was no way that one of the foremost military strategists on the continent would overlook something like that if explosives had been frequently deployed in the past. Tactics would be prepared to account for Pries nastiness. Klaus's lips pressed together in a line. Priests could sweep for munitions. If all else fails, I could call upon one of the chosen with a name governed by luck to identify places to avoid during a crusade. Eventually, the crusade's forces would arrive at the other end of the Vale. That is when the war would start in earnest. The siege would be bloody. Make him skip through the details before he becomes entrenched. I took a breath before speaking up. This is what I think will happen next. Both sides will trade soldiers at first. I don't know how those engagements will proceed. I am not a general. What I do know is that at some point, one side or the other will start losing. How will the losing side react? I would answer differently during a conventional war, Klaus warned, but during a crusade, that is when the chosen or the damned will take the field. He positioned a pin carefully on the map below him while he talked. Whichever side is losing will pull out whatever nastiness they can, and the opposition will reply in kind. It sounded as if he was pulling out teeth as he spoke. I suspected he did not like the idea of heroes and villains on the battlefield at all. Right. One side or the other becomes desperate and escalates. Someone like me starts fighting. I could have killed the entire army in the Guizaran swampland. It would have been easier. I didn't do it because I didn't and still don't want anyone to be hurt. Say the warlock drops a hell on your army. Assume that I kill him in retaliation, but in the process 3 demons are let loose. Heroes move in to kill them. Some of them are lost. What happens next? The war drags on, Klaus answered gravely. If enough soldiers remain, then we march on until our foes have been defeated. Otherwise, a retreat will be called. Wrong, I slammed my hand down on the table for emphasis. A crusade isn't a normal war. This is when the crusade is going to start. The war has become bloody. Thousands have died. Your men want to pull out. Unfortunately, you can't because it's a crusade and neither the heroes nor the church will let you. Look at those records. I indicated towards the books that were now beside Cordelia. They don't end with both sides meeting at a peace table. They end when either the crusaders suffer a crippling defeat or their enemy dies. We are no strangers to fighting lost causes, Klaus stated. I desire for the war to be fought mostly in Pries itself, Cordelia interjected. Should foreign soldiers fight over their fields for too long, there is no telling if the Coloans would turn on the crusaders. I turned to face Cordelia this time. Assume you push the empire out of Calais early on. The calamities are alive. They have retreated into Pries. Your forces are broken and battered, but so are the villains. Surely the war can end now that Calais is liberated? No, the war goes on. This isn't a fight for the Principate. This is the 10th crusade against the dread empire of Pries. It does not end until dread Empress Militia is dead. Say you win the crusade. Now what? I smiled grimly and leaned back in my chair. You realized as the war dragged on that your current forces weren't enough. Peasant levies were raised in order to support the crusade. The economy of Prusa was crippled for a generation. Nobody wants you in power anymore. They will remove you from the position of first prince. That's the good ending. The ending where you win. Now consider that 7 out of 9 crusades lost. I wasn't sure if this would be enough to convince Cordelia. I was hoping I would not need to say more. Depending on where the conversation went, I would quickly bow out. One day the tower will have their legions spill out onto the continent. Cordelia stated ominously. When this war comes, how would you choose to fight it? Defensively, I shrugged. It was a hard truth, but I held it to be the correct one. Reinforce your borders. Forge alliances. Prepare in case they attack, but don't strike the first blow. My leg bounced up and down energetically as I spoke. I don't think Pries will attack. The calamities are smart. The story is on your side from the moment their first soldiers set foot across the borders. If they do, then declare a crusade. But they won't. They will try to secure their grip on Calais and they will fail. Lys was the first chink in their armor. The empire will fall apart to internal squabbling. Then a small group of heroes can make their way across the borders and kill the calamities in a targeted strike. People would need to be ready to step in and lead Calais. I didn't know how to handle that part. However, once the empire had already started falling apart, it would only be preventing the conflict from being prolonged. There will be many dispossessed soldiers after the civil war in Prusa ends. Men and women who took up the blade only to now have their purpose stripped from them. They will turn to banditry or mercenary work without a war to wage. They would be spread across every principality. It would be beyond my power to put them to any specific use. My reign will be stable for the first few years, but as time goes by, the other princes will gradually erode my support base. Eventually I will become a figurehead or be replaced entirely. That is when the internal struggles of the Principate would begin anew and no true progress would have been made. How would you prevent it from falling apart before the horrors to the north come knocking once more? So that's what she wants. She wanted to start a crusade so that she could send unemployed soldiers to die somewhere while tying up her political opponents. I reminded myself that she had not gone through with it. The crusade had not been called for, she had merely suggested the idea. The idea of sacrificing tens of thousands of people just to remain in the seat of power nauseated me. Change the system if it doesn't work. There would be a lower death toll if you assassinated every prince and set yourself up as a monarch than if you started a crusade. Not that I like the idea of murdering them. Prusa would collapse, and it's still likely better than calling for a crusade. I told her seriously. You could also abdicate when the time comes. It's what I think you should do. Don't just say you believe in the Principate, act like it. I paused for a breath. Cordelia looked like she was about to speak, but I forestalled her. Be a dictator or don't. You can't remain in power forever and keep the current system. Actually, maybe you can, but you will be destroying the spirit of the thing you are claiming to defend to do it. That's hypocrisy. What is the Principate? Is it a system of governance, or is it a people united in purpose? There are many ways that you can achieve the latter. Train a successor during your tenure to ensure your plans continue. Nothing stops you from throwing your weight behind someone when your reign comes to an end. Focus on uniting the Principate if that is what matters. Bind the principalities together in a way that makes conflict like this undesirable. Fund construction projects in other principalities to create a bias in the long-term specialization of each principality. Build an academy for sorcerers in one principality and a school for officers in another. Try to pass a law that makes it mandatory for all principalities to send some of their new recruits north for proper blooding. Offer each principality something so they all have a reason to agree. If you need people to care about what happens in other principalities, then give them a reason to travel. Make them care. I finished. Best to leave now, don't let her have her say. Cordelia would argue me down the moment I let her talk again. I had already said my piece. It was better if I left the room now while I still had the momentum. She could continue both sides of the debate in her own head. She'd even do a better job presenting my side for me. I hoped that I had said enough to sway her to my side. I'm heading north. Read those books. Talk to priests and other heroes. Talk to your advisors. Find out what they all say. Learn what you can, and then decide if a crusade will really get you what you want. I am not supporting one. Good evening. I stood up from the table and nodded at them both. I felt Agnes's hand land on my own once more. You saw them all once, she whispered softly. I doubted anyone else in the room could hear her voice. Every star in every sky. No star left uncharted. I paused. My heart froze. Yes, I ventured. One day you will see them all again. I was rattled as I made my way over to the rooms that Yvette, Songbird, and I were staying at. Agnes's words had struck a chord. I knocked, then opened the door to Songbird's quarters. She wasn't there. I tried Yvette's room next. She was asleep. I quietly closed the door to her room, then briefly returned to my own. Cordelia had remained true to her word. I briefly schemed the correspondence relating to Roland. He had allegedly been seen near Equitan recently. Time to deal with Songbird. I asked the servants if they knew where Songbird had gone. It took plenty of interrogation before I narrowed her position down. It was almost midnight by the time I had found her. My mood was blacker than the night sky. She had betrayed me. Betrayed my trust. It was different from the last time someone had stuck a knife in my back. That didn't make it hurt any less. I had told her to put her thoughts together and talk to me. She had never followed through. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I'd declared amnesty for everyone else involved in the revolution. Was I going to make an exception for her? No. But that didn't mean I would just let this go. She started the collapse in Ain. We entered a city that was constructed from a house of cards, and she was the one who pulled out the tablecloth from underneath. It wasn't entirely her fault, but a significant portion of the blame could be put at her feet. I would talk to her first and see what she said. Then I would make up my mind. I arrived at an extravagant building in the richer quarters of the city. It had large red and purple banners trailing outside, and fumes billowed their way out from between the open windows. Small crowds of people loitered outside the open double doors. Even from a distance, the sound of music and raucous laughter could be heard from within. I approached the door and looked inside. I wrinkled my nose as the fragrance of incense, and the fumes of cheap liquor assaulted my sinuses. Dim candles lit the interior. It was moody and difficult for me to see. It took a few heartbeats for my eyes to adjust. I was met by the sight of what could only be termed an enthusiastic Calernian party. Many of the people had glazed over looks in their eyes. At least half of them were at least partially if not fully undressed. I schemed over the room quickly. Past throngs of people dancing provocatively. Past those who were frolicking on couches that were spread out across a large recessed floor. I looked towards tables near the opposite side of the establishment. Waiters and waitresses dressed in red uniforms that showed more than just a little skin skillfully navigated the mob, plying the proprietor's wares to the crowd. I spotted Songbird seated at a table near the back of the building with 3 men and 2 other women. She was sandwiched between 2 muscular men, nude from the waist up and holding cards in one hand. Her other hand was below the table. The other 5 wore even less. All 6 of them looked to be in high spirits. There was joyous laughter and smiles all around. Unfortunately for them, I planned to break this up. I marched over to their table, doing my best to avoid the ongoing mess along the way. Songbird, I greeted her. My voice had a hard edge to it. I was angrier than I thought. Suppose I'm in trouble. Sorry friends, but I gotta leave, she said in a breathy voice. Her face was flushed. Songbird reached behind herself, grabbed her jacket and slung it over her shoulders. She didn't even bother to put her clothes back on. Then she followed behind me. Clothes on, I ordered frostily as we reached the door. It was telling that she didn't bother to raise a quip in response. I took a moment to clean the both of us as we stepped outside. I'm guessing you follow. My hands were balled into fists. It was hard to keep my breathing measured. All my muscles were taut. I was on edge. We made our way in silence towards an empty back alley. I turned around and faced her. Why? I asked. Suppose we're talking now? What do you need to know? I know what you did in Ain. How you manipulated the revolution. Set up the nobles to die and put Princess Clotilde in power. You knew I wouldn't be happy about what you did. Why did you do it anyway? The revolution was always gonna happen, she said seriously. You're a bleeding heart. Nothing you could do would have stopped it. Why didn't you even tell me about Princess Clotilde? Suppose it's not obvious. I knew you DVE liked her. Probably befriended her early on. Songbird tossed her head back dismissively, shaking her loose hair from side to side as she did so. Then that show you put on would not have happened. You DVE tried to talk everyone down. It would not have worked, and the peasants would have ignored you. We would still be inane picking up the pieces. She tried to lay a hand on my shoulder. I grabbed it and pulled away. You don't trust me to make my own choices. You're dangerous. More dangerous than almost anyone. It's good that you're trying to be a hero, but what happens if you slip? I'm better at scheming than you. See how Ain ended. Why could? Yes. See how Ain ended, I interrupted her. I was almost trapped. The city almost went up in flames. If the bard didn't save me, then I would have been done for. You're good at scheming, but not as good as you think. What would have happened if she wasn't there? You're a good person, Taylor. Probably better than everyone else. She said softly. But you weren't always this way. I know you can make hard choices. It'll hurt, but you can do it. Why did you change? What terrifying thing did you see that made you want to be a hero? I saw Calurnia. I came from a different world. It was kinder in some ways and harsher in others. I used to make those kinds of choices. Rationalize them, tell myself that I was right. Then I arrived here. I saw everyone making them and decided I was wrong. There was no big fight? No hero who scared you? She asked doubtfully. The fight came before. The world I lived in was ending, and I was one of many who helped to stop it. That wasn't important. That one moment isn't who I am. It wasn't why I'm like this now. Why say the world ending wasn't important? I could define myself by that fight. Where would it get me? Not anywhere good. I'd be the heroine that lived past her story. That's not a good person to be. So I'm not treating it that way. I'm choosing to treat it as a stepping stone and not the finish line. You want to make kinder choices now. Suppose that's fine, but sometimes hard choices need to be made. Let me make them for you. Songbird pleaded. Don't worry about making them yourself. I could feel what I suspected was a name slowly taking shape for the first time. It did not come on its own. With the name came a story. I could almost taste it. I couldn't be entirely sure, but I suspected that almost everything she had done was out of some kind of loyalty to me. It wouldn't have started that way. It had only been a lie she had told herself at first. Gradually, the lie had become the truth. The shape of the story was sickeningly alluring. Sweet, like the scent of roses growing in a bed of corpses. The band of heroes has a falling out. They don't talk for a while, and they continue on with their quest. The quest would continue deep into the chain of hunger. The journey would be fraught with peril, and eventually we would involve ourselves in a major fight. The battle would draw us together once more, it would mend our relationship. I would forgive her and let her have her way in the aftermath. I would avert my eyes and smile, pretending I didn't see all the wrongs she did so that I didn't have to. Turn a blind eye to people who disappeared, or paled when she was around. Pretending because it was easier, and I wanted to keep my friend. We would be far closer together afterwards. Almost as tight as sisters. The aspirant and they. I reached. What name would fit Songbird? What name would I give the woman with many faces but no face of her own? The woman who lied and backstabbed and blackened her own soul so that I didn't need to. It came to me then. She would be my hollow mask. A person who only existed to keep my conscience clean. It would be so easy as well. I could be happy, all I had to do was look away. I could swear an oath to never hurt or kill again if I wanted to. She would always be there to plunge the knife. It was a kind of twisted loyalty. A loyalty that I didn't want to inspire in anyone but could be so very useful. There was nothing she would refuse to do for me if I gave her my blessing. No lines she wouldn't cross. She would make whole cities disappear if she thought it would make me sleep better at night. All I would need to do is ignore that little niggling at the back of my mind telling me that I was allowing evil to walk free because I liked the face it showed me. And I would be the biggest hypocrite on Calurnia if I did so. I tried to reach further. Tried to guess where the story led to. I couldn't. My speculation ground to a halt. And just like that, my anger went out. No, I whispered back. I still felt nauseated. The sense of betrayal cut through me like shards of a broken mirror. But it wasn't a betrayal of me so much as what I stood for. It hurt even more because I suspected that she was loyal to me. Loyal in a way that was deeply unhealthy. Songbird flinched. The color drained out of her face. There was no way the look of shock she bore was anything except genuine. I'm going north, I continued slowly, fighting back tears. Ivi is coming with me. You're staying behind. I'm going to write a letter to Roland. Find him and give it to him. Think about all of this while I'm gone. I like you, Song. Even after this. It hurts to admit it. I don't want to turn my back on a friend. It was an easy task. Nothing more than a chore. Something that I could have even trusted to a messenger. What? What do you want me to do? She sounded so lost that it stung. Even though her actions hurt me, I felt my eyes begin to water up. It would be so much easier if I didn't like her at all. This felt like I was turning my back on a friend. Be a better person. It's hard. I know it is. I didn't start out this way. I reached up and wiped the tears out of my eyes. Why won't you let me? Because I don't want to hurt myself. I want you as a friend. I can't call the kind of person who would do what you did and ain't a friend. I stepped forward and pulled her into a tight hug. Do some soul searching. Is this what you really want? Because I don't want my friends and family to hurt themselves for my sake. I would give her one last chance. If it wasn't for the fact that apparently everyone else thought she did excellently, I wouldn't have even given her that much. I didn't know if it would work, but I hoped that she would pull through. It would hurt me far more if she committed to the path she was already on. I'll take the letter, she told me. This isn't goodbye. I told her seriously. It's a second chance. An opportunity to start over. Figure out if you really want to be my friend. I know it's unfair to ask people to change, but I'm not prepared to compromise this much. It will be hard, but I promise it's worth it. It was for me. And if you decide you want to stay, I'll be there for you every step of the way. The two of us walked back to our respective rooms in silence. There was a gap between us, a distance that hadn't been there before. I didn't know if she would take me up on my offer, or if she would go her own way. Not knowing scared me. It hurt that I still wanted to be friends with her after what she had done. Was giving her a second chance this way a mistake? Should I have chosen to end her life instead? I wanted to have hope. I wanted to believe she would decide to be a better person. That songbird wasn't lying to me even now. I wasn't sure if the face she had shown was merely another mask designed to change my mind. All I knew was that the name that had been forming had been irrevocably broken when I had turned her down. Liminal 3.0x. Redemption is a journey that starts from within and has no set destination. It is not a prize to be earned. A Stranger's Guide to Names in Calurnia, author unknown. Alea stayed alone in the council room for a long time, with only silence and thought for company. She watched the sky outside the window as the moon gradually dragged itself from one side of the heavens to the other. She was about to head to sleep and ruminate on her troubles when a voice called out from behind her. Ali. A moment of silence. Maddie, she turned around and smiled at him as she spoke. He was holding a bottle of wine in one hand. He wore a loose white shirt and baggy trousers. His pale green eyes were as sharp as ever. She could almost see the turning of cogs behind them. Approaching, he pulled the cork out of the bottle and passed it to her. He reclined himself in one of the chairs at the table only a few heartbeats later. She sat down beside him and pulled deeply out of the bottle, then wiped the smooth back of her hand against her mouth. There was no need for manners here. It was a truly horrid wine that somehow tasted of mud. The two of them had been drinking it for years now. It reminded her of better years. Times when the both of them were more innocent in the ways of the world. She passed the bottle back, and he took a pull of his own. I'm not sure why we keep drinking that, he confessed. It tastes like mud and a future bereft of prospects. Nostalgia, she mused. I will concede that it tastes worse than any other spirits I have sampled. Certainly worse than anything in Wikasa's cellar. Both of them shared a grin at the thought. Wikasa did not appreciate their efforts to relieve him of his finer vintages. All the calamities except Saba made a game of trying to filch his bottles. There is that. He lost another bottle from Kahan to scribe on a bet. It has him in a foul mood. The shared amusement lasted only a moment before both of them sobered once more. Do you bring news from the west? Thunder crackled outside. There was always a storm around the tower, raging impotently or preparing to rage. Wikasa made a mess in Lys, Amadeus finally noted. The number of heroes we have seen show up this year has increased. Rebellions in Callow will keep cropping up, and it's only a matter of years until the Principate stops biting at its own tail. After Lys they will be calling for a crusade. We're lucky they haven't called for one already. There would already be calls for blood if more people had died during the fight. Amadeus passed the bottle back to her. Alea drank deeply, then set it down on the table. Pressure is being handled for now, although I don't expect that to last much longer. The moment the Principate is united, the Empire is threatened. Let's make sure it doesn't come to that. I'll promote conflict in Ain. If a revolt occurs, the Principate might not be able to feed itself. I want you to put your gambit with the rats into play. Alea paused. The True Bloods smell blood in the water. We've held Callow firm all these years. A moment of vulnerability, and now the knives are coming out. One move at a time. For the past 5 years, Alea had been emptying Tasha Sahalian's coffers. She continued to levy fines against Tasha for breaking inconsequential laws. The Woloffites kept paying to break them. Her coffers had gradually dwindled, and soon she would be forced to take on loans. Then one day her coin would run out. Tasha would default on her loans and her own family would rise to remove her. That was when the executioner's axe would drop. After a few more moves were made in the aftermath, the True Bloods would end as a political entity in the empire as well. I'll do that, Amadeus agreed. I'll visit refuge first. This gambit will appeal to High. We will see what we can rustle up in the north. He smiled at her with a smile that always looked like it was at someone else's expense. Let the High Lords grumble. Let them rebel, even. The moment they take up arms, they will be crushed underfoot. The idea has always been seductive to me in its simplicity, she admitted. But as I've told you before, it would do more harm than good. The cities of the High Lords would have to be taken, and the cost in lives and resources would ruin Pries for a generation. The aristocracy wouldn't surrender if the legions marched to end their reign, even if we were winning. 2 millennia of culture and history can't be washed away with blood. There's more to ruling than hanging whoever disagrees with you. You have a plan. I plan to offer them a poisoned compromise. The position of Chancellor is not the only one worth fighting over. It was Wikasa who made a mess, and this time he will clean it up. The opportunity to earn the position of his apprentice should serve as a boon. The High Lords had never understood exactly what they were dealing with. They kept making the mistake of measuring the calamities against names long dead. All of their weaknesses had been thoroughly investigated. Many of them would fight amongst each other for the chance to be apprenticed to the warlock, even if there was nothing to be gained. He won't agree. It is not in his nature to teach, she agreed. But I am not asking that of him. Let them follow him around, but what they learn is up to them. Amadeus picked up the bottle and finished the last gulp, then set it down once more. Has he given his approval? 4 positions have been made available. 3 will be fought over by the High Lords and 1 will be assigned to the legions. Amadeus would eventually agree to the idea. Alea could trust him to act according to his nature. He believed the armies from the west would come, and he would do his best to prepare for them. She loved the man, but his way was insufficient. Alea was working to prevent those armies from marching east at all. She wished to rule the empire forever, she did not wish to engage in a doomed conflict with the west. The empire could not weather a crusade. The legions would fail, and the calamities would fail. The fight for Callow was not one the heavens would ever allow them to win. Amadeus had been trying for years now to convince Wikasa to open a school for magic. His attempts had never been met with success. It was one of their oldest arguments. If one of the legion sorcerers was able to learn anything from time spent in Wikasa's presence, then the legions might have a teacher after all. This was an opportunity the man could not pass up. This is dangerous. Amadeus's eyes narrowed. The True Bloods will have at least one ambitious heir. It also does nothing to placate the people of Callow. He was correct in that. Sahalian was already showing signs of brilliance, even at her young age. Spies in Wolof had begun reporting on Tasha's schemes for the girl. Unfortunately, it was unlikely that she would fall for this ruse. Tasha Sahalian had Dumisai of Aksum under lock and key, and the man was almost as capable a sorcerer as Wikasa was. High Lord Idris had been one of her closest political allies for decades. The wealth of his holdings were of great use in keeping the influence of Tasha Sahalian at bay. While that had yet to change, in the wake of the disaster at least their relationship had cooled. Placing Tasha's girl under Wikasa's care would have offered Alea another lever over the True Bloods in the event their alliance came to an end. Wikasa has agreed to help with the reconstruction of the city of Lys, Alea dismissed. It's not enough. The burning of Lys made the common people care about who rules them again. The current governor will have to be killed. High Lord Igwe would become more than a minor complication if the death was public. The Kalowans would need to be denied a display. Ruling Pries was a careful balance of give and take. Playing different factions off each other and never allowing one to grow too strong. The True Bloods will not be happy. We will have him assassinated discreetly, and then move in another wasteland aristocrat as a replacement when the right opportunity presents itself. Alea could stomach the abolition of the imperial governorships. Amadeus could even be set up as a regent for Callow, but now was not yet the time. The True Bloods needed to be weakened first. If they pulled power from them now, they were sure to fight back. Amadeus started to speak again. I want to substantially increase the wages for Kalowans enlisting in the legions. Few ever take the opportunity. Have them spend time among orcs and goblins, then rotate the newer legions between their own borders and those closest to the High Lords. That is a dangerous risk. I do not want to have to put down a Calowan rebellion with legion training many years down the line. It's calculated. It won't be a problem when they integrate into the legions. They will prove less inclined to revolt if they are overseeing their own people or facing a common foe. There will still be some uprisings. Many years will pass before the consequences of Lise have scarred over. Do you have any new plans to deal with the heroine who started this all? The aspirant had made it onto the red list at Wieka's urging. It was a distinction she shared with only Klaus Pappenheim. A demon who had transcended her nature and earned a heroic name was too dangerous to allow free. Unfortunately, her nature made it almost impossible for her to be vanquished or bound. Contingencies had to be prepared. The eyes were investigating every fragment of information they could acquire on her in order to establish her weaknesses. Little had been learned. They believed she had arrived at what was now known as Constance's scar and not much else. I still hold to it that she is not meant to fight us, Amadeus said. We do not know what her story is, but she would have clashed with us long before Lise if we were her intended foes. And yet, we need to prepare regardless. Amadeus agreed. Attacking her story remains our only effective recourse. Working to undermine her reputation with other heroes is also a possibility, but it remains one fraught with risk. Containing her would be folly, and diverting her can only succeed so many times. Amadeus leaned on the table and steepled his fingers. It will take effort from both of us to properly pull this off. It is regrettable that we have come to the current situation, Alea conceded. We cannot afford a second instance. Once an opportunity has been found, the aspirant needs to die. Together with the artist, the aspirant had thrown the state of Callow into disarray. It was expected that she would resurface eventually and would prove a threat on par with either Levant's Grey Pilgrim or the Saint of Swords. Demons were naturally capable of ignoring stories. There was no telling what a demon could achieve when sworn to the side of above. Well, yes, Amadeus agreed. It was her 12th summer when Aqua first learned of the fabled 24th demon. The news had been brought to her by one of her family agents. They had been investigating the details surrounding the warlock's offer of apprenticeship. It hadn't taken long for them to determine that participating in the farce would prove detrimental to her education. There was nothing the man was willing to teach that her papa was not capable of in turn. Anything truly worthwhile would be locked away out of sight, and thus this prize was left for those with lesser ambitions than her. However, the investigations had not proven entirely fruitless. The agents had stumbled upon papers containing accidental references hinting at the existence of documentation written on the subject of the heroine who fought the warlock, at least alluding to her existence as a demon. Finding out more had been the work of a season. Managing to have a copy transcribed had cost her a small fortune and the lives of over 24 family agents in the tower, but she'd found the prize worth it. Contrary to popular belief in the wasteland, the warlock's failure in Lise had not come at the hands of a powerful named sorcerer. His failure had come at the hands of a demon instead. The assertion that it was a hitherto unknown type of demon had at first been dismissed as the failings of an inadequate sorcerer until copies of his other writings had been acquired. Warlock was a prolific author, and the sheer spectrum of anomalous sorceries the man had been able to categorize swiftly laid that thought to rest. He was certainly one of the most talented sorcerers of his generation and was not to be underestimated. Warlock had been forgiven for his failure to capture or contain the thing. Demons were born of evil, and so evil could not destroy them. Even the most talented of pre-sea sorcerers would be hard-pressed to properly bind a demon, let alone one that had never been observed before. It was for a good reason that dread Empress triumphant may she never return had been so feared. It was then that Aqua's interest was truly piqued, but it wasn't until the discovery of documents pertaining to the nature of the demonic corruption that discovering more about the heroic demon was deemed a matter of critical import. Warlock asserted that the demon's taint on creation was almost imperceptible. It was as if the thing was attempting to mimic the tabula rasa effect with only minor differences. Warlock had speculated after investigating those discrepancies that the demon's essence could either be classified as narration or verisimilitude. Unfortunately, the exact details of those investigations were left sparse, and only his conclusions were provided. It was impossible to learn more without having the beast on hand to vivisect. The existence of this newly discovered demon also posed other, more pressing questions. If the age-old belief that there were only 23 demons had proven to be false, then how many other types of demons were there, truly? How had thousands of years passed before the 24th was discovered? What could a villain achieve by binding never-before-seen monstrosities to their will? Warlock's records on this single specimen made it evident that the thing was far more intelligent than others of its kind. It had proven capable of not only hiding itself from discovery for years, but also of earning a name. Even if after investigation it was revealed this was the last type of beast to be found, it still proved to be by far the most versatile demon in existence. Aqua was determined to be the first to discover how to summon and bind one of its kind. Learning more would be a daunting undertaking for most. It would be the work of many years to discover where exactly this new demon came from, but Aqua was not one to allow her ambitions to be tempered. Aqua's plans were still in their infancy, and there was much room for them to grow. Vivisecting the anomaly would prove the most expedient method to further the plans she currently had in place. What could a villain achieve with a demon specifically designed to manipulate narrative itself? By their very nature, all demons corrupted stories. This would be taking the manipulation of narrative one step further. Could this new type of demon be used to define how stories should end, and in doing so break the hold of good on victory in Calurnia? Could it be used to show the world once more that none were beyond humbling? Pries was a legacy. It represented the last great villains of Calurnia. The drow of the Everdark had collapsed into bickering tribes, and the chain of hunger was nothing more than a horde of starving rats. The dead king had not stirred from beyond his borders in centuries. All that was left with the dread empire. Villains had become so inured to tragedy that they were allowing their legacy to fade gently away. Akua looked up from her desk and turned around. Behind her was another youth only 10 summers old bound to an altar. She reviewed the ritual circle behind him a final time before making her way over and plunging the knife into the whimpering victim below. It was essential that she remain methodical throughout the process. Akua did not hesitate as she drew blood. It was a lesson that her mother had instilled in her many years ago. She wiped down the blade and set it gently to one side of the altar. A devil materialized within the circle moments later. She began to negotiate with the creature in earnest. The negotiations concluded in the same manner as all prior agreements. 2 souls in exchange for questions answered fully and without attempts to obfuscate the truth. Once more, the devil failed to divulge anything in regard to the 24th demon that she did not already know, and once more the devil was dismissed. Akua made her way back over to her desk and started the process of memorizing her collection of notes. Leaving evidence of her experiments for the perusal of others was an unacceptable risk. Once she had completed the task, she consigned her documents to the flames. It would be years before her many plans neared completion. In many ways this undertaking could be considered the start of her life's work. Capturing a heroine would prove challenging and would be the culmination of many years of work. To bind a heroic demon would be termed madness beyond all but the most successful of Prisi villains. Akua had not decided what it was she wished to strive for yet, but she knew that she was not satisfied to remain squabbling down in the mud. She would be no mere chancellor or black knight. The world would tremble when she rose to power, and none but the bravest and most foolhardy would even dare to whisper her name. Ingress 4.00. The only person more terrifying than a creative sorcerer is a creative sorcerer who stands among the chosen or the damned. Proc Aaron saying. It had been some days since we had gone past our first major stop on our return up north. The 3 peaks. They were 2 massive towers leaning against the sides of the southern entrance to the Twilight Pass, with a bastion on the other side. Monstrously tall walls had straddled the space between them. The granite masonry had loomed so tall that it looked as if the mountains were constructed more by man than nature. Seeing them from the south had been no less imposing than the first time I had seen them when arriving from the north. I planned to enter the chain of hunger from the Renian gates. They were further north, and something told me that they were closer to the destination that my vision was guiding me towards. Something was off-putting. For a while now I had felt an uneasy churning sensation within my presence somewhere up ahead. It felt like a ravenous maw, an empty belly that could never be filled. I suspected it was rattlings. I didn't know for sure. And so I was wondering, is there anything you can do similar to scrying that I can study, because I tried adapting the transcriptions from that book to my own system of sorcery and wasn't able to make any progress. Yvette spoke from in front of me. Nothing that wouldn't knock me out for a few days. Sorry if I replied. We had left the sorceress books with Cordelia before departing. One of her wizards with a more scholarly inclination had taken to examining them. They had found an explanation on how to scry. Unfortunately, it was entrenched within the Trismegistan school of sorcery. The principles would have to be adapted to another methodology before we could properly utilize them. With nothing better to do on the road, I had brute-forced learning to transfigure the most basic of edible foods with Innovate. Biscuits, some fruits, and bread. I didn't know how deep into the chain of hunger we would have to travel. I did know that there was almost nothing to eat there. There was not a single part of me that wanted to dine on rattling. This is unreasonably hard. I'm sure it should be easier than this. I've adapted different workings that were simpler than this and didn't have an issue. Why is scrying fighting with me? The steady reverberation of Sisyphus's hooves continued unabated on the treacherous ground underfoot. We were deep in the Twilight Pass. I'd guess maybe halfway in. Mountains loomed all around us. The air was damp, cloying. Late summer rains had ended only an hour past, and a strong early morning wind blew from up ahead down our way. It sounded like an angry choir of dead souls. The desolate, rugged countryside around us made for grim scenery. Stele of granite carved straight from stone lined the side of the path we followed. Most of them had large iron pegs hammered through them. I did not understand the significance of it. That's just how it is sometimes. Well, it's annoying, just like trying to change the world from one shape to another. You make it look so easy and all I get is nightmare landscapes and a headache for trying. If it wasn't so important I'd just leave it alone. I'd rather work on something else. I couldn't see her face, but I suspected she was pouting. Hands on the reins, I instructed firmly. Yvette's damp blonde hair bobbed directly in front of me as she enthusiastically looked from one side of the path to the other. Occasionally, strands of hair would come dangerously close to ending up in my mouth. She pointed at features in the landscape absent-mindedly while she spoke. I doubted she even realized she did it. It made it hard for me to keep track of what was up ahead. Learning to ride side saddle with a kid in front of me had been the kind of challenge I did not expect to have. Learning to ride side saddle with this excitable bundle of energy was even more work than that. Fine, she huffed, lowering her hands back on top of my own. See those crows up there, why are they flying today so dreary? I miss song, it feels like we're missing someone without her. Oh look, can you hear that? There is some loud noise up ahead. There was. Repeated rumbles and cracks. It sounded almost like I imagined an avalanche would if it was heard from a distance. I wasn't certain what was the cause. It had me on edge. I don't know. I miss her too. Yvette complained about Songbird's absence frequently. I missed her as well. It was as if our small group missed some of the energy it had before. Thinking about her hurt. I hoped that she didn't dismiss my offer. We lapsed into silence as we rounded a bend and caught our first glimpse of the crenellations topping the walls of the Valsaga fortress. The structure was built on a narrow land bridge between two cliffs. It loomed up above us. It would be a while before we had climbed high enough to see it properly. The fortress was one of the more well-traveled routes deeper into the Twilight Pass on the route to Renia. That wasn't surprising. While there were many trails that led through the path, there were some places that were almost unavoidable, and it was one of them. That it was a natural choke point that made the location easy to defend just made it all the more convenient to the Lycanese. I stiffened. One of the towers was sending a warning signal. Trouble ahead, I warned, then signaled for our horse to speed up. It accelerated to a brisk trot. The tremors grew louder from above. We continued our ascent. Both of us were now fully alert. It took a while, but we drew close. The sounds grew more and more concerning as we approached. I guided our mount around a corner. Rubble to our left gave way to an open view, and I couldn't believe what we saw on the other side. I brought our mount to an abrupt halt. Yvette had gone stiff in front of me. Then she slowly started to chant under her breath and reached a hand into her reagent pouch. I was looking over her right shoulder, trying to disbelieve what I could see up ahead. My gaze was locked solely on the display. Am I dreaming? I blinked, lifted my hands from the reins, rubbed my eyes and gawked. What I was seeing had remained the same. We were about 100 feet short of a fork in the road, coming down the left side of one of the prongs. Large rocks to our right blocked our vision. We were unable to properly see the contents of the other path. That was not what had me lost for words. There were over a dozen giant, snarling, furry bipedal creatures applying brute force to the walls on our side of the fortress far ahead. Their limbs were as large as tree trunks and swung ponderously from side to side as they continued to maul the defenses. The barrier looked like it was teetering on the edge of collapse. Chunks of masonry had been torn out, and parts of the wall creaked ominously. It sounded as if it was about to fall into the crevasse. Each of the creatures stood about 20 feet tall and made significant dents in the rock when they struck out against the side of the fortress walls. Bolts pierced their sides. I doubted that even a single one of them wasn't injured. Ratlings. They were definitely ratlings, and judging from the size of them, I'd guess that they were ancient ones. Hordes of much smaller rats swarmed behind them. Yvette's fingers blurred, rapidly tracing delicate symbols in silver into the surrounding air. It was the hardest I had ever seen her concentrate. She was chanting under her breath and clutched a vial of my blood tightly in her left hand. Did I need to worry about her killing here? No, I decided. There was nobody from one side of Calurnia to the other except me who would even give this a second thought. Nobody would bother their conscience over seeing every ratling dead. I didn't think I could remove their compulsion to eat. Triumphant hadn't been able to solve this problem with demons. It was unlikely that I could. That wouldn't stop me from trying. Careful, I admonished absently. So long as she didn't do something with collateral damage, I wouldn't raise a fuss. Yvette kept working on her spell. If this assault was the extent of it, I could have dealt with it. It would have been weird, sure, but I'd seen weirder. It wasn't the extent of it. Each of the ancient ones had what appeared to be cones woven out of some kind of fabric, I'd guess flax, bound around their heads, limiting their field of view. They had harnesses on their backs made out of the same material. Some of the smaller ratlings were making use of the harnesses to ride the ancient ones as mounts. The riders carried weapons in one furry clawed paw. Some carried bows, others carried spears. A long, narrow pole extended out in front of each giant rat, and something was dangling from the end. I reached into a pouch and pulled out a telescope, raising it up to my right eye. Adjusting the lenses, I narrowed in the focus to see what it was. Each ancient one had a distressed baby rat baited in front of it at the end of a rope. The babies were suspended at eye level, just out of the ancient one's reach. If I had seen it in a picture or painting, I would have thought it was comical. It wasn't so funny seeing babies dangled as food on the end of a rod for real. I clamped down on my nausea. Now that I could see more details, it was surprising just how much more there was to take in. One of the ancient ones briefly turned its head my way while shrieking as molten tar was poured onto it from above. I tried not to gawk. Its ears had been sewn shut, presumably to mask sounds that its handlers didn't want it to hear. It turned away before I could see more. I hadn't had a closer look at its snout, but I would bet on something being done about that as well. The tails of many of the larger rats had been covered with broken metal scales with protruding spikes. The ancient ones were rather predictably unhappy with all of this, and fought rather ineffectually against both their handlers and their assigned targets. They seemed like they wanted to take a bite out of everyone. Their aspiring commanders were not spared from their gluttony. If there weren't so many of them, I doubted this would be effective. However, there were plenty, and they were currently trying to breach the fortress ahead. How did they even arrive here? I was reasonably certain that this many ratlings should not have been able to reach this particular part of the Lycaonese defenses. Projectiles rained down from the fortress. Not just bolts from crossbows, but also burning oil and wizard's fire. Every now and again, a projectile from one of the ballistas above would smash into one of them and send them staggering back. It surprised me how resilient they were. The smaller ratlings returned fire. They sent back arrows that were more ineffective than not, smashing against the defensive emplacements above. Large, gaping chunks had been torn out of segments of the walls. Don't think too hard about this. I spent one of my specters, and the rubble we had just passed vanished. A shimmering, golden rectangular prism manifested around the ratlings, boxing them in. I placed the telescope back into the bag, then focused back on my prisoners. I was certain some ratlings lost their paws to the effect. That didn't concern me. Keeping people safe did. Now I had more time to think. I wasn't sure if there was anything I could do to alleviate the rattling condition, but it would only take me the briefest of moments to attempt the most basic of experiments. It wouldn't be anything thorough. It would only be the first idea that had come to mind upon feeling them as we approached. More comprehensive experiments were something I would look into later, in a more controlled environment. I would end their lives quickly if my attempts did not work. The angels hugged me closely, so close that it was almost suffocating. That, more than anything, warned me that I wouldn't like what I found. I reached out towards one of the smaller ratlings mentally and pushed against the hunger inside of it. The hunger fought back. Shoving it out wasn't easy. It was hard, harder than simply attempting to kill the beast would be. The sickness inside of it was not content to leave and clawed against me viciously. I succeeded after a brief struggle against the malicious force within it. The ratling immediately fell over dead. Did I make a mistake? I frowned. I repeated the experiment. This time I was more deliberate. I wasn't trying to kill the ratlings, at least, not yet. I was trying to remove their hunger. The pressure I applied was more calculated for my second attempt. Once again, the ratling died. A third, then a fourth. Each time I was met with the same result. An ugly suspicion started to form, and with it acid started to rise up from deep inside my stomach. I hadn't experimented much here, so I hoped that I was wrong. I believed that the force that drove the ratlings to hunger was responsible for animating them in the first place. If you took that away from them, then their existence came to an end. It was likely next to impossible to cure their condition without killing them in the process. Impossible to offer them the opportunity to merely exist like any other race. They were cursed to be forever hungry or not to exist at all. Killing them was a kindness both to them and everyone else because there was no other way to halt their suffering. Eternal hunger or death were the only choices they had. Deep within the pits of my soul, a part of me howled in outrage. What kind of monster would go so far as to do something so utterly vile? Who would make a species that was doomed to suffer like this forever? Creation is a canvas. And I hold the brush. Let the gods above guide me. As I changed the pigments of the paint, the sonorous chanting from in front of me came to an abrupt end. It was as if the entire world stilled for a moment. A shrieking silence tore through the pass. Color bleached out of reality around us. Everything wilted. The small shrubbery growing out from between the crags, insect life, moss on the rocks and even the rocks themselves. The desolation. I was not certain what it was that Yvette had done. Whatever it was, the effect was certain to be huge. I should have been paying more attention to her. There was a loud crack. A thunderous detonation. Her spell was not limited to the prison I had built. I threw up a transparent shield around us. Sisyphus neighed nervously. My reaction turned out not to be necessary. A shimmering silver barrier demarcated the region the spell was within. For a few heartbeats, it was as if space itself within the sphere had been folded into a Gordian knot. Then the barrier faded, and the spell came to an end. The world where the ratlings had been, didn't really make sense anymore. Bizarre, malformed sculptures growing half out of party-colored glass and half out of rotten flesh occupied large parts of the land bridge. Rocks carved into abstract shapes jutted out of the ground like the trailing figures made by the smoke of a fire. Phosphorescent liquids oozed all over the place. Puffy, floating clouds of unknown substances hovered in the air. Fossilized rattling corpses frozen in their final moments lay below the walls. There were a few, vanishingly rare corpses of rattlings that were left unchanged. Weird, unknown objects composed of geometric forms were shimmering in and out of existence within the blast radius. The air itself had an odd blue tinge to it. It smelled rank, sulfurous. It looked like some of Yvette's worst failed attempts to perform transmutation. In fact, I suspected that was exactly what it was. She had tried to transmute everything within the zone, she just didn't particularly care what any of it turned into. I shuddered. This wasn't acceptable as a weapon at all. Not just because it was inhumane. There was no telling what manner of side effects would occur. If she needed to defend herself, she could do it without turning enemies into macabre sculptures. It wasn't like I hadn't explained appropriate tools of violence to her before. I was about to scold her when she started to slump forward on Sisyphus. The effort had knocked her unconscious. I grabbed her, preventing her from falling over. Deal with this later. I began the process of smoothing out the landscape ahead. I indiscriminately turned Yvette's monstrosities back into polished stone. There was no way I was going to risk leaving the consequences of this unchecked. I gently nudged Sisyphus, ordering him to move closer. Rather unsurprisingly, the horse refused the request. Smart horse. I dismounted and floated Yvette gently off Sisyphus as well. Halt, sorcerer. Identify yourself. A deep voice called out sternly. How is this man able to keep his cool? I turned my head back towards the fortress. A man in scratched and bloodied ornamented steel plate armor approached me at a sprint. His helmet was down. He had the markings of an officer. I'm the aspirant. I was sent by Cordelia Hassenbach to help. I answered. Give me a moment. The man looked doubtful. That was unsurprising. I reached into one of the bags hanging off the side of my mount and dug around for a few heartbeats. It took a while before I found what I was looking for. I pulled out a pile of documentation and gingerly held it towards him. He reached towards it and I pulled it back quickly. I was not prepared to allow him to muck it up with the filthy state of his gauntlets. Grumbling, he pulled up his visor and came closer. His face was covered in sweat and grime, and his mustache looked like a greasy worm rather than hair. His blue eyes began to skim across the page. Are you able to restore our defenses? He gestured towards the hole in their fortifications. I was about to answer when I felt something enter the edge of my range. It came from another path on our right leading up to the narrow land bridge that held the Valsaga fortress, and it was moving fast. I stiffened, then immediately held up a hand. Something's wrong, I replied. The man immediately went on alert. I didn't know what it was. It gave me a migraine simply to sense it. Whatever it was, I could hear its lethality in the song of the world. It screamed danger at me. It felt like a bared blade that was infinitely sharp, slicing through the very fabric of creation. Do you also feel that? I whispered to the man under my breath. It reminded me of the fight with the absence demon, only so much worse. The feeling was concentrated, honed to a fine point. I doubted I would be able to influence what I was sensing if the situation called for a fight. Whatever I was feeling terrified me on a visceral level. And it was slowly drawing closer. No, Chosen. He replied questioningly. I floated Yvette carefully back onto the horse, but kept her held in place by the air. Then, I climbed back on our mount right behind her. I didn't want to be anywhere nearby. Whatever it was scared me enough when I could only feel that it was there. It's like there's the idea of a blade approaching us, severing everything around it. I explained brusquely. Return to your fortress and warn people. I don't know how dangerous this is. I wasn't usually actively aware of the area in which I could actively impose my will. Right now, I very much was. It was like there was a small segment of it that had been carved out. A place where the world no longer made any sense to me. All of my senses shouted at me that I should be somewhere, anywhere else. I started the process of preparing to lift us up into the sky. I didn't know if this assailant could fly, but I considered it likely to be safer than on the ground. That was when I felt the angels lean in close once more. With them came the sensation that everything was fine. I did not need to run. Just run. I was sorely tempted to ignore their advice. I felt like I was bathing in white phosphorus. There was only so much trust I was willing to extend, and this pushed me to my very limits. You're fine, Taylor. You're safe. Everything is fine. Whatever it is on your side. I muttered to myself under my breath. Now if only I could convince myself of that. It felt as if I had swallowed my antithesis. The world screamed at me each moment I sat still. The man had started to run back to the fortress. I dismissed him from my thoughts and sat stiffly. I kept up cleaning the surroundings, focusing on removing the more concerning material first. Anything to keep myself occupied. Don't think about it. Repairing the walls would have to wait until whatever it was that scared me so much arrived. I didn't have the focus for it at the moment. Eventually I could see what it was that I was so terrified of. A figure appeared from around the other side of the bend in the road on the right. It was an elderly woman. She was short. A lot shorter than me if I was standing on the ground. She walked rapidly towards us. At least, it looked like she was walking. Each step somehow consumed so much space that it was as if she was running faster than a horse. She was swiftly progressing her way along the newly redecorated section of mountainside. Her movements were deceptively calm. She leapt up over a chunk of debris that I hadn't found the time to clean up just yet, landing on our side of the road. It was an impossible jump. A movement that no ordinary person would have been able to make. Everything about her was fluid. It was as if there was nothing about her white robes that constricted her at all. She held a blade in her right hand. The empty sheath trailed on her left. She raised her head. Her skin was creased, and her face was mottled with spots. Her eyes met mine. They were hard, but they softened once they settled upon me. She turned to Yvette's sleeping form, and her gaze hardened once more. Why does she scream murder to my senses? Good afternoon, sister, the figure called out. Careful. I didn't know if there was anything I could do that would set her off. All I knew was that I wanted to keep her peaceful. Good afternoon, I replied. What's your name? She looked over the scene grimly and sheathed her blade. I am Laurence de Montfort. I froze. That was a name that I knew, even if it was only by reputation. The regicide. The Saint of Swords. She was a hero held in high renown, even in a place as harsh as Renia. Although I doubted that was as true for the nobility. I hadn't taken a moment to ask the nobility about the saint, but I suspected they would not have anything positive to say. After all, she was responsible for slaying one of the Procieran princes. I didn't know if I could convince her to help or not, but she would likely be a valuable ally deeper within the chain of hunger. I'm Taylor, the aspirant. Her entire demeanor shifted the moment I spoke. What's one of Compassion's kids doing up north? Her voice was laced with concern. Augur said I was needed here, I blurted out. There is a horned lord coming. Are you able to help? The Saint of Swords went still. A horned lord is a few years ahead of what you can handle, kid. She chided. You believe me. I only just departed from another of these border forts, it had been overrun. Those long tails aren't intelligent, she pointed at the remains of one of the massive ratlings. One of the few that were still around. They don't scheme. They should have tried to eat each other. I wouldn't expect an attack like this. Only the very small and very old ones have a head between their ears. If they're here in groups, it means there's some kind of trouble deeper in the chain. I was told to come, I replied. Wouldn't be here otherwise. Don't know if I can kill it or not, but I can certainly help out. I reached out with my mind and continued the cleanup. Once I had finished, I began the process of actively reconstructing the gaping hole in the fortress walls. I turned back towards her. She looked at me thoughtfully. Well, no point putting it off, the saint declared. Prepare for trouble, priestess. We're going after the tiger in its own lair, so expect this fight to be a notch above anything you've been in before. Leave the sleeping kid and the horse at the fortress. Let's go kill some ratlings. She looked like she was about to start wandering off. Wait, I interrupted her. Ivi's coming with. You're bringing an apprentice where we will be heading? She asked incredulously. Kid, are you wanting to die? She's not my apprentice, I replied. She's my ward. If I felt I could trust anyone else to take care of her, then I would have left her behind. Unfortunately, I was certain that anyone else would tell her to toughen up. They would try to make her into a weapon and tell her that her trauma is normal. They wouldn't help her to deal with it. I also wanted to talk to her about what she had done. The gods above draw no distinction between the two, she stated. I put some effort into protecting Ivi, I told Laurence. That isn't the danger. Even if it was, that outfit of hers will do piss all against rattling spears. It was actually very dense silk that I had made implausibly durable in the same manner as my robe. I reinforced it, I corrected. Anything that can cut through it would also cut through steel. I'd also burned a week's worth of phantoms in order to make Yvette a blade that was impossibly sharp. There was a risk that it would call down the gnomes, but I doubted that they would perceive it as a problem. The item was closer to magic than science. I had no hope of making one on my own without assistance, and nobody on Calornia would stand a chance at reverse engineering it either. It was a weapon that could cut through anything at all if she ever found herself needing one. Items like it wouldn't do much for me. That didn't mean that they wouldn't help the people I cared about. Relying on magic tricks is a good way to get killed, she challenged. Better than nothing at all, I replied. Fine, but have her stay at the back where her talents can be useful, Laurence stated. Don't complain to me when this all ends in tears. The day was finally reaching its end. It had taken over half an hour for Yvette to wake up again. She avoided meeting my gaze and had been quiet ever since. She slunk around like a naughty kid that knew that she had done something wrong, but didn't regret doing it, and was afraid that her mom was going to be disappointed with her. I wasn't sure what to do. I would give myself at most another day or two to think over how to deal with this. It was likely that she feared I was upset with her for killing the ratlings. That wasn't the problem. The issue was how she had done it. It spoke to me about how she felt about her parents' deaths. The emotions that she had suppressed. I was going to have to talk to her on the subject. Trying to raise her made me feel sorry for my dad. We had made a brief stopover at the fortress before departing once more. They had been under attack for over a day and had come dangerously close to having their defenses collapse. Ratling assaults that were calculated and organized were far from normal. Even if they were well prepared for ratlings, the nature of the attack had taken them by surprise. Lawrence was guiding the way deeper into the mountains. She had actual experience in the region. Yvette and I were following behind. We had abandoned the actual roads. At first, I had questioned why we were heading this way. This wasn't the normal path into the chain of hunger. Lawrence had told me that she was following the trail of the force that had attacked the walls instead. The sun was setting by the time we made camp. Currently, I was in the process of slowly reshaping the terrain. I was carving us a miniature stronghold into the side of a cliff face. The excess matter was turned outwards, erecting fortifications that we likely would not need. I didn't expect any attacks during the night. I couldn't sense any of the wrongness nearby. Now that I knew what to look for, it was obvious to my senses when ratlings were close. They had a taste to them. Like diluting tea with vinegar. Knowing we were likely safe wasn't an excuse for me to be careless. We had encountered a few more bands of ratlings since the meeting with the saint. I felt the sliver that was the saint approach me from behind. She was still uncomfortable for me to be around. I was sure that I would have trouble sleeping. I was willing to tolerate her presence if it made this calamity more manageable. You crossed blades with the warlock once? She asked. Yet. I stopped what I was doing as she sat down on a rock to my right. I sat down beside her. The two of us had our backs to the eastern cliff face, facing away from the dying sun. Yvette knelt beside a cook pot before us. The flames crackled heartily as she watched the contents. Her attention would drift every so often, before it would snap back after another rumble from the fire. She averted her gaze guiltily when she noticed that I was looking her way. Sisyphus stood beside Yvette, his dappled coat shining in the light of the fire. The saint had thought bringing the horse along was a waste, but I was confident that without the use of my abilities we could keep up better with a mount. The man's killed thousands. Are you prepared for when you fight him again? I blinked. It wasn't a question I had been expecting. She had stated it as if it were a given. When, not if, I fight him again? I inquired. You've had your loss, and it ought to have been decent practice. You tried taking a hatchet to the rot, but your first fight came before the rising Sunday. I don't think I can beat him, I admitted. It's good to know your limits, but you're flinching, she cautioned. You don't have to win the next clash of blades, although it would be a blessing if you did. Even if we can only arrange for a draw on your terms, then the knife to the throat is assured, kid. Don't you know about patterns of 3? That explains a lot, I grumbled. I grasped what she was referring to. It wasn't that I hadn't known about patterns of 3 in stories, but more that I had been thinking of stories in Calurnia in terms of the more obvious tropes. It hadn't occurred to me to consider the broader narrative structures. The information helped to contextualize the fight with the Arcadian artist. If I had known that we were fated to meet again, I would have been far more alert. The saint was an experienced hero. Probably the most experienced hero I would ever meet. She was grouchy and acerbic, and I doubted I would ever like her, but that didn't mean her advice wouldn't be good. Have you ever heard of the 200 heroic axioms, Taylor? I hadn't. For all that they sounded important, it was difficult to find any information on names at all. I suspected they were all trying to hide their weaknesses. It was frustrating and counterproductive in the long term. Heroes would have a much easier time if they could easily find out more about those who came before. History was doomed to repeat itself if it wasn't made easily available for people to learn. It made me wish for the internet. No. They're pieces of advice. Following them helps a hero live longer. She explained. Phrases like if your band is split during a harrowing test set by a villain or ambiguous entity, you may safely assume you will next be reunited in some sort of cell or unfolding sacrificial ritual, she quoted. Any others like that? It would surprise me if I didn't recognize most of what she mentioned. I would still ask so that I could hear about local stories that I was unfamiliar with. There are more common axioms like don't swing from chandeliers while wearing armor. Do people actually do that? Of course they do. She sounded affronted. Kid, you're a hero. Listen to your choosing. Learn stories, then make sure to drag villains into the right ones. Don't shy away from ending their lives once you pull them in, because that's when they're as good as dead. It was an exceedingly monochrome way of viewing the world. One that didn't fit the person that I had decided to be. My choosing suggests otherwise, I replied. What other advice do you have? She paused, looking me over critically. Do you know who the most dangerous villain I've ever faced was, kid? I considered the question. I didn't know enough about the Saint of Swords to give a definite answer. That didn't mean I couldn't give no answer at all. It won't be a fighter. It will be a mastermind. Someone dangerous because of how smart they are. The most dangerous villain I ever faced was my first, an alchemist so sickly he could barely hold a sword. Did he create plagues with long incubation times and kill people that way? No, he made antidotes. Potions to end plagues and heal the worst of injuries. What was the problem? People were going missing, and I looked into it, bandits and criminals, as it turned out. He was keeping them in cells and using them for bloody research. Human experimentation. What happened after you caught him? I let him off with a warning. I told him he could use animals and not people. He didn't listen. It was obvious where this story was going, or he pretended to listen. Made something useful. He ingratiated himself with people. They ignored what he did to keep him around. Songbird would have been similar, only more personal. I felt chills. Was letting her go a mistake? You understand then? There can be no truce with the enemy. I know it will be especially hard for you. Compassion is your wheelhouse, and it isn't mine. Don't let your own feelings blind you, Taylor. This villain. Did you stick around or visit every now and again? I wandered by when the calling came to me. I have never remained in one place for long. Change is hard, I began carefully. Without someone to guide him, it would have been easy for him to fall back into old habits. Not that I thought that someone whose first recourse was to lock people up and experiment on them was likely to look for change. You're young. I've seen many of these turnabouts over the years. Damned that made their apologies and swore they'd never meant to hurt anyone. None of them kept their word. There can be no compromise with the enemy, Lawrence repeated firmly. I was not going to argue about this with her. Lawrence was old. Old and likely stuck in her ways. I would never change her mind. I didn't agree with her conclusion. Good was about guidance. She hadn't provided any. Setting down rules and expecting someone to follow them was the act of a ruler, not a teacher. I think that if he had really wanted to be redeemed, then he would have lost his name, I answered diplomatically. I hope you can still believe that there was even a chance, in a decade, she said. You think I'm going to fight the warlock again? There is no certainty except under the grace of our gods, but it would be foolish not to prepare, she stated confidently. You've already fought with the warlock once. When the time comes, unsheath your blade and don't hesitate to slit his throat. I wondered why she hadn't just gone across the border and tried to solve the problem herself. Because I'm one woman, not an army, Taylor. There was a flash of pain across her wrinkled face. Had I said that out loud? I turned away, looking back to the fire before us. Yvette's attention had fully drifted. She had her head buried in a book and her nose kept twitching. I smiled sadly watching her. In the past, I fought the ranger. She left me in the dirt with a hole in my chest. I would be dead if it weren't for Tarek wandering by. She finished softly. Anything else you think I should know? The two of us sat there watching the fire as the sun set. The saint continued to talk. She shared her perspective on what it meant to carry a name. I didn't agree with much of what she said, but I understood the crucible that had made her what she was. She had gone from tragedy to tragedy. It was a common theme I noticed in every story that she told. The Saint of Swords always arrived after the first disaster. Her role was to prevent the second one from occurring. It was hard to avoid becoming bitter after living so long and only seeing the world at its worst. I sat and listened. I wasn't willing to contemplate fighting a war without ever considering negotiation except in very specific circumstances. There were times to set down rules. Agreements that could be made that would benefit everyone. The dogma of the Saint of Swords was one that would only ever end in ruin. If we were joined together against other people and not a race that was compelled to be evil, I would probably put up much more of a disagreement. That didn't mean I wasn't willing to hear what she said. After all, it was my chance to learn more about the life of a hero from somebody who had lived it, one story at a time. Ingress 4.01. Skitter, skitter, crawl and creep. Hunger, hunger, never sleep. Deeper down below the ground. The song of famine doth resound. Scholar's interpretation of a series of charcoal rubbings taken of rattling claw marks, page 5. I woke up to the sound of crackling meat and the scent of smoke from a fire. I waited for my eyes to adjust to the light before planning to start my early morning spam message to the gods above. That was when an epiphany struck. The book of all things differed from region to region. I knew that. I had read over multiple versions of it. It hadn't occurred to me until now what that truly meant. It meant that the original version of it had probably been penned by people and not the gods. I was embarrassed it had taken me so long to figure that out. The revelation was so obvious. There was no reason for me to pray like this at all. The gods above were fine with any form of guidance. If they weren't, their holy book would have been prescribed and not interpreted by us. The realization reframed my goals. This wasn't about convincing the gods which form of guidance was correct. It was about persuading the people living in creation. I didn't need to ask the gods above to leave my dream alone. If my dream functioned, then they would be happy to. It would almost certainly be a condition where my definition of guidance would be adopted over any other. It would have to be, because it would be the most successful ideology. The discovery left me feeling at a bit of a loss. Praying was a daily ritual for me now. It was an ingrained habit that I didn't want to just give up. If I wasn't going to keep praying purely to annoy the gods above, then what would I pray for? Guidance. There was no reason not to ask for help, even if I didn't receive it. They were there, and they almost certainly heard and saw everything. Guidance was what the side of good championed, so guidance was what I would ask for. So I sat and prayed. I was about to stand up, when something else occurred to me. It was something that was important. People saw me as a priestess. There were no surprises there, I dressed like one. It bothered me. Not because I had a problem with being seen as being a priestess, but because I didn't want to give people a false impression of what I was. I didn't want to hide one of the very few items that were significant to me. I also didn't want to be mistaken for something that I was not. That created a conundrum. I had liked every devout member of the faith that I had met so far. I doubted that would hold true if I met the more ambitious priests, the ones who were trying to grab power, but the people lower down that I had met were definitely trying to do good. Heroes in creation were by definition a part of the organizational structure of the church. Just by existing, I represented the faith. I knew that. I understood that. It didn't change how I felt. Being mistaken for a priestess when I wasn't faithful to the gods above themselves, even if I did trust their guidance, made me feel like a fraud. But, did it have to stay that way? I wasn't opposed to giving sermons on principle. They were just another form of guidance, although it was probably best if I avoided being the one giving speeches entirely. The part I struggled with was placing blind faith in a higher power. Trusting that I could close my eyes and let them lead me to safety. It felt wrong to preach faith in the gods above when I didn't have it myself. It was something for me to think about. I finished praying and stood up, then took a moment to make myself presentable and exited our mountainside shelter. "Morning, Taylor, you're finally awake. I wanted to wake you earlier, but the saint suggested letting you have some rest before the hard part of our journey begins. She also caught us breakfast. Isn't that nice of her?" Yvette babbled. Lawrence and Yvette sat around a fire. Lawrence had evidently caught an animal of some kind at some point this morning, because there was part of one on a spit over the open flames. Its carcass had been thoroughly repurposed. There was a mess of gore downwind of us that included the remaining bones. "Good morning," I greeted them. "What's for breakfast?" "It's a mountain goat. The animal wandered near the fortress you made. We're quite lucky. Most animals are eaten by ratlings, so this is unusual." "Good morning, Taylor," Lawrence replied gruffly. I approached and sat down next to Yvette. I'd been thinking about how I wanted to deal with Yvette's explosion, and I'd finally made up my mind. "If I wanted to talk about yesterday," I began. "I'm not sorry. The ratlings deserve to die and I'd kill them again, so don't ask me not to." "I'm not changing my mind," she chattered defensively. "It's not about that." She looked taken aback. "Oh well, then what did you want to talk about? Was my spell work too sloppy? I thought I did a good job." "The problem was how you killed them," I interjected. "You transmute things all the time. It's not fair. Why can't I do that as well?" "It's not the same," I challenged. "I'm in control of the situation every step of the way. The outcome is assured before I even begin. What you did was dangerous. You didn't really have any control of the result. Imagine if you had accidentally made a plague or created some new monster. But that would be really unlikely. The chances of making something that is actually alive like that are tiny, and it's a really effective weapon." "You should listen to Taylor, kid," Lawrence spoke up roughly. "Wizards, even the finest of you, are only ever one shift of the tides of curiosity away from drowning in the sea of evil." She turned to the side and spat. Yvette's skin paled in dawn's light at the interruption. "You know how to use the magical staples. Fireballs, lightning bolts, and more. Why do you keep risking experimental magic?" "I just want to make you proud, and I can't do that if I stick to normal magic like everyone else. How am I supposed to be worth traveling with heroes if I can't do anything special?" she mumbled under her breath. "I'm proud of you when you're being responsible," I consoled her. "When you come up with new ideas and test them carefully. You don't need to take risks for me to want you around." Yvette faced the ground and said nothing in response. "I know how awful grief is," I continued. "Taking it out on the world doesn't make life any better. I tried that as well 6 to 7 years ago. I felt angry, trapped, like I couldn't find a way out. So I made a new face for myself. A new life. An escape where I could express all the emotions I didn't normally let myself show. And you're telling me it didn't make your life any better? I don't believe that. If the ratlings were all gone, then I would be able to move on and not think about what happened. I'm sure of it. Anyhow, the meat is starting to look ready. When are we going to eat?" Yvette's head snapped back up as she started to argue once more. I won't lie to you. In some ways it did help, but in other ways it didn't. In a lot of ways, it made my life worse. I kept making one worse decision after another. Lawrence started pulling the meat off of the spit. Absently, I turned some rocks into cutlery and crockery, then floated the dinnerware over to her. She stared at the collection of dishes warily for a few moments. It was as if she was appraising a venomous snake. Eventually, she made up her mind and grabbed my offering out of the air. How are you doing that? Lawrence inquired. I can feel the world around me. It's like it's a part of me. I'm telling it to change. Tarek would call what you have a domain. You should stick to only a single interpretation of it. Don't dilute your faith the way you currently are. Decide what purpose guides you and stay true to it. The purity of it will grant you strength, Lawrence advised. I'll keep that in mind. It sounded like well-intentioned advice that would have been useful if I actually had a domain. Then what would you do? Just let it go and let the deaths go unavenged, and I'm not willing to do that. Yvette responded. Find a better way. The chain of hunger isn't disappearing unless you cure their sickness or kill them all. I doubt the latter will work. Why don't you think they can't all be killed? Everything dies eventually, none of us will live forever. I just need to find the right kind of working. Yvette's eyes were hard while she spoke. I won't tell you that revenge won't feel good, at least for a little while. I replied. But how long would it take? Dealing with the chain of hunger is likely the work of a lifetime. Are you wanting to devote your entire life to this? Think beyond keeping the kids' hands clean, Taylor, Lawrence mused. Consider the many centuries of suffering that would come to an end were she to succeed. I believe this to be a worthy purpose, one that the kids should strive for. Why doesn't that surprise me? What did you learn from your experiments? I saw you doing something to them during the fight, and I know you weren't just trying to kill them, so obviously you learned something. Lawrence finished dishing up the meal and passed it out to all of us. The meat was tough, but still good. I wished that I had salt. They would die if you stopped the curse. I don't know how to do that. I've been thinking about it. A sword does not bend. Make no attempt at saving them. They were made into what they are now long ago, and the culprit likely died painfully. That does not mean we should spare them the blade. Lawrence declared. Removing their hunger would kill them unless you replaced it with something else. I don't know how to do that. It's more complicated than it seems. The hunger is alive, sentient. It isn't like you can just swap it out with just anything. So I just need to. You need to find a healthier way to handle your grief, I interjected. Yvette glared up at me sullenly. Putting aside my meal for a moment, I climbed off the rock I was sitting on and knelt on the ground in front of her so that our eyes were level with each other. I'm here for you. Don't do the same stupid shit I did. It took me years to fix my life afterwards. Yvette turned away and said nothing in response. Days had passed. Lawrence led us further and further north. Encounters with ratlings became more frequent. Other signs of life had become sparse. Eventually, it became difficult to find food for Sisyphus. To my embarrassment, I needed to waste several hours learning how to make oats. How are you following the ratlings? I asked from the back of our mount. We were traveling along the side of a mountain that was nothing but bare rock. There wasn't even dirt to make tracks in. I am listening to the groove they leave in the current of creation, Lawrence answered cryptically. No, not listening. She's listening. We rounded a large outcropping and all three of us ground to a halt. A gigantic, cavernous maw opened up in the ground ahead of us. The edges were cracked and large amounts of rubble marked out the opening. We approached closer. The entrance was at least 30 feet wide. Leaning over the edge, I looked inside. The interior of the cavern below was unusually tubular and continued to slope down the mountain towards the north. I was a few moments away from declaring the cave artificial when Yvette spoke up from in front of me. Oh, some books my old tutors made me read mentioned these, but I never thought I'd see one. Look at those repeated lines on the side of the wall. They mark the height where the lava flows. Do you think the ratlings use these to travel? It would explain how they reached here. Yvette leaned forward and pointed as she chattered. I had to grab her and pull her back to prevent her from tumbling off of Sisyphus back down into the cave. Taking that information into account, I turned around and squinted in the direction of the mountain peak. Unfortunately, it was occluded by the clouds above. Maybe it was a dormant volcano. It wasn't possible for me to judge. Is this the right way? I asked. This is where we need to go in. Lawrence affirmed. I created a glowing white light for us to follow. Yvette and I dismounted. Our poor horse didn't need to carry our weight while we navigated such precarious terrain. All three of us started to make our way in. Progress was quick at first. The tunnel proceeded in a single direction, and it wasn't as if we could become lost. We followed deeper towards the north. There was an eerie, howling wind from within that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. The air became both hotter and damper the further we descended. None of us dared to speak as we progressed. Hours passed. Eventually, we reached another hole in the floor. We stopped to investigate. We had yet to run into more rattlings and all of us were on edge. To my dismay, the hole was where the saint's senses told us we had to go. There was just one problem. The only sensible solution to a maze is to not enter the maze, Lawrence quoted firmly. Does this count as a maze? I asked dubiously. The cave below differed substantially from the tunnels we had been moving around in. Not in size, it was still possible for giant rats to walk in them while standing up, but in shape. There were several branches moving off from each other, and it wasn't immediately obvious which way we needed to go. I don't think it's a maze. Look over here at these markings on the walls. I think they're directions telling the rattlings where to go, but how do you read them? I didn't know the rattlings had a written language. Why did nobody tell me? Yvette asked. I followed the path of her finger to where she was pointing. Symbols had been gouged deep into the walls of the cave by large claws. I don't know, Yvette. I turned my attention to Lawrence. Can you read those? She pursed her lips and moved closer. I followed behind. After a couple of hundred heartbeats of both of us studying them, Lawrence eventually shook her head. The current of creation in this place has been suborned to one of these longtail's wills. The feeling is uncanny. All of us should keep our blades in hand and our wits sharp. I examined the markings further. Something about them tickled the back of my mind. As if they should be familiar. I doubted the exact symbology I was looking at would be something I recognized, so it was likely more the structure they were arranged in. They were grouped into small clusters of symbols. There was one cluster of symbols beside each tunnel and almost seemed to tell some kind of story. I don't think those markings are directions, but I'm not sure what they are. I declared, can you lead us anyway? Lawrence cocked her head to the side for a few moments and listened. The rest of us waited awkwardly. I can guide us, she stated with absolute certainty, but food first. I created some seating for us and sealed off the side passages while Lawrence rummaged around and started to prepare a meal. I was a better cook than her, but I let her be. Lawrence seemed to like having the opportunity to play the role of the kindly grandmother, and it was when she was playing that role that she was nicest. I'd let her adopt that role whenever she chose to do so. That left me with more time to examine the writing. I didn't think I would be able to make sense of it, but I could bring it back to a scholar to examine. I focused and created a sheet of paper and some charcoal, then started to create a rubbing of it. Lawrence looked at me oddly for a moment, before speaking up. It is best not to risk too much curiosity, lest you start tumbling down the slippery slope and fall into evil. I'm not going to, I replied, exasperated. She had been on edge ever since we had entered the tunnels. Not that I blamed her. I was consciously filtering out sounds and smells around us, just so that we weren't swarmed. What are you doing? Making a record of this. Maybe someone can figure out what it says. Preserve their culture in history books. This place does not deserve to be recorded. If we don't remember it, then it will be repeated. It would be beyond even the ambitions of the warlocks of Priest to recreate a tragedy as great as this one, she rejoined. See it as an examination of their weaknesses. A tool that can be used to fight them in future. That appeared to mollify Lawrence. Dealing with her was exhausting at times like this. Finished with my record keeping, I shoved the paper into a pouch on the side of our mount. It didn't take long until we were seated in a triangle. There was an easy camaraderie as we shared a bite to eat. You've told me before about the things you regret and there were lots of them. Was that really all true or are you just trying to make me feel better? Yvette asked quietly. There was an intensity to her that I was not used to seeing. It's all true. Yvette's shoulders sagged. Then what should I do? She whispered. Should I try to stop the rattlings or should I do something else? Her voice trembled. That isn't a question you need to answer right away, I answered, but I'll listen to anything you want to tell me. I won't judge you. I promise. My voice trailed off as I paused to gather my thoughts. If it will help you, I'll answer almost any questions you ask me as well. Even uncomfortable ones. Our stop was brief. It wasn't long until we set off once more. We were progressing further down. The descent was gradual and winding. It would take a while before we reached the bottom. Taylor. Yvette spoke up once more from beside me. Yes, Yvette. When we stop again, would you mind helping me braid my hair? Yvette sounded extremely vulnerable. As if me refusing would break something. Can you tell me why? My mother used to braid my hair before she died. The answer struck my gut like a lightning bolt. It hurt in both a bad and a good way. Time slowed to a crawl for a moment. People with names, all of us were broken in some way. There was some fundamental aspect to us that was missing. It was almost like we were not entirely whole and the piece that was the name was filling in for what should be there. I didn't want Yvette to earn a name. That didn't mean that she wouldn't. Although she had started out in the role of my apprentice, Yvette had quickly outgrown it. I wasn't teaching her much when it came to magic anymore, she was experimenting entirely on her own. No, despite what Lawrence thought, there was an entirely different role that it seemed like Yvette would fill. I was able to feel the general shape that it was taking, and it did concern me. The reasons it worried me were entirely unrelated to falling into the role of a mentor. The name she had been moving towards up until now felt like it occupied a role involving otherworldly creatures in some way. I suspected that it was defined by her attempts at replicating the effects of demons. Despite using my nature as a blueprint, it hadn't been personal enough for me to peer far enough into Yvette's budding story to adequately judge. With those few words she had spoken, the outline of Yvette's nascent name had abruptly changed. I cast my gaze forward and considered the new lay of possibilities. It was my choice, not hers, that would determine the new shape her name continued to take. She had passed the decision on to me. What should I do? The road forks. I consider the first decision that was available to me. What happens when I reject her request? Yvette withdraws, she loses faith in me. Her heart hardens and we separate after our quest comes to an end. She returns fully fledged as a member of Cordelia's court, bitter and angry at my rejection. The vision terminates there along that path. It is impersonal, hard to follow because I play little part in it. No. No, that won't do. I consider the next path. The road where I reject her and sever her name deliberately. Yvette returns to Cordelia's court, but finds herself considered unremarkable there. Yvette is no longer content to remain with ordinary tutors. Bitter and angry, she heads north once more. Only a few months later, she dies at the claws of a rat. I'm not willing to accept that ending, either. What next? The branch where I accept but break the name. Yvette is happy to be with me at first, but as time goes on she becomes morose. She wants a name, she needs a name, but finds herself denied. Her mood darkens and one day she reaches too far, only to claim her own life in the process. Please let there be a better option. With great trepidation, I considered the next option. What would happen if I accepted her request? To my surprise, there was more than one way it could play out. The first is dangerous. Dangerous for me. I accept Yvette's request in the spirit it is offered, and find myself back in the role of the mentor. The journey continues and Yvette finds herself threatened. She overreaches and calls upon magic that the saint is unwilling to tolerate. Lawrence attacks and I move to defend Yvette. I perish in the assault. No, not that story. Even if I were to preempt the saint's attack, it would likely end in tears. What else is there? I could give her what she truly wants, but she's too afraid to ask for. The journey continues, we confront our foe, and this time it does not end in tragedy. In time, Yvette comes into a name. It's a name defined by her relationship to me. I try to reach further, to see what that name is. I cannot. It lies behind the veil of other decisions. Decisions that have yet to be made. I'm too young to be a mom, let alone hers. Everything about this choice scared me. I couldn't replace her family. I had only been responsible for Yvette for a brief period of time. Not years. Not anywhere near long enough. This wasn't a situation I had expected to be in any time soon. That didn't mean I couldn't do my best. A part of me felt that I should refuse, much like I had refused Songbird. I squashed it brutally. This wasn't the same set of circumstances. As far ahead as I could see, this was the story where everyone appeared to be happy at the end. So I made a choice and plunged off a cliff into the chasm below. I seized Yvette tightly in a hug. Her eyes widened in surprise. If you'll have me as your mother, then I'll always be your guardian angel, I whispered to her softly. Given all other circumstances, I'd be the best mother I could for her. It was a promise. A promise that I intended to keep. It was the least I could do for her. If I was committing to this story, then I would commit to it with everything that I had. You'll really be my ma? She asked hesitantly. I will, I confirmed. She buried her head in my robes and squeezed me back tighter. Someone was sniffing. I couldn't tell if it was me or her. My eyes were certainly watering as well. I felt warm inside. A sad smile tugged at the edge of my lips, and I allowed it to show. I'll handle this, somehow. Lawrence's eyes bored into me with a look that said she considered my death was already confirmed. I hope you're happy, Yvette, you've as good as driven a blade through Taylor's heart yourself, she declared. I didn't bother to correct her. Yvette, no, my daughter, if I was accepting this story then I would commit to it even in my thoughts, I wouldn't go into this half-heartedly. Felt like she was about to pull away in shock. I hugged her tighter. I'll always be here for you, I told her. I promise. Yvette relaxed once more. I wasn't surprised that she chose to believe me instead. Despite how the passages kept descending, I suspected that we remained at roughly the same distance from the surface. This was because we had passed numerous exits to the cave so far, and none of them were that high up. The exits were where rattling activity was always the greatest. There was almost a constant thrum of movement at the passages leading above. Lawrence directed us to keep following a trail that led further in. I consciously muffled the sounds and smells we made as we progressed. I also veiled our presence. Lawrence might want to wade through rivers of blood, but I had no interest in it. We could find our target and kill it, then make our way out. What I was doing didn't escape from her notice, but she didn't choose to complain. Maybe she could be goal-oriented when the goal still involved killing evil after all. Any rattlings we encountered would be accidental, not deliberate. The warren that was what I was thinking of it as was labyrinthine. The path branched off more frequently the further we went and in multiple directions, both horizontally and vertically. Not all the branches were the same size. Some were much larger than others. Many were so small that only a creature a fraction of our size could fit. The movement of the rattlings was like the low murmur of an ever-present river in the background. Even if we couldn't see them, it was impossible to ignore the fact that they were somewhere within the caverns. The saint had us stick to the largest tunnels. It took a while, but eventually I noticed a commonality to the cadence of the noise made by the rattlings' movements. It gave me the smallest of insights into what was going on within the warrens. They always traveled in the same direction. None of them went against the flow of traffic. It was uncanny and couldn't be natural. The longer we traveled inside the grotto, the more there was for us to see. More rattlings up ahead, I warned. It was easy for me to act as a lookout when I could feel them around us. We entered a new chamber when the saint sprung to attack. Her blade cleared its scabbard, she was across the room in the blink of an eye, and before I could even move I could hear the final gurgling squeal of a rattling. I suppressed a shudder. I still did not like being in her presence. It did not matter that she was clearly on our side. I took a moment to look around the room. Bones of dead creatures were stacked neatly against one of the walls. Some had been assembled into makeshift rickshaws. Others had been turned into tools. Bones that had been yet to be put to use were organized carefully into ordered rows. They were arranged in a manner that suggested there was a system in place that determined how they should be used. Some bones were in the process of being shaped and carved. An ancient one that had been saddled to one of the rickshaws had been busy moving the bones at the behest of some of their handlers before Lawrence had cut them all down. I walked up beside both Lawrence and the beast. Why didn't it fight back against the smaller rats? She leaned down and pulled up its lips, then gestured to an unhealthy purple swelling on the inside of its gums. There are many plants that grow in the chain of hunger that are fatally toxic to all but the most hardy creatures. One type of berry causes hallucinations and mellows you out before you die. The smaller rattlings use them to keep their elders docile, else they would dine on their own kids' entrails. Lawrence's lips curled up in distaste. Of course. The ancient ones were being drugged to keep them compliant. Why wouldn't they be? Why don't they use them during sieges? It's not useful when the rattlings launch a raid because it makes the beasts too calm. Whether they were being used as siege weapons or beasts of burden, their fate disgusted me. Melancholy had begun to set in. The rattlings definitely had some kind of warped civilization. A culture that I was observing from the outside. It didn't change that the kindest ending for them was still one that involved death. It would take a miracle to mend this society built on the seeds of starvation. We picked up our pace once more. We passed through another room showing signs of industry. This one contained mobile forges designed to be easily moved around. I was gradually putting together a picture in my mind of how their civilization operated. It seemed like they were nomadic. Everything they had was designed to be easily transported. It made sense. With their hunger, they could not afford to remain in one place. Traveling in the tunnels was unnerving. Without Lawrence to guide the way, Yvette and I would be hopelessly lost. It didn't help that the pitter-patter of footfalls reverberated from all around us at all hours. They weren't close, but they didn't have to be for the sound to carry. There was a haunting melody to the echo of the rattlings scurrying throughout the cave. The skittering of claws on the rocks below was conducted as if part of an orchestra. It was like music played out by the falls of rattling feet. Even Lawrence was on edge. It struck me then what the markings on the walls were. It was musical notation, albeit not a notation that I was familiar with. I couldn't even imagine the sheer complexity of managing this many performers at once. The rattlings were using music not just as entertainment, but as a method of communication and navigation as well. It was as if the entire story of their species played out according to a song. The symphony of their footfalls played out frantically. It was frenzied, frenetic. It reminded me of Flight of the Bumblebee, only with claws and squeaks for instruments. This performance alone had put rest to the idea that the rattlings had no culture. I wasn't certain of what culture they had. It wasn't possible to stop and ask them. None of them could talk in a language that we spoke. That didn't change the obvious. They had writing, they made tools, and they certainly had music. The sounds we were hearing were far too organized to be anything except deliberate. It made me feel sick. What could the rattlings create if they weren't almost entirely consumed by their hunger? I distracted myself from thinking about it by focusing on a bigger problem. My largest concern at the moment was the growing sense of hunger all around me. The closer we approached the plains to the north, the stronger that it became. It had seeped into the world. Worse, it was definitely intelligent. I had expected to override its influence with my own. That was not what had happened. The hunger had retreated instead. It pulled back wherever it was that I happened to approach. There was a mind behind this monstrosity. A force that I believed couldn't be anything except malevolent. We had rounded another bend when I felt something huge enter the edge of my range. Stop! I whispered out stiffly. Nobody ignored my advice. What is it, Taylor? Lawrence asked. My daughter remained entirely subdued. She had been for a while. I suspected that the totality of what the rattlings truly were had finally occurred to her. I can feel something up ahead. Something huge and hungry. You're sure about what you sense? I am. Lawrence immediately sped up. A few more turns inside the caverns, and the cave opened up into an absolutely massive chamber. Sisyphus came to a halt behind us. I moved closer to him and tugged on his reins gently, but he refused to move. Odd. He was a trained warhorse, it was not normal for him to flinch. I tugged harder. He flicked his dappled ears at me dismissively, then nipped at the air near my hand with his teeth. I pulled my hand back quickly and glared at the horse. He snorted at me. There was loud crunching coming from the room behind me. I turned around once more. It took a while for my eyes to adjust. Light spilled in from above. The ceiling of the cavern broke through to the surface. It was breathtaking. Rows of unevenly spaced jagged red crystals extending upwards like a forest of alien trees towards the sky. Glyphs had been inscribed into them. They reverberated, resonating with the melody played out by the clamoring of rats throughout the cave. I was about to take a step into the chamber when Lawrence's left arm shot out in front of me and barred the way. She had already drawn her sword and pointed with the end of it. I followed the direction of the blade as it glinted against the light of my orb. At the other end of the room was an absolutely monstrous pile of something that slowly shifted from side to side. At first, I thought it was just a part of the environment. A massive boulder over 100 feet tall sitting in the middle of an open clearing further ahead. It was hard to make out the shape past the dense jungle of scarlet. It was only after taking a moment to reevaluate what I saw that I realized it was a gigantic horned rat. Despite remaining more or less in place, it was moving its lower body rhythmically on the opposite end of the cavern. Moving, as if it was dancing to the music that the other rattlings were playing out. Bones littered the floor beneath it. Bones that had been picked clinically clean. Taylor, Yvette, stay out of it until I give the signal. Lawrence whispered urgently. She had started to back away. My daughter and I did so as well. No being reckless. Don't think with the dick you don't have. The signal is the saint's voice cut off. The horned lord's head turned ponderously towards us. The body of a smaller rat was stuck between enormous yellowed teeth. Two large red eyes blinked. Two large red eyes that were now facing our way.